Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 925 to Chapter 989. By the way, how's your observation record of the Dream Wasteland going? Any new findings? Angor asked Freud for a chat after dealing with Leon's problem. Freud had been working on the record ever since he entered the Dream Wasteland. Angor supported Freud's decision. He didn't spend a lot of time in the Dream Wasteland due to his busy schedule. Freud, on the other hand, spent a lot of time in the Dream Wasteland, so he was the best candidate to write the record. I haven't made any progress since I learned that the Wasteland's authority can be used on others. Freud sighed. Most of the conjectures require long-term observation to come to a conclusion. It's a shame that the Dream Wasteland hasn't been developed for long. It would be great if one of the authorities could control time. Angor wasn't optimistic about Freud's idea. He didn't even think that the Dream Wasteland had the ability to control space. Besides, the ability to control time was related to the origin of laws. After all, the Dream Wasteland was only an interlayer space. Now that its connection with the Nightmare Realm had been cut off, it had become a virtual place attached to the Dream Realm. It would be an exaggeration to say that the Dream Wasteland was a realm. I'm not counting on the ability to control time. There's nothing to worry about here, and you have enough time to study it. Angor recalled some of the discoveries he made in the past few days. By the way, I've made some discoveries and hypotheses recently. You can add them to the record as well. Of course, he was referring to the fact that the Dream Whelk couldn't pull in the mystery item. As for the hypotheses, he was referring to some ideas he came up with about luck bonus. Maybe he could get something good out of it. Freud quickly took out a pen and a piece of paper and began to jot down the information. He also began to think if there were any possible applications for it. While Freud was busy thinking, Angor left Heaven's Tower. He sensed John's location and found that he was talking to two elegantly dressed scholars. Lady Monroe, one of the candidates for the City Lord, was also nearby. Angor listened carefully and realized that they were talking about the development of the city. Their main topic was sustainable social structure, and the main speaker was John. He listened for a while and noticed that John was mostly talking about how to build a city. The two scholars were filling in the gaps, while Monroe was the only listener. From time to time, Monroe would express her opinion, and at the same time, she would ask and answer questions based on the current situation of First Heart City. Apart from Angor and Freud, John was the only one who knew about the Dream Wasteland better than anyone else. Monroe had asked the right person. Chown had also experienced a society where there was an explosion of information, so his views were definitely far-sighted. It seems that this lady called Monroe is not only clear-minded but also very lucky. The fact that Monroe had the gatekeeper power meant that she was quite lucky. Now, she wanted to become the City Lord of Origin City, and she even asked John for help. Considering all these factors, as long as she didn't do anything stupid, she would definitely become the City Lord. Angor did not interrupt John's teaching because he knew John's personality. There were two things that John liked the most. One was doing research, and the other was being a good teacher. This could be seen from how he had forced Sunny and Alda to learn music. Since John was doing what he liked, Angor didn't want to disturb him. When he thought about Sunny and Alda, he also sensed their locations out of curiosity. The two kids were at the tree bar. Instead of drinking, they were playing on the swing in front of the bar. There was also a group of children around the same age as them, who were also gathered nearby. Alda was an innocent child, so it wasn't strange for him to play on the swing. He was surprised to see that Sunny was playing on the swing as well, and she seemed to be enjoying it. It seemed that during this period of time in Foundation City, the personalities of these two brats had also slowly changed. If I remember correctly, Freud mentioned that the Daybreak Doom illusion in the orphanage recently welcomed a new batch of talents. Could Sunny really scare them with her current state? That would be a problem. Maybe I should take Von Man and Guina to test their abilities while I'm going to give Freud a chance. But Angor decided against it. Daybreak Doom was good enough to test Tulu's strength. Von Man and Guina might not be able to do much to them, since they were already used to the horror of their childhood. Angor decided to use a different method to test them. Angor took one last look at Origin City, which was getting more and more lively. His figure slowly faded away until he completely disappeared. When Angor brought the revised version of Notes for Beginner Apprentices to Leon, Leon felt a sense of relief. He had already started to meditate, but he just couldn't calm himself down. He also didn't want to ask the Whis for help. Angor showed up while Sunders was still worrying. Leon looked at Angor as if he was looking at a god. "Thank God you're here. I don't know what to do without you." Leon took the book and quickly searched for the beginner's meditation section. Body stillness means absolute stillness. Mind stillness means relative stillness. Seeing that Leon was immersed in his training again, Angor decided not to disturb him. He understood Leon's current feelings very well. Every talented person who had just entered the world of transcendence could not wait to absorb more knowledge and see more exciting sights. Angor felt the same way. However, one would only realize it when one truly learned how to do it. The ups and downs of the legendary stories in the scripts and novels were rarely applicable to wizards. This was because almost all adepts, regardless of whether they were doing academic research or specialized in a single spell, would spend years on it. After the initial excitement wore off, a talent had to face a new stage, being able to endure loneliness. Angor didn't include any of these in the notes. Even if he did, Leon wouldn't be able to calm himself down. It was better to let Leon experience it himself. After reading the notes, Leon immediately took out a thin book from his desk and began to meditate according to the notes. Angor didn't see the name of the book, but he had a general idea of what it was about. When Angor saw Leon reading the book, he quickly left the room. If he wasn't mistaken, the book was a channeling method given to Leon by the Whis. Since it involved the privacy of a wizard organization, Angor didn't want to stay there for too long. Angor did plan to include a channeling method in the notes. However, his channeling method was very special, and Sunders strictly forbade him from teaching it to anyone else. Apart from singularity dispersive meditation, Angor's other channeling methods were all basic ones, such as triangle channeling, circular cut channeling, and so on. These channeling methods might not be better than the one the Whis gave Leon. Therefore, he didn't include them in the notes. If he had a chance to find a special channeling method in the future, he could give it to Leon. Of course, it would be best if the channeling method the Whis gave Leon was a special channeling method. After leaving the main castle, Angor planned to go to the Land of Revelation to find Freud. Of course, he had to bring Toby with him. He thought Toby would be with the Moon Lily Fairy around the milkberry tree, but he only saw a servant collecting sap. Toby was nowhere to be seen. Neither the fairy nor the Moon Lily Fairy was there. After scanning the manor, Angor finally found Toby in the new village where the Crocox lived. Many young Crocox were gathered together. They seemed to be having a tea party. The Moon Lily Fairy and Toby were also there, playing with everyone. When Angor arrived, the Crocox all bowed to him in respect. Angor didn't want to interrupt the party, so he took Toby and left the manor together. On their way, Angor couldn't help but tease Toby. "Moon Lily Fairy doesn't have a gender, but you're a male. What are you doing at a tea party?" Toby immediately complained while pointing at his pink Lolita-style lace dress at Angor. Angor, who was already an expert in bird language, silently wiped the sweat off his forehead. Toby didn't care that it was a girls' tea party at all. He just wanted to show off his new dress at the tea party. The Moon Lily Fairy made it for Toby. Toby was still enjoying the admiration from the crowd when he was dragged away by Angor. This was why Toby complained to Angor earlier. "If you're a human, I'm going to see another dick hooker." Toby didn't understand what Angor meant. Before Toby could ask, Angor quickly changed the topic. "Hey, what were you all talking about? You looked so excited." Angor was only trying to change the topic. He wasn't interested in the topic at all. Toby thought for a moment and gestured with his wings, revealing the hot topics that people were talking about at the tea party. The first topic was about Von Man and Guena. Angor placed the two children in a remote area because he didn't want to be disturbed. However, their rebellious attitude only made them more curious. The servants obeyed Angor's order and stayed away. However, the Crocox weren't restricted from doing so many curious young girls sneaked to Von Man and Guena to observe them. Thus, Guena's humanoid stick and Von Man's skin tanning became the topic of conversation. Of course, they treated it as something terrifying. The second topic of discussion was also about Von Man and Guena, but this time, Tulu was involved in it as well. Angor told Tulu about Von Man and Angor's whereabouts after he helped them settle down. Since they were all members of Brute Cavern in the future, it would be best if they could get to know each other better. What he didn't expect was that Tulu almost got into a fight with Von Man on the same day. At that time, the one who saw this scene was Jean Cancan. She didn't know why Tulu got into a fight with the two scary kids, but she did hear what Tulu said when he left. "I'm not going to fight with kids, and I won't fight with you today. But this is the only time." According to Latina, Tulu stomped his foot in anger and slammed the door behind him. Angor thought for a moment and figured out why Tulu was angry. Tulu was a kind-hearted man. He could even be described as a saint. This was evident from the fact that he had to dive into the sea to save the kids, which caused him to lose one of his ears. Angor could have saved Tulu's life, but he didn't. Instead, he wanted Tulu to experience the consequences of his actions, so that he could change his personality. Von Man and Guena, on the other hand, were on the opposite end of the spectrum. They could easily kill people they didn't like, even if they were innocent. They would only show their care and concern to themselves. Tulu was a stark contrast between kindness and chaos. It would be strange if they could get along well with each other. Also, there were 2 pieces of human skin hanging in the yard. Tulu had probably labeled Von Man's group as evil and barbaric the moment he saw the human skin. Angor planned to let them get to know each other better, but now it seemed that they didn't become enemies. Angor sighed. But it didn't matter. Back when he joined Brute Cavern, he and Dick were always at loggerheads. There were all kinds of people in every circle. If they really got to the point where they couldn't stand against each other, it would be a matter of who would win. Apart from these 2 topics, there were also other gossips and rumors being discussed in the tea party. Besides, he also saw how these girls could talk without thinking when they gathered together. After all, where they used to live, there was no real phenomenon of the rich and powerful bullying, so they dared to gossip about anything. They talked about how the servants in the manor loved each other, who in the town was having an affair, Leon's love history, and even Angor's news. Of course, Angor always lived in seclusion, so they did not know much about him. Although these gossips were all trivial and boring matters, the fact that they dared to gossip about supernatural beings was enough to show how bold they were. Even Eureka dared to gossip. The Wiss almost never showed his face in the manor. Even when he communicated with Lion, he sent his 2-headed dog, Soapy. Therefore, they didn't know much about the Wiss. Eureka, on the other hand, would show up from time to time. Her identity was a mystery, and many Crockets were curious about her. There was a lot of gossip about Eureka, but most of it was just hearsay. For example, one of the girls said that she saw Eureka's eyes turn red one day. Eureka looked like a completely different person when her eyes turned red. Although her face was expressionless, it was enough to strike fear into the hearts of the other girls. However, no one believed it since it was just a one-sided story. Just like the rumors about Lion hiding a mistress in his room, they were all one-sided and could not be taken seriously. Angor only asked Toby about the tea party because he wanted to change the topic. He didn't expect to learn something useful in the end. Do they always have tea parties together? Once a week, I think. It's their custom. Sunders told him that the witches would gather together from time to time for some kind of perfume exchange or tea party. If the witches were to gather together like the Crockets, they would be able to share confidential information with each other. That would be the same as having multiple eyes and ears in the Information General Office. It was no wonder that the witches knew more information than the male wizards. If the Dream Wasteland can be developed in the long run, it will become a large-scale information center. Angor thought about the future of the Dream Wasteland. However, allowing other supernaturals to enter the Dream Wasteland was a problem that needed to be solved in the future. Of course, he didn't plan to let other supernaturals into the Dream Wasteland for the time being. A day later, Angor arrived at the edge of the Whalebone Sea. The Blackberry waters were not far away. Angor had traveled this route many times before, so he was quite familiar with it. However, it was still difficult for him to locate Lloyd since he had no sense of direction. It took him more than 3 hours to find the Sheena Trench, and he quickly dove into it. While his main goal was to help Freud recharge his login count, he had other matters to attend to as well. He needed to go to Lloyd's and look for the Ashen traders. He needed to ask Ashen Time for some information. After all, the Ashen Time caravan traveled between the underworld and the underworld. They traveled all over the fake continent all year round, so they should have a wide range of information. Angor didn't have to spend too much effort to find Rossum, the second in command of Ashen Time. Rossum's eyes lit up when he saw Angor. He took Angor to a nearby tavern with a friendly tone. Obviously, he was trying to get closer to Angor. Angor accepted the offer without hesitation. They both knew why Rossum chose to stay in Lloyd's, and Angor didn't mind having more connections. After finishing their meal, Rossum found a bartender and asked for a private room. As soon as the door closed, Rossum revealed a meaningful smile. He took out a green fruit from his pocket and placed it on the table. He then gave Angor an "I know what you're doing" look. Angor didn't know what to say until he saw the fruit. It was the crocodile fruit from Swamp of Confusion. Some time ago, when he left Lloyd's, Commander Beals had given him one as well. Although he did not say it explicitly, the meaning was clear. If you need us to help you deal with Madame Seeley, please come at any time. Madame Seeley was Eureka, and the crocodile fruit was a magical plant used to make spirit recovery potions. After Rossum took out the crocodile fruit, he said meaningfully, "The purpose of your visit this time should be this, right?" Angor couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Rossum's "I know what you're doing" look. He pushed the crocodile fragrance fruit back to Rossum. Under Rossum's suspicious gaze, he said, "I'm not here for the crocodile fragrance fruit. I'm not here to buy materials. I just want to ask the merchant group for some information." Information? Rossum looked a little disappointed. If Angor was here to get rid of Madame Seeley, their relationship with Angor would improve greatly after this battle. But Angor didn't seem to be planning to do that. "Yes. I'm here to get some information. You'll get your crystals. If it's just information, I can tell you for free if it's not important." Rossum sighed inwardly. It was good to be able to get a good impression of him. "You don't have to." For years ago, during the month of Soothing Breath, did anything happen at Devil's Water? Angor considered for a moment before asking his first question. Time, 4 years ago, during the month of Soothing Wind. Location, Devil's Water. After getting these 2 clues, Rossum quickly flipped through the memory box in his mind. Soon, all the strange things that happened in the area were recorded in Rossum's mind. When it comes to Devil's Water, there are a lot of strange things happening. However, if you want to know about the month of Cleansing Breath from 4 years ago, then it's really a coincidence. At that time, a great event happened in the Devil's Sea. Angor's eyes lit up. He wanted to know what happened 4 years ago because John told him to protect the alien eye. The only strange thing that happened to the alien eye so far was the month of Soothing Wind. As long as he knew the reason behind the alien eye's strange behavior, he would be able to take precautions to prevent other wizards from noticing it. What happened? Angor asked. It's not a secret. Many wizard organizations went there. Rossum paused. You can ask your teacher or Lady Flora about it. Phantom Master Sunders was the one who benefited the most from the incident. Because of that, Mr. Phantom created a sorcerer's garden and became the owner of a personal sorcerer's garden. Angor was surprised. So it had something to do with the Gravity Garden? Speaking of which, it all started with a bloodline wizard in Gravity Forest. That wizard was called Treant Boko. Following Rossum's explanation, Angor gained a better understanding of what happened at Devil's Water 4 years ago. Boko caused the plane fusion, and Sunders was the first one to go there, which allowed him to collect the most fragments of eternity. When the truth was finally revealed, wizards from all over the world gathered together. Sliv's scheme and the conflicts between wizards were all vividly described in Rossum's narration. Unfortunately, after Sunders left the plane passageway, the plane fusion failed. In the end, Sunders, who obtained the most fragments of eternity in the beginning, became the biggest winner. Because of this, every wizard organization hated Sunders to the core. Some even threatened to destroy Sunders' sorcerer's garden when he was building it. Of course, the matter was left unsettled in the end, and no one knew the reason for the failure of the plane fusion. But since then, Sunders became enemies with Gravity Forest. After all, he stole the fragment of eternity from the Tree Men, which was the first thing they hated. The sorcerer's garden he created was actually a gravity garden. Gravity Forest was named that because they had a gravity garden, which was the second thing they hated. The worst part was that Sunder's gravity garden was of a higher level than Gravity Forest's gravity garden. Either way, Gravity Forest was now Sunder's enemy. After Rossum finished speaking, he even sold a piece of friendly news. I heard that Gravity Forest seems to have prepared some small tricks to deal with the Phantom Demon Pavilion when he went down to the abyss. While listening to Rossum's story, Angor was still in awe of what happened at Devil's Water, and he was also fascinated by Sunder's magnificent story. But as the story went on, he began to think. Was the abnormality of the alien eye really related to this matter? He still remembered that the alien eye began to behave strangely on the night when Sunders and Flora returned to the Cloud Whale. According to Rossum, Sunders returned to the Cloud Whale to avoid being attacked by Sliv's stowaways. Not long after Sunders returned to the Cloud Whale, the alien eye began to change. At the same time, the plane fusion that many wizards wanted failed. According to Rossum, there had never been a plane fusion that failed in its initial stage. But that time, the plane fusion that was supposed to succeed failed. Considering the timing, Angor wondered if the alien eye was the cause of the failure. If that was the case, then the alien eye was trying to snatch food from the mouth of the world's will, and it had succeeded in doing so. Did anything else happen at Devil's Water? Rossum told Angor a few more minor things, such as missing ships and sea monsters, which happened every day at Devil's Water. Angor believed that the alien eye had nothing to do with them. It seemed that the fusion of the planes was the cause of the strange changes in the alien eye. In fact, the alien eye might even cause the plane fusion to fail. Angor made up his mind that he would stay away from the plane fusion until he was strong enough. This information was important to him. For one thing, he could prevent the alien eye from acting up again. For another, he would study the alien eye in the future, which would provide him with solid evidence. If nothing else, I'll accept the information. How many crystals do I need to pay for it? It's not worth the price. Besides, Mr. Phantom won't hide it from you. Rossum paused. I'm not saying that I'm giving it to you. It's not that valuable anyway. The latest issue of the Forest of Time has a detailed record of it. Rossum considered for a moment. How about this? You seem to have something else to ask. Why don't we wait until you're done? All right. Do you have any other questions? Rossum asked with a smile. Well, do you have any other questions? I'm looking for a scroll that can increase luck, said Angor. Rossum was taken aback. Increase luck? Are you referring to the Ask the Bell Sex good luck choice? Or is it the luck that modifies the variable threshold? The so-called good luck was actually a good luck technique. However, this good luck spell didn't increase the luck attribute. Instead, it meant that between the two choices, the asking bell would give you a choice that you liked. In other words, this was a large amount of information that was processed to give you a recommendation that matched your own information. It didn't even involve prophecy. The second one, Angor answered. The first one is easy, but the second one. Rossum smiled bitterly. This kind of magic scroll that increases the luck attribute has long been lost. No mage with warlock today can draw it. Our caravan doesn't have such things. Angor already saw this coming. After all, the Ashen caravan wasn't a large caravan. Then I'll change my request. Can you help me find out where I can find such scrolls? Rossum nodded. Sure. But do you have a time limit? As long as I don't cancel it, I'll keep it up until I find out. Angor was determined to get the scroll that could increase the luck attribute. It was related to the future of the Dream Wasteland. All right. How should we contact you when we find out where you are? Angor told them Freud's location. You can contact him. He'll tell me when you find him. Rossum nodded, his eyes almost overflowing with joy. This information wasn't too valuable, but it could help him to get closer to Angor. He might even be able to get in touch with Angor. In fact, this was also an exclusive piece of information for him. Although Rossum was overjoyed, he did not forget to remind Link, forgive me for being blunt, but this kind of magic scroll that enhances luck is a one-time use item, and the duration is extremely short, at most 1 or 2 seconds. Also, the effect is random. When the effect ends, a new variable will appear 2 seconds later, which can lead to bad results. It's not very useful for alchemy. Angor smiled. Thanks for the reminder. I'll only use it when I'm in a pinch. He didn't correct Rossum's misconception that he was going to use it for alchemy. Good. Rossum chuckled. The first piece of information you asked me for isn't worth much. The second piece of news was still unknown at the moment. If you don't tell me something important, I'll have to charge you a magic crystal as a token. The third one. To be honest, he never thought that he only came here for the 2 questions he asked before. Could it be that I guessed right? You came here just for these 2 pieces of information? Rossum raised his eyebrows. Should I ask about my professor out of politeness? Rossum chuckled. Alright, I'll tell you that Mr. Phantom is still in the Abyss Plane. But the masked one has left. Angor nodded. Sunder's information was more or less what he expected. It seemed he had to find a way to contact Sunders as soon as he returned to Brute Cavern. Looks like there isn't even a symbolic issue anymore. How about this? I'll symbolically charge you a magical crystal, alright? Or rather, you don't have to pay me. I'm giving it to you for free. A magic crystal was still money. If Angor accepted it for free, he would owe Rossum a favor. This was much harder to get than a magic crystal. Just as he was about to take out a magic crystal and give it to Rossum, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, I just thought of something. I do have a question that I want to ask. When he was crafting the Crimson Shelter, he saw a strange shadow inside the anomaly space. The other party said, since you've chosen to wait between fusion and waiting, I'll take away the remaining choice. Angor wondered if the shadow had taken away one of his options. He wondered who this person was. Was it a virtual character inside the anomaly space, or was it a real person? Furthermore, after the other party took away his choice, the Blood Knight protection actually had an astonishing additional effect. Did it have something to do with him? Angor was planning to ask potion maker Mitra about it, but since he was here, he might as well get straight to the point. I want to ask you about someone. Asking about people? That's what we're good at. If the person isn't strong enough, we can even capture him for you and make him your master. Rossum said in a proud tone. I don't know how strong he is, but I don't think you'll be able to catch him. Have you ever heard of a man called Cassini? Yes, Cassini, Angor said. Cassini? Rossum's face was filled with confusion as he searched for this name in his memory. However, even after searching through his memories, he did not receive any feedback. His real name should be long. Cassini might just be a part of his name, said Angor. Rossum, is there any other information? Is he a man or a woman? What's his nickname? How strong is he? Angor shrugged. I know nothing. He didn't tell anyone that Cassini had taken his choice away from him. Because if he wanted to talk about this, he would have to say that he had taken away some of the choices and slowly derived them. In the end, the effects of the Blood Knight protection that he had refined would be exposed. That would not do. How about this? I'll contact Captain Beals. Maybe he knows something. Angor considered. It's fine. I'm just asking. No need to bother Captain Beals. He took out a magic crystal from his bracelet and handed it to Rossum. Done. I'll be on my way. He left and paid the bill for the meal on the way. Rossum sat in the cubicle and played with the magic crystal in his hand. Then, he slowly smiled. My luck has been good recently. Could it be that I've been favored by the time thief? A moment later, Rossum reached out to Beals. Beals was also surprised. Angor came looking for you again? Not to deal with Seelie? No. He's here to buy information. Rossum told Beals the 2 things Angor asked for. First, I don't know what he's here for. Second, I need your men to keep an eye out for him. Got it. It's been a long time since a magic scroll that can enhance luck appeared. I've heard that a few old guys have it, but I don't think they want it. Pierce shook his head and sighed. Although this kind of magic scroll could only increase one's time by 2 to 3 seconds, which was a fleeting moment for an apprentice, for wizards, 2 to 3 seconds was enough for them to do a lot of things. Of course, they would treat it like a treasure. How about this? I happen to be near Moxa Westland, and I know an old guy who has one. I'll ask him about it, Beals said. All right. I'll stay in Lloyd's and wait for your news, Captain. Beals nodded and was about to turn off the secret communicator. This communication was the bridge that they had painstakingly built. Every minute and every second consumed a lot of energy. Rossum suddenly remembered something. By the way, Angor asked me about someone else. But I never heard of him, and he didn't care. Someone? Who? Beals asked curiously. A man named Cassini. This was a boundless desert. Black winds blew and yellow sand filled the sky. Amidst the rising and falling lines, a caravan with camel bells rang and moved forward against the wind and sand. Everyone in the caravan was wrapped in headscarves. Due to the sand and sand, it was difficult for them to see the road ahead. However, they were all experienced desert travelers. Under the guidance of the camel bells, they did not have to worry about getting lost. They just moved slower. At this moment, the wind and sand suddenly weakened. The leader's expression became more serious than before. He shouted to the people behind him, "Everyone, stay alert. This is the most dangerous road we will experience in the desert of no return. You must follow closely and not get separated." Everyone's expression became tense. All of them knew that this was the famous desert of no returns area of death quicksand. The reason why this desert was called No Return was because of this area of quicksand that was filled with undercurrents. Once one fell into the quicksand, there was no need to think about returning. Everyone followed the leader with trepidation. They were afraid that if they took a wrong step, they would fall into the quicksand. However, at this moment, a tall man wrapped in a black cloak walked out of the caravan alone. He walked slowly towards the most dangerous area of the quicksand without looking back. "Hey, don't leave the caravan within 10 meters. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable," the leader shouted anxiously. That man was a traveler they met on the way. He was worried that he would encounter danger walking alone in the desert, so he decided to give him a ride. "Thank you for your hospitality along the way. My journey is over. Now, I need to find an old friend for a drink." The man in the cloak spoke in a very low voice. However, the strange thing was that in the heart of the desert where the wind and sand had yet to dissipate, his voice was clearly heard by everyone. "Old friend? In the quicksand of death, other than corpses that have fallen into the ground, how can there be any living person?" Everyone was surprised. Some people wanted to dissuade him, but the leader seemed to have thought of something and stopped them from shouting. "When I was young, my father told me. Legend has it that in the heart of the desert of no return, there is a paradise for extraordinaires. He once fell into the quicksand here and was saved by a woman who flew in the air. He used to think that this was just a lie made up by his father. Could it be true?" No matter what the caravan people thought, the cloaked man slowly entered the sandstorm and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. The cloaked man walked through the quicksand as if he was walking on flat ground. Even though there was an obvious circle of quicksand around him, he did not even have the intention to take a detour. He stepped directly into the quicksand without slowing down at all. Wherever he walked, he did not leave a single footprint. His weight was as light as a feather, leaving no trace in the desert. After walking for half an hour, the cloaked man finally arrived at the center of the death quicksand. Speaking of which, there was a sandstorm in the periphery, but here, there was not the slightest bit of wind and sand. It was calm and deathly still. It was still a vast desert. The only thing different about it was that there was a pillar that looked like a stone block. The top of the pillar was carved with an eagle crown, while the body was carved with a twisting primitive totem. When the cloaked man approached the stone block, the scene around him suddenly changed. The stone blocks began to split apart at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the cloaked man was surrounded by more than 200 stone blocks. The two stone piers near him suddenly opened their eyes. Tomahiba puzzle, Sangusno conjecture, or corridor labyrinth, choose one. Those who succeed will be able to enter the treasury and start a different life. The cloaked man was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he lifted his cloak and revealed his face. Although he was not handsome, he was full of masculinity. He had a neatly trimmed black and gray beard, the tail of which was slightly raised. On his exposed neck was a tattoo of the sands of time. This tattoo meant, Ash Time. And this cloaked man was the leader of the Ash Time caravan, whale hunter Beals. Zebo Totem, I'm here to find that old fellow Vifit. I haven't seen him in a long time, and I want to have a drink with him, Beals said. As Beals revealed his true appearance, the eyes on the stone block slowly became spirited. So it's Beals. You came at the right time. I have an endless number puzzle here that I can't solve. Help me take a look. Beals sighed. Zebo Totem was the guardian spirit of Moxa Westland. This stone spirit was good at everything, but the only thing that gave people a headache was that it loved mathematics. Everyone who came in and out would be pestered by it to solve the problem. If you were good at mathematics, it would even give you benefits. It was said that 1,000 years ago, there was a mortal who wanted to enter the wizarding world with no talent. Later, because he solved a math puzzle that had troubled Zebo Totem for hundreds of years, the totem gave him a bottle of potion that increased the upper limit of his power of the will. This made him a supernatural, which showed his love for mathematics. Seeing that Zebo Totem had no intention of opening the door, Beals could only say, "All right, show me the problem." Beals was not good at mathematics, but he was an official wizard after all, and his ability to deal with data was very strong. Although he did not help Zebo Totem solve the problem, he did help it sort out its previous flaws. Seems like you've done your best. Leave the rest to me, Zebo Totem said, and all the stone blocks disappeared, leaving only one stone block. And in the center of the block, a staircase appeared out of thin air. I've already informed Vifit. He said he'll send a magic servant to pick you up, Zebo Totem said and ignored Beals. Beals shook his head and walked into the staircase. After a while, Beals was led by a fat gerbil to Vifit's meeting room in the dark desert palace. To Beals' surprise, Vifit wasn't the only one in the room. There was also a shadowy figure sitting in front of Vifit. Beals, it's been almost 30 years. Why did you suddenly think of me? Vifit was a hunchbacked old man with a white beard. His eyes were almost covered by his loose skin. He stood up and smiled at Beals. Don't tell me you want to recommend me to buy some slaves. I'm telling you, I'm not interested in ordinary slaves. I don't have any good ones lately. I got an anonymous Demeter a while ago, but she's already been sold. Beals hugged Vifit and sat on the other side of the sofa. He glanced at the shadowy figure and said, I'm just here to have a drink with you. The Demeter is already sold? Ugh. That thing is very useful in my desert palace. Why didn't you tell me? I could have competed fairly with that guy. Vifit looked disappointed. I don't think you could beat him even if you wanted to. Beals shrugged. Besides, I'd rather sell to him than to you. Who's he? Vifit wasn't annoyed at all, and he continued to smile. So, he's someone who can help you? I'm a man of principles. I won't tell you anything about the seller. Vifit knew Beals' principles. The reason why Beals was willing to make friends with a slave trader was because Beals always followed the rules. All right then. I won't ask. Vifit sat down as well. But I don't believe that you're here for a drink. Just tell me why you're here. Beals glanced at the shadow again. Seeing that it didn't move away, he didn't say anything. Of course, Beals was here to talk about Angor. It wasn't something important, but as a law-abiding merchant, Beals didn't want others to hear about it. Vifit knew what Beals meant. He smiled but still didn't tell Beals who the shadowy figure was. It's fine. I don't think you're here to talk about something important. If it's something important, I'll arrange for you to wait for me in a secret room. If it's not, we can talk here. Of course, Beals didn't want to ask about anything important. He considered for a moment and decided to ask. However, for the sake of his own principles, Beals didn't ask directly. Instead, he used voice transmission to talk to Vifit. I just want to ask if you're willing to sell that scroll that increases luck. Vifit immediately shook his head. No, no way. It's my treasure. One of my clients needs it. Just name your price. I don't care how much you ask, as long as I can get back to the client. Name my price? Sure. Give me a fragment of eternity, and I'll trade. You're really asking for a lot. A single fragment of eternity was worth way more than a scroll that boosted luck. I need more fragments of eternity. To be honest, I don't want to trade. Beals considered. Fine. As long as you can get back to me. Beals didn't say goodbye to Vifit. He wasn't lying when he said he wanted to have a drink with Vifit. It had been decades since they last met, and he wanted to have a good chat. Besides, Vifit had lived for more than 800 years. He was a seasoned veteran, and it was easy for him to get some inspiration. Maybe Vifit could help him find his future. Vifit didn't refuse. Instead, he took out his best wine and enjoyed it with Beals. They talked about many things, including the current state of the southern wizarding region, their future plans, and the latest research topics. Beals enjoyed himself to the fullest. The only thing that annoyed him was the fact that the shadow didn't disappear or speak. Beals tried to ask about the shadow's identity many times, but Vifit would either avoid answering or change the topic every time he tried to shift the topic to the shadow. In the end, Beals couldn't be bothered to ask. He would just treat it as a shadow. The fake continent's future is bleak. There's no turning back from the abyss, and the demon god's shadow looms over the world. I wonder if Monchi's decision was right or wrong. Vifit shook his head. Not only that, but the neighboring Evernight continent is also worrying me. I feel that the situation there is even more terrifying than the demon god's shadow. I'm worried that we won't be far from being affected. Moxa Westland was located in the Richland Kingdom, and northeast of that was the Evernight Kingdom. Speaking of which, I've always wanted to know what's going on in the Evernight Kingdom. Beals asked. He knew that Sleepless City of the Evernight Kingdom had fallen and that Edge of Night was preparing to evacuate, but he didn't know the exact reason behind the fall of the Evernight Kingdom. Vifit shook his head. I don't know either. But I think there's someone who knows. Who? Phantom Master, Sunders. He's the only wizard who came out of Sleepless City alive. I think he knows something about it. Mr. Phantom went into Sleepless City and came out alive? Yes. That's not all. I also heard that he brought several apprentices from Brute Cavern with him. One of them was his student. Vifit didn't know that Sunders wasn't the one who brought his student out of Sleepless City. His student? Yup. The one who's stirring up trouble in the southern wizarding region. I think his name is Angor. Wait, maybe Angor knows something about Sleepless City. Vifit's eyes suddenly brightened up, but they quickly dimmed down. But this Angor guy has always been a mystery. He didn't show up when his music box was sold for a high price. I wonder where he is right now. Maybe I can ask him if I see him again. Moreover, I really want to meet this genius of the younger generation. While Vifit was talking, Beals' eyes kept glowing. Vifit didn't know where Angor was, but Beals did. Maybe he could get some first-hand information about the Evernight Kingdom from Angor, which would greatly benefit his business group. But how should he get information from Angor? Cassini. Beals muttered as he recalled Angor's question. Maybe he could find someone to find out who Cassini was and use the information to trade with Angor. Vifit was still immersed in his thoughts and didn't notice Beals mumbling to himself. On the contrary, the shadowy figure, who had been sitting on the side calmly, suddenly moved. The figure's movement attracted the attention of Beals and Vifit. Under Vifit's respectful and doubtful gaze, the shadow asked in a voice that could make people submit to him from the bottom of their hearts, "Repeat the name you just said." Vifit asked suspiciously, "What name?" Angor? The figure ignored Vifit's question and looked at Beals in silence. Beals didn't know why the figure reacted so strongly. Besides, the figure's voice also gave him goosebumps, which meant the figure was quite powerful. He also noticed Vifit's respectful look when speaking to the figure. Could it be that this illusory figure had some great background? Was there someone like that in Moxa Westland? The figure asked again while Beals was still trying to figure out who the figure was. Beals hesitated for a moment, but under Vifit's incessant glances, he finally said, "You mean Cassini?" The phantom fell silent upon hearing this name. Vifit was also puzzled. He had never heard of the name before, but the name attracted his old friend's attention. Was there something fishy about the name? The figure pondered for a while before he spoke in a casual tone. It's been a long time. I didn't expect to hear that name again. Who was he? Who was Cassini? Both Vifit and Beals were puzzled by the figure's words. At this moment, the substance that looked like a water mirror or a thin mist around the shadow slowly faded away. The figure became more solid, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man. The man wasn't particularly handsome. His face was pale, and he had no beard. His eyes were closed. Beals didn't recognize the man's face. However, when he looked down and saw the man's clothes, he almost couldn't believe what he saw. He pointed at the mysterious robe with a trembling finger. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The everlasting night robe. The robe Beals was pointing at was black, but it wasn't black like normal black. It was as dark as a hole in the universe, as if it could swallow even light. On the robe, other than the black color, there were also decorations that looked like star-shaped stripes, which meant that they were shining. Other than that, there were also all kinds of dark golden patterns. This was the Eternal Night Robe, a top-tier alchemy item that was famous throughout the southern region. Legend had it that the Everlasting Night Robe was owned by Gauss of Starliege Church. If it's Gauss. Beals looked at the man's head. The man was wearing a large crown similar to the Everlasting Night Robe. The crown was also black, but there were golden clocks and gears engraved on it. The Crown of Time. Another top-tier alchemy item. It was one of the 2 crowns of Starliege Church. Overall, it was one of the top 10 crowns in the entire southern region. Even though Beals had never seen the middle-aged man before, he was certain that he was one of the twin stars of the Starliege Church, Gauss. Among the 18 observers of the Starliege Church, Gauss, the illusionary thinker, was the strongest other than Lupini. A truth-finder wizard, even the other immortal crown of the Gemini star, Lupui, was almost as strong as Gauss. Mr. Gauss. When Beals realized that the man in front of him was someone he would never meet in his life, he immediately bowed in a sorcerer's salute. Well, Hunter Beals, Gauss said slowly. I've heard of you. Beals was flattered. It was an honor for him to be recognized by this man. Beals, I want to ask you a question. Gauss' voice was slow and rhythmic, making people involuntarily believe him. Please ask, Mr. Gauss. I'll tell you as long as I know. I want to know, where did you hear the name? Cassini? When Gauss mentioned Cassini, a complicated emotion flashed in his eyes. It was fear and jealousy. Beers, who was immersed in the Gaussian accent, wanted to say the name out loud, but before he could, his principles as a businessman woke him up. Mister, one of my customers asked me about this man. Forgive me for not telling you his name. Beals lowered his head apologetically. After Gauss heard this, he smiled indifferently. If you don't say it, do you think I can't see it? As one of the 18 observers of Starliege Church, Gauss was also a prophet. It wasn't hard for him to sense someone's identity. Gauss didn't care about privacy, especially when it came to Cassini's name. As soon as he said that, he began to construct his prophecy spell. Beals lowered his head and sensed the strange energy ripples coming from the spell. His face remained expressionless, but he was sighing in his mind. It's not like I don't want to keep it a secret, but there's nothing I can do if a prophet sees through you. As Beals sighed, Gauss' prophecy spell was already completed. Gauss looked into the distance and muttered softly, could you be the one he marked? Let's see who you are. For a moment, Gauss' gaze felt as if it had crossed mountains and seas and entered a dimensional rift. At the same time, Angor, who was in freighting town of the Central Empire, suddenly felt something strange. But before he could focus on it, he saw a crystal-like teardrop on the end of his left shoulder patch. The crimson ward hidden inside the teardrop began to move in strange patterns. The strange feeling disappeared in an instant. He looked up in confusion. Huh? Why did I suddenly feel something? Could it be that someone is talking about me? Far away in Moxa Westland, Gauss suddenly felt the energy inside his body going berserk, which made him gasp for air. What's wrong, old friend? Vifit looked at Gauss in confusion. As an old friend of Gauss, Vifit had seen Gauss casting spells more than once. However, ever since Gauss embarked on the path of truth, he had rarely failed. Could it be that he had misjudged? Gauss didn't answer. Instead, he put on a serious look and reconstructed the spell model in his mind space. Soon, Gauss' prophecy spell took shape again, and this time, it was even more powerful than before. A moment later, blood oozed out of Gauss' mouth. This was the result of him forcefully restraining himself. If he had let it go, he would have vomited blood on the spot. You didn't actually fail, did you? Vifit wondered. Beals also stared at Gauss in disbelief. How could a truth-finder wizard like Gauss fail? Gauss nodded helplessly. I was too careless. Vifit frowned. You won't fail even if you try to find a level 2 truth-finder wizard, right? Why did you? Gauss also looked a little confused. I don't know why, but when I tried, all I saw was blood, and the spell disappeared on its own. It wasn't a backlash. I just couldn't find anything. Maybe he's not on the path of the Wheel of Time? Or perhaps, the other party was in a special place. There was also a possibility that the other party might have a way to avoid being spied on by the prophecy, such as an alchemy product or a special spell. But alchemy products like that are extremely rare. As far as I know, there are less than 100 of them in the southern wizarding region. Vifit thought for a moment. He knew Gauss was studying the Wheel of Time, but what did he mean by not on the path of the Wheel of Time? Gauss explained, places where time is chaotic are not on the path of the Wheel of Time. For example, the Nightmare Realm, which has been banished by time. Gauss and Vifit discussed for a while, but they still couldn't come up with an answer. So they turned to Beals again. Since there was one person who knew, they could just let him say it himself. Beals smiled bitterly. I really can't. It's about my reputation. If I do, it won't only be a disaster for the merchant group, but also for my own future. Since Beals had already mentioned his future, Gauss didn't want to make things difficult for him. However, he was still curious about the identity of the person who knew about Cassini. Vifit couldn't help but ask, you don't have to tell me his name. But do you know how he managed to avoid detection? Beals had a hunch that Angor must have created some kind of alchemy product related to Cassini. Beals felt a sense of satisfaction when he thought about how Angor was able to create something that even Gauss couldn't see through at such a young age. But he still couldn't say it out loud. Since Beals didn't say anything, Vifit had no choice but to give Gauss a helpless look. Gauss shook his head and sighed. For a time, the atmosphere fell into silence and awkwardness. Beals thought that he might as well leave first. After all, staying here would only make him a target for everyone. Before Beals could say goodbye, he heard Vifit asking Gauss, to be honest, I still don't know who this Cassini you're talking about is. Beals didn't know either, but from their previous conversation, he could roughly guess that Gauss knew Cassini's identity. So, he held back his urge to leave and waited for Gauss' answer. Gauss remained silent for a moment. I don't know who Cassini is either. But Lapuille once met Cassini, and he told me that Cassini once stole his choice. Stole his choice? This Cassini you're talking about. Both Beals and Vifit were stunned. They both thought of the same name. Time thief? When Beals left, he was still in a daze. How could he not have heard of the story of the time thief? It could be said that the legend of the time thief was one of the rare legends of the wizarding world. However, Beals did not expect that this great existence, who was said to have surpassed the legendary realm and reached the third level of the miracle realm, was called Cassini. The greatest characteristic of the time thief was that he could steal your choices. He was like a scavenger wandering around the nodes of time. Whether it was the past, present, or future, as long as you gave up your choice, he would unknowingly steal it away. If life was compared to a road of no return, then every choice that affected the turning point of your life would give birth to a fork in the road. If you chose the left fork, then the right fork would slowly disappear, and there would be almost no chance to set foot on it. The time thief, on the other hand, could take the right fork without asking. The time thief had his own rules when it came to stealing choices, but currently, no one in the wizarding world was completely aware of the restrictions when it came to stealing choices. However, everyone knew the time thief's two ways of doing things. First, once the time thief took away your choice, he would definitely compensate you. No matter what kind of compensation it was, it would definitely be of great help to you. Second, the time thief would not casually steal a person's choice. The person he chose to mark would definitely have the opportunity to set foot on the path of truth. In other words, if your choice was taken away by the time thief, you would most likely be a potential seed of truth. The ultimate goal that every wizarding world pursued was the truth. From a certain point of view, being marked by the time thief meant that your potential was limitless. Therefore, people in the wizarding world of the southern region often said, being favored by the time thief. In fact, they were referring to being marked by the time thief. However, being marked by the time thief was not necessarily a good thing. This was because it was very likely that the time thief would steal your choice to set foot on the path of truth. Originally, even if you made the wrong choice, you would have the chance to start over again. However, if your choice was stolen by the time thief, you would never be able to set foot on the path of truth. From this point of view, the time thief was detestable. However, when you felt that the time thief was detestable, you had already surpassed the legendary realm and reached an unimaginable realm. This was because only at that realm could you truly understand the meaning of truth. There wasn't even a single legendary in the southern region. Therefore, most wizards would not be afraid if they encountered a time thief. They would even hope to be marked because once they were marked, it meant that they would also gain great benefits. Beals let out a long sigh of relief. His hands were still trembling. Cassini was actually such a great existence. Beals recalled how Vifit had asked him who had told him about Cassini's name before he left. Vifit was excited, and so was Beals. Still, he could not say it out loud. He could only repeat Angor's name in his mind. Was he already marked by the time thief when he was still an apprentice? Beals was well aware of what this meant. If Angor was really the one who was marked by the time thief, his potential would be unimaginable. According to what Beals knew, there were no more than 100 people marked by the time thief in the southern region. How many adepts were there in the southern region? Too many to count. No, I have to ask Angor if he saw the time thief with his own eyes. Beals was so anxious that he could not wait to see Angor right now. He already believed that Angor must have met the time thief because Angor was growing too fast. Maybe it was because the time thief took away Angor's choice that Angor was able to grow so fast. Still, this was only a guess. He needed to confirm it with Angor first. Moxa Westland, Vifit's underground palace. After Beals left, Vifit was still reeling from the shock of hearing this secret. Gauss said indifferently, as for the name of the time thief, forget about it. Remember not to spread it. Vifit nodded. He did not want to tell anyone about the seed of truth marked by the time thief in the future. It's a pity. Beals is too stubborn. He won't tell us who the time thief is, Vifit sighed. Vifit sighed. Perhaps that person has only heard of Cassini's name and has never seen the time thief. Gauss said, anyone who knows the name Cassini, no matter if it's him or not, will definitely be marked by the time thief. That's true. But we won't know who he is if Beals doesn't tell us. Gauss grinned. Well, there's a way. Under Vifit's puzzled gaze, Gauss tapped the table, and a glowing ball with a pair of red lips appeared in front of him. The red lips parted, and a long, thin tongue licked its lips. You bastard Gauss. Whose secret are you trying to pry this time? I'm telling you, I won't swallow it if it's not a beauty. Gauss felt a little embarrassed after being called a bastard. He turned to his old friend and said, I just got this servant, and I haven't trained it yet. Heh. Vifit was speechless. This creature that only had a mouth was said to be a god's servant. However, this god had nothing to do with the literal meaning of the word. It referred to a rarely seen divination type, the silent god. Vifit had heard that the silent deity was the most silent type of divination. Speaking of which, it was strange that this most silent of gods had servants who were all chatterboxes. Gauss skipped the awkward scene and turned to the god attendant. Don't worry, the smell this time is definitely a beauty. Gauss reached out his hand as he spoke. A faint, invisible pheromone rose from where Beals had been sitting. It was left behind by Beals. Almost every wizard tried to control the flow of their pheromones, but there were no absolutes in this world. No matter how hard one tried, there would always be a small amount of pheromone left behind. However, there weren't many pheromones left behind, so it was impossible to track and analyze them. Beals didn't mind leaving behind a small amount of pheromone because almost no one could make use of it. However, Gauss had a servant, an illusory sublife form that was extremely sensitive to pheromones. Gauss handed Beals' pheromone to the servant and said, This is the beauty's pheromone. Swallow it. The servant glanced at Gauss suspiciously. Don't lie to me just because I don't have eyes. I'll get mad. Last time you lied to me about the bliss. Before the godservant could finish, Gao stuffed the information element into the godservant's mouth. What bliss? Bliss house? Bliss house? Vifit's ears twitched, but he pretended that he didn't hear anything. The corner of Gao's mouth twitched. Since we can't find out who it is, let's start with Beals. Soon, the god's attendant seemed to realize that it was not the beauty's pheromone and showed an angry expression. Gauss used a strange language to answer it. Finally, the god's attendant was fooled and was willing to communicate with Gauss as an equal. The two of them continued to communicate in a language that had never been heard before. After a while, Gauss put away the servant and fell into deep thought. Did you find out who it is? Vifit asked. I didn't manage to find out who it was, but I used the option of choosing 1 out of 3 to obtain a piece of information from the gods. Beals guessed that the reason I couldn't use prophecy to spy on that person was because that person had an alchemy product that could block it. Also, Beals believes that the alchemy item was made by the person himself. Gauss' words narrowed down the list. The person was probably an alchemist. Alchemists who could create an item that could block prophecy were few and far between in the world of alchemy. Also, if the person was related to a slave trader like Beals, they could eliminate some people from the list. They began to list the names in their minds. He didn't know that someone was thinking about him right now. He was currently doing alchemy in Freighting Town. He came to Freighting Town right after leaving Lloyd's. At first, he said that he was only going to help Freud replenish the number of times he could log in, which didn't require him to remake the item. However, when he was done, he looked at the 979 logins displayed on the screen and fell into deep thought. 979 times sounded like a lot, but it didn't take long. Every time they entered and exited the city, they would use it up. Even if they didn't pull anyone into the city for the time being, it wouldn't take long. He considered for a moment and decided to make a few more dream loggers for Freud. The materials Angor chose last time were all above average. In the end, the storage space reached a limit of 979. When he switched to better materials, it only increased to 999, which meant he couldn't go beyond 4 digits. If he used worse materials, it would fall below 700 times. In the end, Angor had no choice but to make 979. He made 6 loggers in total. One was 999, one was 679, and the other 4 were 979. The total number of times he could use all 6 loggers was about 5,500. It wasn't a lot, but it should last until Freud came back if he used it sparingly. It took him a week to make all the loggers. Then he spent another day using the materials Freud gave him to build Foundation City as well as some infrastructure expansion. After making sure everything was correct, Angor went to Freud. Angor also told Freud about Ashen Time so that Freud wouldn't know who it was when everyone came looking for him. Angor was about to leave. But before he could leave, Alda suddenly retreated from the dream wasteland and hurried to Freud's side. He shouted, "Young Master Disson, something bad has happened." "Something's wrong?" Angor stopped walking and looked at Alda. Under Freud's puzzled gaze, Alda explained what happened. Both Angor and Freud frowned at the same time. According to Alda, there were 2 people who had a grudge against each other when they were still alive. When they met again in Origin City, they clashed, and during the collision, one of their consciousness completely dissipated. According to Freud's research, people who were killed in the dream wasteland would lose their consciousness completely. However, this effect seemed to be limited to those who had already died in the real world and only had their consciousness left. For the living, when they received a certain amount of damage in the dream wasteland, they would wake up from the dream out of shock. Freud already knew this would happen. He even organized a team of guards to protect the wasteland. But it still happened today. This was not the most serious thing. The man immediately ran away after committing the crime. In the process of running away, some people tried to stop him. He relied on his outstanding skills and killed several people. Where is he now? Freud frowned. Alda said anxiously, "He's still running. He broke through the guards and got out of the city." "I see." Freud frowned. There weren't many people in Foundation City in the first place. Now that someone was dead, he couldn't be happy about it. Besides, Angor was the one who allowed him to do it, and now something like this happened. And right in front of Angor's eyes. Sir, I'll go get him now. With that, Freud prepared to enter the dream wasteland using his recorder. Angor stopped him. Hold on. Take these. Angor took out some weapons from his bracelet. These were the weapons he used to practice in his early days. At the same time, he took out some scrolls and used the dream whelk to locate the dream wasteland. Later, I will directly throw you into the location where these things are placed. Remember to get them. Freud nodded and entered the dream wasteland. While waiting for Freud to chase after the murderer, Angor fell into deep thought. Such factors were common even in a stable society, let alone in a place like Foundation City that didn't even have a proper social structure yet. He wasn't worried about John's safety. When he learned that John's consciousness was about to be destroyed, he gave John a lot of defensive items, most of which were passive ones. Mortals in the dream wasteland wouldn't even be able to break through them. However, even though John was safe, there had to be a solution to this unstable factor. A while later, Freud returned from the dream wasteland with a gloomy look on his face. I've already scattered that guy's spiritual light. But when he was alive, he was a high-level knight and his combat skills were very powerful. I could barely handle it. If it wasn't for the weapons you gave me, sir, Freud's words. Freud's words were a bit flattering, but he was right. After all, he was not a bloodline master. His melee combat skills were almost the same as a high-order knight's, but his battle awareness was a bit better. Without the help of alchemy weapons, a battle of attrition was possible. Freud sighed. I guess I'll have to limit the strength of my followers before I can use my superpowers in the dream wasteland. In fact, Freud could also bring a group of powerful mortals into Foundation City to maintain order. All he needed to do was to sign a contract. However, such a contract required a powerful consciousness as a witness. It would be a waste to use it on mortals. From now on, we need to set up a proper punishment system. That's our top priority. Freud sighed. I understand. We'll have to use those alchemy items to scare off those bastards. You don't have to use alchemy items to scare off the residents. How about this? I'll bring someone with me. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the top floor of Firmament Tower in Foundation City. A man wearing a horned helmet appeared beside Angor. The helmet covered most of his face, leaving only half of his chin exposed. Angor had to admit that the man's lips were pink and beautifully shaped. He must be a young man. His upper body was only wearing a circular breastplate, revealing a large amount of abdominal muscles. Even the pubic hair below his navel could be vaguely seen. His lower body was covered in a primitive leather skirt, while his hairy legs were paired with leather boots. The man was also tall, but his left leg was missing. It was replaced by a sharp hook. Ah, the architectural style here is very beautiful, in line with my aesthetics. The man's voice was slightly surprised. In the future, will this be my territory? You're just a security officer, Angor said. A security officer's job is to patrol his territory. In other words, this is my territory. Angor did not want to talk to the idiot. Last time, when this guy was reading Demon's Tide, he confused the story with reality. Angor had already put a question mark on the guy's IQ. It was Torres, the man Angor ignored for half a year. Angor decided to keep Torres around so that he could observe the effects of Prelude to Rebirth. Torres didn't say that he felt uncomfortable in the Church of the Deceased, but staying in such a small space for too long would only make him more stupid in the future. Therefore, Angor decided to bring him to the Dream Wasteland so that he could learn a thing or two from him. Torres had a strange way of thinking, but he had a good personality. As a legendary pirate mentioned in the book, Torres was strong enough to defeat everyone in Foundation City. Freud fought Torres before, and Freud would have lost quickly if he didn't use his alchemy items. Torres' fighting skills were far better than Freud's. Therefore, it was very suitable for Torres to be the sheriff of this place. As a security officer, you need to. Freud tried to teach Torres how to behave. But Torres didn't seem to appreciate it. He waved a hand and said, I know. Isn't it just attacking the factors that cause instability? I'm very good at it. You know, I used to rule over the Eastern Sea. I even killed that legendary pirate, Redbeard. Redbeard wasn't even 10 years old when you died, Angor said in a plain tone. You're kidding. He was over 30 years old. That's what I read in the book. Taurus looked smug. You can't be wrong. That's just a novel, Taurus said. A novel is a retelling of history. Angor didn't see any hesitation in Taurus' eyes, which meant Taurus really believed the story. Angor sighed in his mind. Fine, I won't argue with an idiot. Just do your job well. Also, change your appearance. Angor didn't want to waste any more time and sent Taurus away. Taurus was just as excited as Freud. It had been a long time since he came into contact with human society, so he quickly jumped down from Heaven's Tower. Freud was shocked. How could his body withstand the impact of jumping down from the firmament tower? He craned his neck and saw that Taurus's eyes were extremely sharp. Every few steps he took, the scythe on his left leg would latch onto a dent in the wall. Despite being weightless in midair, Taurus was able to land on the ground without any hindrance. Before landing, Taurus did a fancy somersault. After landing on the ground, Taurus flashed a bright smile at Freud and turned his back to Freud. He's showing off his skills. He's always been a show-off in history, Angor whispered. Can you trust him, sir? Freud asked worriedly. Angor only told Freud about Taurus' identity. He didn't tell Freud about what happened in the dead space. Freud only knew that Taurus was a soul that had been dead for thousands of years. He signed a contract with me. You can trust him. As Angor's experiment soul, Taurus had signed a contract with Angor a long time ago. He's a bit eccentric, but I can't deny that he's powerful. Besides, what he said is true. He used to rule over an entire ocean. Becoming a sheriff shouldn't be a problem for him. Freud didn't press the issue. I see. But how much does he know about the Dream Wasteland? Nothing. I only told him that it's an alternate dimension. Taurus might be trustworthy, but he wasn't a tight-lipped person. Angor didn't want Taurus to spill the beans. Freud nodded. He already knew what to do with this new sheriff. With Foundation City taken care of for now, he left the Land of Revelation. What he didn't know was that Rossum, the vice-commander of Ashentime, was also heading to Freighting Town in a hurry. They just missed each other. On his way back, Angor kept thinking about something. Where do people's consciousnesses go after they disappear from the Dream Wasteland? For example, the people who lost their consciousnesses could be considered as dream dwellers or dream creatures. What kind of transformation happened to them after they died? Nothing could disappear for no reason. It had to follow the law of conservation. When a human died in the real world, it would go through a series of cycles and eventually feed back to nature. So, would people's consciousnesses also feed back to the Dream Wasteland? But how would such consciousnesses do that? Also, could they come back together? And if they did, would they still be the same people? Angor was curious about all these questions. This was not only related to John's future, but also the future of the Dream Wasteland. Although he seemed to have mastered the Dream Wilderness, there were still too many mysteries that had yet to be solved. However, he certainly could not figure out the answers now. Hopefully, he would be able to answer these questions in the future when he mastered more authority. 3 days later, Angor returned to Pat Manor. The first thing he did was to check on John's physical condition. John's condition was neither good nor bad, but he didn't want to waste any more time. In order to solve John's problem as soon as possible, Angor decided to pack up and return to Fey Continent. However, there were still a lot of things he needed to do before he left. First, he needed to sort out John's data. Next, he cleaned up his bracelet and left some items he didn't need for Leon. When he was done, he looked at a corner of the room. It looked normal, but he had cast an illusion over it. Inside the illusion, there was a soft larva nest. Angor took out the nest and checked it. He noticed that the special egg was still not hatching, but it was growing bigger. The nest of a soft larva had a certain amount of space. It might not look big, but it was actually quite spacious for a soft larva. However, if this special egg continued to grow without restraint, it would not be long before the small compartment containing it would be filled to the brim. Now, the egg couldn't be moved to another space because it was too big and the space between compartments was too small. If he wanted to move it, he would have to destroy the nest. Angor estimated that it would take at most a month for the egg to fill up the compartment. If the egg didn't hatch by then, he would have to destroy it. Of course, he couldn't just leave the nest here. He put it in his bracelet and left the room with the box he prepared earlier. When the nest fell down, a black and white ant slowly crawled out of another pyramid-shaped nest. Its antennae were waving wildly as if it was searching for something. Soon, the ant sensed a familiar presence in the air. Its antennae straightened, and it quickly crawled towards the soft worm's nest. At the same time, the special insect egg in the soft worm's nest suddenly moved. Angor didn't notice the movement inside the bracelet. He had already arrived at Leon's room. To his surprise, he saw the two-headed canine Soapy lying on the floor in the hallway, taking a nap. "You can go in later if you need to. Leon's meditating right now." Soapy's voice reached Angor's ears. Since Soapy said so, Angor had no choice but to wait outside the door. While waiting, Angor began to chat with Soapy. However, Surby's personality was completely different from Brulee's. Surby was like its owner, cold and elegant. Every 10 sentences he spoke, the bird would only answer one of them. From Soapy's few replies, Angor managed to gather some information. For example, Leon officially entered meditation the day before yesterday. The key to Leon's meditation was Angor's Notes for Beginner Apprentices. Soapy looked up and glanced at Angor. "You did a good job with your handbook." "You read it too?" "I didn't see it, but Master did." "That praise just now was from Master," Subai said indifferently. He knew that the book he gave to Leon would not fool the Whis. Even if the Whis did not do anything, as a teacher, he still needed to know if something was dangerous or not. Therefore, the Whis would definitely read the Notes for Beginner Apprentices. "It's my honor to be praised by Mr. the Whis," Angor said casually. "Don't worry. Master won't tell anyone about your book," Soapy said. He paused and changed the topic. "But don't you think you're doing him harm by giving him this book when he first becomes a wizard?" "Harm?" Angor looked at Soapy in confusion. "If you don't give him a sense of frustration, he won't be able to think independently, or he'll become dependent on you. When you can't give him that, he'll stop improving." Angor was surprised by Soapy's words. He never thought about this. He thought the Whis allowed Leon to study on his own only because he was lazy. That was why Soapy took over the job. If Soapy's action really prevented Leon from learning how to think independently, it would not be good for Leon. The path of wizardry was a lonely one. On this long and arduous path of exploration, if one had a heart of dependence, it would be very difficult to make any further progress. Soapy saw Angor's mood getting worse and slowly said, "Don't worry too much. Your book is only a low-level one, and you don't know much about bloodline arts. It can help Leon now, but he'll need to think independently soon, so it won't affect him too much. However, I'm telling you this because you're his brother. You can help him if you want to. But if you give it to him unconditionally, it might not be good for him." Soapy glanced at the box in Angor's hand. Soapy did not need to check the contents to know that they were useful to Leon. Angor also fell into deep thought. He could not stay by Leon's side forever, and Leon's path would not always be smooth. If Leon wanted to achieve something, he would have to go through many obstacles. Angor shook his head and looked at the box in his hand. He took away some of the items that might cause Leon to rely on him. Soapy did not say anything else. He stayed outside the door and waited for Leon to wake up from his meditation. As time passed, Surby suddenly asked, "Are you planning to leave?" "Yes." Angor nodded. Soapy did not say anything else after that. The room fell into silence again. However, the silence did not last long before Angor broke it. "Speaking of which, I'm curious. Why is your right head covered by a black ribbon?" Angor looked at Soapy. The creature had 2 heads. One of them looked normal, while the other was mostly normal, but its eyes were covered by a black ribbon. Subai was silent for a moment before he said, "Twin demon wolves always have 2 different and extreme ways of thinking. My thoughts represent tranquility and destruction. I represent tranquility, while the other head represents destruction. Once the black ribbon is removed, it will be the moment of destruction." Angor did not know much about monsters. He thought Soapy was a 2-headed dog, but it turned out to be a wolf. The color of Sobi's eyes was beautiful. They were a kind of clear emerald. Angor only asked about the other head because he wanted to know the color of its eyes. However, from what Sobi said, it sounded like something bad would happen if he removed the black ribbon. Angor did not want to provoke it. About an hour later, Angor heard some noises coming from inside the room. It seemed that Leon had finished his meditation. Angor did not go in right away. He waited for Leon to digest what he learned before he knocked on the door. Leon was very happy to see Angor here. However, when Angor told him his purpose, Leon's expression slowly darkened. "You're leaving so soon?" Leon did not want to see Angor go. Leon had just entered the wizarding world, and he still did not have a clear concept of distance. He believed that Fey Continent was on the other side of the ocean, which was beyond his reach. Just like Angor, even 1,000 kilometers was too far for him. However, as Angor learned more about the wizarding world and grew stronger, such a distance was only a matter of minutes for him. "John can't hold on for long. I have to go out and find a way to save him. I'll come back when I find a cure." That old man again. Leon gritted his teeth. He finally got to see his brother again, and now he had to leave again. This made him very unhappy. But Leon also knew that the path of life was a process of separation and reunion. Everyone had their own life. Angor was his brother, but he had no right to restrict his brother's freedom. "John really wants to see you too. I'll take you to him when I have time," Angor said in a small voice. "See that old man?" Leon did not know what Angor meant. Before he could ask, Angor changed the topic. "I left these for you. How to use them is recorded in my handbook." Angor handed the box to Leon. Leon opened the box and looked around. There were some potions inside, such as antidotes and commonly used healing potions. There were also some magic scrolls, which were mostly used for defense. Lion had recognized most of the things in the box through the records in the handbook. But there was one thing that surprised Leon a little. It was a silver pocket watch. He did not open it yet, but he could already hear the ticking sound inside. "Why did you leave me a pocket watch? Is it telling me to cherish my time?" Leon played with the pocket watch and realized that it looked quite exquisite, especially the time symbol inside. It was a symbol that Leon had never seen before. "It's not just a pocket watch," Angor considered. "It's a special communication device I left for you." "A communication device?" Leon was surprised. "My birthday and month are the password to activate it." Angor pointed at the symbols on the watch, which were arranged according to 1 to 12. "When you want to contact me, use the hour hand to move my birthday, the minute hand to move my month, and the second hand to move my birthday. You'll activate the method to contact me. But this is a one-time use device. Be careful when you use it." Angor took Leon's hand and wrote something on the boy's palm. "Don't tell anyone, including your teacher." He could have used the geometric lock to block detection, but that would only attract Thoas' attention, which was why he had to use this method. Fortunately, he could tell that the Whis was not paying attention to Leon right now. The device was actually a login device for the Dream Wasteland, but it only stored one login number. This was also to prevent the login device from being discovered by others and used for evil purposes. Hearing Angor's warning, Leon carefully put it away in his pocket and carried it with him. Fortunately, Leon did not know much about the wizarding world, so he didn't know how powerful the device was. He gave the device to Leon just in case something happened to Pat Manor or John's body. After chatting with Leon for a while, Angor said goodbye to Leon while the latter was looking at him with a sad expression. 15 minutes later, Angor brought Tulu, Von Man, and Guena to the cloud ground. Eureka was leaning against the Demeter, while Bruley was perched on a tree branch. The Whis had been waiting for Angor since Sobi told him that Angor was going to leave today. "There's something I need to talk to you about." "Come with me," the Whis said. Angor nodded and asked the 3 talents behind him to wait for a moment before he followed the Whis to the side. This was Tulu's first time seeing such a magnificent river. Broad and surging, the rolling water rushed to the other side of the setting sun. On this long river that roared all day long, not a single ripple could be seen. There were only rolling giant waves and mist that covered the sky and the sun. They couldn't see the other side of the river at all. Is this really a river? Tulu asked in a low voice. As a former sailor of a cargo ship, Tulu had seen many dangerous sea monsters. But there was always a time when the fear would subside. Sometimes, the sea would ripple, and other times, it wouldn't always be at its peak. But this river was different. It was as if it had been roaring since the beginning of time. Tulu was quite familiar with the water element, but he couldn't feel it because he was always at the old earth. However, as soon as he came out of the plain passageway, he immediately sensed the lively water element around him. But before he could celebrate, the gentle water element began to go berserk. Tulu felt that the water elementals had a crazy side to them, especially when they were standing next to the river. Tulu was shocked. Von Man and Guena were also shivering by the side of the river. This kind of trembling was not only because of the cold weather and the wet water, but also because of the reverence for nature and the fear of this long river. This is the Snow River. It flows from Yali Duchy to Parmajai Highlands. It's one of the tributaries of Parmajai's frozen river, Angor explained. Just a diversion? Everyone's eyes flashed with bewilderment. Then, how wide would its main channel be? The mist of the long river covered the sky and the sun. Suddenly, a ray of light flickered in the sky. The resplendent light penetrated the mist and shot into everyone's eyes. They looked up and saw a shocking scene. A giant floating continent was slowly drifting away. They were still far away from the floating continent, but they could still see the green forests and green mountains shrouded in mist, as well as the white-haired buildings. They saw the cloud soil in Pad Manor before, but it was nothing compared to this floating continent. Moreover, this floating continent wasn't what surprised them the most. They saw that beside the floating continent, there were pairs of people with pure white wings and shining all over. They were slowly moving along with the floating continent. The dazzling light they had seen earlier was the golden chariots that these winged people were riding on, which looked like the sun. So this is the fake continent? A supernatural world? While Von Man and Guena were still in shock, Tulu suddenly asked, Mr. Pat, why do these people look like that guy from before? The one Tulu was referring to was the Demeter in Pat Manor. The Demeter was the product of a winged man's half-tree transformation, which meant it had something to do with the winged men in the sky. Yes, but not too much. Angor considered for a moment. Or rather, it's not that much related to the winged men. He wasn't unfamiliar with the winged man clan. He heard that there was a clan of winged men to the north of Parmajai Highlands who called themselves the Parmajai Winged Men. The winged men had a good relationship with Brute Cavern, which was why some wizards from Brute Cavern didn't use the Demeter. But Angor remembered that the winged men were supposed to stay at Parmajai Highlands. They were currently in Yali Duchy, which was close to Parmajai Highlands, but there was still a long way to go. While Angor was wondering, the flashes of light in the sky were getting closer and closer. Huh? Someone's flying down from the sky? Tulu pointed at the sky. Angor looked up and saw several winged men flapping their wings and landing on the ground like golden meteors. Soon, 3 winged men appeared in front of Angor. Countless white feathers fell beside the crowd like snowflakes, looking as beautiful as a fantasy. It was a male winged man with a square face who spoke with a serious expression. He quickly realized that something wasn't right and changed his words. We sensed a space ripple here, so we came to check it out. He glanced at Angor and the others. Apart from Angor, everyone else looked like ordinary people. That's because a plain passageway was created here, Angor explained briefly. He didn't go into the details. Someone opened a plain passageway here, which meant these people were under the protection of a wizard. The 3 winged men had the same thought. The male winged man exchanged a glance with another winged man beside him. They didn't want to waste time here. That's great. I thought it was. Ahem. We won't disturb you any longer. The male winged man was about to leave. However, before he could leave, he heard a voice behind him. I can feel the aura of nature from you. Is it the Demeter? The voice was very clear, and every syllable was like the sound of nature. The 2 winged men frowned at the mention of the Demeter and looked at Angor's group with disgust. Angor raised his head and looked at the man who spoke just now. It was a female winged man. She had blonde hair and a holy look. She was wearing a white veil that fluttered in the wind. She also had a pair of wings on her back, which made her look like a messenger of the gods. Both Tulu and Von Man were stunned by her beauty. Even Guina, who was in Von Man's arms, couldn't help but admire the otherworldly beauty. Gabriel? Angor whispered the name, which immediately changed the atmosphere. The two winged men looked at Angor cautiously while standing in front of the female winged man to protect her. You know me? Gabriel's voice was soft, as if a feather was tickling his heart. Twilight Auction. I was fortunate enough to meet him once. She was the one who wanted to sell Angor at the Twilight Auction. However, no one bid for her because the price she offered was too high. There was a Demeter where we came from, but it has nothing to do with the Parmagi winged folk. I see, Gabriel muttered and looked at Angor in deep thought. Lady Gabriel, since there are no abnormalities here, we should return, the male winged man said in a low voice. Angor caught the word unusual. Thinking about what happened earlier, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Please wait a moment. She slowly descended from the air and stepped on the misty grass with her bare feet. Then she slowly walked toward Angor. Under everyone's curious gazes, Gabriel suddenly half-knelt in front of Angor. This half-kneeling caused the two male wingmen's eyes to widen. Lady Gabriel. I'll sell myself to you. Will you accept it? Gabriel purposely lowered her voice and looked at Angor with a pitiful expression. Tulu felt his entire body going limp. He thought to himself, no man would reject such a woman, right? I don't want to. A cold and firm voice came from beside Tulu while he was lost in his own thoughts. Gabriel's expression slowly turned gloomy. The two male winged men immediately glared at Angor when they heard his refusal. Tulu stared at Angor in disbelief. But why? Gabriel asked. The Lord of Night, Mudik, Angor said casually. Gabriel said, with your status, you can do it one day. But I don't want to. Gabriel remained silent for a moment before she stood up and dusted off the grass on her knees. Forgive me for my rudeness. Goodbye. After saying that, Gabriel flew into the sky and left with the two winged people who were at a loss. Angor sighed in his mind. He was going to ask about the anomaly the winged men were talking about, and why they left Parmagi Highlands in the first place. In the end, because of Gabriel's interruption, he was too embarrassed to ask again. Mr. Pat, you and that woman, Tulu didn't know what to say. Why did you reject her? Or rather, how could he reject such a beautiful woman who was half-kneeling in front of him? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, Angor said in an annoyed tone. Every obvious benefit comes with a risk. If you accept someone like Gabriel, she'll ask you to kill a truth-finder wizard in the next second. Do you dare to accept her? The price that Gabriel had set for herself at the Twilight Auction was that whoever killed the Lord of the Night, Mudik, would become her master. There were many wizards at the Twilight Auction, and many of them were interested in Gabriel, but none of them agreed because no one was a fool. Tulu scratched his head. So there's more to it than meets the eye. We've seen enough of the river. Let's go. Angor took out his gondola and asked everyone to get on. Mr. Pat, why did Gabriel talk to you all of a sudden? Guina, who was sitting in Bonman's arms, suddenly asked. She remembered Gabriel telling her that someone like Angor should be able to do it. So, who exactly is Angor? This was what Guina wanted to know. Meanwhile, on the floating continent high above the skies, the two male winged people were asking Gabriel the same question. My lord, who was that person just now? Is he worth you lowering yourself to beg for his help? Him? Gabriel paused for a moment. He's already shining, and he's going to become a supernova in the future. The male winged men were still confused. Gabriel chuckled. Maybe you've heard of him before. His name is Angor. Angor didn't answer Guina's question directly. Instead, he tried to gloss over it with a few words. When Gondola went quiet again, Angor tried to recall what happened. Earlier. Not long ago, he was at Pad Manor. Now, he was in Yali Duchy because the Wiz opened a plain passageway and brought them here. However, there was a small interlude when the plain passageway was opened. The Wiz failed to locate the coordinates several times. The Wiz asked, huh? The space around Parmagi Highlands is unstable. I'll help you find a place further away, and you can fly back by yourself. And so, they arrived at Yali Duchy, which was close to Parmajai Highlands. The Whisk gave them a few more instructions before returning to Pad Manor. Angor and the others stayed behind to recover from the aftereffects of the plane passageway. They didn't expect to run into the winged men. Angor tried to connect the dots. The anomaly mentioned by the winged men, the migration of the floating islands, and the unstable space around Parmajai Highlands. For some reason, he felt that there seemed to be some kind of relationship between the three. They traveled along the Snow River. The rumbling sound of the water was a constant melody in his ears. When Von Man thought he was about to go deaf, he heard a loud roar coming from below. Was it an illusion, or was there really someone roaring? Von Man poked his head out curiously. When he saw the scene outside, his pupils shrank. At this moment, they were thousands of meters above the ground. Logically speaking, everything on the ground should be as small as ants. However, at this moment, he saw a huge giant that was as big as a mountain. It was roaring by the water. The giant looked up and realized that it wasn't too far away from Gondola. Von Man was the only one who felt small. His fingers trembled as he asked, "WW, what is this?" No one answered him. Tulu and Guena were also shocked by the giant's size. Angor frowned. It was a highland giant. Highland giants were native to Parmajai Highlands. They were as large as mountains, had a long lifespan, and were as intelligent as humans. However, Highland giants loved to sleep, and very few people could wake them up. Besides, Highland giants were very lazy creatures. They would never leave their territory, let alone leave Parmajai Highlands. It was strange for a Highland giant to appear here. Is it because of the strange phenomenon on the highland again? Angor wondered as he slowed down the gondola. What's wrong, Mr. Angor? Tulu was the one who was controlling Gondola, so he quickly noticed Angor's interference. Something might be happening at Parmajai Highlands. Slow down and be careful, Angor explained. Something might be happening at Parmajai Highlands? Uneasiness appeared on everyone's faces. The eternal flow of the Snow River, the migration of the floating continent, the beauty of the winged people, and now the giant's roar. They had only just arrived in the world of adepts, and they had already seen so many things that they might never see in their entire lives. Even the shrewdest Guena couldn't help but frown. Fear flashed in her beautiful eyes. The Highland giant also noticed Gondola. However, it only glanced at it for a second before it lowered its head and continued to walk into the Snow River. It seemed that it was going to cross the river with its body. As the giant crossed the river, its figure was gradually covered by the mist. Only then did the few talents let out a sigh of relief. He's a Highland giant from Parmajai Highlands. He's lazy, but don't test his patience. He doesn't care about other people just because he doesn't want to move. That doesn't mean he's a gentle person, Angor explained. Before they could relax, they heard another strange noise. This time, it didn't come from the ground. With a trembling attitude, he raised his head to take a look, only to see pairs of strange machines sweeping across the sky. These machines were made of metal and had different parts that formed the shape of a human being. He saw something similar in Floating Mech City, which was called humanoid machines. Since there were so many humanoid machines here, did it mean that there were alchemists nearby? Moreover, he was an alchemist who specialized in tooling. Brood Cavern was the center of the supernatural world, and he didn't think there was any alchemist who was good at making humanoid machines. Or was this a mechanical doll bought by a wizard? While Angor was pondering, he sensed a terrifying aura coming from above, followed by a hoarse voice. Nice flying boat. I'll take it. The three talents who couldn't move were now lying on the deck of the gondola. Angor didn't feel any better, but at least he didn't show any signs of embarrassment. Angor frowned. The person in front of him was no doubt a wizard, but the aura wasn't much stronger than Eureka's. As long as he could move, he would be able to escape. Angor wasn't too worried. However, if he escaped, everyone on the boat would be in big trouble. He patted Toby's shoulder. Toby understood and turned into a flaming griffin, surrounded by the veins of the law of gravity. This is the gravity meridian? That person suddenly raised his voice. You can't stop me if I want to leave. Angor calmed down a little. We're not far from Brute Cavern. Why do you have to trouble us, Mr. Wizard? You're from Brute Cavern? The voice was clearer this time. Angor looked up and saw a head poking out from one of the puppets in the sky. His gray hair was cracked, his goggles were glowing, and he was wearing a dirty gray alchemy robe. He looked like an alchemist who stayed at home all the time. That's right. Angor considered for a moment. Since they weren't too far from Brute Cavern, he decided to use his teacher's name. I'm from Brute Cavern. My teacher is Mr. Phantom. Mr. Phantom? The man took off his goggles and studied Angor carefully. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he did a somersault in the air, jumped down from the robot, and landed on Gondola. Angor didn't try to stop him because he couldn't. He just kept his guard up. At the same time, the power of gravity around Toby grew stronger. If anything went wrong, Angor would be able to escape immediately. Angor noticed the burn marks on the man's clothes, as well as the strange smell of catalyst in the air. Angor was sure that this man was an alchemist. The alchemist jumped onto the airship and took out a magazine. He flipped to a certain page and looked at Angor from time to time. Angor noticed that his portrait was on the page he was looking at. You're music box alchemist Angor? Yes, I'm Angor. But that's not my nickname. So it's you. He looked at Angor in surprise. I've seen your image before, and I've been looking for a chance to meet you. I didn't expect to see you here. May I know your name, mister? The man waved a hand. Don't call me mister. You're much better than me in alchemy. I'm Nelson. Just call me by my name. Angor didn't argue. He simply looked at Nelson and waited for his explanation. That's a beautiful airship. Nelson's eyes were filled with amazement. I saw it when I was in the air. It's so beautiful. Did you make it? Angor didn't answer the question. Can you please restrain your aura before I answer your question? I'm afraid she won't be able to stand it. Angor pointed at Guina, who was lying in Vonman's arms. Under Nelson's aura, Guina's severed limbs began to bleed, and her lips began to turn pale. If anything happens to her, I won't be able to finish my mission as a guide. Nelson glanced at the 3 talents lying at the bottom of the airship and muttered, so weak. But he still restrained his aura under Angor's gaze. When the 3 talents were covered, Angor turned to Vonman. Take Guina to one of the compartments. After Vonman and Guina left, he turned to Tulu and said, keep the airship running. With that done, he sat down, and Nelson also took a seat across from him. Many wizards went to Brute Cavern to look for you, but none of them found you. So you went for a guide mission? Nelson shook his head. Nonsense. Why would Mr. Rain send you on a mission like this? What a waste of talent. Nelson didn't wait for Angor's explanation and began to criticize the major wizard organizations for all their faults. While criticizing, he also revealed some information about his identity. What do you need from me, mister? Angor finally managed to get a word in between Nelson's rambling. If you want to know about the airship, I did make it. It's so beautiful. Did you use a special effect on the tidal shell? Amazing. As expected of Thorn Lionheart. Angor didn't know what to say. Although Thorn Lionheart sounded more impressive than Music Box Sorcerer, it wasn't his official nickname. Still, he did not dare to say anything. He was afraid that Nelson would use a shameful nickname like Baron Milk again, so he just pretended that he did not hear anything. Thank you for the compliment. But I still want to know why you're looking for me, mister. Oh, it's nothing. I just saw you and wanted to rob you. I just didn't expect to see you. Since it's you, I'll let it go. Nelson didn't mind his words at all. So, should I thank you? Don't worry about it. We're both tooling students. Since we're fated to meet, let's talk about alchemy. Angor sighed in his mind. He saw Nelson gathering all his puppets around Gondola, which meant he was going to have a long talk. He could leave by himself, but Tulu and the others were still on the ship. He considered for a moment and decided to talk. Nelson claimed to be a registered alchemist of Floating Mech City, and he studied tooling, which was the main branch of Floating Mech City, mechanical alchemy. Angor knew a little about mechanical alchemy, but not too much. He should be able to learn something from the conversation. Angor nodded. I told you I'm the luckiest person in the world. I didn't expect to run into you on my way out. I heard that several alchemists were sent back from Brute Cavern not long ago. After boasting for a moment, Nelson quickly changed his expression and forced his conversation with Angor. At first, Angor was a bit passive. But as Nelson brought up more cases and his own alchemy ideas, Angor began to talk with Nelson as much as he could. When Nelson pointed out his wrong ideas, Angor, as someone who couldn't tolerate such things, went all out and refuted Nelson's ridiculous ideas. The two of them engaged in a battle of words, causing the atmosphere to become extremely fiery. The three talents, led by Tulu, began to tremble in fear. They were worried that a fight would break out, but at the same time, they admired Angor's strength. But as Angor threw out more and more evidence, Nelson slowly lowered his head and listened to Angor's ideas. Nelson's eyes were getting brighter and brighter as he looked at Angor. Tulu and the others were even more confused by the sudden turn of events. Guina, who was sitting in Bonman's arms, was also getting more and more curious about Angor's identity. She learned a lot about the wizarding world during her time in Pat Manor, so she knew how big the gap between apprentices and wizards was. The man named Nelson was a wizard, while Angor himself said he was only an apprentice. At first, Nelson threatened to take Angor's airship away. But when he recognized Angor, he quickly treated Angor as an equal. Now, he was even more humble than before. Guina couldn't help but wonder if Angor had a special status in the wizarding world. Even that Gabriel from before was willing to lower herself to ask for his help. This meant that Angor was no ordinary person. Guina peeked at the young man who seemed to be glowing from afar through a small gap in the compartment. She didn't know why, but she felt a little touched. In the beginning, Angor used different words to distinguish between the two of them. But as the discussion went on, he no longer cared about it. As a wizard who specialized in alchemy, Nelson respected knowledge more than strength. Since Angor's knowledge convinced him, he had the right to ignore the small details. Nelson could tell that Angor's alchemy knowledge was not solid enough, but he could tell that Angor's alchemy knowledge was both broad and deep. Nelson's weakness was this kind of far-fetched thinking, which was why he listened to Angor carefully. The two of them discussed for an entire day. In the end, it wasn't because they reached the end of their discussion. Instead, it was because they heard loud noises coming from below. Angor was talking about a helical airflow technique he learned from Earth when he suddenly heard the noises coming from below. He paused for a moment and frowned as he looked down. Two more Highland giants appeared on the boundless horizon. Every step they took caused the ground to tremble. More Highland giants. Angor frowned. Why are all the lazy Highland giants on the move? Nelson suddenly slapped his own head. Shit. I forgot about the time. Angor looked at Nelson in confusion. I have an important appointment. No, I have to go now. Before he jumped out of the gondola, he suddenly looked back at Angor and said, How about you join me for a long meeting? I have something to do in Brute Cavern. Thank you for your invitation. Angor's mind went back to normal. Nelson clicked his tongue. Fine. But since you're going back to Brute Cavern, I'll come visit you after I'm done with my business. With that, Nelson prepared to leave. The anxiety on his face didn't seem to be fake, which meant he really did have an appointment with someone. However, when he met Angor halfway, he lost track of time due to the clash of ideas. Wait. What's going on at Parmagi Highlands? Why are these Highland giants on the move? I saw the winged men moving. Nelson frowned at Angor's question. Nelson studied Angor carefully. You really haven't been back for a long time. Narasan left. Angor was still a little surprised. He didn't expect to run into an alchemist who wanted to force a conversation with him the moment he returned to Fey Continent. Fortunately, Nelson wasn't a battle-type wizard. He was more of an academicist, and he really meant what he said. Also, he said that wind was rain. 1 second, he was talking to Angor, and the next, he left. Still, it wasn't a bad thing. Angor could still communicate with Nelson on a mental level, but he still had to be cautious when dealing with other things. Thanks to Nelson, he also learned about the reason behind the incident at Parmagi Highlands. One of the worlds was going to merge with the southern wizardry soon, and a border between the two worlds was likely to be near Parmagi Highlands. The first thing that came to Angor's mind when he heard about this was plane fusion. Nelson had also confirmed it. It was basically confirmed that it was a plane fusion. Also, the plane fusion this time was probably going to be very unusual. The space around Parmajai Highlands was already showing signs of spatial instability before anything happened to the other world. And 80% of the highlands were affected. Last time, the plane fusion at Devil's Water only affected an area of several hundred kilometers. It was clear that the other side's world was definitely not a small world in this plane fusion. Plane fusion was the fusion of two worlds. To the world itself, it was a double-edged sword. Even a normal world would consume a large amount of origin energy. Not to mention the fusion of a medium or large world. Nelson explained, the shadow of a demon from the abyss plane is looming over us. If the world's consciousness consumes a large amount of its origin energy during the plane fusion, it will take a lot of effort to expel the demon from the abyss plane. It will be a disaster for the entire southern wizardry. This was only the long-term concern of the plane fusion. There was another immediate concern. There were many steps to plane fusion. Wizards divided the fusion into 3 stages based on what they could gain. The first 2 stages will not be mentioned for the time being. The third stage is called the Time of Plunder. It meant that once the passage was established, they had to go to the other world and take its resources or even its origin energy. However, it was hard to say who would be the one to plunder the fusion of a non-small world. Of course, as long as it wasn't a super world like the Abyss Plane, the southern wizardry would have a high chance of success. However, both sides would suffer great losses. This was why Highland Giants and Winged Men, who were extremely sensitive to danger, decided to retreat from the front lines as soon as possible. The plane fusion has begun. Strange spatial rifts often appear around Parmajai Highlands. Be careful when you go back. These were Nelson's last words before he left. He also explained why the Winged Men were inspecting the anomaly in the space. Angor looked into the distance. They were still some distance away from Parmajai Highlands. He could vaguely see the edge of the highlands. There were many black dots patrolling the clear sky. Plane fusion is a double-edged sword for the world itself. But for wizards, it's a great opportunity. Angor sighed. Brood Cavern is going to face a great disaster soon. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing to go back now. As for the other magi, they could leave after plundering the benefits. But Brood Cavern couldn't. Brood Cavern's main camp was located at Parmajai Highlands. Unless they moved, they would have to face the consequences of the plane fusion. The neighboring Evernight continent's troubles were still ongoing, and now, another wave had arisen before the previous one had even subsided. Angor was worried about something else. Not long ago, he had speculated that the alien eye would react to the fusion of the planes. If the alien eye's abnormality was discovered by others, the consequences would be unimaginable. I guess I can't stay in Brute Cavern for long. Should we continue, Your Excellency? Tulu asked worriedly. Although he did not understand Nelson's words, the fusion of the planes was definitely not a good thing. Furthermore, there were cracks in space, so he was a little worried about the road ahead. Let's go. Tulu nodded in agreement. How's Guena doing, Bon Man? Angor looked at Gondola's compartment and asked, How's Guena? Bon Man nodded. I've stopped the bleeding, sir. She should be fine now. Then, let's, clank. Clank, Bon Man suddenly felt the gondola shaking violently. Before he could react, he heard Tulu yelling from outside. What's that? Bon Man and Guena looked at each other in surprise. They opened the door to see what was going on outside, only to see a gigantic demon surrounded by dark flames reaching for the gondola with its giant claws. Both Bon Man and Guena widened their eyes in fear. In the next second, there was a shattering sound. After a moment of weightlessness, the two of them fell into darkness. Angor leaned against the railing and looked into the distance. Slow down. Wait for Bon Man and Guena to wake up, then we'll enter the highlands. Tulu nodded and looked at the room behind them. Wasn't Angor talking to Von Man just now? Why did they suddenly fall to the ground? Tulu was a supernatural now. Although he had not learned any supernatural skills yet, he could sense a strange layer of energy around Von Man and the others. So it was Angor who did this to Von Man and Guena. After a long time, Tulu saw that Von Man and the girl were still unconscious. They were sweating for no reason, and Von Man kept mumbling for help. He looked very pitiful. "What's wrong with them, sir?" Tulu couldn't help but ask. "A small test before joining the organization." Angor looked at Tulu's confused expression. "What? You want to try it too?" Tulu hurriedly waved his hand. He almost pissed himself when he was tested in Freighting Town. He didn't want to go through it again. Of course, Angor wasn't going to test Tulu since he was already a level 1 apprentice. Besides, Von Man and Guena's test wasn't suitable for Tulu. Von Man woke up before Guena did. When he woke up, he was still in a daze. How did he wake up on Gondola when he was already dead? Was it reincarnation? Or was it a dream? Von Man remained silent for a while. Suddenly, he remembered something and looked at Guena. Her eyes were still closed, and she was soaked in sweat. He hesitated and wanted to wake her up. "Her test isn't over yet. If you wake her up now, she'll fail the test." Angor's voice came again. "Test?" Von Man looked at Angor, who was sitting in front of him. "Mr. Gondola, we lost our lives, and we were chased by demons." "That was just a test?" "It's just a test?" At first, he was still bewildered, but later on, his tone sounded like he was interrogating her. Angor glanced at Von Man with a cold glare. Von Man shuddered. He remembered that the person in front of him was not an ordinary person. His tone was obviously disrespectful. Von Man lowered his head and apologized in a tiny voice. "Like I said, you're going to face a test. I've been preparing for this for a long time. Don't tell me you don't care about the test at all." Von Man opened his mouth to say something, but he quickly closed it again. The situation was beyond his control, and all he could do was restrain himself. Time passed slowly. Tulu and Gondola had already reached the edge of Parmajai Highlands. They hadn't reached the center of the highlands yet, but they already sensed something strange. "Should we go in, mister?" Tulu asked. Angor glanced at the back of the cabin and saw Von Man lowering his head. Guena was still unconscious in his arms. "Let's wait until Guena wakes up." As he waited, another day passed. Guena hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a whole day, which worried Von Man. Before he could say anything, Guena slowly opened her eyes. Unlike Von Man, Guena didn't look dazed at all. She didn't think too much about it either. Instead, she whispered in ventriloquism, as expected, "It's just a test?" "You realized it's a test?" Guena nodded. "When did you realize this was a test?" Angor was a little surprised to see Guena nodding. Guena thought for a while and said, "When I realized that I wasn't myself." Angor was surprised by Guena's reaction. Unlike Von Man, Guena didn't lose herself in the test. Instead, she realized that this was just a test and calmly waited until it was over. Angor's test was the same for both of them. Both of them were attacked by demons, and they were the only ones who could survive in this vast world. Angor did this to test whether they could support each other to the end in a world where there was only each other. Von Man failed. He was dead. Or rather, he believed that he was dead. He used mind illusion on them to create illusions in their minds. He wasn't familiar with the technique, but it was more than enough for these two. In the illusion, Von Man was running away with Guena in his arms. The demon's attack would hurt him, but as long as he had a strong will and believed that he wouldn't die, he would be able to hold Guena until the end. Unfortunately, Von Man's willpower wasn't as strong as Angor thought, and he was killed by the demon. Angor only used a basic mind illusion. Even if Von Man died, he would only lose his consciousness for a brief moment. If it was a slightly more powerful illusion, Von Man's death in the illusion would be a real death. Angor didn't rate Von Man's test as average. At least Von Man passed the bond of friendship without giving up on Guena. Even in the end, Von Man was the one who gave up on himself. As for Guena, Angor didn't know what to say about her. She was too sensitive. When she realized that this was just a test, she didn't know what to say. But one thing was for sure, Guena had more potential than Von Man. Her observation skills were much better. If not for the fact that she was only a mortal, she would have been able to break out of the illusion the moment she realized that they were only experiencing an illusion instead of waiting for it to end. Also, Guena's answer surprised Angor as well. "I'm not me." She pointed out the flaw of mind illusion in one sentence. If Angor had to give Guena a score, Guena would be much better than Bonman. "The test is over." Angor didn't comment on their performance. He turned to Tulu and said, "Prepare to enter Parmajai Highlands." Angor wasn't the only one who sensed the strange aura coming from Parmajai Highlands. Everyone else had the same feeling. It was as if there was a sword hanging over their heads, and they couldn't help but feel uneasy. This wasn't just a continuation of the space anomaly. Angor looked down and saw a large number of beasts moving away from the highlands. It was very likely that the world's consciousness was also trying to warn the inhabitants of Parmajai Highlands. Plane fusion wasn't just a matter of fighting between living beings. It also meant that the consciousness of different worlds was clashing against each other. Along the way, Angor saw many supernaturals wandering around Parmajai Highlands. They were all here for the great destiny they were talking about. Angor also ran into spatial rifts that were only several meters wide, yet they were able to destroy everything within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Even Angor himself wouldn't be able to last more than a few seconds if he got too close. Fortunately, the signs of the collapse were very obvious, and they were able to avoid it in advance every time. Still, they couldn't help but feel nervous. When they went around another large area, Guena suddenly whispered into Angor's ears, "Is this the wizarding world, sir?" Both Tulu and Von Man looked at Angor at the same time. When Tulu was a member of the Limpet, he visited Fey Continent more than once. However, he only stayed in White Shell Sea City every time and rarely set foot on the mainland. White Clam Sea was a dangerous place, but at least the danger was still manageable. However, this was the first time they came to the inner area of Parmajai Highlands, and they already encountered something terrifying every time they traveled. Tulu couldn't help but wonder if this was the wizarding world. "Yes, this is the wizarding world you're looking at." The wizarding world wasn't a fairy tale. It was a place filled with danger and danger. Peace was only temporary. Beneath the surface, there was always a dark abyss. Angor hadn't returned to Brute Cavern yet, but the news about his appearance at Parmajai Highlands had already spread like wildfire. It was all thanks to the supernaturals they met along the way. Almost all the supernaturals who recognized him either tried to recruit him or stayed away from him. Even if they wanted to rob Angor, they weren't at Parmajai Highlands. They were at Brute Cavern's doorstep. Robbing a talented disciple who had attracted a lot of attention was unwise. Angor didn't run into any trouble along the way. Instead, he made a lot of friends. However, how many of these friends were sincere was still a question mark. 2 days later, Angor arrived at the natural pit outside Brute Cavern and saw a figure standing quietly in the cold wind. It was a man covered in white, which made him look like a ghost from afar. However, when they got closer, they saw that it was a thin old man with white hair and a white beard. Angor landed his gondola in front of the pit and quickly approached the old man. "Mr. Wallace, what brings you here?" It was Wallace, one of the few academies in Brute Cavern. Angor didn't know Wallace well. Firstly, Angor didn't have much space to move around, and secondly, Sunders didn't allow him to do so. In Sunders' opinion, Angor was more suitable for an academician like Wallace. To avoid losing his disciple, Sunders didn't want Angor to get close to Wallace. Wallace didn't answer Angor's question directly. Instead, he looked at Angor up and down. "You're a top-level apprentice now?" Angor nodded. "You're probably one of the best in Brute Cavern right now," Wallace sighed. Wallace sighed and showed a hint of regret in his eyes. "Ah, it's such a shame that you chose to follow Sunders. Why don't you consider following me?" Angor's lips twitched. He did not know how to answer. "You don't want to? How about this? If Sunders dies outside, you'll follow me?" Wallace asked again. Angor didn't understand what Wallace meant at first, but he soon realized something. "Sir, is my professor in danger?" Before Wallace could say anything, a charming female voice came from behind. "Don't listen to him, Angor. This old man as long as His Excellency Phantom Demon goes out, he never says anything good. Every time he comes, he curses." The one who spoke was a red-haired woman. Greetings, Lady Fiery Charm. Angor bowed. The woman waved a hand. No need for formalities. I might need your help in the future. Fiery Charm glanced at Angor's back, which gave Tulu and the other apprentices goosebumps. Sigh, there are only 3 talents this time? Disappointment flashed in Fire Charm's eyes. As expected of your mentor. Last time, Sunders only brought back 10 people, and Angor was chosen by Sunders himself, so there were only 9 people in total. Angor blushed a little. Well, there are 6. But 3 of them are already registered. You have the nerve to bring out 6. Fiery Charm spat angrily. If you think 6 is too little, why don't I give you the guide mission next time? Wallace asked. Fiery Charm froze for a second and turned away. I said I wanted to see if there's anyone suitable for me, but I guess there isn't. See you later. I still have an experiment to do. In the next second, Fire Charm had already disappeared into the deep pit. Angor didn't know what to say. After Fiery Charm left, Wallace turned his attention to Tulu and the other apprentices. Every talent who enters Brute Cavern has to undergo a detailed evaluation. I'm here to give them an initial evaluation. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of Tulu and the others when they heard Wallace's words, which quickly turned into apprehension. They thought they had already stepped into Brute Cavern after taking Angor's test. They did not expect to be tested again. Were they going to be sent back to Brute Cavern if they failed? This was also the reason why the 3 of them were nervous. Apart from Tulu, Von Man and Guena had never truly entered the supernatural realm, so they didn't know anything about their talents. Even someone as calm as Guena couldn't help but feel nervous when faced with the unknown. Angor was surprised as well. He didn't know about this either. Did all the other talents, including Dodoro, go through the same test? Yes. I was the one who did the review. Wallace nodded. Yeah, I did. Wallace continued, it's only a rough assessment of your temperament. Mr. Tree Spirit will be the one to determine your talent. Wallace also told Angor that all the talents in Brute Cavern did the same thing, but none of them knew about it. There's no such thing as a rough assessment of your temperament. However, we'll add an additional comment to your talents so that wizards will know your general preference, Wallace explained. Tulu and the others didn't understand what he meant, but Angor knew what he meant. It was about choosing sides. Wallace slowly glanced at the 3 people in front of him. Tulu and the others felt as if Wallace had seen through them from head to toe. It was as if cold water had been poured over them from the top of their heads to the bottom of their feet. Both Tulu and Von Man trembled in fear and didn't dare to look at Wallace in the eyes. Guena also lowered her head, but she wasn't afraid at all. She was just curious. Back in the mortal world, everyone who saw her would be terrified as if they had just seen a ghost. However, no one in the wizarding world cared about her at all. Not Angor, not Nelson, or Wallace, who they met later. When they looked at her, they all looked at her as if nothing had happened. Guena was curious, but at the same time, she felt comfortable and at ease. For the first time in her life, Guena felt that the wizarding world was much better than she thought. After a while, the light in Wallace's eyes dimmed. He had a rough estimation of these 3 people. But before that, he asked Angor, as their guide, what do you think of them? Tulu and the others all looked at Angor. They had been with Angor for some time now, and they wanted to know how Angor saw them. Wallace could use spells to determine a person's alignment. Angor, on the other hand, had spent a lot of time with them. Tulu, you're a kind and honest man. But you're always hot-blooded and reckless, and you're always tempted by the idea of justice. His left ear was missing because he didn't consider his own situation and tried to save the people in the sea beast's mouth with his mortal body. Tulu lowered his head in shame. Next, he looked at Von Man, who seemed to be hesitating. Von Man, you're a reckless man. You don't know what's right or wrong. You're not tough enough. But you're also loyal to your friends. However, you're still self-centered and rarely care about others' feelings. Von Man frowned at Angor's comment. He didn't know whether Angor was good or bad, but he didn't like Angor's comment. Finally, Angor looked at Guena again. Guena wondered what Angor was going to say about her. Was it good or bad? Was it good or bad that the wizard beside her wanted to hear? Or was it going to affect Guena's opinion? He needed to consider his words carefully when talking to Guena. Guena, you tend to be neutral. Maybe it's because of your experience in your early years, but your way of thinking is similar to Vonman's. You're a shrewd person, and you're able to see through people's minds better than anyone else. However, it's not always a good thing to overthink things. Angor only pointed out the flaws in each of the three people's opinions. He didn't comment on whether they were right or wrong. Wallace appreciated this. Wallace nodded. Yes, Guena, but Tulu is the one you like the most. Angor did not refute his words. Wallace's words made Tulu's eyes light up. Just when he thought it was a good idea, Wallace's words took a sharp turn. But in my opinion, Tulu is the least suitable candidate for the wizarding world. Angor nodded in agreement. If Tulu was still bound by the rules of mortals, he would be the first one to die. I've sent their comments to the Tree Spirit Palace. After saying this, Wallace gently raised his hand. The dust on the ground slowly gathered, and a human-shaped earth puppet appeared out of thin air. Wallace gently touched the center of the earth puppet's eyebrows, and an eye appeared on the dark surface of the earth puppet. When it opened its eyes, the puppet seemed to have come alive, and its entire body began to move. Follow it. It'll take you to the Tree Spirit Palace, Wallace said to Tulu's group. After that, the puppet turned its head and gestured to the others to follow it. Then, it jumped into the pit without hesitation. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Were they going to follow the puppet too? However, if he were to jump into this bottomless pit, he would definitely be smashed into meat paste. While they were hesitating, they all looked at Angor. Let's go, Von Man, Guena said after a moment of hesitation. Let's go. But... Von Man hesitated. Throw me down if you don't, Guena said. Since we're already in the wizarding world, there's nothing we can't solve. Guena's words seemed to have boosted Von Man's confidence. In the end, Von Man nodded and jumped into the pit with Guena in his arms. Tulu didn't want to be left behind, so he gritted his teeth and followed. Angor waited until all three of them disappeared into the pit before he looked up at Wallace. According to the rules of the quest, he should be the one to lead them to the Tree Spirit Palace, but Wallace must have something to tell him since he created an earth elf to guide them. Wallace smiled and said, Take a guess. Who do you think I give the highest evaluation of among the three? Didn't you say that you don't have to give a good or bad rating, sir? There's no such thing as good or bad temperament. But there's a big difference between whether you can overcome your weaknesses and how difficult it is to overcome them. Wallace paused for a moment. So, who do you think is the most suitable candidate for the wizarding world? Guena? Angor pondered for a moment before uttering a name. Wallace said, Guena is the most mentally unstable of the three, and it won't be easy for her to get over it. However, if she really manages to overcome it, it's very likely that she'll be the one who goes the furthest out of the three. So, I don't think she's the best. Then who's Von Man, sir? Wallace nodded. Von Man's temperament is the least of the three, which is why I gave him the highest rating. But I don't mean it. You'll have to see how far they go in the future. Just like you. Wallace suddenly changed the topic. I didn't think highly of you before. But now, you're already the best among your peers. In fact, you're better than anyone in the entire southern wizarding region. Wallace's sudden praise caught Angor off guard. Wallace didn't seem to mind Angor's achievements. He only looked at Angor with a gentle gaze. I'll wait for the day when Sunders dies, then I'll take you over. Angor didn't know what to say. But you should take your time to become a wizard. Otherwise, when you become an official magus, I won't be able to accept you as my disciple. After saying this, Wallace added, if you have time, go and see Old Man Rhine. I think he has something to say to you. After that, Wallace jumped into the pit and disappeared. Angor remained silent. He thought Wallace had something important to tell him, but he didn't expect Wallace to only talk about something. Or was Wallace trying to tell him to slow down his advancement to an official wizard? Angor believed that this was Wallace's real intention. Angor's progress was faster than most of his peers. In Wallace's opinion, Angor didn't have enough time to learn, which meant his foundation wasn't solid enough. However, Wallace wasn't Angor's teacher, so he didn't want to tell Angor the truth directly. In fact, Wallace meant well. Are you Master Pat? A witch riding on a broom landed behind him. Before Angor could answer, the witch's eyes lit up. She lifted her robe and revealed her long, white legs. Wonderful. Master Pat, I'm Angor, put on a don't disturb me attitude and finally got rid of the witch who approached him for no reason. Angor thought she was just an exception. But when he returned to Brute Cavern, he realized that the witch wasn't an exception at all. Every time he slowed down his pace, people would come to him and ask him to join them. Some wanted to learn from him, some wanted to woo him, and most of them wanted to learn alchemy. Angor was getting a little annoyed. He asked Toby to transform into the shape of a griffin and used it to intimidate everyone. Angor only managed to escape thanks to the sequence of gravity. He was about to return to Phantom Island when he heard someone teasing him. Looks like you're going to become the most desirable man among all the witches in Brute Cavern. Mr. Tree Spirit. Angor gave him a helpless look. I never thought about getting on the list. Hearing the familiar whisper, he immediately realized who it was that had spoken to him. From his tone, he could even imagine how frivolous Tree Spirit was right now. He had been away for a year, but it felt as if he had never left Tree Spirit. Isn't that great? Do you know who's at the top of the list? Tree Spirit didn't seem like he was going to let go of this topic. Sunder's face popped up in Angor's mind. You're thinking about your professor, right? Tree Spirit chuckled. Well, some high-level witches like Sunder's, but it's not easy for him to win the hearts of most witches. Still, he's on the list, but he's only in the top 20. However, the current first place was only reached a short while ago. Curious, aren't you? Not at all. Yes, it's Sumesh. Tree Spirit sighed as if he just shared a huge secret. When you get on the list again, you'll have 3 men in your family. Tree Spirit's nagging didn't affect Angor's progress. Oh right, I almost forgot. Come here, Tree Spirit suddenly said as he looked at the edge of Phantom Island. Oh right, I almost forgot. Come here. Angor was about to ask why Tree Spirit wanted to see him. However, Tree Spirit didn't say anything at all. Angor looked at Phantom Island and cursed in his mind. Soon, he appeared on the leafy platform in front of the Tree Spirit Palace. Tree Spirit was still unkempt. He was lying on the chair, bathing in the sun, with only the most important parts of his body covered. Behind him stood Tulu and the others. They were looking at each other with blank expressions. Good afternoon, Mr. Tree Spirit, Angor greeted Tree Spirit politely. Tree Spirit immediately looked at Angor's feet. Since Angor was flying here, the only thing that caught Tree Spirit's attention was the black and golden runes on his boots. These are the flying boots you refined? Angor nodded. Not bad. Tree Spirit's eyes lit up as he praised. You haven't been away for long, but you've already made a lot of good stuff. Tree Spirit didn't continue the topic either. I called you here because I have a question for you. Tree Spirit slowly explained the reason he called Angor here. You, come here. Tree Spirit pointed at Tulu. Tulu stepped forward uneasily. Do you know anything about his talent? Tree Spirit asked. During the talent orb test, Tulu said he saw the weather on the surface of the sea. Since he's sensitive to the weather, I think he's an elementalist and has the talent to become a sea wizard. Angor frowned. Mr. Tree Spirit, is there something wrong with his talent? Tree Spirit nodded. Your speculation is correct. His talent is also correct. But his affinity with water is a bit too high. Do you know why? Tree Spirit's palace needed to record the information of every talent so that it could be used to help wizards select apprentices in the future. Tulu's situation was a bit special. His talent was normal, but his affinity with water was so high that he could condense water mist around himself without using any cantrips. Tree Spirit checked for a long time and found no reason for it. Tree Spirit was worried that Tulu might have used some kind of potion to temporarily improve his affinity with water, which would lead to an error in the talent assessment. That was why Tree Spirit asked him to come here. Angor nodded. If it's because of water affinity, then I know something. It wasn't because of the potion, but because he was dragged in by the strange phenomenon when I was refining an alchemy product. Later, when I was testing, he was also beside me. He then explained the process of crafting ocean rhyme in detail. So, his water affinity is not a temporary increase, but a permanent one? Tree Spirit asked after listening to Yizichen. That's right. A trace of surprise flashed across Tree Spirit's eyes. He said slowly, it seems that you have refined something incredible. Some time ago, there was a video that went viral in the alchemy world of the southern region. Could it be the scene when you were refining that ocean rhythm? If the refining location is at sea, then it should be a high-tier alchemy item? Brood Cavern doesn't have many high-tier alchemy items these days. And you made one? Tree Spirit shook his head. No wonder his affinity with water increased so much. Can I take a look at your ocean melody? Angor looked a little hesitant. Ocean melody contained some of his dark history. He planned to keep it only for Lady Mirror, but now that Tree Spirit wanted to see it, he didn't have a reason to refuse. He thought for a moment and nodded. But in his mind, he prayed that Tree Spirit wouldn't run into the goddess of sea in the near future. He took out the ocean's rhyme, which attracted everyone's attention because of its unique design. It was the image of a mermaid hugging a tower-shaped conch shell. The mermaid's body was exquisitely crafted. Her translucent robe was made from astral yarn, which would always shine brightly in the dark. I have to say, you're becoming more and more like a master craftsman, Tree Spirit praised. It wasn't Tulu's first time seeing ocean melody, but he was still amazed every time. It looked like the most precious treasure in the entire universe. Von Man and Guina, on the other hand, had never seen such a beautiful thing in their lives. They couldn't take their eyes off the ocean rhythm. Next, he told Tree Spirit how to use it. Tree Spirit glanced at Von Man and Guina, who were standing behind him. He wanted to ask them to leave first, but Von Man and Guina didn't know what to do. Don't worry about it. It's up to their luck to see what they can get. Guina and Von Man didn't know what was waiting for them, but judging from Tree Spirit and Angor's tone, they knew it was going to be something incredible. They quickly bowed their heads and thanked Tree Spirit. Once the illusion is activated, you'll enter a random location. Good luck. Angor looked at the group. After saying that, a miraculous illusory realm slowly spread out. It was as if the sky had changed, and everyone unknowingly fell into a roaring sea. 1 minute later, Angor died in the illusion and returned to the real world. Angor's expression darkened. When he came out, he realized that he was the first one to die. There was nothing he could do about it. The place he entered was random. He happened to be near a giant whirlpool, and the waves pushed him off the boat. In the illusion, he was immortal and could not use any extraordinary power. Therefore, falling off the boat was equivalent to dying. 2 minutes later, Von Man opened his eyes again. Angor nodded to Von Man with a smile as if he was just an outsider who didn't enter the illusion. After the drowning experience, Von Man was a little frightened. He sat on the ground and panted heavily. Another minute later, Tulu and Guina woke up as well. Tulu was used to seeing alchemy illusions, so he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he slowly sank into his thoughts as if he was trying to digest what he just learned. Guina didn't feel anything either. Her eyes were shining brightly. Because in the illusory realm, her hands and feet were still intact. She was controlling a small boat and fighting against the sea. It was a feeling she hadn't felt in a long time. But in the end, she was still drowned by the waves and became a new soul in the sea of illusions. Another 15 minutes later, Tree Spirit finally woke up. As soon as he woke up, he closed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and said regretfully, I only saw the hem of the dress. I didn't expect that I would still fail in the end. Angor calmed down a little. It meant that Tree Spirit didn't see the true face of the goddess, which meant he didn't know about Angor's dark history. Now that Tree Spirit had experienced ocean rhyme for himself, he was impressed. So it can improve one's affinity with water. Tree Spirit glanced at Von Man and Guina. You two got lucky this time. You won't be able to see the benefits now, but you'll learn more in the future. Finally, Tree Spirit looked at Tulu. Tulu was still thinking about something with his eyes closed. From Tree Spirit's perspective, Tulu's body was surrounded by a thin layer of water mist. He's the luckiest one here. Tree Spirit looked a little dazed. This is a great improvement for those who study ocean rhyme. According to Angor, the effect of ocean rhyme was to increase affinity with water and provide great enlightenment to wizards who study the art of sea. Ocean rhyme. Before becoming a wizard, there was a limit to how much it could improve one's affinity with water. At first, Tree Spirit thought that ocean rhyme was only a low-level support item among all high-tier alchemy items. But now, he finally realized how powerful ocean rhyme was. Alchemy illusions covered a large area, which meant that more than one apprentice could enter and improve their affinity with water. Ocean rhyme already had the potential to become a strategic item. But the most important thing was that it could enlighten wizards who study ocean rhyme. Tree Spirit could tell that the effect of ocean rhyme had already surpassed the limit of wizards. Ocean rhyme could enlighten most wizards who studied ocean rhyme. This meant that regardless of whether it was an acolyte or an official magus, as long as they were of the sea, this item would be a treasure to them. Tree Spirit looked at Angor with a complicated expression. The item was extremely valuable. Ocean rhyme was as valuable as a sorcerer's garden, and it could easily be considered a strategic item. But Angor was the one who crafted it. Ocean rhyme was one of the top 100 support items in the entire southern wizardry region. And it was at least one of the top 3 for ocean rhyme. Now I understand why the alchemists went crazy just because of a video, Tree Spirit said. If they experience ocean rhyme's effect, they'll go even crazier. Tree Spirit also felt that the world had gone crazy. Angor was worth going crazy for. And Tree Spirit was glad that Angor belonged to Brute Cavern. By the time Tulu woke up, everyone had left except for Tree Spirit, who was lazily basking in the sun. He was still in a daze, as if he was still immersed in the boundless world of the ocean. Drip, 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 it was only when the surrounding mist began to turn into droplets of water that dripped onto his forehead. The cool and moist feeling slowly brought his mind back to reality. He stood up in confusion and looked around anxiously. Where was everyone else? You're awake? Tree Spirit's frivolous voice came from the sunbathing Tulu. Tulu had learned about Tree Spirit's identity from the workers outside. Tree Spirit was an old monster who had lived for God knows how long. He was also one of the 3 ancestor souls in the mirror world. Therefore, when Tulu heard Tree Spirit's question and there was no one else around, he respectfully answered. Mr. Tree Spirit. I don't know what happened to me. Tulu stuttered as he tried to explain himself, but he didn't know where to start. Tree Spirit waved his hand and explained for Tulu, it was the ocean rhythm that brought you to the enlightenment of the ocean element. So, what did you learn? Enlightenment? Tulu tried to recall what happened. He felt like he was wrapped up in the ocean and relaxed. There was no fear or worry, as if everything in the world was just a small matter. Along with the graceful waves, he slowly fell to the bottom of the sea with circles of bubbles as his pillow. The surrounding fishes were not afraid of him, as if he was just a part of the sea. The deeper he went into the darkness, the calmer he felt. Just like that, he wandered aimlessly in the ocean, until he woke up. Tree Spirit asked, "Did you learn anything?" Tulu didn't know. He thought that he had gained nothing from this trip, and that he was just enjoying a peaceful journey. But when he thought about it carefully, he felt like he had learned a lot. For example, he felt like he could easily find the nodes of the ocean currents and change the shape of the currents with minimal effort. Other than that, he also learned a lot that he couldn't name. However, he didn't know where to start when he was asked to explain the specific reason. I learned a lot, but there's a layer of fog that prevents me from sensing it clearly. Tulu felt like he was floating at the bottom of the ocean, facing the endless darkness. The darkness was right in front of him, but he didn't know what was behind it. Your level is too low. Even if you have comprehended a trace of the power of the ocean, it will be difficult for you to use it. Tree Spirit smiled and said, however, as your strength slowly increases, you will realize how precious today's enlightenment is to you. You're lucky to meet Angor while you're still young. Tulu remembered Angor's face in his mind. He was grateful for what Angor did for him. Now that you're awake, go. The apprentice who accepted the mission is waiting for you outside. She'll teach you how to live in Brute Cavern. Tree Spirit paused for a bit and handed a bone card to Tulu. This is your bone card. The information about your affinity with water is recorded on it. Tulu nodded and left for the Tree Spirit Palace. Tree Spirit's voice was still echoing in Angor's ears when Tulu left. I hope you'll cherish this opportunity and live up to Angor's expectations. Mr. Pat. Tulu muttered the name as if he was trying to engrave it in his mind. Then, Tulu raised his head. His eyes were full of hope for the future. The wizarding world, I'm coming. The setting sun shone upon the leaves of the Tree of Eternity, giving them a golden glow. On the trembling platform, Tree Spirit, who had just woken up, stretched his body and yawned. He turned his head slightly and felt a burst of water vapor at the tip of his nose. When he regained his focus, he saw a small puddle of water not far from him. It was the accumulation of water vapor around Truman's body. Tree Spirit quietly looked at the small pool of water. After a while, he seemed to remember something and mumbled to himself, about the ocean rhythm. I need to tell Rhine about it. After a while, Tree Spirit's tired voice could be heard from the tower where Rhine was. Shouldn't you be watching Yethaway? Why are you here? Rain didn't say anything. Instead, he used his spirit feelers to talk to Tree Spirit. Who's peeping? I've never done that. Tree Spirit's voice was originally very lazy, but at this moment, it was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Its fur stood up, and it instantly woke up from its lazy state. I didn't say you were peeping. You admitted it yourself. Before Tree Spirit lost his temper, Rain quickly changed the topic. I heard that Angor has returned. So, how are the talents he brought this time? Tree Spirit didn't want to talk about Yethaway either. Since Rain changed the topic, he didn't mind. There aren't many talents this time, but they're all good. Apart from Dodoro and the other 3 talents led by Tulu were all decent talents. 2 occultists, 1 summoner, and 1 puppeteer. Especially the puppeteer. He has a very rare special constitution. Oh? Special constitution? But special constitutions aren't all good. What's this puppeteer's constitution? Rain asked casually. Red Fiend. Rain clicked his tongue. That's a rare constitution. But it has serious drawbacks as well. Red Fiend could cast curses using one's own blood. At the same time, one's own blood could enter Red Fiend time to control one's emotions and greatly improve one's fighting ability. Red Fiend time also had serious drawbacks. If the curse failed, the caster would suffer a backlash. In addition, Red Fiend time could greatly improve one's fighting ability. However, the caster would not be able to tell. Friend from foe. Tree Spirit agreed. That's true. But as a puppeteer, Red Fiend time can greatly improve one's fighting ability. If she can become a wizard, she'll become one of the strongest fighters in Brute Cavern in the future. Apart from those 2 occultists, there's also a Sea Element apprentice. Rain frowned. Sea Element? Then he's not very lucky. Just as the Candy House was the most popular place for gourmet wizards, the Starliege Temple had the most prophets, and the Song of the Deep had the most sea wizards. There was only 1 Sea Element apprentice in Brute Cavern, and that apprentice left the southern wizardry region 100 years ago to pursue his own path. No one knew whether the apprentice was still alive or not. Rain felt a little disappointed when he heard that the apprentice was a Sea Element apprentice. But Tree Spirit didn't agree. Not very lucky? You're wrong. This kid is the luckiest one this year. He hasn't learned any sea cantrips yet, and he's already touched the power of the sea. Rain's curiosity was piqued and he asked for more details. That's why I'm here. Tree Spirit didn't try to hide it. Do you remember the video that stirred up the alchemy world in the south? You mean, the one where Angor made a high-tier item? That's right. Tree Spirit sighed. Angor's masterpiece is called Ocean Rhyme. Rain's heart skipped a beat as he listened to Tree Spirit's explanation. A Sea Element apprentice was one of the top 3 auxiliary alchemy items in the southern wizardry region. How terrifying was that? After all, Rhine was already a rank 3 sorcerer and had stepped onto the path of truth. He didn't have any alchemy item that could be ranked in the top 3. But now, an apprentice from Brute Cavern did it. How could he not be surprised? Rain remained silent for a long time after hearing Tree Spirit's explanation. The two remained silent for a long time before Rain spoke in a slightly regretful yet envious tone. Mr. Sunders is so lucky. Why didn't Rain consider taking Sunders as his apprentices? Tree Spirit wouldn't take any apprentices, so Rain and Wallace didn't have to worry about it. However, he also understood Ryan's thoughts. After all, he had never encountered such a crazy thing even though he had lived for so many years. Rain already guessed that Angor must have received an unprecedented alchemy legacy. However, such an alchemy legacy would only teach you how to make something. Alchemists had to rely on themselves to do the actual work. Angor was able to become an alchemist in such a short time only because of his talent. I don't care whose apprentice he is, but we need to know that he's a member of Brute Cavern. That's enough, Tree Spirit said. Rain nodded. He considered for a moment and spoke again. I was planning to observe him for a while and recruit him as a core wizard when he becomes a wizard. But now, it seems we can do it earlier. Rain's expression returned to normal after making up his mind. The effects of ocean rhythm are really not bad. Too bad. It would be great if it's from bloodline or element. Why did it have to be from sea element? Rain shook his head and sighed. Sea element wizards were the rarest in Brute Cavern. Otherwise, Rain would do everything he could to get it from Angor. How about we ask Angor to make something from another element? Rain suddenly suggested. Tree Spirit grumbled, you should know after watching the video that Angor made ocean rhyme because he was inspired by something. It's not easy to make something from another level. Besides, ocean rhyme is already a strategic item. It's extremely rare. Even a master alchemist might not be able to make it. So Angor won't be able to make something like that in a short time? Probably. Rain sighed and shook his head. It didn't matter. Brute Cavern didn't have a single qualified alchemist before. Leona was only half a qualified alchemist. Now that they had Angor, what more could they ask for? The world of alchemy had already decided that Angor would become a master alchemist as long as he didn't die. Once Angor became a master alchemist, they could always ask for better alchemy products. Phantom Island was right in front of him, shrouded in clouds. Angor was about to enter the island, which he had not seen for a year, when a white pigeon suddenly appeared in his sight. The white pigeon circled around him with a letter in its mouth. Without a doubt, the letter was meant for him. Angor sighed in his mind. After leaving the Tree Spirit Palace, he met another group of people who were looking for him. Many of them gave him small notes, and some of them even carried messages from wizards. Most of them were asking him to do alchemy. Angor did not intend to do alchemy for the time being, so he did not plan to pay attention to the pigeon. But when he took a closer look, he noticed that the letter looked very formal. It was different from the ones he received before. The envelope was covered with a layer of golden powder, which shone brightly even in broad daylight. More importantly, there was a familiar rune engraved on the stamp. It was the rune of silence. It was Rainmute's personal symbol. He could refuse anyone else, but if this letter came from Sir Ryan, he didn't dare to neglect it. He took the letter from the pigeon, which nodded at him. Then, with a loud bang, the bird turned into countless white feathers and scattered to the ground. Among them, a light golden feather landed on the envelope. Not only did it become a feather pen in the stamp, but it also removed the seal on the stamp. Such an exquisite handwriting, coupled with such an old-fashioned aristocratic-style letter. Angor could only think of two people in Brute Cavern. One was his teacher, and the other was Rainmute, who was even more elegant than Sunders. Angor flew to Phantom Island while opening the envelope. The paper inside was also giving off a nice aroma. It was not directly attached to the paper. Instead, it was created by someone roasting the paper on an incense burner for several days. Only a noble who had lived a refined and fastidious life since young would be able to come up with something like this. Angor was sure that it was from Rainmute. With Rain's strength, he only needed to use voice transmission to communicate with Angor. However, he chose to send a letter to Angor for two reasons. First, to show his seriousness. Second, it was his personal style. He opened the letter. The message was simple: come to my cloud tower for a talk. However, Ryan left a blank space on the time of the meeting in the letter. He didn't know what it meant at first. But when he saw the golden feather on the stamp, he realized what it meant. Presumably, Rhine wanted him to fill in the appointment time. He dipped the quill in his ink pad and wrote down a few words under the date, year 7377 of the new Southern Region calendar, the 7th day of the month of autumn. Which was tomorrow. After filling in the date, the golden feather suddenly transformed back into a white dove and circled around Angor. Angor understood what rain meant. He put the letter back into the envelope and handed it to White Pigeon. As expected, it held the envelope in its mouth and flew toward the highest point in the mirror world, the cloud tower. He looked at the disappearing pigeon with a thoughtful look. Angor had no idea why Rain wanted to invite him, but he also wanted to find Sunders as well. Back in Tree Spirit Palace, he asked Tree Spirit about Sunders' current situation. Tree Spirit only told him that Sunders was still in the Abyss Plane and wouldn't be able to return anytime soon. Tree Spirit didn't know how to contact Sunders either. Therefore, he thought of Mr. Rain. After all, Rain was the one who asked Sunders to go to the Abyss Plane. Angor wondered if Rain had a way to contact Sunders. Even if Rain didn't send him an invitation, Angor would find a way to reach out to him. Well, it saved him a lot of trouble. Angor was wondering if he should tell Rain about John. However, he didn't know Rain's personality, so he didn't want to take the risk. When he returned to Phantom Island, he saw Butler Good standing at the gate of the Central Manor. "Welcome back, Mr. Pat." Good walked up to Angor and greeted him politely. "Butler Good." Angor returned the greeting. As they chatted, Toby suddenly jumped out of Angor's pocket and stared at the hut in excitement. Greya was the one who built the hut. Toby missed Greya dearly after being away for so long. "Lady Greya isn't at Phantom Island right now," Butler Good said before Toby could leave. Angor was surprised. Wasn't Greya going to ask Sunders to help her find her body? Why did she leave? Toby also lowered his head gloomily when he heard that. Along the way, Angor learned about the recent situation on the island from Good. When Angor left Phantom Island, Sumesh returned to Brute Cavern. At the same time, Greya went into seclusion. However, Greya didn't stay in seclusion for long. She left Brute Cavern right away, saying that she had something important to do. Up until now, he hadn't returned. Angor felt a little regretful after hearing the story. He was planning to use Greya as a backup if Sunders could not get John's help. However, Greya chose to leave. "What's your plan, Mr.?" Good asked when they arrived at Angor's mansion. "I won't be staying in Brute Cavern for long. I have other things to do." "Do you know how to contact my professor?" Good shook his head. "Mr. never gave us a way to contact him." Angor nodded regretfully and asked Good to leave while he returned to his room. It was normal that Good didn't know how to contact Sunders since he was just a butler. Angor decided to visit Flora later. Maybe she had a way to contact Sunders. If that didn't work, he would have to ask Mr. Rain for help. Angor lay down on his bed to rest and saw Toby still looking listless. He knew that any words of comfort would be useless to Toby, so he said, "Why don't I take you to the Dream Wilderness to have a look?" Toby wasn't a stranger to the Dream Wasteland. It was endless and boring. "Don't be so quick to refuse. The Dream Wasteland is livelier than before. I'll take you there later. You can choose a place and design a scene that you like. I'll help you build it. You can bring your friends there. Maybe Lady Greya will visit you too." Toby didn't know the specific function of the Dream Wasteland yet. But he was interested to know that he could build his own nest and invite others to join him in the future. Seeing this, Angor dragged Toby into the Dream Wasteland without hesitation. He followed Toby into the Dream Wasteland himself. After entering Foundation City, Angor took Toby for a stroll. People kept staring at Toby along the way, which made it a little uncomfortable. Angor knew what these people were thinking. Rare things were precious. Toby was the first non-human creature they saw in the Dream Wasteland, so it was normal for them to be curious. After being stared at for a long time, Toby became a little restless. Angor said, "How about you go around by yourself? Where do you want to go? Let me know when you're done." Toby nodded without hesitation. Without waiting for Angor's reply, he quickly rose into the air and disappeared into the clouds. Angor wasn't worried about Toby's safety. Even if it didn't have any supernatural powers now, with its original speed, these mortals wouldn't be able to catch up to it. Besides, Toby was still alive. Even if he was hurt, he would only wake up from his dream. After leaving Toby alone, Angor planned to check on John, but Freud came to him before he could. "I heard a rumor about a bird following someone around, so I knew it was you, sir." Freud chuckled. "You're at Fake Continent now, aren't you?" Angor nodded. "I'm back at Brute Cavern." Freud's eyes lit up. "You can connect to the Dream Wasteland even from Fake Continent. The Dream Wasteland has a wide range of distance restrictions. I wonder if you can connect to the Dream Wasteland in another world after leaving the Wizarding World. It's hard to say. The Dream Realm is too illusory. Maybe it exists in countless worlds. But I'm based in the Wizarding World, and the Dream Wasteland isn't a real dream realm. I need to test it out first." Freud nodded, his eyes sparkling with hope. If the Dream Wasteland can really be accessed across countless realms, its value will be immeasurable. Angor could see that happening, but he didn't put too much hope into it. "I'll try again when I have the chance to visit other planes," said Angor. "How's John's body now?" "He's fine for now." "Good." Angor could tell that John was fine by looking at the residents of the dream realm. What worried him the most was the consciousness rejection. John's condition was caused by the great consciousness in the Wizarding World. Fortunately, the Dream Wasteland was an interlayer space that didn't have much to do with the Dream Realm and the Nightmare Realm, so it didn't have a consciousness. John would be a good choice for Angor. Angor located John on the second floor of the Ocean Theater, working on a book with Madame Monroe and several other scholars. He had originally planned to meet John and take the opportunity to introduce Toby to John as well. But seeing how focused John was, Angor decided not to disturb him for the time being. Freud suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, right, my lord. On the day you left Freighting Town, the man you spoke of, Rossum, came looking for me." Rossum went to talk to Freud. Already? It only took the Ashen traders a week. Did they already know where to find a magic scroll that could increase one's luck? Scrolls that could increase one's luck rarely appeared even once in 100 years. "What did he say after he came?" Angor asked in a puzzled tone. "Did he find anything about the scrolls?" Freud tried to recall his conversation with Rossum. "Yes, but I don't think it's worth mentioning." "What's going on?" Freud shook his head and sighed. "Rossum said that they found a wizard who has one of these scrolls, and he's interested in selling it. But he's not going to use magic crystals. He's going to barter with other items." Bartering was a common way of doing business in the Wizarding World. Angor didn't see anything wrong with it. But he had an idea when he heard Freud's tone. "Is he asking for an exorbitant price?" Freud nodded. "Not only that. He's asking for an exorbitant price." "What does he want?" "A drop of fragment of eternity," Freud said. Freud continued, "Fragments of eternity are much more valuable than a magic scroll with the attribute of luck." How dare he call them that? How dare he call them that? A few drops of fragment of eternity can turn into a sorcerer's garden. It's a weapon of mass destruction. How can a scroll that only lasts for 1 or 2 seconds get something like that? Freud's indignation was understandable. But if Angor thought about it from another perspective, he could use the dream whelk to send the scroll into the dream wasteland again and again. As long as he had enough energy, he could use the scroll for countless seconds. It was a good deal. Still, Angor didn't know how much fragment of eternity was worth. However, he couldn't make a deal with this person. Fragments of eternity might have a price, but there was never a market for them. Fragments of eternity could only be produced in small quantities, and they were so useful that no one was willing to give them to someone else. Even the diluent of fragment of eternity would cost thousands or even tens of thousands of magic crystals. This diluent was made by diluting impurities into hundreds of portions. In other words, even a drop of fragment of eternity with impurities was worth about 1,000,000 magic crystals. Not to mention a complete drop of fragment of eternity without any impurities. They only accept fragments of eternity? That's right. Freud nodded angrily. Angor sighed. There was nothing he could do if he only accepted fragments of eternity. Even if he had the money, he wouldn't be able to buy it. I've already told Rossum that we won't accept this information for now. Let them keep looking, Freud grumbled. There's no way we're going to get a magic crystal with this kind of information. Freud was still complaining, so Angor tried to talk him out of it. Even if Freud got the scroll, he would have to wait until he became a wizard before he could use it again. Freud still had a long way to go. Sigh, I just can't take it anymore. Didn't he realize that the fragment of eternity would only appear when a plane is fusing? But it's not that easy to encounter a plane fusion. While Freud was still mumbling about once in 1,000 years, Angor suddenly remembered the situation at Parmagi Highlands. It was almost certain that there would be a plane fusion at Parmagi Highlands. And it would be a fairly large world that was going to fuse with the southern wizardry region. There would be a lot of fragments of eternity coming out. Angor felt a little regretful when he thought of this. Due to the alien eye, he didn't dare to approach the plane fusion. In fact, he had already made up his mind that he would leave this place for a while before the plane fusion. Still, it wasn't too bad. Even if he didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to get the fragments anyway. Once the plane fusion was over, he could ask around and see if anyone was willing to sell a fragment of eternity. If no one was willing, he would have to give up. When Freud finished venting his frustrations, he suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, my lord. That Rossum not only brought the news of the previous cripple, but also another piece of news. He said that his captain wants to meet you in person. He wants to talk about a deal, as well as information about the person you're looking for." Rossum was very cautious when he told me about this. It seems like he took it very seriously. Freud's expression turned a little doubtful. A deal? Angor didn't recall telling Rossum anything like that. As for the person he was looking for, Cassini's name popped up in Angor's mind. Could it be that they had found out about Cassini? What did you tell him? I told Rossum that you've left, sir. I don't know when you'll be back. Freud, Rossum gave me a perceptive post and told me to tell him if I hear anything about you. I saw that he looked very serious, but I don't know what's going on. Tell him that I'm back at Fey Continent. If they have something important to tell me, they'll come to me. I see, said Freud. Angor noticed that John was still working on his book, so he decided to talk to Freud about the development of Foundation City as well as the recent progress of the experiment samples. Freud mentioned Torres when he talked about the recent developments of Foundation City. After Torres showed up as the new sheriff, Angor had to admit that Torres had become the new sheriff of Foundation City. Due to the previous murder incident, the somewhat chaotic First Heart City slowly returned to order. Torres's display of martial prowess had shocked everyone. The citizens of Foundation City were carefully selected by Freud, and they all obeyed the rules of an orderly society. However, because Origin City was still in its infancy stage, they had not yet adapted to it. However, with the appearance of the sheriff, the strengthening of the guards, and the appearance of the acting city lord, Origin City slowly returned from its impetuous state to its mundane state. Torres played an important role in this. Torres is a good guy, but he likes to show off too much. Also, he's a bit unreasonable. It's hard to control him. Freud rubbed his temples. At this moment, a woman in a tight-fitting uniform came to Freud in a hurry. Mr. Tisson. Bad news. The woman had a delicate face, but she seemed to be worried. Before Freud could say anything, the woman quickly explained, "It's the sheriff. He's chasing a bird. He's trampling on the buildings and damaged many of them. The construction workers are already complaining about it." What? Freud's eyes widened. He's chasing a bird. He's trampling on the buildings and damaged many of them. The construction workers are already complaining about it. Torres was chasing a bird. Freud sneaked a glance at Angor and knew who the bird was. Angor didn't notice Freud's gaze because he was using his omniscient view to observe the situation. After a while, he looked away. Torres and Toby were indeed chasing a bird, but they didn't seem to be at each other's throats. Torres wasn't a stranger to Toby. He still remembered what happened when he was an undead, but he didn't want to think about it because it was too complicated. However, he didn't forget about Angor and Toby. After all, Angor was the one who brought him out of that small, dark, and filthy world. Therefore, Torres was quite familiar with Angor and Toby's memories. When Taurus saw Toby in First Heart City, he wanted to have some fun with Toby. Toby was also a playful person, so Taurus didn't mind playing with Toby at all. Now, Taurus and Toby were actually playing with each other. Since Angor knew that, he wasn't worried. He brought Toby into the dream wasteland to relieve the bird's frustration. Now that Toby was feeling better, it was a good thing. As for the construction of Foundation City, well, as long as no one was hurt, the rest could be fixed later. Freud also sighed in relief when he learned that there wasn't a fight going on between the two of them. I just got back to Brute Cavern and have some business to attend to. As for Toby, he'll leave when he's tired. With that, Angor bid farewell to Freud and left the dream wasteland. Once back in the real world, Angor began his daily meditation. Now that he was a top-level apprentice, he didn't need to replenish his mana pool. All he needed to do was to maintain it. Therefore, he could meditate much faster than before. An hour later, Angor opened his eyes. Since he was going to meet Mr. Rain tomorrow, he planned to visit Flora and the others today. If Flora could contact Sunders, he wouldn't have to mention this matter again when he went to see Mr. Rain. With that in mind, he opened the door and headed to Rockwell Society. When he came down from the corridor on the second floor, he bumped into Butler Good at the corner. Good was holding several letters and hesitating at the staircase. "Butler Good?" Angor called out. Good looked up. "You came just in time, Mr. Pat. I've just received a few invitations from official magi. I'm hesitating if I should give them to the young master." Angor took a look at the letters. Just like before, they were all about alchemists. Moreover, most of these magi were people he had never seen before. Angor took out a piece of paper and quickly wrote down several replies using a copy spell. Although the other party was an official magus, looking at this thick pile, if he really had to do alchemy one by one, he wouldn't be able to do anything for the next few years. Besides, there were also a bunch of people who wanted him to make high-tier items. If he could, he would really want to do it. But it was something that could only be found by chance. Of course, Angor rejected the invitations. However, Angor didn't dare to reject them directly. Instead, he explained that he was currently at the peak of apprentice level and needed to focus on leveling up first, so he couldn't make any alchemy right now. Becoming a wizard? This was an extremely important moment in the life of every magus, so he used this reason to reply to the letter. It was very proper, and it would not cause any criticism or disgust. He handed the letter to Good and asked him to spread the word before leaving Phantom Island. Angor learned his lesson this time. Before he could walk out of Phantom Island, he activated Infinite Reticence and took a detour to leave Phantom Island from the other side. While flying across the sky, he saw a group of apprentices gathering on the sky bridge. He guessed that they were all here to visit him. Angor was glad that he had the foresight. Otherwise, he would have been surrounded by these people if he just walked out like a normal person. In a flash, Angor flew toward the horizon. At the same time, among the apprentices on the sky bridge outside Phantom Island, a man wearing a black and white panda costume sensed Angor's presence and looked up. He picked up the short staff in his hand and gestured as he muttered something under his breath. After a while, he tried to put the staff on a flat surface. However, a gust of wind blew the staff away and it fell to the ground. He looked at the broken staff and muttered to himself, "Fate is telling me that I won't see Angor today. Ah, whatever. I'll go back first. I'll come again next time." Angor didn't notice his old friend waiting for him on the sky bridge. He had reached the other end of the Tree of Eternity's leaf vein, where a dark cloud island stood. The island was covered with dark thorns and blood-piercing roses. Angor hovered in the air and saw a fence full of black thorns, as well as a dark yet luxurious tower. This was Rockwell Society, the territory of Blood Witch Flora. Angor stopped outside Rockwell Society to think about how to send a message to Flora. Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds coming from the thorny forest. A moment later, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It was a young man with a gentle smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Spivot," Angor called his name in a soft voice. It was Imp Grag, who used to be a famous member of Edge of Night. However, after his body was destroyed, he changed his name to Spivot and became Flora's student under pressure from Sunders. "Ah, it's you. No wonder the professor asked me to come out and greet a guest. Spivot looked at Angor with a complicated expression. During the year, he quickly recovered to the peak of level 2 apprentice and learned more about Brute Cavern. Of course, Angor was one of the most important people he could not avoid. In just 1 year, Angor's achievements reached his ears. This made him feel both surprised and incredulous. Sometimes, he even wondered if he was the one who possessed Angor's body. In comparison, the difference was like heaven and earth. Spivot was jealous of Angor, but at the same time, he was also glad. Becoming Flora's disciple meant that he was also a member of the Phantom Clan. Since he was close to Angor, it would be easier for him to ask for alchemy help in the future. This was why Spivot felt so conflicted when he saw Angor again. "Come with me, the teacher is already waiting for you." Spivot used to be a wizard, so he quickly adjusted his mood and smiled at Angor. Angor nodded and followed him. Along the way, he also talked to Spivot briefly. Spivot spoke in a calm and polite manner, which made Angor a little surprised. As he recalled, Spivot used to be a proud and arrogant person. But in just 1 year, that arrogance slowly disappeared from his face. According to Sunders, if Spivot could get used to his new identity and change his temperament, he might be able to become a truth finder if he could walk the path of wizardry again. From the looks of it, Spivot seemed to be moving in this direction, which was a good thing. As he pondered, they arrived at a tall tower that was built in the style of dark goths stepping over thorns covered with red roses. Angor stepped into a dark tunnel inside the castle. When he saw light again, he was already in Flora's guest room. Flora was half lying on a soft sofa with her feet bare. Countless blood orbs floated in front of her. She would touch one of them from time to merge with the other orbs. While observing the orbs, she also tried to figure out the secret behind it. She slowly looked up when Angor came in. "Miss Flora." Angor bowed to her politely. At the same time, he also greeted Little Red, who was standing behind Flora. The ghost flames in Little Red's eye sockets turned into crescent moons. She then handed a red rose to Angor. Angor took the rose, thanked Little Red, and turned back to Flora. Flora's face was covered by a black veil, so Angor could not see her expression clearly. But he could feel that she was studying him. After a while, Flora said slowly, "You've entered the Great Barrier." She sounded certain. At the same time, there was a hint of emotion in her voice. Angor nodded. "You're the only one in Brute Cavern who did it in such a short time," commented Flora. Flora commented. "Since you've reached the peak of apprentice, you should be preparing for your breakthrough. I wonder how far you've reached." She continued. "That's right. You've reached the peak of apprentice." "Not yet." Angor looked a little embarrassed. "Not yet. Have you decided on your first spell slot?" "No," Angor answered honestly. Flora considered for a moment. "I see. You've been spending most of your time on training and alchemy. It's normal that you don't know about these things. Let me give you a piece of advice. Take some time to stabilize your foundation. Don't be in a hurry." Angor understood. He needed some time to build up his strength. At the very least, he couldn't be careless about spell slots. "Let's get down to business. What do you want from me?" Flora shook her head without hesitation when she heard what he said. "Professor is at the front line of the Abyss Plane. If you want to tell him something, you have to go there yourself." She glanced at Angor. "What do you want from him?" "If you have any problems with your training, you can come to me." Angor shook his head. He didn't have any problems with his training. He was just worried about John's condition. He also wondered if he should tell Flora about John's situation. However, Flora was not as good as the Wiss. Neither the Wiss nor Eureka could solve John's problem, and Flora might not be able to do anything to help. Maybe Sumesh, who he only heard about but never met, was more reliable. But according to Butler Good, Sumesh wasn't in Brute Cavern right now. Since Angor didn't want to talk about it, Flora didn't ask further. "If you really want to send a message to Professor, you can go to the questing hall. Maybe someone wants to go to the Abyss Plane." A moment later, Angor left Rockwell Associates and went to the questing hall. He found Abyss Mission, frontline construction in the hall. But according to his information, no one wanted to accept it. The higher-ups didn't recommend apprentices to do it either. Angor had no choice but to give up. Also, according to the information he received, even if he accepted the job, he might not be assigned to the frontline camp where Sunders was. Angor wasn't sure if he could send a message. It seemed he had to ask Rain about other options when he went to see Mr. Rain tomorrow. After leaving the questing hall, Angor planned to return to Phantom Island. However, halfway through, he saw the buildings of the 8th Apprentice Town in the distance. He quickly thought of Nausicaa, Xylem, and the others. He considered and decided to check it out. He didn't know if they were back yet, especially Xylem. It had been a long time since he last saw him. But when he arrived at Nausicaa's mansion, he saw the dusty equipment in the yard. It seemed Nausicaa hadn't come back for a long time. He thought for a while and decided to go to the underground market to ask Dave for some information. However, when he arrived at Prom's alchemy shop, he noticed that it was Balba who was guarding the shop. Balba was so happy to see Angor that he quickly closed the door and dragged Angor to Barterfly Pub. While eating and drinking, Angor learned something from Balba. Dave was no longer working at the shop. He had a new teacher, Rose Crown Leona. Nowadays, Dave only visited Prom's alchemy shop once in a while. He spent most of his time learning alchemy from Leona. Prom also gave Dai whining his blessings for having a new teacher after so many years. He accepted Dave's resignation and appointed Balba as an official employee of Prom's alchemy shop. Angor was glad that Dave was able to become Leona's student. Dave was quite talented in alchemy. Unfortunately, Angor didn't have a good teacher to teach him. Besides, Angor's current focus was on enchantment, so he couldn't help Dave much. After chatting with Dave, Angor looked at Balba. "So you're going to stay in Brute Cavern?" When Angor went to Dumartin's place, Balba was injected with a one-use parasite bloodline. As a bloodline user, Balba's future was pretty much ruined. Balba nodded. "You'll never get another chance." Angor wasn't the type to dictate other people's decisions. Balba chose to stay in Brute Cavern, and he still didn't change his mind. Maybe he could still find a way out. Angor chatted with Balba for the entire afternoon. He also asked Balba about Nausicaa's whereabouts. Balba wasn't familiar with Nausicaa, so he didn't know much about her. But he did remember hearing Dave mention that Nausicaa sent a letter back to him. Balba didn't know what was written in the letter, though. Angor relaxed a little when he heard about Nausicaa's whereabouts. Xylem, on the other hand, was still a mystery. The Cloud Tower was located at the top of the Tree of Eternity. Everywhere in the mirror world, one could see the shadow of the Cloud Tower. For apprentices, the tower was like a symbol of faith, or a lighthouse that guided them when they were lost in the darkness. This was Angor's first visit to the Cloud Tower. He felt a little nervous about the place, which was like a sacred place to all apprentices. Looking at the boundless aura of the tower, Angor could not help but wonder what the interior of the tower would be like. Would it be as luxurious and meticulous as Sunder's Manor? Or would it be as old and calm as the outer tower? As Angor pondered, several white pigeons resting on the windowsills of the tower suddenly flapped their wings and flew into the clouds. The pigeons seemed to be following a fixed path. Angor was only looking at them casually, but he realized that the pigeons seemed to be following the weak points of the energy. After the pigeons flew past, a strange energy slowly sank down from the Cloud Tower. Angor felt that the path was strange and familiar. He could not help but think about it. At the same time, Rain Mute, who was resting inside the tower, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at where Angor was standing. Talented as expected. He noticed the path at first glance, Rain mumbled to himself. A while later, he heard some rustling noises. He looked up and saw that the gate of the Cloud Tower had been opened without him noticing. He was still thinking about the strange path, but he did not have time to think about it now. He was here to meet the real boss of Brute Cavern. If he did not pay enough attention because of his distraction, he would be asking for trouble. With that in mind, Angor quickly put away his unnecessary thoughts and stepped into the dark gate. As soon as he entered, he sensed a strange atmosphere. Solemn and serious. It was just an ordinary corridor, but it felt so peaceful that Angor could not help but lower his steps so that his footsteps would not make any noise. When he walked to the center of the tower, he saw that the inside of the tower was hollow. He could see the window at the top from the ground floor. Mottled sunlight shone on the central pool at the bottom floor, creating ripples. The water in the pool was still water. There was a strange statue in the middle of the pool. It was a majestic god that seemed to exist in the void. His face could not be seen clearly, but his body naturally emitted a silent aura. Beside the god, there was a pile of floating balls that seemed to only have mouths. They opened their flaming red lips, which reminded people of a word, noisy. There was a strong contrast between silence and noise. However, when placed on the same statue, it was extremely harmonious. Just like shadow and light, they were clearly contradictory, yet they existed together. The strangest thing about this statue was its ethereal face. He couldn't see its eyes, but he felt as if a pair of eyes were looking at him through the void. The gaze also reached into his body, from his body to his mind, as if everything was under its observation. At the end of Angor's right shoulder, a water droplet glowed faintly. As the faint light shone, the blood night protection within the droplet began to take effect. He felt something light slowly enveloping his body. Immediately after, the feeling of being spied on faded away like the tide. Angor didn't dare to look at the statue again. This statue had actually triggered the protection of the blood night. From this, it could be seen that the feeling of being spied on was absolutely real. He didn't dare to look at such a strange statue again. Even with the protection of blood night, it didn't mean that he was absolutely safe. This is a wordless god, a religion of divination. A message directly reached Angor's mind. Angor was a little surprised. He wanted to ask who it was, but he realized that he couldn't speak because of the blood night protection. You can't speak within the range of the wordless god. Come to the top floor. I'll wait for you here. Angor didn't receive anything else after that. But he heard a creaking noise. It seemed that the door of one of the rooms in the tower was opened. Angor assumed that it was Rain who sent him the message. He didn't feel too scared and walked up the winding stairs to the top floor step by step. When he reached the top floor, he looked down from the railing and saw the same pool and statue at the bottom floor. But this time, the pool was no longer water. Instead, it turned into a water screen. More strangely, Angor's image appeared on the screen. But it wasn't Angor's current image. It was Angor as a child, then suddenly changed to Angor as a teenager, and finally stopped at Angor as a grown-up. However, his image only appeared for a moment before it was covered by a blood-red light. The blood-red light blurred the entire water screen, as if it did not want to be seen by the water screen. In the end, the blood-red light disappeared, and the water screen returned to an ordinary pool. Angor's eyes flickered with understanding. Leaving aside the different versions of himself, the blood-red light definitely had something to do with the blood night protection. So, what was shown on the water screen was the statue spying on his privacy, and the blood night protection blocked it. It must be the truth. Come in. I can answer any questions you have. The same message came again. Angor turned around absent-mindedly and saw an open door behind him. He hesitated for a moment and walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw Rain Mute sitting in front of a huge crystal ball. The room was spacious and filled with crystal balls. Angor noticed that each of the crystal balls had a distorted reflection of himself. He heard that Mr. Rain was obsessed with crystal balls, and it seemed that it was true. Lady Mirror once told Angor that if he met Rain, he should tell him not to make crystal balls anymore. It had been 1,000 years since Rain did that. Angor needed to keep up with the latest trends in floating mech city. It was easy for Lady Mirror to say that, but Angor didn't dare to do so. Judging from the number of crystal balls in the room, Angor could tell how obsessed Rain was with crystal balls. Angor would be angry if he was in Rain's shoes. Come and sit here. Rain was dressed meticulously, and his every movement was filled with elegance. Angor didn't dare to refuse and sat across from Rain. Right between them was the crystal ball that was at least 1 meter in diameter. You seem confused by what you saw in the pool. Why don't you tell me about it? Rain asked. Angor finally noticed that the aura of silence around him was slowly disappearing. He looked up and saw Rain sitting across from him. Rain looked like an ordinary old nobleman without any aura or pressure. But Angor felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Rain might have restrained his aura, but when facing Angor, he felt like he was looking at an ordinary rock in the sea. But if he dived into the sea, he would see a giant underwater peak that reached all the way to the surface. Angor tried his best to calm himself down. He tried his best to control his fear and spoke again. Mister, what were those images? That's the speechless deity's response. Rain smiled and said, that's what the speechless deity said. I wanted to see your potential through the speechless deity's power. But I think there's something on you that prevented the deity from looking at you. Rain glanced at the golden shoulder seal on Angor's right shoulder. At the end of the seal, there was a drop-shaped crystal that seemed to be glowing red. Is this an alchemy item that can block prying eyes? Rain didn't use his spirit feelers to check the crystal. Angor considered and nodded. In fact, Bloody Night Shelter could block prophecies, but it wasn't entirely accurate to say that it could block prying eyes. Rain wasn't surprised to learn that Angor had an alchemy item that could block prying eyes. But if Rain knew that Bloody Night Shelter could block prophecies, he wouldn't be able to stay calm anymore. Rain didn't say anything more about Bloody Night Shelter. But even without the speechless deity's help, your potential is already widely acknowledged. I called you here because I want to see what kind of person the alchemist in the southern wizarding region is like. Rain paused for a moment. Don't be shy. I just want to have a chat with you. A chat? Angor didn't believe that Rain had time for chit-chat. But since Rain said so, Angor simply nodded. Anyway, he wanted to learn something from Rain anyway. By the way, I saw you observing those pigeons outside the tower. What's wrong? Did you see anything? Angor was a little surprised. He expected Rain to ask him about alchemy first, but he didn't expect to hear this one out of the blue. Angor's mind raced as he tried to figure out Rain's intention. Unfortunately, he couldn't figure it out since he didn't have the right information. He decided not to think about it anymore. Instead, he chose his words carefully and answered according to his own thoughts. I didn't notice it at first. But then I felt something was wrong, so I went to take a closer look. I discovered that the white pigeon was flying in a strange trajectory. That trajectory felt strange to me, but it also felt familiar. While speaking, Angor tried to recall the path. He didn't think too much about it when he was outside the tower. Now that Rain gave him a chance to sort it out, Angor felt more and more enlightened. When the mist dissipated, Angor could see the tracks shining brightly in his memory. He didn't remember all the details of the tracks. He only remembered a small part of them, but it was enough to enlighten him. Accumulation, Angor muttered. That small part was clearly a part of a rune. In the Mageweth, the meaning of this corner was accumulation. So, that's a magic array? Angor asked. Rain chuckled. As expected. As an enchantment alchemist, the enchantment path outside can't stop you. Enchantment path? That's the name of the magic array? Angor searched his memory and didn't find anything about it in any books he read about magic arrays. So it wasn't a magic array that could be used in enchantment. Yes, that's the name of the magic array. The enchantment path is one of the main reasons why the mirror world has such a high concentration of primal mana. It absorbs a large amount of primal mana from the outside world and transmits it to various locations in the mirror world through the illusions of the magic array, Rain explained. That white pigeon you saw earlier is an illusion of the array. An illusion of a magic array. Angor wasn't unfamiliar with the term. He didn't know anything about magic arrays other than enchantment, but he knew that every advanced rune sorcerer had their own way of operating magic arrays, and illusions were one of them. However, the school of runes that used illusions belonged to an ancient school of thought and was no longer the mainstream. As the era changed, most of the magic arrays were now operated by magic puppets. I see. When he arrived at the Cloud Tower, he sensed that the concentration of mana in the area suddenly increased. It must be because this place was the core of the magic array, where the illusions resided. Rain waved a hand, and the window behind him suddenly opened. A white pigeon fluttered its wings and landed on Rain's hand. Angor was still puzzled when Rain handed the pigeon to him. Rain smiled and said, I'll give you this phantom. Take it? Angor didn't know how to respond. He didn't want to refuse, but he also didn't want to accept it. What? You don't want it? Rain raised an eyebrow. Almost every wizard in Brood Cavern has an apparition of demon absorption. The place where the phantom is located is the extension of the magic array. In other words, as long as there were phantoms flying, the concentration of primal magic power there would naturally increase. Phantom Island had a higher concentration of primal mana compared to other places because of the phantom spirits. Angor listened to Rain's nagging. He immediately understood what Rain meant. Brute Cavern was giving him more resources. So, Brute Cavern accepted Brute Cavern's core members in advance. Since Rain didn't point it out, Angor couldn't be sure. But no matter what, accepting this phantom was definitely not a mistake. Angor nodded. Thank you, Mr. Rain. Rain knew that Angor already knew what he meant. He nodded with a smile and tossed the white pigeon to Angor's side. The pigeon circled around Angor as if trying to memorize his scent. A moment later, the bird nodded at Angor and flew out of the room. Rain didn't really mean to give the phantom to Angor. He just wanted the phantom to remember Angor's scent. The phantom would still live in the Cloud Tower. When Angor gained his own territory in the future, the phantom would move the node of demon absorption to Angor's territory to increase the concentration of primal mana there. After accepting the phantom, Angor noticed that Rain was no longer estranged from him. Also, Rain began to reveal some secrets about Brute Cavern to Angor. For example, Angor knew that Brute Cavern had a high-tiered sorcerer's garden, but he didn't know what it was. Now, Rain told him about it, the Myriad Spirit Garden. Angor also learned another secret. Baroque, who almost got him replaced by Parasite Queen in Sky Tower, also came to Brute Cavern for the Myriad Spirit Garden. However, Angor never got a chance to enter the garden. Since Rain told him about the mediation between different factions, Angor's guess was correct. He was accepted into the core of Brute Cavern ahead of time. Was it because of his alchemy skills? However, Rain didn't tell Angor about the power distribution among wizards in Brute Cavern. It wasn't that Rain didn't want to tell Angor, but Angor wasn't strong enough yet. Rain didn't want Angor to get involved in these conflicts. Right now, Rain's priority was to help Angor grow stronger. Too much talking about other things would only get in the way. Besides, Angor was an alchemist. Rain believed that even the most hostile factions in Brute Cavern wouldn't do anything to Angor. After telling Angor everything, Rain turned to Angor and said, "Before your professor left, he talked to me about you." Angor's ears perked up as soon as he heard Sunder's words. "He said you're working on a research paper about undead creatures and souls. How's it going? If you find something useful, you can submit it to Mirror." Mirror was the official magazine of Brute Cavern, and its target audience was the wizards of Brute Cavern. Rain didn't believe Angor could come up with anything impressive. However, if Angor really submitted the paper, Rain wouldn't mind commenting on it and publishing it in Mirror. This was also a way to tell other wizards in Brute Cavern that Angor was now a core member of Brute Cavern. Angor knew Rain was talking about the irreversible theory of undead creatures and souls. As a matter of fact, Sunders already suggested that Angor publish this paper in Mirror if he didn't mind. However, Angor was in a hurry to get home, and he didn't complete his experiment on Prelude to Rebirth, so he only gave Sunders an excuse. Now that Rain brought this up, Angor began to think about it seriously. He was lucky enough to restock Prelude to Rebirth's white bullets at Spectre C and successfully completed an experiment to turn Taurus from an undead creature back into a soul. After observing Taurus for a while, Angor noticed that Taurus didn't turn into an undead creature again. This proved that the irreversible theory of undead creatures and souls was wrong. Angor didn't mind publishing the result of his research. However, he couldn't use Taurus as an example. If someone found out that Taurus was the one who went to the dark dimension at Silver Palm Island, he would have no way to explain himself. With that in mind, Angor spoke to Rain. "Sir, I've been working on this topic, but I'm not done yet. I need more experiments. It'll take some time before I publish it." Rain smiled and said, "It's fine. Research is a long-term thing. There's still a long way to go, so you can take your time. Also, you can publish any research paper you come up with in Mirror." As one of the reviewers of Mirror, Rain didn't mind helping Angor out a little. Next, Rain and Angor talked about alchemy, including ocean rhythm, which Rain greatly praised. Angor was worried that Rain would insist on experimenting with ocean rhyme himself. Fortunately, Rain only suggested that Angor hold a class in Tree Spirit Garden when he had time in the future. He could charge other apprentices to learn ocean rhyme and improve their affinity with water. Ryan was only giving a suggestion. He did not force it, nor did he test the rhythm of the ocean. Angor sighed in relief and agreed to Rain's suggestion. Like I said, we're just chatting. I'm the one doing the talking. Don't you have anything to ask? Angor quickly nodded. He had been worried about talking to one of the most powerful wizards in the entire southern wizardry region, so he didn't dare to interrupt. Now that Rain was offering him a chance, Angor had to seize it. I happen to have some free time today. Feel free to ask anything you want. Rain chuckled. If you have someone in mind, I can talk to them for you. Angor didn't know what to say. Rain was always trying to matchmake people. When Greya was creating the spell, Rain was there too. Not only did Rain persuade Sunders to marry a woman named Samantha, but he also mentioned that Greya could be considered as well. Angor could see how passionate Rain was about this. Angor didn't expect that Rain would ask him to do such a thing one day. I don't have anyone in mind for now. I'll focus on my training. Angor quickly changed the topic. Sir, do you know how to contact my professor? I have something to discuss with him. Sunders? Rain considered. He's at the front line of the Abyss Plane, so it's not easy to reach him. Do you have something important to do? It's about Nightmare Form and Nightmare Domain. He was planning to answer Angor's questions on behalf of Sunders if the questions were simple enough. But if it was Nightmare Form and Nightmare Domain, there was nothing he could do. Nightmare Form was a secret art unique to phantom demons. Rain considered. If you really want to talk to Sunders, how about this? He was now on his way back to Phantom Island. On the way, he was still thinking about Ryan's suggestion. According to Rain, he did not have a way to contact Sunders either. However, he could get someone to pass on the message for him. In a week, Moonfrost Union would visit Brute Cavern to exchange the 7th batch of resources. Brute Cavern would also send a wizard to the front line with supplies. Rain suggested that Angor should ask the wizard to deliver a message to Brute Cavern. Angor wasn't unfamiliar with the wizard's name. Madeline, the Ruthless Thorn. She joined Brute Cavern as an individual not long ago. She was a member of a wizard family in Goman Kingdom. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, he eventually joined Brute Cavern. She was also Papaya's teacher. In fact, he believed that Madeline should be able to deliver the message as long as he offered a reasonable price. After all, to Madeline, this was just a casual thing to say. Many apprentices would also pay magic crystals for the protection of official wizards when they used teleportation circles. However, he couldn't tell Sunders about John's dream wasteland if he asked a third party to tell him about it. But whether or not Sanders would contact him, and when, were both questions. If it took too long, it was hard to say if Chan's body could withstand it. Therefore, he was actually a little conflicted. He remembered that not long ago in the Cloud Tower, when he learned from Ryan that he could only pass on the message through voice transmission, he thought for a long time and asked Ryan cautiously, "Is there no other way?" "This is already the best solution." "Then, can I go with you to the Abyss Plane?" Angor hesitated for a moment. Ryan's expression was very strange. Right now, no one wants to go to the Abyss. Why do you want to join in the fun? Is it urgent? It's urgent, Angor answered without hesitation. Rain didn't want Angor to go to the Abyss Plane. After all, Angor was a valuable technician. However, every adept was free. If they always lived in an ivory tower, they would never truly grow. Rain was conflicted. Angor could go anywhere else, but the Abyss Plane was too dangerous. No one knew when Monkey would make his move. Once he did, the Abyss Plane would become the most dangerous place in the world. With the demon god's strange power, perhaps he only needed to say a word to destroy all the outsiders. It's not that you can't go. But the Abyss Plane is too dangerous. If you really want to go, you'd better leave as soon as possible. He had two choices now. One was to ask Madeline to deliver the message, and then wait for Sunders to contact him. Or he could go to the Abyss Plane himself and follow Madeline back to Brute Cavern. He did not know what to do, but from a safety point of view, delivering a message was the safest option. That was what he thought at first. But after some careful consideration, he realized that there were too many variables to consider. As he pondered, he saw a group of people rushing past him on flying brooms. Now that he was using infinite reticence and transfiguration, these people didn't notice his presence at all. However, Angor overheard their conversation when they were walking past. Master Theron's power is too scary. He spent a whole night making magic buckets, and he used them up in just a few hours. Yeah. And every single one of them was glowing. No one dared to get close. And they said people were impatient. But when Master Theron showed up, they all calmed down. No wonder the leaders were worried at all. The group of people quickly left for the short-distance teleportation array. From their conversation, Angor guessed that they were going to deliver materials to Master Theron outside the mirror world. Speaking of Master Theron, Rain already told him about it. He came from a wizard organization called Valley of Breezes and was a famous runemaster in the southern wizarding region. The plane fusion was imminent, and Brood Cavern happened to be located in the center of Parmagi Highlands, which meant it was very easy to get affected. Once a space crack appeared around the mirror world, it would be a terrible disaster for Brood Cavern. Moreover, Lady Mirror was still sleeping, which made many apprentices even more worried. However, a few days ago, the famous Master Theron was invited to Brood Cavern to engrave a magic array to stabilize the space outside the mirror world. With Theron's help, the mirror world was no longer in danger. If you want to learn more about runes, I can arrange for you to be Master Theron's assistant. Angor shook his head. He would have gladly accepted the offer if it was some other time. But now, it was impossible. Angor did not think too much about Master Theron's visit. However, he used this opportunity to ask Rhine about the time of the plane fusion. In fact, Rhine wasn't completely sure. However, based on the current situation, the time of the fusion of the two worlds should be half a month later. Seeing how concerned Angor was about the time, Rain thought that Angor wanted to get involved as well, so he tried to stop him. Angor knew what he was capable of, so he wouldn't do something impossible. According to Rain's prediction, he would have to leave Brood Cavern in at least half a month. Otherwise, he might expose the existence of the alien eye. If he wanted to leave Parmagi Highlands, he would have to get as far away as possible. He didn't know how far the alien eye's radiation could reach. But he didn't know where to go yet. Angor already had an idea. Since he was going to leave, why not leave completely? Leave the world of sorcerers and go to another plane. The abyss was a good place to visit. At least, Angor would be able to face Sunders when he went there. Besides, he could leave with Madeline a week later, which would guarantee his safety. Apart from that, he could also go to the abyss plane to see if the dream wasteland could bypass the restriction of the world. He compared the choices in his mind. If he stayed in the wizarding world, he might not be able to receive Sunders' message in time, and he would have to avoid the plane fusion. The only advantage was that it was relatively safe. If he followed Madeline to the abyss plane, he would be able to talk to Sunders. But there was also a downside: he might run into danger. Angor hesitated for 3 days. In the end, he decided to go to the abyss plane himself. The abyss plane might be a dangerous place, but he wasn't without resources. At least he was good at escaping. Besides, Madeline and the Moonfrost Union had their own guards, which would greatly improve his safety. As far as he knew, the Moonfrost Union had sent 7 batches of supplies to the abyss plane in the past year, so they were familiar with the route. According to the Magi's ability to plan, even if there was a variable, it should be within the range of a constant value. Besides, he wasn't going to stay in the abyss plane. If he left early, he wouldn't be in too much danger. Since he had made up his mind, he wrote a letter and asked Good to deliver it to Madeline. A day later, he received Madeline's reply, yes. Angor prepared to visit Madeline as soon as he received the letter. However, he didn't see Madeline at her place. Instead, he ran into Papaya, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. According to Papaya, her teacher had left, and she didn't know where he went. Angor had no choice but to cancel the visit. Since it was rare to see Papaya, he didn't hurry to leave. Instead, he chatted with her about Papaya's grandmother. Also, he asked Papaya about Madeline's personality. Meanwhile, inside the cloud tower at the top of the mirror world, Rain was talking to Madeline. I didn't think Angor would really go to the abyss plane. The empty voice echoed in the room filled with crystal balls. Rain considered for a moment and looked at Madeline. Since he's already made up his mind, we'll do as he pleases. But he's a rare alchemist in Brute Cavern. I hope you can keep him safe. Madeline was a very smart woman. She came to Rain as soon as she received Angor's letter. Rain's action of inviting Angor to Cloud Tower had already attracted the attention of the other wizards in the organization. Rain's generous behavior was enough to show how much he valued Angor. Besides, Angor's personal value deserved to be taken seriously. Therefore, Madeline came to Rain. After getting a general idea of Rain's attitude, Madeline replied to Angor's letter. I'll keep an eye on Angor as long as I can ensure my own safety. Rain nodded. He knew that Angor had the sequence of gravity, so he should be able to run away fast enough to ensure his safety. Come back as soon as you can after delivering the supplies. Even if Mr. Monkey doesn't do anything, the Abyss Plane isn't a safe place. I understand. Madeline nodded. I know why you volunteered to go to the Abyss Plane. Rain quickly changed the topic. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Angor was busy arranging his bracelet and purchasing items from the resource hall. When he had free time, he would also go to the Dream Wasteland. After all, no one knew what would happen during this trip to the Abyss. Moreover, the Dream Wasteland might not be able to cross realms. As such, he could only replenish his resources at Foundation City while he was still in the world of adepts. By the time they were done, the Moonfrost Alliance was about to arrive. He considered for a moment and decided to visit David. He was in a forest far away from Tree Spirit Garden. The mountain had a horizontal peak called Rose Peak, which was surrounded by clouds. Sitting on the airship, Angor could already see a sea of red under the clouds. He could already smell the faint scent of roses from afar. That was Leona's rose garden. Angor had never stepped into the garden before, but he was familiar with it. More than once, Sunders told Angor to go to Leona's rose garden if he had any questions about alchemy. It was just that Angor never went there. Angor did not fly to Rose Peak directly. Instead, he landed at the foot of the mountain. He followed the mountain path and slowly climbed to the top. Leona had set up a layer of poison cloud above the Rose Peak to prevent any disturbances. Angor would be asking for death if he kept going. The only way forward was to use his feet to measure the path. When he was halfway up the mountain, he was blocked by thorns. Through the thorns, he could see the shadow of a building behind him, as well as a small path that led to the dark forest. However, the thorns covered the sky like a tall wall. Anyone who wanted to enter had to either fly or cut through the wall. Flying would lead to entering the poison cloud, while cutting through the wall would offend Leona. Therefore, there was only one way to get in. Bribe Leona. Angor heard some rumors about the rose garden before, so he knew that the wall of thorns was actually a rose from the rose garden at the top of the mountain. As long as you bribed the flower, it would open up a path for you. Angor did not need to bribe though. He took out a beautiful crystal rose from his bracelet. When the rose appeared, the thorns parted on their own as if they sensed something. Angor nodded in satisfaction and went through the thorns. However, as soon as he stepped through, he heard a shrill voice. Ugh! I thought it was a fat sheep. Who would have thought its master's token? The crystal rose was the token of entry to Rose Garden, which was given to him by Sunders. Angor pretended he did not hear anything and kept climbing up the mountain path. The higher he went, the stronger the fragrance became. When he reached the entrance of the Rose Garden, the refreshing fragrance became even more obvious. However, he did not feel tired at all. Instead, he felt relaxed both physically and mentally. Not long after he reached the entrance of the Rose Garden, he heard a creak. The gate was opened from the inside. A skinny young man wearing a pair of goggles and some freckles on his face was looking at Angor in surprise. Angor, the young man was Davy, whom Angor had not seen for a long time. Davy opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, a rose. The rose extended its vines and reached Angor's face. You're Angor? Angor? It was a giant rose with a mouth and sharp fangs. It looked at Angor from head to toe and spoke in a regretful tone, You're a fat lamb. Too bad you have the token. So this was the rose who loved to take bribes? Even if you have the token of passage, don't you know that you have to pay respects to the mountain to go to a foreign place? Rules. Davy pulled the rose vines and tossed them aside. Angor, just ignore it. Even if you don't have the token, don't bribe it. Just chop it up. Oh right, this thing is not afraid of fire, but cold. You can use freeze to freeze its roots, Davy. How dare you do this to me? I'm going to tell Master about this. She'll never teach you anything again, and you'll be kicked out of the rose garden. David turned to look at Rose, whose saliva was flying everywhere. He narrowed his eyes and said fiercely, Jack Sue, can you shut up? One more word. Davy narrowed his eyes and released some cold white smoke from his hand. After coming into contact with the extremely cold smoke, the rose named Jack Sue was clearly startled and fled back into the rose garden. Still, it kept cursing and telling Davy that it was going to teach him a lesson. After Jack Sue left, Davy smiled again and greeted Angor. It's been less than 2 years, and your aura has changed a lot. Angor clicked his tongue. Was that frost smoke trick? Cold smoke trick was a level 0 cantrip. It was a cantrip reconstructed by the hologram after frost condensation. Apart from releasing cold air, it had no other uses. It was one of the cantrips recorded in elementary cantrips, modified, which Angor gave to Davy and Balba. Davy nodded in embarrassment. Yes, cold smoke trick. If not for this trick, I would have been annoyed by Jack Sue every day. It seemed Davy had a lot to complain about when it came to Jack Sue. From Davy, Angor learned that Jack Sue was a monster servant trained by Leona. It loved magic crystals, and it was not only a chatterbox, but also a mean one. Since Davy had to train in the rose garden every day, Jack Sue would always annoy him. If Angor did not learn cold smoke trick, he would not know how to deal with Jack Sue at all. When Davy finished complaining, he suddenly realized that they were still standing at the entrance of the rose garden. Shit, we haven't talked for a long time. I almost forgot. Davy slapped his head and looked at Angor. Are you here for the professor? I'll go get him for you. No, I'm here for you. A moment later, Angor and Davy sat at a table in the middle of the rose garden. I heard you were back, and I was going to find you. But the professor stopped me and asked me to strengthen solidification, so I couldn't leave, Davy said with an apologetic look. Angor did not mind. Besides, he was happy that Davy was now Leona's student. Oh, right. Take this. Davy suddenly remembered something and took out a single-use space capsule and a music box from his pocket. This is the money from selling the music box at the primordial auction. Davy pointed at the capsule and the music box. I haven't sold this one yet. I don't think I'll be able to get a good price if I sell too many in a short time. I was going to sell it later, but since you're back, I'll give it to you. Angor pushed the music box back to Davy. I'm here because I'm going to leave soon, so I'll let you sell it for me. I'll still get the same commission. You just came back. Why are you leaving again? Davy asked in surprise. Where are you going this time? Angor only smiled at Davy's question without answering. If he told Davy that he was going to the Abyss Plane, Davy would probably get worried. He picked up the one-use space capsule and checked the number of magic crystals inside. 190,000 magic crystals? You didn't get your commission? Angor already heard that Davy's music box was sold for 200,000 crystals when he was in Lloyd's. The commission for an auction was 5% if it was more than 100,000 crystals but less than 1 million crystals. In other words, the auction would also take 10,000 crystals as commission. Since there were 190,000 crystals here, Davy did not take the promised 10% commission. Davy scratched his head. I already got a great deal from the auction last time. That's why I got Leona as my teacher. So, I won't take the commission. Davy told Angor about what happened at the auction, as well as how Leona helped him get out of the ancient river. Angor felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that he almost couldn't come back because he asked Dave to auction a music box for him. I'm fine, and I got Leona as my teacher. That's a great deal. Davy was still in a good mood. The process was dangerous, but the result was good. Angor opened the capsule, and magic crystals fell all over the ground. He quickly took out 20,000 crystals and handed them to Davy. Since we agreed, I won't go back on my word. But, before Davy could say anything, Angor continued, "As for what you got later, it's what you deserved. It has nothing to do with our agreement." Davy hesitated for a moment before he nodded and put the magic crystals away. Suddenly, Davy sensed something on the ground. He looked down and saw Xianxia opening its big mouth with saliva dripping from its mouth. It was trying to rub the magic crystals on the ground. "One more step and I'll turn you into a frozen Xianxia," Davy snarled. He then turned to Angor and said, "Hurry up and put the magic crystals away." Jack was furious. "The rose garden is my territory. Everything that falls here is mine. Don't move." The ground began to shake violently. Countless thorns rose from the ground and began to loot the magic crystals on the ground. "How dare you!" Davy quickly released a frost smoke cantrip to drive Xianxia away. However, frost smoke cantrip was just a cold air. Xianxia didn't like it, but it could still hold on for a while. Now that there were so many magic crystals on the ground, Xianxia didn't mind being frozen for a while. Seeing most of the magic crystals being sucked into the ground by the thorns, Davy was so angry that he went to tear Xianxia apart himself. But Xianxia wasn't afraid. He only wanted to get the crystals. Soon, more than half of the magic crystals were gone. While Xianxia was feeling proud, Davy felt his heart ache. However, Xianxia's pride didn't last long. Angor suddenly reached out a hand and touched the thorns that were trying to reach for the crystals. Then, an invisible nightmare energy was sent into the thorns. In an instant, Xianxia's body began to sway. "I got it. Ha ha ha. 160,000 magic crystals. I'm rich. They're all mine. I'll chew you into pieces and use you as fertilizer. I'm going to hide them in my storage. No one knows where they are." Xianxia swayed back and forth in a daze, mumbling non-stop. However, his actions did not match his words. Xianxia took out all the magic crystals, including the ones that were dragged into the ground by Thorn, and placed them on the table. Next, Xianxia picked up a pile of pebbles from the ground and began to wander around the garden in excitement. Angor calmly counted the crystals to make sure they were all in order before putting them into his bracelet. David was dumbfounded, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. He quietly pointed at Xianxia, who was wandering excitedly in the rose garden, and whispered, "What's wrong with him? I just gave him a sweet dream. Is it an illusion?" Angor nodded. He only used a simple nightmare illusion to trick Xianxia into thinking that he already got what he wanted. The illusion was not harmful. It was just that Xianxia would not be able to accept the difference between what he saw and what he saw before and after. If this was not Leona's territory, Angor would not have punished Xianxia so easily. Dave looked at Angor and the silly Xianxia again and felt a little lost. Angor's illusion solved the problem so easily that Dave could not find a single flaw in it. Angor's illusions had reached a very high level. At the same time, Angor's alchemy skills had also caused a lot of trouble recently. "My illusions didn't stop, and my alchemy skills are still improving." Dave felt a little sorry for himself. "I see. No matter how hard I try, I still feel like a lazy loser in front of you." Angor did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Dave's pitiful expression. "It's just a basic application of illusions." Angor tried to comfort Dave, but his words only made Dave look even more miserable. "I can't even understand the basic application." "I knew it. I can't understand the world of big shots." Dave lowered his head. At this moment, a cold female voice suddenly came from the rose garden. "This is indeed an elementary application of illusions." Accompanying this voice was a wondrous fragrance. David shuddered as he caught a whiff of this fragrance. His face flushed red, and white smoke began to rise from the top of his head. Angor did not feel anything, but his expression was strange. The reason why he didn't feel anything was because he was extremely familiar with this aroma. It was the aroma of the king's saliva that he had obtained from the gluttonous flower king. He turned around and looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared in the rose garden. As a matter of fact, he already knew who this person was as soon as he smelled the essence of glutton flower lord. The newcomer looked to be a very young woman. Her long, pink, curly hair was draped over her thin, rose-colored dress. Behind her, there seemed to be a background of a rain of flowers. Wherever she went, there would be faint petals floating in the air. She looked like a flower fairy. Lady Leona, Angor stood up and greeted her politely. At this time, David also stood up awkwardly and said with a red face, "Teacher." Angor glanced at Dave out of the corner of his eye. He remembered that the glutton flower lord's saliva had the effect of calming one's soul. But why did Dave feel like his blood was boiling when he smelled it? Leona nodded and slowly walked to Jack Sue, who was still in a daze. "This is indeed a basic illusion," Leona said as she looked at Jack Sue. Leona looked at Jack Sue. "But there's a strange illusion power in it. I guess it's the Phantom Clan's exclusive illusion power." Angor nodded. "Good," Leona praised. "Although you're only using basic illusions, the effect is no less than that of a second-level cantrip when combined with this strange illusion." David is right. You can use this illusion almost instantaneously, which means you're quite good at illusions. While speaking, Leona removed the illusion from Jack Sue's body. Jack Sue staggered and woke up from his dream. He looked down and saw nothing but stones inside the thorns. There were no magic crystals at all. He quickly realized that he was tricked. "You tricked me," Jack Sue was about to yell when Leona gently pinched Jack Sue's vines. "If you cause any more trouble, you'll become my background tomorrow." Leona's voice transmission stopped Jack Sue's movement. Jack Sue lowered his head and buried his flower crown into the ground, trembling in fear. Leona looked at Angor with satisfaction. Jack Sue was too reckless. "It's my fault. Take this as an apology." Leona took out a crystal-clear bottle and tossed it to him. "It was just a joke, Lady Leona." Before Angor could refuse, Leona cut him off. "Don't be in such a hurry. I heard you're leaving with Madeline? When you get there, this thing will still be useful to you. Just treat it as the difference between the price you gave me for the glutton flower king's saliva." Angor looked at the bottle on the table. It was an unconventional glass bottle. Its belly was round but flat, and its side had a diamond-like surface that shone brightly under the sunlight. The bottom of the bottle was a triangular base, while the neck was a smooth curve. The stopper was a diamond-encrusted crown. Inside the bottle was a thin layer of purple-black liquid. The liquid was covered by a layer of mist, which made it look hazy and illusory. "This is Xianxia flower perfume, made from the abyss. It's a scent that demons hate the most. It can repel demons. If you're going to that place, you should prepare it," Leona explained. Of course, Angor didn't know that Leona was trying to please him. Leona was far better than Angor when it came to perfumery. Her perfume was definitely going to work well. With that in mind, Angor nodded. "Then, thank you for the gift, sir." Leona nodded. "I won't take back the token. If you want to learn more about potions or perfumery, feel free to come to me." After a short pause, Leona continued, "When you come back from there, we can also exchange alchemy experiences." Angor nodded. He knew Leona's last sentence was the key point. Leona nodded in satisfaction and left the room. However, Leona only took 2 steps before she suddenly remembered something. She turned around and said, "Oh right, I have a question for you. What's the name of the music box Dave sold at the auction?" "What's the name of the piano piece?" Leona asked. "So? Yeah, I've been thinking about it for a long time." Leona left with satisfaction. At this time, David said in a low voice, "A while ago, many gossip magazines were guessing the name of the song. I didn't expect the name to be so straightforward." Angor shrugged. "Like I said, it's a piano piece for Alice." Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Did you just say that you're leaving with Madeline? Where were they going? Why would the evil demon clan be involved? Don't tell me you're going. I have some questions I need to ask my professor." Angor did not deny this time. "But the abyss plane is dangerous, my question is urgent." Angor hesitated. "Besides, once you step into the wizarding world, you'll find danger everywhere." Dave could tell that Angor was just trying to defend himself. The danger level was relative. However, he also saw Angor's expression and knew that persuading him would not work. David had no choice but to sigh. "I respect your choice, but you must be careful and come back as soon as possible," he said. Perhaps it was because Angor was going to the abyss plane, the atmosphere became a bit heavier. Angor decided to ask about David's alchemy progress so that he could pretend to be friendly with him. David was also stuck at an alchemy bottleneck. He was a mediator, but he shared a lot of common alchemy experiences. The heated discussion about alchemy calmed down a bit. When he was almost done talking, he asked about Nausicaa and Salem's situation. I heard from Balba that Nausicaa sent you a letter. David nodded. Yes. It was meant for you. But she knew you're going home, so she sent it to Prom's alchemy shop. He rummaged through his pouch and took out an oiled paper letter, which he handed to Angor. The cover of the letter read David. Angor opened the letter and saw 3 names written on the front: Angor, David, and Salem. Before reading the letter, Angor felt a bit uneasy. Nausicaa did not leave Brute Cavern to train herself. She was looking for a safe place to fuse with the bloodline of another demon. Fusing with a bloodline was extremely risky, not to mention a high-level abyss demon bloodline like this. Besides, Nausicaa had never fused with a bloodline before. This was her first attempt at fusing with a bloodline of the abyss plane. Nausicaa made it sound easy by saying that she already checked the information and that Spivet told her the key to fusing with a bloodline. However, when it came to fusing with a bloodline, she would not be able to use other people's experience for reference. Therefore, the risk was still high. Nausicaa chose to leave Brute Cavern because she did not want to come back if the fusion failed. Angor was quite nervous when he read the letter. However, after he finished reading the entire article, he felt relieved. Nausicaa succeeded. But she still needed some time to get used to the new bloodline, so she could not return to Brute Cavern for now. She wrote this letter to let everyone know that she was safe. At the end of the letter, Nausicaa left something in suspense. When I come back, you'll be shocked by my changes. Nether demons are much bigger than humans. She's fused with the bloodline of a nether demon. She's not going to grow bigger, is she? Growing bigger means getting stronger. I think it's a good idea. Angor paused and glanced at his right hand. Was he trying to grow bigger? No. Even if his right hand grew bigger, it was still within the range of a normal human being. At most, it was slightly bigger. After leaving the Rose Garden, Angor flew back to Tree Spirit Garden. Since he was already here, he decided to go to the resource hall and claim his reward. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Next, he went back to the tributary to see Iron Granny. Iron Granny was one of the few people in Brute Cavern whom he respected from the bottom of his heart. Iron Granny was still in her usual elegant attire. Her silver hair was neatly combed. She didn't seem surprised to see Angor sitting in front of her. Instead, she invited him to take a seat with a smile. Angor and Iron Granny sat opposite each other and enjoyed the tea. I heard from Rain that you've decided to go to the abyss. Iron Granny finally broke the silence after the fragrance of the tea spread out. I have my reasons. Iron Granny, I'm not trying to persuade you. You have to be responsible for every decision you make. But I have to remind you that the abyss plane is much crueler than the wizarding world. Besides, there are already patrolling demons on the surface of the abyss plane. Don't let your guard down even when you're in the outer 3 layers. Angor nodded. I hope your decision will bring you a better future. Iron Granny didn't say anything else. Instead, she chatted with Angor about something related to Sumesh. Sumesh said a lot about the morning dew you left for me. I'm sure he'll ask you for it the next time you see him. Good. I have some with me. Angor took out a box of tea from his bracelet and handed it to Iron Granny. I brought back quite a lot from the manor. Iron Granny didn't refuse. She smiled and took the cup. You're the one who knows the ways of the world better than anyone else in Phantom. Sumesh has been gone for decades, and he didn't even bother to bring me anything. Angor didn't know what to say. Iron Granny didn't drink the tea. Instead, she stretched out her finger and gently wiped away the water stains on the edge of the teacup. Her fingertips glistened with a faint light. Next, she gently dripped a drop of water onto the back of Angor's hand. Take this drop of water as my thank you gift. A drop of water as a thank you gift. He looked at the back of his hand and saw the water droplet rolling down Iron Granny's finger like a transparent pearl. He curiously probed with his spiritual tentacles and found that this tiny water droplet actually contained a huge amount of energy. It was filled with vitality, light, and warmth. He didn't know what it was, but he could sense its function. The energy contained in the water droplets was used to heal injuries. The total amount was almost equivalent to casting a level 1 spell, Life Recovery. As long as he did not suffer any fatal injuries, the water droplet would heal him instantly. However, this water droplet could only be used once. Angor looked at Iron Granny in confusion. He vaguely knew that Iron Granny was very powerful. Apart from the 3 ancestor souls, she had called everyone else kid. At the very least, Iron Granny must be very old. And with a long lifespan, their strength would not be too weak. However, he was still surprised that Iron Granny was able to give such a powerful life force to a drop of water. It seemed that he still underestimated Iron Granny's power. Angor was still in a daze after leaving the tributary. He came here with the intention of paying a visit, but he didn't expect that both Iron Granny and Leona would give him something so precious. My professor said that once you become a core member of an organization, a lot of resources will be given to you. So this is how it works? Angor's guess was correct. However, he didn't know that Rain had something to do with it as well. As the only alchemist in Brute Cavern who had the potential to become a master alchemist, Rain wouldn't just let Angor do whatever he wanted. Iron Granny's water droplet and Leona's conch of flower perfume all had something to do with it. Angor arrived at the Skyvine bus station while still wondering. He was planning to fly back to Phantom Island, but when he came out of the tributary, he saw a vine bus sliding toward him. Ever since he came back from the Purification Garden, he didn't take another vine bus station. Since he was almost done with what he needed to do today, he decided to visit it. However, he regretted it as soon as he boarded the bus. At first, the bus was empty. But after several stops, several apprentices boarded it. The 2 apprentices beside him were discussing the progress of their training, as well as the new cantrips they had come up with. Angor didn't mind it, even if the theories and formulas they used were full of loopholes. However, the people in front of him, after getting on the bus, began to shoot arrows at each other in the open and in the dark, displaying the full extent of the war of words. The noise made Angor feel like he was in a fish market. Some supernaturals always thought they were better than others and looked down on humans. However, looking at the scene before him, no matter where he was, the deep-rooted bad habits of humans would still exist. They would not disappear just because one had obtained extraordinary powers. About 10 minutes later, Angor finally arrived at the Falling Cloud bus station. He couldn't wait to get off the bus. To the north of the Falling Cloud bus station was the Sky Bridge, which led to Phantom Island. However, Angor didn't go back in a hurry. Instead, he looked at the top of the mountain in the south. There was a giant cloud there, on which countless supernaturals were walking back and forth. He couldn't see the buildings on the cloud because it was too far away. However, he could vaguely see golden light coming from the cloud. That's the Cloud Library. 5 minutes later, Angor arrived at the huge, magnificent library gate that was emitting golden light. The reason he came here was because he thought of something. Nausicaa sent him a letter, but he hadn't heard from Xylem for almost a year and a half. Nausicaa mentioned that someone might know something about Xylem, and that person was the Elder of Books. Xylem had a thick book that he always carried with him. Because of his obsession with the book, he met the Elder of Books. The Elder of Books told Xylem that in order to turn the book into a spirit, he had to become a sage. This was why Xylem was so obsessed with the Azure bloodline. He even wanted to merge with the Azure bloodline at all costs. Therefore, the Elder of Books was probably the only one who knew something about Xylem. However, the Elder of Books rarely showed himself in the Cloud Library. Even if he did show up, he wouldn't pay attention to Angor. Angor came to the library to try his luck. The library was huge, and it was built with space-extending runes. There were 8,329 sections in total. It would take a lot of luck to run into the Elder of Books in all of them. Besides, the Elder of Books might not show up. The last time he saw the Elder of Books was in section 7925, where the Elder of Books was studying energy conversion. Angor planned to go there again. Angor didn't really care about the Elder of Books, so he didn't bother looking for the Elder of Books. Instead, he checked the books along the way. Angor felt an urge to move all of them to the Dream Wasteland. Unfortunately, it was difficult to do so in reality. If he used the dream well cure, even if the geometric lock was suppressing it, people would definitely notice. And he couldn't explain it. He couldn't tell them that he brought the dream well cure for an experiment. If he really said that, he would definitely be suspected. More importantly, there was a magic array inside the library, which would teleport Angor to the wizards on duty if he used any strange energy. Angor walked from section 7925 to section 7950, which was a secluded area. However, he still didn't see the Elder of Books. Angor didn't think he would run into the Elder of Books again. In the end, he turned around and left. Foundation City, number 1 Rottenwood Street. Number 1 Rottenwood Street was actually the mushroom hut, where Freud, Sunny, and Alda lived. Angor was now inside the mushroom hut. In front of him was a burning stove, which was filled with the aroma of fruits. After a while, the stew on the stove was ready. Sunny and Alda reached for it excitedly, but Freud scolded them. "Sir is here. Behave yourself." Freud gave Angor an embarrassed smile. These two can only taste food in the dream wasteland, so they're a bit impatient. "Please don't blame them, sir." Angor nodded. He didn't really care about the food. Instead, he was curious about the fact that the dream wasteland's body was able to give the dead souls a sense of taste. Freud had already done his research on the differences between the dream wasteland and the real world, so Angor didn't need to worry about it. "When are you going to the Abyss Plane, sir?" Freud asked. 2 days later. Moonfrost Union's escort team will arrive at Brute Cavern. "I'll leave then." 2 days? Freud mumbled. "I wonder if he'll make it in time." "What do you mean?" Angor looked at Freud in confusion. "I contacted Rossum of the Ashen Traders yesterday, and he said he'll contact Beals as soon as possible." "It seems that Beals will go to Brute Cavern as soon as possible, sir." "I wonder if he'll make it there before you leave." Angor frowned. He still didn't know why Beals wanted to see him. Back then, Rossum had said that Beals had some information to trade with him and would tell him about Cassini. He could have just told Freud about it, but Beals insisted on talking to Angor in person. Was there something else going on? This was the Richlush Kingdom. Although it was called the Richlush Kingdom, it was actually the wish of the royal family. Because more than 3/4 of the Richlush Kingdom was desert, the sun was extremely hot. It was not easy to build an ideal Richlush Kingdom in the desert. On this day, at the northeast border of the Richlush Kingdom, the scorching sun scorched Oasis Town. Even the residents who had lived here for generations did not dare to expose themselves to the sun at noon, except for the refugees. The northeast of the Richlush Kingdom was next to the Evernight Kingdom. Now that the Evernight Kingdom had changed, several large cities with more than 1 million people had fallen, causing countless refugees to appear. The country's political power had been overturned in a short time, and the refugees had no home to return to. The refugees in the center of the country were the most miserable. They had no means of transportation, and might not be able to leave the Evernight Kingdom for the rest of their lives. The refugees at the border had it slightly better, as they could cross the border and seek survival in other countries. Arthur and Merlin were refugees who had escaped from the Evernight Kingdom to the Richlush Kingdom. They had been friends since they were young, and their relationship had always been good. They were not brothers, but they were closer than brothers. They had been in the Oasis town for a month, but 4 hours ago, they were fired by the owner of a bar. The reason was Merlin, as a blind man, accidentally knocked over a wine barrel. Before that, they were working for free in the bar, just to fill their stomachs and have a place to stay at night and noon. Therefore, they had no money to pay for the lost money. The owner was angry and kicked Merlin out. Arthur saw his friend being humiliated, and his words were a little harsh, but he was also kicked out of the bar. The two of them were hiding under a withered tree to avoid the scorching sun. However, the effect was not great. The night here was extremely cold, and noon was extremely hot. The cold could kill people, and the heat could evaporate people. Under such extreme temperatures, they were somewhat desperate. "It's all my fault. I dragged you into this." Merlin whispered silently, his expression desperate and self-blaming. When he was kicked out of the bar, Arthur had a moment of regret, but compared to this, he cared more about his friend's dignity being trampled on. You didn't do anything wrong. What's wrong is that we were born in such an era. Arthur reached out his dry hand and patted Merlin's shoulder, his mouth dry. Maybe we shouldn't have left our hometown. Merlin regretted leaving his hometown. Even though something had happened to his hometown, a huge dome had enveloped the city and was spreading continuously. However, no one knew what was going on under the dome. Perhaps there was no evil under the dome, and madness was another form of release. Arthur, I regret too. Dying in my hometown, at least I'll be closer to my parents. If I die here, I'll be in its stomach. There was a scavenger vulture, and was vulture. Once they died vulture king, vulture. The sun was getting hotter and hotter. Arthur and Merlin's mouths were already dry and their vision was blurry. In fact, the lake in Oasis Town was just a short distance away. And Merlin Lake king was. Vulture lush king, kingdom, the king, the is. And Merlin. They became weaker and weaker. Their vision gradually turned white, and they began to hallucinate. Arthur said in a low voice, "At least I won't be alone before I die." Merlin wanted to respond, but he could not speak. He could only nod his head with all his might. Just as they were about to die, a cool breeze suddenly swept over from afar. At the same time, water droplets fell from the sky. The water droplets fell into their mouths, moistening their dry lips. The cool breeze also dispelled the heat that lingered on the side. Merlin, it's not hot anymore. It's so cool. And the water, it's so cold. Could it be that I'm already dead? Is this the world after death? But why can't I see anything? Merlin's muttering gave Arthur some strength. He looked up at the sky. You're not dead. The dark clouds are coming. I think Arthur was about to say rain when he suddenly froze. There were no dark clouds in the sky, nor was there any rain. Instead, there was a huge shadow flashing with sparkling light. What's that? Arthur asked himself in a low voice. Merlin, Arthur. What are you talking about? Arthur was stunned. He mumbled, it's not dark clouds, and it's not rain. There's a huge... is that an iceberg? No, why does the guild leader have wings? Is this an illusion? It was a pair of wide, frosty wings with a length of 100 meters. Every time it flapped its wings, bits of glowing ice crystals would fall from the sky. The rain they felt earlier was the water droplets from these ice crystals. What kind of monster is this? Arthur frowned and looked up. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. There's someone up there. And there are so many of them. Who? Merlin asked curiously. I can't see clearly, but I think they're all wearing white cloaks. There's a pattern on the cloaks, like a crescent moon. I can't see it clearly. While Arthur was exclaiming, the scavenger vulture on the tree behind them was also curious about the iceberg in the sky. It flapped its wings and flew toward the iceberg. However, just as the scavenger vulture approached the iceberg, it was hit by the frosty wings. Before it could find the right direction, it was frozen into an ice sculpture and fell from the sky. The iceberg swept past and soon disappeared in the northeast. Logically speaking, even if an iceberg melted in Oasis Town, it would not bring much coldness, let alone a flash. However, the strange thing was that after the iceberg swept past, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. It did not rise for a long time. Arthur witnessed this miraculous scene and turned to Merlin. These people, why are they sitting on the iceberg? Why can the iceberg fly? Merlin's expression was slightly strange. After a while, he suddenly said, that group of people should be the legendary wizards. Wizards? Arthur looked at Merlin, puzzled. Merlin said, wizards are a group of very evil people. They have the power to resist everything. They can even manipulate nature and move mountains and seas. Merlin slowly explained about wizards, but he did not know that Arthur's eyes were getting brighter as he listened to his explanation. Wizards are too powerful. If I become a wizard, no one will dare to bully us anymore, right? Arthur exclaimed a few times, his eyes shining. Do you know how to become a wizard? Merlin's expression was somewhat gloomy. He shook his head. I don't know. Don't think about it. We don't even know how to live now, Arthur smiled slyly. We might have died before, but now, it's not certain. Arthur found the frozen scavenger vulture on a sand dune not far away. He excitedly dragged it to Merlin. Let's sell the scavenger vulture and we'll have money. I heard from the camel caravan that the crown of this scavenger vulture is worth 1 gold coin. When the time comes, our lives will be better. Although Merlin could not see, he could feel the biting cold air emitted by the scavenger vulture. He laughed. That's great. Living is better than anything. Arthur was also feeling silly. He had thought that today would be the anniversary of their deaths, but who would have thought that things would take such a turn? Moreover, he had heard rumors about magi. If one day, he could become a magus, how wonderful would that be? Arthur thought of this and could not help but smile until his eyes became crescent moons. Suddenly, Arthur thought of a question. That's right, I haven't asked you. How do you know about wizards? Merlin was startled and frowned. After a while, he said softly, I've seen a wizard before. You've seen a wizard? Arthur was pleasantly surprised. Then can you tell me what the wizard looked like? Where did he come from? Can we still find him? Merlin replied, he was a stooped old man with many eyes on his body. An old man with many eyes? It sounds a little creepy. After Arthur finished speaking, he said in hindsight, eh? How do you know he had many eyes? Aren't your eyes? Merlin laughed bitterly and reached out with a trembling hand. He touched his eye sockets. Didn't you ask me what happened 5 years ago? Why did my eyes suddenly go blind? Arthur heard Merlin's words and seemed to have guessed something. 5 years ago, Merlin disappeared for half a month and lost his eyes when he came back. No matter who asked him, Merlin did not answer. This was also Arthur's question. Could it be? Merlin said, that's right. My eyes were gouged out by that old man. I clearly remember that he gouged out my left eye and put it in between his eyebrows. After that, he gouged out my right eye. I don't know where he put it, but he told me that it was in front of my chest. Arthur interrupted Merlin when he saw that he was about to continue. Don't talk about it. It's all in the past. Arthur wanted to slap himself. Why did he ask this question? How could he be so blind? Merlin said, it doesn't matter. Just as you said, it's all in the past. Arthur clenched his fist and said angrily, if I didn't follow my father to the suburbs 5 years ago and was with you, this wouldn't have happened. Merlin said, this is fate. It can't be changed. Arthur still wanted to argue, but suddenly, a charming female voice interrupted their conversation. That's right. This little kid is right. This is fate. It can't be changed. Arthur turned around abruptly, only to see a woman in a thick leather windbreaker appear behind them. The woman's figure was extremely graceful and her appearance was also indescribably beautiful. However, the only strange thing was that she was wearing a thick leather windbreaker on such a hot day. Beside the woman, there was a 16 or 17-year-old boy wearing a brown and black checkered hat. He had thick dark circles under his eyes and pale pink lips. Who are you? Arthur asked cautiously. The woman flipped her long brown hair and said flirtatiously, I'm just a passerby accompanying my master. Don't mind me. After saying that, the woman winked at the young man beside her. The veins on the boy's forehead throbbed. Change back to your real face. No, don't you like this look the most? The woman was unwilling. I don't. You're spouting nonsense. I don't like it. The boy angrily rebuked. The woman chuckled and waved her hand. A long pipe appeared in her hand out of thin air. She made a smoking gesture and winked at him again. This pipe is the same model as hers. The boy angrily scolded, if you have this kind of attitude again, I'll burn you. Seeing that her master was really angry, the woman shook her body and turned into a scholarly man wearing a thick leather windbreaker. While the boy and his servant were talking, Arthur's mood was indescribable. Summoning a pipe out of thin air, a woman turning into a man. All these seemed to indicate the identity of the two people in front of him. Are you wizards? Arthur asked doubtfully. The scholarly man shook his head. My master is an apprentice wizard. I'm just a spirit. Arthur's throat was dry and he was speechless for a moment. You. Arthur paused. You said that Merlin's eyes were gouged out by fate? Why? The scholarly man smiled. It's simple. Because he was born with an innate talent. His eyes are the source of his vision. He was destined to be targeted by other extraordinaries. After all, the rejection of transplanting human eyes is much smaller than other species. There was only one thought left in Arthur's mind. Just as Merlin said, every wizard's hands were stained with blood. They were evil and impudent. Arthur became more vigilant when he saw the two extraordinary people in front of him. He silently stood in front of Merlin. Who are you? Are you related to the iceberg? That just flew by? The one that flew by. Well, let's call it an iceberg. That iceberg has nothing to do with us. It's a flying vehicle of the Moonfrost Alliance. This time, it was not the elegant man who answered him, but the young man he called his master. As for us, you can call me Pustin. Just as Dark Dian said, we were just passing by and happened to hear your conversation. We don't mean anything else. Pustin looked at the elegant man he called Dark Dian and nodded slightly. Dark Dian, it's time to go. We're still far away from the Parmajai Highlands. I hope we can return to the organization before the month of recovery next year. Dark Dian nodded. Master, if you work harder, you can unlock more of my postures. Then, I can take you away. When that time comes, I can buy a flying vehicle. Who would want you to take me? Pustin rolled his eyes at He Dian, and the master and servant walked out of the oasis town. The direction was different from the direction where the iceberg had gone, which was northeast. Arthur did not expect them to leave just like that. Are they really just passing by? Seeing Pustin and Dark Dian walking further and further away, Arthur suddenly shouted, Are you going to the Evernight Kingdom? Dark Dian made a hand gesture to confirm Arthur's question. But now, many places in the Evernight Kingdom are covered by huge domes, and there's an epidemic of madness. Pustin looked at Arthur. Thanks for the reminder, but we won't stay in the Evernight Kingdom for too long. But. Arthur hesitated. He stuttered for a long time but did not know what to say. He was tempted, but he did not dare to express it. At this time, Merlin, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted, Can we become wizards too? Can we be your apprentice? Arthur stared at Merlin in astonishment. His eyes had been gouged out by the evil sorcerers. How could he be willing to become one of them? Merlin seemed to feel Arthur's gaze. He lowered his eyes and said, Isn't this what you're thinking? Arthur swallowed his saliva. He wanted to retort, but he didn't have any words. This was because Merlin had indeed spoken his mind. When he was young, he had always wanted to become a knight because knights were the most powerful in his eyes. Previously, when he saw the people on the ice mountain and heard Merlin's description of the wizards, only then did he know that there was an even more powerful force above the knights. They were called wizards. The pursuit of strength was Arthur's belief. How could Merlin not know? Just now, Lord Dark Codex said that gouging out my eyes was only for the sake of transplanting organs. If I become a magus, I might be able to get an organ transplant and see the light of day again. Therefore, no matter how evil the sorcerers are, I want to become a sorcerer, Merlin said. At this time, Dark Codex and Pustin, who had walked far away, slowly walked back. Whether a wizard is evil or not isn't something that can be summarized in one sentence. However, almost every wizard pursues profit, just like the wizard who gouged out your eyes. Do you think he's evil? Perhaps from your point of view, he's evil. However, if he really used the word evil to conclude, then you wouldn't be standing here in one piece. Instead, you should be buried in the ground. The one who spoke was Dark Codex. In my opinion, he's only pursuing profit, and you happen to have the profit he needs. Dark Codex's words shook Merlin's heart for a moment. At this time, Pustin said, Don't talk nonsense. Moreover, evil and good are opposites. You've said so much, but it's all nonsense. Dark Codex turned his head and said with a little grievance, I'm a book. Reasoning is my job. Pustin looked away and looked at Merlin and Arthur. Although Dark Codex has changed many concepts, he's right about one thing. All wizards pursue profit. Pustin paused. I'm the same. I can lead you into the wizard world, but you'll have to pay the corresponding price. What price? Merlin and Arthur spoke almost at the same time, but Arthur added, I can pay the price on behalf of Merlin. What a beautiful brotherhood, Dark Codex praised with a smile. It reminds me of Master's friend. Seeing that Merlin and Arthur were about to fight over the price, Pustin coughed twice. You can stop now. The price I want is different from what you've imagined. I only need you to promise me one thing. When the time is right, you have to add a new law to my Dark Codex. Dark Codex, this is? Pustin slowly reached out his hand. The elegant man's figure changed and turned into a thick leather book, falling into Pustin's palm. This is the Dark Codex. After experiencing the transformation from a woman to a man, seeing Dark Codex turn into a book, Arthur's pupils shrank this time, but he didn't make a fuss. He even calmly looked at the cover of the book. He didn't recognize any of the characters on the cover. However, the author's name at the bottom right corner was written in the common language. He muttered silently in his heart, Xylem Pustin. Phantom Island. Knock knock knock. The door was pushed open, and Butler Good showed up. Mr. Pad, Lady Madeline is here. Angor nodded. Wait a moment. I'll be right there. Today was the day he would leave Brute Cavern and head to the Abyss Plane. Everything he needed to do was, Angor looked at a small bed beside his bed. Toby was sleeping on it with a fluffy panda nightcap covering his head, which gave him a childlike look. Time to go. Angor nudged Toby, who yawned and slowly put away his little bed. Why don't you stay here? The Abyss Plane is a dangerous place. Toby glared at Angor. Even though it was just a look, Angor knew what it meant. Don't you dare leave me behind. Thank you. Angor smiled. Angor had already decided to go to the Abyss Plane, but he still felt a little hesitant when it was time to leave. After all, the Abyss Plane was much more powerful than the wizarding world in the south. Besides, there were also demon gods in the Abyss Plane. Even the weakest demon god was at least a legendary existence, and the south hadn't seen a legendary being for thousands of years. Angor was still hesitant about going to such a dangerous place. But with Toby by his side, Angor felt a little more confident. At least he wouldn't be alone. He took a deep breath and suppressed the hesitation in his heart. Then, he walked out of the room with Toby. Good was still waiting by the door. Mr. Pad, are you sure you want to go? He asked in a low voice. Good's face was covered by his mask, but Angor could tell from his hesitant voice that he was worried about Angor's safety. Don't worry. I'm just going to see my professor. I'll be back soon. Angor tried to calm Good down. Anyway, I can tell him if you need anything. Good shook his head. He didn't have anything to tell Sunders. As the butler of Phantom Island, Good had gotten used to being away from his professor for a long time. Even Sunders wouldn't show up for years, not to mention that it had only been a year and a half since Sunders left. Angor went to the living room and saw Madeline. The legendary Ruthless Thorn didn't look like a violent person at all. Instead, she was calm and collected. When talking to Angor, she didn't sound as arrogant as the other wizards. Instead, she was quite friendly. Maybe it's the difference between a wizard clan and a wizard organization? Angor wondered. Madeline was curious about Angor as well, but she didn't want to talk about it right now. I just received news that the guards of Moonfrost Union are already at the border of the Evernight Kingdom. They should arrive at Brute Cavern soon. Evernight Kingdom? Lady Madeline, I heard that the portal is near the Baikal Sea, so it should be in the northwest. Why are they coming from there? The guards of the Moonfrost Union are not only responsible for transporting supplies, but they are also responsible for transporting supplies from the Abyss. According to the previous agreement, they will go to various wizard organizations to trade. Why else do you think so many wizards are willing to go to the Abyss Plane at this time? Madeline paused. So they didn't come to Brute Cavern directly from the Baikal Sea. They must have gone to another organization. I think they went to Moxa Westland. I see. Angor couldn't help but think about Hermes and Loki when Madeline mentioned Moxa Westland. Angor remembered that Alan and Loki were good friends. He wondered how they were doing after they parted ways in the Purification Garden. Let's go. You can ask me your questions on the way. Madeline led the way. Madeline was about to leave the manor when she suddenly thought of something. I heard from the witches in the organization that the airships you make are beautiful. Do you mind giving me a ride? Angor nodded and took out his gondola. Madeline clicked her tongue in admiration as she looked at the shining gondola. That's a beautiful airship. No wonder so many witches have sent you letters, asking you to help them refine flying vehicles. Riding on gondola, the two left Phantom Island. As the airship flew over Phantom Island, a man wearing a panda costume looked up from the sky bridge and sighed. Did fate go wrong again? Parmajai Highlands, above a moat. When Angor and Madeline arrived, Moonfrost Union's guards had already arrived and were preparing for the trade. It won't take long. Let's go to their frozen wing first, Madeline said to Angor and walked toward the Moonfrost Union's flying vehicle. The frozen wing was a large vehicle belonging to Moonfrost Union. It looked like a giant iceberg with a pair of wings. Angor could feel the extreme coldness from it even before he got close. Angor followed Madeline onto the frozen wing and noticed that there were different areas on the iceberg. The area near the bottom was filled with pale-faced laborers wearing thick fur coats. The flat road on the mountainside was filled with sorcerer apprentices. They wore different clothes and came from different backgrounds. According to Madeline, they were all apprentices from major organizations or clans who accepted abyss quests. Angor remembered seeing abyss quests in the questing hall before, such as frontline construction or patrolling. However, when he asked the guard on duty, the guard told him that no one would accept the challenge and advised him not to do it. Most organizations don't recommend abyss quests, but the rewards are great. There are always people who are not afraid of death, Madeline explained. Apart from them, there are also those who seek enlightenment in desperation. Desperation meant that people who wandered between life and death, hoping to squeeze out their hidden potential and break through a bottleneck. However, this so-called bottleneck did not include the Great Barrier. This was because breaking through the Great Barrier required not only potential, but also the accumulation of one's foundation. At the top of the iceberg was a large platform that looked like a square. There were few people here, but most of them were wizards. Seeing this, Angor flew to the hillside area on his own. However, Madeline stopped him before he could take a step. You didn't accept an abyss quest, so you don't need to go. Just follow me. With that, Madeline grabbed his wrist and leaped from the mountainside to the platform at the top of the mountain. Angor and Madeline's arrival only attracted a small number of people's attention. No one paid attention to an apprentice like Angor. Instead, they were all looking at Madeline. Madeline used to be from a wizard family in Goman Kingdom. Ever since she joined Brute Cavern, she had been keeping a low profile and rarely showed up in public. Madeline's trip to the Abyss Plain with Brute Cavern's supplies attracted a lot of attention. However, Madeline didn't have much to offer. She had just joined a wizard organization, so she didn't know much about the big organizations. Most people just glanced at her and didn't pay attention to her anymore. Madeline did not mind being ignored. Instead, he led Angor to a corner of the square and explained to Angor about the wizards from different organizations while waiting for the trade to end. Do you see those scantily clad women over there? Madeline glanced at a woman not far away and snorted, this style of dress, if it's not Elysium Bliss, then it's Garden of Virtue. Her name is Beatrice, and she's a shadow sorcerer. While listening to Madeline's introduction, Angor glanced around. Angor tried to hide his gaze, but wizards had better senses. They easily noticed Angor's gaze. However, since he was just an apprentice who was only looking at them with curiosity, they ignored him. Apart from wizards, there were also some apprentices and monster attendants here. Like Angor, there were quite a number of people who were sneaking glances at them. Angor looked around and didn't recognize anyone except for one or two faces he saw in magazines. Just as he retracted his gaze, he inadvertently made eye contact with an adept not far away. It was a stooped and thin old man with a white beard. The skin on his cheeks was loose, and he was sinking with the gravity of the earth. However, even though his appearance was old, his eyes were shining brightly, without any signs of turbidity. The old man nodded at Angor with a smile and fell into deep thought. That lady with the lamp over there is Tong, a new genius witch from Nocturnal Forest. I heard she's quite close to Leona. Madeline raised an eyebrow when she saw Angor looking at the old man. You know him? No. Angor shook his head. Madeline didn't ask why. He's Vifit from Moxa Westland. His nickname is the Light of Twilight. He has a good reputation in the wizarding world. I heard that he has connections all over the world. I heard he even has connections in the Northern Territory and the Western Continent. Connections in the Northern Territory and the Western Continent? Angor was a little surprised. There were 4 basic realms in the wizarding world: the Eastern Territory, the Southern Territory, the Northern Territory, and the Western Continent. These 4 domains were extremely far apart from each other, and the space-time distance was almost immeasurable. It was extremely difficult to travel to other realms. But this Vifit had connections all over the Northern Territory and the Western Continent. This was no easy feat. Could it be that Vifit had been to other realms? Madeline didn't know how to answer Angor's question. Maybe. I don't know Vifit that well. I heard he left the Southern Territory 600 years ago and came back 300 years ago. I don't know if he really went to other realms. Angor looked at Vifit again and saw the man closing his eyes to take a nap. Madeline kept talking to Angor. There weren't many wizards here. Most of them were guards from the Moonfrost Union. Madeline didn't know Angor very well, so she stopped talking after a while. Madeline was trying to find a topic to learn more about Angor, but she suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the lower level of Frosty Wing. Angor was standing at the edge of the square, so he could see what was going on. The body of a laborer on the lower floor suddenly exploded, and a huge blood-colored flower grew out of his body. The blood flower had a huge mouth, and as it swayed, it instantly swallowed another worker beside it. Those workers were the ones who unloaded the goods. Because they had to inspect the goods in person and to prevent them from being misappropriated, the goods from the abyss were actually placed inside the iceberg by the Moonfrost Alliance. Now that it was time to unload the goods, the workers came in handy. One by one, they began to move the goods down from the iceberg so that the wizards of Brood Cavern could inspect them. Something went wrong with the goods. The seed of the Abyss Man-Eater flower fell into the worker's body, Madeline said. Madeline said, that's the larva of the Abyssal Man-Eater flower. Its seeds need flesh and blood as nourishment for it to bloom. Now, that worker has become fertilizer for the flower. Madeline shook her head. I checked the list. It was Leona who ordered it. So that thing is useless. Useless? Angor didn't know what Madeline meant. Leona had already arrived at the lower level of Frosty Wing. Her expression was terrible, and the guards were bowing to her. It's already blooming. Why? Angor was confused. The same seed will grow and perform differently in different environments, lands, and climates. Although the Abyss Man-devouring flower broke out of the ground, what caused it to break out of the ground was only the body of an ordinary mortal, so its later growth was inevitably affected. I heard that Leona went to look for wizard-level monster flesh to nourish the Abyss Man-Eater flower. No wonder she's so angry, Madeline explained. In the end, the guards paid Leona's compensation, and the Abyss Man-Eater flower was burned to ashes. It was only a small interlude, but it still piqued Angor's curiosity. As an alchemist, Angor was always interested in materials, not to mention the fact that they came from another world. Since he was here to inspect the goods, he had a chance to observe them. Most of the goods were special materials found on the surface layer of the abyss. Some of them were from the inner layer, such as the Abyss Man-Eater flower. Angor recognized most of the materials on the surface layer, but when it came to the inner layer, he had no idea what he was looking for. Even Madeline couldn't recognize the goods even though she read the list. The inner layer of the abyss was a forbidden zone for wizards. The so-called front line of the abyss was only the surface layer. Even if the Moonfrost Union wanted to explore the inner layer, they would only wander around the fourth layer. No one dared to go any further. According to legend, the inner layer of the abyss was limitless, which was why it was called the Infinite Abyss. Now, the frontline wizards were already stopped at the fourth layer. Half an hour later, the trade was completed. The guards of the Moonfrost Union slowly returned to the top of the ice mountain, and the frozen wing began to flap. It's time to leave, Madeline said. Angor looked at the ground and saw a dozen wizards and apprentices looking at the frozen wing in the sky. Their eyes were filled with hope and eagerness. It was a farewell, but also a blessing. Everyone knew that the journey to the abyss was a long one, and this might be the last time they saw each other. The frozen wing was slowly flying over Parmajai Highlands. In fact, the frozen frost wings could increase its speed. However, with the two worlds merging, spatial anomalies were occurring. Even the appearance of a crack could cause the frozen frost wings to lose its effectiveness. As a precaution, the Moonfrost Union had to slow down the frozen wing speed. "I'm starting to miss your gondola." Madeline smiled at Angor. The gondola was small, so it could quickly turn around if it encountered a crack. Compared to Frostwing, which was a big monster, it was much better. "Gondola can only be used here. Once we leave Parmajai Highlands, it won't be as good as the frozen wing." Angor glanced at the frozen wing structure. There were many space-stabilizing devices, which meant the frozen wing could travel across long distances. Combined with the frozen wing's defensive capabilities, the frozen wing was much stronger than the gondola. Madeline wanted to continue the topic by asking Angor about alchemy, but she noticed that Angor was lost in thought. Did he find out about the frozen wing's unique alchemy method? What Madeline didn't know was that Angor wasn't thinking about alchemy at all. Instead, he was thinking about someone he saw before the frozen wing set off. White Bear. When Frosty Wing left Brute Cavern, there were dozens of wizards and apprentices who came to see him off. Among the apprentices, he saw several familiar faces. Balba and Dave were among them. But the most eye-catching one was White Bear, who was wearing a black and white panda costume. White Bear waved his short staff in the air, which attracted Angor's attention. White Bear sighed in relief when Angor looked at him. He opened his mouth wide and repeated the same word over and over again. "Doll," he considered and took out a yellowish White Bear plushie from a corner of his bracelet. White Bear was talking about this thing. "This stuffed bear, looks like a normal stuffed bear?" Madeline's voice came from the side. Angor nodded. "Yes, it is. It belongs to a friend of mine. It's very precious to him." Madeline asked, "Something like spiritual sustenance?" Angor glanced at a pendant hanging around the doll's neck. "Yes. It's something that my friend cherished all his life." Madeline seemed to be reminiscing. "I remember that I had something similar when I was still an ordinary person. I lost it during an adventure. I was quite sad at that time, but now I don't feel much about it anymore. Time wore away everything. When you've lived long enough, no matter how precious the memories are, it's hard for them to stir your emotions." Angor looked at the doll and thought about what White Bear said to him. Was White Bear trying to remind him not to forget about the doll? Angor recalled that White Bear gave him the doll under Dodoro's instruction. But it seemed that the doll did not do anything to him so far. Angor did not find anything special about it. Just as Madeline had said, it was a very ordinary doll, a handmade product with nothing new to it. Angor took off the pendant hanging around the doll's neck. Inside the pendant was a postage stamp-sized portrait. It was a picture of a boy and a woman whose face was blurred out. The boy was White Bear, but White Bear did not know who the woman was. Other than that, there was also a small note in the pendant. The note contained the message White Bear had left him when he gave the doll to Xianxia. Dodoro once told White Bear to hand over his most precious possession to Angor. White Bear considered for a while and finally gave the doll to Angor. Dodoro's prophecy was always accurate. Even if Dodoro predicted something, he wouldn't tell anyone about it unless it had something to do with Angor. White Bear also mentioned that Dodoro must have foretold something about the doll. However, White Bear did not know the specifics. What does this doll mean? Angor wondered. In the end, he decided to keep it for now. Perhaps it was not the right time yet. However, when he was about to fold the note and put it into his pendant, he noticed something at the bottom of the note. White Bear's signature was there. Hobson Seeley. Hobson Seeley? Angor already knew White Bear's name, but he was used to calling him White Bear, so he didn't know who it was. When he finally realized what was going on, he looked at White Bear's name. Seeley. Seeley. Where did I hear that name before? He frowned and quickly searched through his memories. Soon, an image appeared in his mind. Several months ago, when he first came to Lloyd's to pick up Eureka's goods, Rossum asked Bruley, "Are you here for Lady Seeley's goods?" "Eureka?" Lady Seely, then. Hobson Seely? Could it be that the two of them were related by blood? Angor suddenly felt like he was watching an absurd drama. One was White Bear, who approached him, while the other was Eureka, who stayed in Pad Manor for a long time. Until now, Angor never thought that these two were related. What are you thinking about? Did someone you like give you this bear plushie? Madeline's teasing voice reached his ears. No, it's just a friend. By the way, Lady Madeline, can I ask you a question? Madeline nodded. She wanted to talk to Angor anyway. Sure, but don't ask anything personal. Have you heard of tainted blood sting, Lady Madeline? Madeline frowned. Why are you asking about her? Angor shook his head. I just thought of something. If it's related to tainted blood sting, I suggest you don't ask about it. She knows something about Goman King. The more she knows, the worse it will be for you. Madeline came from a wizard family in Goman Kingdom, so she knew more about the secrets of Goman Kingdom than anyone else. She knew how terrifying Goman King was better than anyone else. I understand. Madeline nodded. She could tell that Angor was a sensible man. Good. What do you want to know about her? If it's about that treasure, I don't know. Madeline knew that Eureka once stole a treasure from Goman King. She didn't think it was strange for an alchemist like Angor to be interested in such a treasure. It has nothing to do with the treasure. Do you know the name of tainted blood sting, Lady Madeline? Her name? Madeline thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't think I've heard of it. But I heard that Eureka wanted to steal Goman King's treasure because her family was annihilated by Goman King. If that's the case, we can check the names of the clans Goman King has annihilated over the years. But Goman King has killed too many people. It won't be easy to find her. He quickly recalled what White Bear told him about his background when he first met Madeline. According to White Bear, he was born in Goman Kingdom, and it took him 13 years to reach Brute Cavern from Goman Kingdom. He also mentioned that his life was full of misfortunes. As for why, he didn't tell Madeline about it. Could it be that the White Bear family had been wiped out by Goman King, and that was how Eureka came to be? That sounded ridiculous. Angor didn't want to think too much about it. Whether White Bear was related to Eureka or not, it had nothing to do with him right now. He still didn't understand why Dodoro asked White Bear to give him the doll. Was it to remind him that White Bear was related to Eureka? As he pondered, something unexpected happened to Frostwing. The frozen frost wings were flying normally, but suddenly, a dark crack appeared in the sky not far from the rear wing. As soon as the gap appeared, the guards of the Moon Frost Alliance discovered it. They immediately ordered their frost wings to speed up and get away from the gap. It was a space fissure. At first, there was only a slight crack in the space, but soon, like a fist hitting a glass, the space crack began to spread rapidly. When the crack lines connected, a collapsed abnormal space appeared in the same place. A powerful suction force created an empty space around the area. It wasn't until an inexplicable force descended that this abnormal space was temporarily stabilized, and only affected a small area. This force came from the world's consciousness. The strange space would last until the two worlds merged. After that, the world's consciousness would begin to repair the space. Good thing we found it early. Otherwise, we'd be in big trouble. One of the Moonfrost guards sighed. Even a formal wizard would feel an inexplicable sense of horror when looking at the abnormal space in the distance. The other guards nodded in agreement. But it was too early for them to celebrate. The main controller of Frostwing reported that another fissure had appeared not far from them. Since Frostwing was accelerating, it was very likely that it would crash into the fissure. After receiving this news, all the guards of the Frost Moon Empire were shocked and immediately moved. They had to do everything they could to stop Frostwing from crashing into the fissure. The disaster had yet to happen, and they still had about 10 seconds of buffer time. For mortals, 10 seconds was a very short time, but for wizards, it was more than enough time. With Frostwing at full power, it was hard to turn around, but it was easier to slow down. Angor didn't notice anything wrong until the frozen Frostwing began to slow down. Before he could check it out, Madeline grabbed his shoulder and took him to the sky. What's wrong? Angor looked at Madeline in confusion. Madeline pointed at Frostwing, which was slowly moving away from them. There's a space fissure ahead. Frostwing won't crash into it, but it's better to avoid it just in case. Angor noticed that most of the wizards around him were floating in the air. Clearly, they also noticed what was happening ahead. Angor also saw the space fissure in the distance. Various data flashed through his eyes. It only took him a few seconds to figure out that Frostwing wouldn't crash into the fissure. However, at this moment, the abnormal space that had appeared before had an inexplicable attraction to the rift here. Almost instantly, the crack expanded several times, and then a part of the space collapsed at a visible speed, forming a new abnormal space. And the dimension covered a large area. Given Frostwing's current speed, it would be difficult for it to stop moving outside the dimension. The frozen wing was about to crash into the strange dimension, and the lives of countless mortals were hanging by a thread. As far as Angor was concerned, Frozen Wing was going to be crushed into pieces. Even Madeline was shaking her head in pity. Angor wondered if she felt sorry for the innocent lives or for the resources inside the iceberg. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the people of Moonfrost Moon decided to use another method. The space generator on the Frozen Wing was forcibly turned on. Originally, the spatial generator was used as a starting point for long-distance travel. Its function was to condense spatial energy, so it would not cause any accidents in a stable space. However, in places with chaotic spatial energy, such as the Parmagi Highlands, it could cause devastating consequences. A ferocious new spatial crack appeared directly above the ice mountain. The newly born spatial rift immediately attracted the attention of the two abnormal spaces in front and behind. The abnormal area that had been temporarily stabilized began to spread in an instant. Countless items on the iceberg were dragged into the fissure. Even components were sucked into the fissure and turned into dust. Is this accelerating the destruction? Is it courting death? Not far away, a sorcerer apprentice asked the sorcerer beside him. The wizard shook his head and pointed at the frost wing not far away. Look again. In less than a second, the location of the frozen frost wing suddenly changed. At this time, they were already dozens of miles away from the abnormal space, far away from the restriction of the abnormal space. Is it safe? Angor was confused. He had been paying attention to the frozen wing and didn't see how it changed its direction. He only saw the frozen wing flying away like a cannonball. What the hell happened? Looks like it's safe. Let's go. Madeline took the lead and flew toward the frozen wing. Angor followed her. While flying toward the frozen wing, he also looked back at the previous space fissure. The third space fissure had turned into an abnormal space. It connected the two previous ones and became a gigantic space that covered a larger area than any other space he had seen so far. From afar, it looked like a giant black orb floating in the air. The orb was covered in a layer of powerful energy, while the inside was filled with chaotic spatial energy. By the time they reached Frostwing's location, they were already several hundred kilometers away from this strange dimension. The frozen frost wings landed on the ground and stopped moving. When he returned to the top of the iceberg, he could clearly sense two strange energies lingering around him. These two powers were contradictory, but they seemed to be mutually reinforcing. Madeline suddenly spoke up, using the new space rupture to release gravity and repulsion. Is that person here too? Gravity, repulsion, Madeline's words made him realize that the two forces were attracting and repelling each other. In other words, the frozen frost wings had been sent flying because of these two powers. Madeline nodded. Yes, it's a way to use energy. But it's rare to see someone using chaotic energy like this. With such a bold idea and precise control of energy, it should be that existence. Who was it? Before Angor could ask, he saw a woman walking out of one of the magic huts at the top of the iceberg. The reason why her presence was so strong was because the moment she stepped out, all the strange forces within the range of the iceberg rushed towards her. It was as if she was standing in the center of an energy vortex, and every step she took brought with her a biting cold gust of wind. She wasn't exactly beautiful, but she had a unique look. Her long white hair, which was slightly translucent, fluttered freely in the wind as if it represented the will of frost. However, her eyes were like raging flames. Just looking at her directly would make one feel as if their blood was boiling. The Song of Ice and Fire, which belonged to a single person. Madeline's appearance attracted the attention of all the wizards in the area. Angor could see that almost all of them were wary of her, including Madeline, who was standing next to him. The Frozen Frost Wings is out of order. We'll rest for a while and continue our journey after the repairs are done. She didn't speak, but her words were spoken clearly in everyone's mind. With that, she turned around and returned to her hut at the top of the iceberg. After she left, her strong presence slowly faded away, and the atmosphere returned to normal. Rest? It seems that even for this lord, it wouldn't have been easy for him to bring the glacial wings out of that perilous situation. You sure know how to make up for it. If it were you, you'd be lucky if you could bring yourself back in one piece. The frozen wing is only slightly damaged. It's already a miracle that it can continue its journey after resting for a while. Angor listened to the discussions around him and realized that it was this woman who saved the frozen wing from danger. Almost everyone seemed to be in awe of her. Who is she? Angor tried to recall the woman's face. He felt like he had heard someone talking about her somewhere before. Besides, it was rare to see such a powerful witch in the wizarding world. Well, she had to be a powerful witch from Moonfrost Union. Two names popped up in Angor's mind, Samantha, who was closely related to Brood Cavern, and Sennefer, who was known as the strongest bloodline wizard. Angor once saw Sennefer at the auction in Floating Mech City, but he didn't see her face. Sennefer was also known as the Witch of the Wilds. She became a level 2 Truthfinder wizard in less than 200 years. Her progress was almost as fast as Sunder's. He knew about Sennefer because Nausicaa always talked about her as a target, and Sennefer was always mentioned by Nausicaa. According to Nausicaa, Sennefer's appearance could be described in one word: frosty hair and fiery eyes. The woman he saw earlier was exactly the same. Was she the Witch of the Wilds? It didn't take long for Madeline to confirm Angor's speculation. Madeline's face darkened. I heard that Sennefer was still at the front lines of Xian not long ago. I didn't think she would be summoned to the Abyss Plane. Looks like Mr. Monkey is going to make his move soon. So it was Sennefer. But if Sennefer was sent to the Abyss Plane by Madeline's order, it meant that the Abyss Plane was already on the verge of breaking out into a full-blown war. But as Madeline said, if Sennefer was sent to the Abyss Plane, it meant that the Abyss Plane was on the verge of breaking out. Madeline looked at Angor, who was still looking at the magic hut. She thought he didn't know who Sennefer was. Sennefer is a level 2 bloodline wizard, she explained in a low voice. I heard that her path of truth is related to the forces of gravity and repulsion. But since she's good at fire and ice spells, there are also rumors that her path of truth is about opposing forces. No matter which path it is, it's a path with extremely strong combat strength. Madeline exclaimed. Sennefer could even force Frosty Wings to stop from its top speed with her own body. However, the frozen wings wouldn't just stop for a moment. Instead, they would break apart. Because of Sennefer's arrival, the wizards on the ice mountain began to gather and discuss the current situation in the Abyss Plane. Madeline and Angor didn't know what was going on. Madeline didn't know many people, while Angor didn't care. For a moment, it felt like they were being isolated. Madeline, on the other hand, didn't find it strange at all. Madeline took advantage of the free time to chat with Angor. I participated in the auction at Remnant Beach a while ago. I wanted to bid for your music box, but I didn't get it. Madeline paused for a moment before continuing. I want to know if Greya's creation has anything to do with your music box. Greya's creation might have something to do with Angor's music box. After all, there was a manifestation of mystery in it. But was it really that important? That was not the case. Greya had already accumulated enough power, and the manifestation was only a catalyst for her to grow stronger. I don't think so, Angor answered vaguely. Madeline realized something from Angor's vague answer. However, she knew that Angor wouldn't tell her the truth even if she kept asking, so she didn't press the issue. I saw the illusion of the music box. It's really good. There are some things in the illusionary realm that make one's imagination run wild. Perhaps one might really be able to comprehend some truths. Madeline did not ask Angor any more questions about alchemy techniques or secrets. If Angor was just an ordinary apprentice, Madeline could force him to answer. she would not consider Angor's position. But now, Angor was a core member of the organization, and his alchemy skills were worthy of Madeline's friendship. Madeline's questions were all very simple. She only asked because she wanted to start a conversation with Angor so that she could build a better relationship with him. However, they didn't get to talk for long when a stooped old man with a white beard approached them. This old man was Vifit, the man Madeline told him about. He had a lot of connections, and Vifit was one of them. Angor thought Vifit had something important to say to Madeline, so he tried to avoid the old man. "You're Angor, the music box sorcerer?" "Music box sorcerer?" Angor's expression darkened. However, he had to hold back his urge to complain and explained, "I'm Angor, sir. But I don't think I have anything to do with the music box sorcerer." "You like making music boxes, don't you?" It wasn't Vifit who said this, but Madeline. "I heard from Mr. Tree Spirit that you created a music box as well. Plus, you've made a series of music boxes before. Isn't music box sorcerer a good choice for you?" Angor's lips twitched. "I made the music box by accident." He pointed at Toby, who was sleeping in his pocket. "Toby likes music. That's why I made music boxes in the beginning. Later, when I got used to it, I made a few more. But that doesn't mean that I like music boxes. I also have other representative works." "Oh, I see." Madeline smiled and turned to look at Vifit. She was curious about why Vifit was looking for Angor. Vifit chuckled. "I wasn't sure when I first saw you. But it's really you." Ever since Angor's music box was sold at Remnant Auction, his name began to gain popularity. Later, when the videos of him making high-tier items went viral, he became even more famous. Still, there was always a time when popularity would fade away. Besides, the wizarding world was constantly changing. Even when Angor was at the peak of his popularity, he never showed up. Now, Angor's popularity was waning. Vifit didn't think that Angor was Angor at first. Besides, the magazines only published his face 2 years ago. Now, he had grown a lot taller. His face was still young, but it was already showing signs of maturity, which made him look a little different from his old self. It was normal that Vifit didn't recognize him. Besides, Vifit didn't think that Angor would be sent to the Abyss Plane. Still, Vifit couldn't let go of his doubts when he first saw Angor. She thought for a while and noticed that Madeline and Angor were talking about music box and alchemy. Vifit finally thought of Angor. Vifit was very curious about Angor. Also, when he was chatting with his old friend Gauss a few days ago, Vifit mentioned that Angor might know something about the Evernight Kingdom. The calamity of the Evernight Kingdom was very likely to threaten Moxa Westland. That was why he came here shamelessly. "What do you need from me, sir?" Angor asked. "It's nothing, really. I'm just curious about you." Vifit paused for a moment before continuing, "His Excellency Rhine is quite magnanimous to send you to the Abyss. If it were me, I wouldn't have made such a choice. It has nothing to do with Mr. Rain. It was my own idea. I heard that Sumesh went to the Abyss not long ago. He's still lingering around the Abyss passageway. I didn't expect you to go to the Abyss as well. Could it be that His Excellency Phantom Demon is going to do something big?" Madeline narrowed her eyes. "Mr. Vifit, you seem to be interested in Mr. Phantom's actions." Vifit chuckled. "I'm just curious. Mr. Vifit, I'm going to the Abyss because I've reached a bottleneck. Besides, I just returned to the fake continent not long ago. I don't know much about other things." Vifit sighed in his mind when he saw Angor frowning and looking a little more cautious. If Madeline wasn't here, Vifit would have plenty of ways to make Angor talk. But since Madeline was obviously on Angor's side, Vifit didn't want to waste any more time. Vifit considered for a moment and decided to change his strategy. "I want to make a deal with you. What do you think?" Vifit looked at Angor. "A deal?" Angor frowned. "If you want to do alchemy, sir, I can't do it right now. I need to focus on breaking through my bottleneck first. I do have some plans for alchemy, but since you're busy, I'll put them aside for now. The deal I'm talking about is mainly to get some information from you." "Something?" Madeline looked at Vifit curiously. What kind of information was this that even Vifit didn't know? Why was he asking about Angor? What is it? Diffit stroked his beard. His eyelids drooped, making it impossible to see his expression. After a while, he slowly said, the change in the Evernight Kingdom. The Evernight Kingdom referred to the domes that appeared all over the Evernight Kingdom. Within a year, half of the Evernight Kingdom was destroyed, and it was even spreading to its neighboring countries. Coincidentally, Moxa Westland was located at the edge of the Evernight Kingdom. Angor wasn't too surprised by Vifit's question. He already knew that someone would ask him about this when he and Sunders left Sleepless City. However, since Angor was about to return to the old Earth, Sunders decided to take the responsibility of Sleepless City on his own to reduce Angor's attention. As a matter of fact, some of the wizards outside Sleepless City were already suspicious of Angor. Anglo, the string plucker from White Coral Floating Island Academy, obviously knew something about it. Even though Sunders managed to keep these people's suspicions to themselves, it was only a matter of time before more and more domes appeared in Evernight Kingdom. Angor's strange behavior in Sleepless City would surely be noticed by those who wanted to know. Madeline suddenly spoke up. He's just an apprentice. Even if he did participate in the Sleepless City incident, he's still just a passerby who got lucky. Instead of asking Angor, why don't we ask someone who knows the truth? Mr. Phantom is also in the Abyss Plane, and Mr. Vifit. Why don't we ask Mr. Phantom? Vifit chuckled. I'll ask Mr. Phantom's opinion when we reach the Abyss Plane. But I want to know Angor's opinion. Vifit looked at Angor with glinting eyes. I heard something from my friends. You're the one who created the energy storm in Sleepless City, right? Rumor had it that if the energy storm continued, the dome of Sleepless City would have disappeared. Also, you were the first one to come out of the dome, but you quickly went back inside. The Whiplash Witch saw it. Even Madeline didn't know about this. Angor sighed in his mind. As the Evernight Kingdom became more and more chaotic, his strange behavior would soon be brought up again. Vifit might be the first to question him, but he wouldn't be the last. Angor considered for a moment and looked at Vifit in the eyes. Vifit smiled and waited for Angor's answer. Compared to Sunders, Vifit was more interested in Angor's opinion of the Evernight Kingdom. He couldn't tell whether Sunders was telling the truth or not, but Angor's heart rate, blood flow, and the distribution of pheromones were enough to tell if Angor was telling the truth. Under Vifit's gaze, Angor chuckled. I don't want to. Before Vifit could understand what Angor meant, Madeline chuckled. You asked Angor if he wants to make a deal with you, and he said no, Madeline said. She thought Angor would give a vague answer because of Vifit's status as a wizard. She didn't expect Angor to reject her outright. Vifit's expression darkened when he realized what Angor meant. This was the second time in half a month that Vifit was humiliated. The first was Beals, and the second was Angor. But at least Beals was a wizard, while Angor was just an apprentice. Before Vifit could lose his temper, he heard someone shouting nearby. Huh? What's that? Someone pointed at the horizon. A black dot suddenly appeared on the horizon, which was heading toward the frozen wing at high speed. When the black dot got closer, they realized that it was a man wrapped in a black cloak. Originally, some people thought that these people were here to investigate the abnormal space from before. After all, the abnormal space was huge and had already attracted a few patrols. But to everyone's surprise, the man directly landed on the frozen wing. This caused a huge commotion among the crowd. Vifit was about to teach Angor a lesson when he heard a familiar voice behind him. Angor? Thank goodness I made it in time. I went to Brute Cavern and learned that you've boarded the frozen wing. I thought I wouldn't be able to make it in time. Looks like I'm in luck. Soon enough, the newcomer stopped and stood not far behind Vifit. Vifit turned to face the newcomer with a puzzled expression. Both Vifit and the newcomer narrowed their eyes at the sight of the other party. Vifit? Beals? What are you doing here? They spoke at the same time. It was Beals who left Vifit's place not long ago. The captain of the Ashen Traders, why are you here? This was not only Beals' opinion, but also Vifit's. Beals frowned and looked at Angor. Vifit glanced at Beals, then at Angor. He suddenly realized something. Back then, Gau's servant helped him find a target. The person Beals didn't mention was most likely an alchemist, And Angor was an alchemist, and Beals came looking for Angor? Was he the one Beals was trying to hide from them? Vifit's mind raced, but he didn't show any emotion on his face. Instead, he looked at Angor and Beals with an inquisitive look. He really wanted to know why Beals was looking for Angor. Beals was also puzzled. He didn't expect to run into Vifit on his way here. He wondered why Vifit was here. Did Vifit find out that Angor might be Cassini's target? Beals decided to ask Vifit in a roundabout way. So you're here too, Vifit. You know Angor too? Vifit only chuckled. If he answered, Beals' question would only be answered by Vifit. It was better to let Beals figure it out himself. What Vifit didn't expect was that Madeline would expose him even though he didn't answer. Mr. Vifit wanted to ask Angor about the Evernight Kingdom, but Angor rejected him. Madeline's words made Beals realize something. It seemed Vifit didn't know about Angor's connection with Cassini. Beals knew what to say next. Beals put on a regretful look. I came here to ask about the Evernight Kingdom, but since you rejected Vifit's offer, I guess I won't get anything. Mr. Beals, Rossum said you wanted to trade information with me. Is that what you're talking about? Yes. Beals nodded. My apologies. If you want to know more about the Evernight Kingdom, you should ask my professor. He told me not to tell anyone about it. I'm too weak. What I saw in Sleepless City might not be real. If that's the case, then forget it. Beals chuckled. He did want to trade information about the Evernight Kingdom, but that was only one of his goals. If he couldn't get it, he wouldn't mind. More importantly, he wanted to know how Angor knew about Cassini. Compared to Vifit's overbearing attitude, Beals was more reasonable, which made Angor feel much better. Vifit gave Beals a doubtful look. You're here for something else, aren't you? Or is there something else? For example, Cassini? Vifit's mind had already shifted. Beals was an alchemist after all, so Angor was the best candidate for the job. Beals glanced at Vifit, knowing that Vifit was beginning to suspect something. Beals didn't mind at all. Even if Vifit found out about the relationship between Cassini and Angor, it wouldn't affect him too much. Not to mention, Vifit only had his suspicions. But Beals was clear. If someone found out that it was Angor who asked about Cassini, Angor would be in trouble. Even if Angor wasn't the seed of truth, the alchemist's identity alone was enough to earn Sunder's favor. Of course, Beals wouldn't allow Angor to get into trouble because of him. Beals shrugged. Yes, I did have something else to tell you. But since you're here, I don't think I need to. Vifit thought Beals was talking about Cassini. So Beals admitted that Angor was the seed of truth? So you've been in contact with Vifit for a long time, Angor? Looks like my information didn't help you much. I don't understand, Captain Beals. Angor was confused. Beals pretended to be surprised. Don't you know that the scroll I gave you that increases luck belongs to Vifit? Vifit didn't know what to say. Beals didn't mean Angor had anything to do with Cassini, but that Angor was the customer who wanted to buy the scroll. Angor also looked at Vifit in surprise. Mr. Vifit, so you're the seller of the scroll Captain Beals was talking about. Beals smiled. Yes, it's him. He asked for a drop of Fragment of Eternity. Are you willing to trade with him? A Fragment of Eternity? Should I exchange it for a magic scroll that increases luck? Madeline didn't say a word. She didn't know what was going on, but when she heard Beals' words, she couldn't help but snort. Mr. Vifit, that's not a very generous price. Vifit chuckled awkwardly. He looked at Angor with curiosity in his eyes. Could it be that he had really guessed wrong? Did Beals' visit have nothing to do with Cassini? Vifit considered for a moment. Angor, can you make something that can block prophecies? Like I said, I don't plan on doing alchemy right now. Vifit asked, you mean you can craft a tool that can block prophecy? Angor didn't know what Vifit wanted to ask, but he also knew that items like Crimson Veil were extremely rare in the southern wizarding region. I've learned something related to it, but I still need to try it out to see if it works. Vifit gave Angor a thoughtful look. If you can really make something that can block the spell, you can come to me. I'll trade you a scroll that increases luck. Something that can block prophecies is extremely rare in the southern wizarding region. It's worth a lot more than your tattered scroll, Madeline added. Diffit didn't mind. Scrolls that change the threshold of a variable have long been lost. The effect only lasts for 2 to 3 seconds, but that's enough time to turn everything around. It's unwise to judge something like this based on its value. Diffit nodded to Angor. As long as I don't use the scroll, I'll keep my word. With that, Diffit turned around and walked away. He could see that both Angor and Madeline were wary of him. Since they were going to spend some time together in the Abyss Plane, it didn't matter if they couldn't find out the truth for now. Diffit left. Did Angor believe Beals? Of course not. It wasn't hard to find out if Angor had anything to do with Cassini. Even Gauss failed to detect Angor's presence. All Diffit needed to do was to contact Gauss and have him test Angor to see if Angor could block prophecies. After Diffit left, Beals whispered something into Angor's mind using whale speech. Whale speech was an encrypted sound channel created by Beals. It was an original creation, but it was just a variation of sound waves. It was similar to voice transmission, but it was much more secretive and could only be heard after decryption. The medium for decryption was a gray card from the Ashentime merchant group. Moreover, different gray cards corresponded to different decryption methods. This was also why Ashtime could satisfy most customers, because every customer who received a gray card would be treated exclusively. Angor took out the card and quickly understood what Beals was trying to say. There's something else I need to tell you. But this isn't a good place to talk. Whale speech was good at keeping secrets, but there were too many wizards here. Also, Beals could sense the great pressure coming from the magic hut at the top of the iceberg. Angor assumed there was someone powerful nearby, so he didn't want to talk here. Lady Madeline, I have something to discuss with Beals. I'll be back in a bit. Madeline glanced at the Moonfrost guards, who were still repairing their wings, and nodded. All right. He followed Beals and flew into the sky. On the other side, Diffit watched Beals take Angor away. He had a few guesses, but he quickly suppressed them. He would contact Gauss later and find out the truth. After Angor left, Madeline noticed that the atmosphere on the iceberg had changed a little. She didn't attract too much attention when she stood beside Angor. However, Beals' arrival and Diffit's arrival attracted the attention of many wizards. Beals didn't use any spells to hide his voice when talking to Angor, which allowed others to notice something. Long time no see, Madeline. I'm sorry about what happened to the Celian family. I didn't expect you to join Brute Cavern. The man paused for a second and continued, oh right, the apprentice beside you, is he Lionheart Thorn Angor? Madeline was not done dealing with the wizard whom she had met once but had never spoken to. In the end, someone else immediately walked over. Oh, dear. My dear Madeline, I can't believe this. I can't believe Mr. Rain actually sent Angor to the Abyss Plane. That's unbelievable. Why don't you just send Angor to Rest Torch Academy instead? What is he going to do there? To study drama? Day and night passed quickly, and the sky was filled with stars. Beals stopped and looked back at Angor. Angor's background was the night sky and stars, as well as the chilly wind blowing across the highland. We're quite a distance away from Frozen Wing. Let's stop here. Beals floated in the air, his black cloak fluttering in the wind. I heard that the Abyss Plane isn't in a good state right now. Be careful, Angor, if you're going there, don't go too deep. Beals did not want to annoy Angor. Instead, he changed the topic and got down to business. I'm here for 2 things. First, I want to know about the Evernight Kingdom. Second, I want to know about the man you've been looking for, Beals said with a serious look. You mean Cassini? Beals nodded. That's him. Who's he? Back at Frost Wing, Beals didn't mention Cassini on purpose. Angor already knew that there was something fishy about Cassini's identity, so he didn't mention it to Beals. Beals said, before I answer that question, can I ask you a question? Sure. Angor nodded without hesitation. Can you tell me where you heard this name? Beals asked in a serious tone. Beals' serious expression gave Angor a rough idea of what was going on. Perhaps this Cassini was not a fictional character in the vision dimension, but a real person. If Cassini was real, then Angor could understand why Beals was being so serious. Cassini was able to interfere with Angor's alchemy phenomenon and possibly cause the Crimson Shield to work. This meant that Cassini was no weakling. Angor once met a follower of Crown Clown in Brute Cavern. Items with Crown Clown's real name on them could have better effects. However, even Crown Clown couldn't directly grant a legendary item. Since the Crimson Shield could resist the gaze of a legendary monster, it had to be at the legendary level. In other words, Cassini might be on the same level as Crown Clown, or even stronger. The Crown Clown, on the other hand, was a peerless demon god from the abyss. If an ordinary fiend celestial were to descend upon the southern region, he would be able to cause a world-ending calamity. The great demonic god was more than enough to destroy the southern domain and prevent it from regaining its vitality for thousands of years. If it was a peerless great demonic god, if Cassini was really on the same level as Crown Clown, how terrifying would that be? Can't you tell me? Beals noticed Angor's silence and asked again. I heard Cassini's name from someone else. Angor considered for a moment before he gave a vague answer. I heard about him from someone else. By others, he was referring to Cassini himself. Therefore, from a certain point of view, he was not lying. Beals gave Angor a meaningful look. Of course, he knew that Angor was playing with words. When he was still an apprentice, he also used this method to answer a wizard's question when he did not want to. But even though Beals saw through it, he didn't say anything. Angor's answer meant that he was most likely the one who was marked by Cassini. Beals did not ask for confirmation, but he already knew that Angor was marked by Cassini. Thinking about the seed of truth in front of him, Beals felt both excited and jealous. He was one step ahead of Angor, but Angor was already recognized by Cassini. This meant that Angor had a bright future ahead of him. He might not be able to reach the path of truth, but as long as he made the right choice, he might even become a legend in the future. The ambitious Monchi in the abyss had once met Cassini. And as it turned out, Monkey was the strongest wizard in the entire southern region. Angor's future was limitless. Beals, on the other hand, had already reached the end of his life. He had yet to reach the edge of truth, let alone the path of truth. Of course, Beals was jealous. While mortals might be blinded by jealousy, as an experienced wizard, Beals quickly extinguished the tiny flame of jealousy in his mind. He thought to himself, I have to get closer to Angor. If Angor could really reach that level, he would gain a lot of benefits just by learning from someone powerful. Beals cleared his mind and gave Angor a complicated look. I don't care where you heard that name from. Try not to mention it to anyone else. Beals paused and explained to Angor, the name Cassini means endless light. But at the same time, it also means an eternal shadow. Because, he is the time thief. Beals left on a flying whale, bathing in the starlight and disappearing into the night. Angor, on the other hand, was still in a daze. He never thought that he would hear about the time thief under such circumstances. He still remembered when he left Phantom Island last year and was about to return to his homeland. Graham mentioned the time thief before, but she was interrupted, so she never mentioned it again. The next time Angor heard about the time thief was just now. Beals was surprised that Angor didn't know about the time thief, so he quickly explained to Angor how great the time thief was. When Beals told Angor about the time thief, he was almost certain that the time thief was the mysterious person who appeared in his vision when he was crafting the Bloody Night shelter. Angor still remembered the mysterious shadow sitting on the wheel of time. The shadow smiled at him. Young man, since you've made your choice, I'll take away the rest. Angor didn't know what the shadow meant back then. But now, he did. The shadow took away the choice he gave up and gave it back to him by using the Bloody Night shelter. It was similar to the time thief's definition. In fact, the shadow was the time thief himself. Does the time thief mean that I'm going to find the truth? Angor mumbled to himself in doubt. If someone could travel through time and see through the seed of truth, then he or she was already the truth. But the time thief was still stealing the truth, which meant he or she was still deviating from the path of truth. What made the time thief think that someone had the potential to reach the truth? Of course, Angor knew that he was still too weak. According to Beals, the time thief had to be at least a level 3 miracle wizard. Angor didn't believe that such a great figure could be compared to a summer bug. However, being skeptical was part of a wizard's nature. It wouldn't be too late to redefine the time thief. Either way, Angor now understood what Cassini meant. Seed of truth might sound nice, but if someone's power didn't match the mark, he or she would end up as an experiment subject for other wizards. After all, there were all kinds of people in the wizarding world. Not everyone could be like Beals, who could suppress his jealousy and choose to wait. I need to be more careful from now on. Angor rubbed his swollen temples and flew toward the frozen wing. While flying, Angor recalled a list Beals told him about. It was a list of people who had been marked by the time thief. The first one was Mr. Monkey of Moonfrost Union. Angor had heard of most of the names before. They were all big figures in the wizarding world. Angor also saw Sunder's name on the list. There were only a dozen names on Beals' list. But that didn't mean the time thief had marked everyone. According to Beals, there were about 100 people in the southern wizarding region. Angor was probably the weakest of them all. If Angor's identity was exposed, he would become the target of many people. I shouldn't have asked Beals. I should have just asked Sunders. Angor regretted his carelessness. Fortunately, Beals seemed to be friendly to him so far. Vifit, on the other hand, was a different story. When Beals and Angor talked about Cassini, they naturally mentioned Gauss and Vifit. Beals told Angor about how Vifit arrived at Moxa Westland. Vifit looks friendly and has a lot of connections, but no one knows what he's really like. As for Gauss, I don't know much about him either. But since you have an alchemy item that can resist prophecy, you should be safe for now. According to Beals, Vifit was already suspicious of Angor, so Angor had to be careful. Angor left Moxa Westland peacefully. But what he didn't expect was that when he returned, there was an earth-shattering change. Before he even landed, he already sensed many people staring at him. Also, Madeline was surrounded by several wizards. Before he left, Madeline was isolated. Why did she suddenly become a social butterfly? Angor landed behind Madeline with a puzzled look on his face. As soon as he landed, he was immediately surrounded by the same people who tried to protect Madeline. You're Angor? Sire Fantasy Demon has taken in a good student. Oh my god. Rest Torch Academy will always open its doors for you. Angor was a little surprised. From their words, he understood what was going on. They were here for him, right? Judging from their eager looks, that seemed to be the case. When Angor returned to Brute Cavern, he already felt the popularity brought by his name. Back then, he didn't think too much about it. He thought he only had a little bit of fame in Brute Cavern. But now, he truly felt the effects of fame. Fame seemed to be a good thing, but there were also many cases of people being dragged down by it. For example, after he rejected several wizards' alchemy requests, he noticed that some people were looking at him with disdain. Angor felt tired when he saw more and more people coming to him. Luckily, he was not alone this time. Madeline created a small hut in time. Angor sighed in relief when they entered the hut. Madeline chuckled when she saw Angor patting his chest. Things are going well for now. At least they won't do anything in the Moonfrost Union's territory. Many traditional wizards don't want to talk to you. But once you're alone, I don't know what will happen. Some people might not harm Angor because of their reputation and Brute Cavern's vengeance. But as long as they did not cause any harm, they could just force their way through. Just like Nelson did to Angor a few days ago. Fortunately, Nelson was an alchemist himself, so he did not force Angor to do anything. However, he still forced Angor to talk to him. Of course, Angor also gained a lot of knowledge from the exchange, so he did not lose anything. Others, however, would not be as gentle as Nelson. They only wanted the result of the alchemy. The process was not important. What should I do then? Angor asked bitterly. He was starting to miss the time when he and Madeline were isolated. You're right. The most important thing for you now is to build a solid foundation and break through the bottleneck. Once you become a wizard, you'll be able to handle most situations. Plus, you know the sequence of gravity. Normal Truthfinder wizards can't do anything to you, except for the ones at the top of the pyramid. However, if you are really being targeted by those at the top of the pyramid, it may not be a bad thing for you. At least you'll be able to fulfill their request. Angor sighed. Fame is a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword because your skills don't match your strength. Madeline sighed. An apprentice who can create something useful for wizards and truth-finders. Of course they'll want you. Even though they were already inside the hut, there were still people coming to visit them from time to time. Especially a male wizard from Rest Torch Academy. Everyone else had already left, but he still kept trying to persuade Angor to leave Brute Cavern and join Rest Torch. Angor could not bear it any longer. Later, the wizards from Rest Torch Academy kept putting on an exaggerated show, while Madeline just watched. Angor simply ignored them. The strange atmosphere was only broken when a man in a white wizard robe came to visit. The man was also an official sorcerer. He wore a white sorcerer's robe and a light blue cloak. On the cloak, there was a crescent moon frozen in frost. From this symbol, it was clear that this person was from the Moonfrost Alliance. My name is Mar, and I'm the leader of the Moonfrost Guards. Sorry to disturb you. The man's appearance was very cold, and he gave a simple introduction after entering the room. I heard Music Box Sorcerer is with us as well. Can you help us with something? Mar looked at Angor. What do you need, Mr. Mar? Angor didn't dare to show any disrespect to Cenifer, who was the second in command of Frosty Wing. The right suspension bone of Frosty Wing is damaged. Alchemists from Moonfrost Academy are trying to repair it as fast as they can. But he's too slow to do it alone. Can you come with us so that we don't have to delay our journey to the Abyss Plane? Angor frowned. I'm an enchantment student. I don't see any runes on Frosty Wing. Don't worry about it. Frosty Wing is a special type of bioalchemy. It has nothing to do with enchantment or harmony. You only need to help smelt and shape some materials, Mr. Bioalchemy? Angor raised an eyebrow. He didn't know much about bioalchemy, but he knew that it was mostly used to modify living beings. The best alchemists were mostly Carabits. For example, the Basket Witch from Summerdew Ridge was an expert in bioalchemy. Angor glanced at Madeline and waited for her opinion. Madeline shrugged, indicating that Angor could make his own choice. Angor considered for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll go with you. For one thing, he was interested in bioalchemy anyway. Maybe he could learn something useful from it. For another, he also wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble, such as the wizards from Rest Torch Academy and the others who were waiting for him outside. Angor followed Mar out of the lab. Mar took Angor to a separate room in the middle level of the lab. There were some materials and alchemy tools inside. Before Angor could figure out what to do, Mar had already left in a hurry. The room was divided into two parts. On the left side, there were all kinds of strange-looking limbs, specimens, and surgical instruments. On the right side, there were alchemy materials that Angor was familiar with. Mar didn't say anything before leaving. Angor didn't know what to do, so he decided to take a look around the lab. There were not only alchemy puppets, but also many other strange objects. A giant eyeball with countless tentacles was curling up in a petri dish. Two severed hands that were obviously human were dancing in an observation box. A crawling creature with a crystal mine on its head was moving around in a nest made of glass. A woman with the lower body of a snake and a pair of glowing red eyes was licking her lips at Angor. There were also many other strange creations that surprised Angor a lot. However, these bioalchemy creations were all very dangerous. Angor would feel a strong sense of danger as soon as he approached them. However, they were nothing but paper tigers in his eyes. The bioalchemy creations here were all low-level energy signatures, so they posed no threat to him. Angor walked around the lab but didn't see anyone coming to greet him, so he decided to go outside. But as soon as he reached the door, he heard someone coughing from the lab behind him. At the same time, a cloud of black smoke came out of the lab. Angor choked on the smoke and looked back. He saw a door on one side of the lab being pushed open. A fat man with a black, greasy face crawled out while coughing. Yes, he crawled. His fat flesh wriggled forward, and he finally stepped out of the door with great difficulty. The black smoke came from the other side of the door as well. Angor looked around and saw a well-equipped lab behind the door. Just as he was about to take a closer look, Fatty, who was lying on the ground, kicked the door shut with his stubby leg. As soon as the door closed, it automatically disappeared. It's ruined. It's ruined. I have to make it again. I don't want it. Fatty was lying on the ground, sobbing. Suddenly, his nose twitched as if he had smelled something. The smell of a living person? The fat man quickly stood up and looked into Angor's eyes through the thin layer of smoke. "You're the assistant Mar found for me?" The fat man frowned. "Assistant?" Angor considered and nodded. "You can say so. He asked me to help you smelt and shape some materials." When Fatty heard this, he immediately beamed with joy. "That's great, there's finally someone who understands alchemy. I'm going to die from exhaustion alone." The fat man mumbled to himself, "There's a wound on the suspension bone and the right wing. Miss Xianxia wants me to finish the refinement by tomorrow morning? How is that even possible? Am I right?" The fat man looked at Angor, who could only twitch his lips awkwardly. As an outsider, he couldn't say anything bad about Xianxia in front of Frozen Wing, could he? "I'm not an alchemist, so I don't know much about alchemy. What do I need to do?" Angor quickly changed the topic and asked, "What do I need to do?" The fat man didn't mind. He took a break and stood up. "Wait here. I'll go get the materials and the blueprints. Just follow them. It's not too hard. Have you learned fusion and solidify?" "Yes." Angor nodded. "That's good. It's just that it might take some time to refine," Fatty said as he cast a spell. Instantly, a door appeared in front of him. However, this door was black, which was different from the white door from before. Angor opened the door and stepped inside. Angor stood outside the door and looked inside. Similar to the white door, he saw many tools and decorations inside, which meant it was another lab. The fat man came out with a pile of materials and several thin pieces of paper. "Let's start with these first. I don't think you'll finish them by tomorrow morning." The fat man noticed that Angor seemed to be in a trance. Angor kept glancing at the door. "What? Curious about the alchemy workshop?" The fat man's voice reached Angor's ears. "This is the alchemy workshop?" Angor asked. "Yup. That was my bioalchemy workshop. This is tooling workshop," the fat man said proudly. Of course, Angor knew what an alchemy workshop was. It was a level 1 spell similar to Sorcerer's Garden, which allowed the user to carry an independent alchemy lab with them. Angor's bracelet seemed to have the same effect. He could store living creatures, magic plants, and so on, but that wasn't the case. The space inside the bracelet wasn't as stable as one would think. Explosions could easily cause the space to collapse. Alchemy workshops, on the other hand, didn't have such problems. The fat man was so proud because alchemy workshops were spells, but they required a lot of materials to stabilize the space. They were much more expensive than ordinary storage spaces. Many wizards didn't even have storage spaces. Angor should be proud that he had two. "You're an apprentice alchemist at such a young age. You just need to stay here for a few more decades. Maybe you'll have enough money to learn alchemy workshops when you become a wizard." With that, the fat man turned around and walked into the black door. "Don't waste time. Start. You'll get something good." Angor wanted to ask about Fatty's identity, but he didn't want to introduce himself. Angor shrugged. It seemed he couldn't use this chance to learn about bioalchemy in secret. "Fine. I'll just take it as a quiet moment." Next, Angor picked up the blueprint and sat down. After reading the steps on the blueprint, he did not hesitate at all. He directly picked up the materials and started smelting. After Fatty entered the black door, he suddenly remembered that although he had given the blueprint to the young man outside, he had forgotten to mention some of the specific smelting steps and the ratio of the materials. Although they were all basic components, for an alchemist apprentice, it was very rare for them to grasp the proportions. With that in mind, Fatty put down his work and prepared to tell Angor. However, as soon as he reached the door, he saw the light of a fire outside. "Smelting already?" Fatty frowned. "Don't tell me he's just messing around?" Even if the smelting materials were basic, they were meant to be used on Frozen Wing. A small mistake could easily cause the whole thing to collapse. Fatty's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. He quietly walked out of the door and wanted to call Angor to stop. However, after observing for 2 seconds, he realized that Angor's smelting steps were all correct, and the smelting process was faster than he expected. Fatty quietly returned to the black door and muttered, "The people Mar brought this time are quite reliable." To be able to immediately discover the ratio and the correct steps of the smelting process, he was definitely an expert in alchemy. Fatty thought to himself, "I can ask Mar where this guy is from later. Maybe I can get him to help me with the experiment that I'm about to do later." Fatty returned to the experiment table in the black door. Since the person outside was reliable, he could rest assured. What Fatty didn't know was that Angor's smelting process began to pick up as soon as he returned to the door. Angor needed to feel the steps for the first time, but he didn't need to do so for the next step. He was already an experienced alchemist. Fatty expected Angor to finish the smelting by tomorrow morning, but Angor was already 10 hours ahead of schedule. Before midnight, Fatty was summoned out of the black door with a puzzled look. He was actually smelting materials inside, but when he was halfway through the smelting process, he sensed someone calling him from outside. He originally thought that the little apprentice outside was still stumped and had a question to ask. But when he walked out, he saw that the other party had a smile on his face and said, "I'm sorry. I'm done. Here's the half-finished product. Is there anything else you need?" Angor pointed at the table in the room. "It's done? How could it be so fast?" Fatty turned around in bewilderment, and his eyes widened. The table was filled with half-finished parts. "Even the molding is complete?" Fatty murmured in surprise. Judging from the energy still lingering on the half-finished parts, they must have just been made. But, he had just entered the black door not long ago. Fatty could not help but glance at the clock on the wall. 11:40 in the evening. When he entered the black door, it was around 8:30. In other words, it only took him 3 hours to complete the refinement. Even if he went all out, he should be able to reach the speed, right? Could it be that there was something wrong with these semi-finished products? They looked finished but didn't meet the requirements. Thinking of this, Fatty hurriedly stepped forward. His eyes flickered with a faint light as he used Narda's eye to inspect the semi-finished products. The result was that all of them met the requirements, and the smelting was perfect. He looked at Angor from head to toe and didn't find anything out of the ordinary except for the fact that Angor had a pretty face. Could it be that the efficiency of an apprentice alchemist is so heaven-defying? Or, "You're from Floating Mech City?" Fatty asked in a firm tone. Angor didn't know how Fatty came to such a conclusion. "No." He shook his head. "Then your teacher isn't a master alchemist, is he?" "Nope." Then who are you?" Fatty had been holding back for a long time, so he decided to ask directly. Before Angor could answer, someone else came in. It was Mar. "Mr. Brofen, Mr. Pat. What are you doing here?" Mar asked after a moment of hesitation. 3 hours after entering the lab, Angor finally learned the fat man's name. Brofen. Brofen frowned when he heard Angor's name. He didn't understand why Mar called him apprentice. This meant that Mar had acknowledged Angor's identity and believed that Angor could treat Angor as an equal. But how was that possible? Brofen furrowed his brows. Could it be that this Pat was someone special? But what's so special about an apprentice? Unless he was from Brute Cavern. Brofen suddenly realized something. Frosty Wing was at Parmajai Highlands, and they just picked up someone from Brute Cavern not long ago. Could this apprentice be the one mentioned in the rumors? With that in mind, Brofen turned around and stared at Angor. "You're Baron Milk?" Brofen hesitated a little. Angor didn't know what to say. Baron Milk. What a familiar name. But how did it get out of Brute Cavern when it wasn't even a common name? Angor quickly recalled the name. Only a few people knew about it, and only a few of them, such as Sunders. Of course, Sunders wouldn't lie to him. The only ones left were the 2 people who registered in Sky Tower. One was Baroque, and the other was Melanda. Baroque was still in Brute Cavern, so it couldn't be him. Melanda was the most suspicious since her father was one of the 2 city lords of Floating Mech City, Robot Emperor Lawson. "Mr. Brofen, I think Mr. Pat's nickname is Music Box Sorcerer," Mar suddenly spoke up. Angor didn't know what to say. That wasn't a good nickname either. After hearing Mar's words, Brofin confirmed the identity of the man in front of him. Baron Milk sounds better than Music Box Sorcerer. I like this title a lot. It matches my title perfectly. Angwar's eyes lit up as he began to think. You know what? Baron Milk sounds better than Music Box Sorcerer. Before he could figure out what Brofin's name was, Angwar heard Brofin talking about it himself. Black Sugar Follower, Baron Milk. What a perfect match. You should use Baron Milk. That's so cool. Angwar frowned. Those aren't my nicknames. I don't have one yet. Mar quickly stopped Brofin from arguing about his nicknames. He had another mission to attend to, and he didn't want to waste time. Let's put that aside for now. Mar put on a serious look. Mr. Brofin, Miss Sennifer just received news that the energy tide of the portal will disappear in a day. If you can't get to the Abyss Plane before that happens, it'll be much more dangerous. Miss Sennifer hopes that you can fix your frozen wing within 4 hours. 4 hours? How is that possible? You said you'd wait until tomorrow morning. How can you do it so early? Brofin retorted. Mar furrowed his brows. If the energy tide rises, we might suffer even greater losses when we cross the border. So, can you speed up the repair? Brofin frowned as well. He knew what Mar was trying to do. However, it was almost impossible for him to complete it in 4 hours by himself. Suddenly, Brofin paused. He was not alone right now. Brofin looked up at Angwar. If Baron Milk is willing to help me, I think I can do it. Mr. Brofin, please call me by my name, Angwar said in a weak voice. Mar gave Angwar a pleading look. What do you think, Mr. Pat? Angwar didn't understand what Mar was trying to say. If he didn't fix his frozen wing as soon as possible, he would miss the chance to cross the portal safely. He considered for a moment and nodded. Sure. Mar sighed in relief when he heard Angwar's answer. Brofin wanted to talk to Angwar, but he didn't have time for that now. Brofin sent a small ray of light to the puppet in the corner. Brofin's face, which had been as white as a sheet of paper, transformed into Brofin's face. This is my puppet. He'll take care of your work. If you want to finish it in 4 hours, we can't waste any more time, Brofin said to Angwar. Brofin quickly entered the black door and began his work. Mar's puppet also took out the necessary materials and explained the components to Angwar. If it were someone else, they would have to explain the steps and details. But Angwar didn't need to. Every time Mar's puppet told him what to do, Angwar would start the work without hesitation. Mar looked at the efficiency of the division of labor in front of him, smiled, and left the laboratory. With Angwar's help, Brofin's work went much faster. Brofin left the crafting of tooling to Angwar while he worked on the bioalchemy part. The two of them worked very well together. It wasn't 1 in the morning yet. The work that should have taken several hours was already done. Brofin only needed to do the bioalchemy. Angwar couldn't help Brofin with his bioalchemy. He planned to stay away for a while, but Brofin didn't seem to mind. We're only repairing, not creating. If you're interested in bioalchemy, come inside and have a look. Angwar's eyes lit up and he nodded without hesitation. Brofin waved a hand and opened the door to the workshop. This time, it was a white door, which was used for bioalchemy. Angwar followed Brofin into the workshop and was shocked by the strange creatures inside. Compared to the ones he saw outside, the ones here were all perfect, while the ones outside were all failed products. For example, he saw an eyeball covered in tentacles outside, which already surprised him a lot. But here, he saw a giant evil eye at least 2 meters tall, surrounded by countless tentacles. When the tentacles opened up, Angwar could see that they were also covered in eyes. Just looking at it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. That's an evil spirit I created, Brofin said proudly. It's called Nyafort, Brofin said proudly. It's one of the ancient evil gods of Loft. Brofin's pride was replaced by regret. But the real evil god has already passed away in Loft's past. This is just a replica made from the demonic eye. Brofin gestured to the other creatures in the workshop. These are all my creations. If you're interested, I can introduce them to you in detail later. Angwar didn't refuse. I'd love to hear more about them. Many people who visited Brofin's workshop would be curious about these alchemy creatures. However, Brofin didn't want to introduce all of them. He only felt proud when he introduced someone who was already famous in the field of alchemy like Angor. Without wasting any time, Brofin led Angor to the operating table. I'm going to create living tentacles. This is the foundation of my alchemy, so I won't explain it to you. Take a look. With that, Brofin took out a pile of living tentacles that Angor had never seen before, as well as some half-finished products he made outside. Brofin didn't say anything while he was refining. As he said, he was only repairing and not creating, so he didn't mind people watching. How much he could learn would depend on himself. He didn't dare to use his spirit feelers to observe Brofin, for fear of disrupting the process. Therefore, he could only observe with his naked eyes, so the things he could obtain were very limited. However, he did not mind. Watching was also a form of accumulation of experience. While reading, he also recalled some general information about bioalchemy he had read before. There were also different schools of bioalchemy. The mainstream school of bioalchemy was the center school of bioalchemy used by the Karabits. This school of bioalchemy used cells as the basic unit and was good at grafting and transformation. Brofin had mentioned that the foundation of his school was the living tentacles, which meant that he was most likely from the Oleg school. The Oleg school was a mainstream school that specialized in synthesis and modification. Brofin kept adding alchemy materials into the living tentacles, which Angor couldn't understand. Soon, the tentacles began to grow and spread. The tentacles gradually formed into something very complicated. Brofin threw the tissue out of the alchemy workshop. The tentacles quickly melted into the ground and automatically moved to a suitable spot on Frozen Wing to be repaired. Angor was quite surprised to see this. He was also surprised by Brofin's transformation. When Brofin began to refine the tentacles, the energy around him began to shrink rapidly. At the same time, Brofin's body began to shrivel. He used to be a fat man, but as his body dried up, his swollen facial features became more angular. Even his greasy hair was starting to look tame. In the end, Brofin became a handsome young man. Brofin frowned and continued his work as if he didn't notice it at all. Any young girl who saw Brofin's serious look would probably be attracted to him. Of course, if they looked down and saw all kinds of blood and living tentacles, they would be terrified. Half an hour later, Brofin finished repairing the last tentacle. He heaved a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and then looked at the hourglass beside him. His eyes were filled with surprise. I didn't expect it to be completed within 4 hours. Brofin's mouth moved slightly, and Mar, who was waiting outside, was delighted when he heard that the repair was complete. The frozen frost wings have been repaired. Now, prepare to restart. The frozen frost wings began to operate as soon as Mar's voice fell. Brofin smiled at Angor as the frozen wing continued its journey. Thank you so much for your help. It would have been a lot harder if it wasn't for you. Brofin didn't ask about Angor's progress because he knew it wouldn't be much. It's better if it's done as soon as possible. Angor chuckled. Brofin said, now that the frozen wings have been repaired, I should be fine for the time being. Why don't I show you my work? If he went back now, he would still have to deal with those wizards. It would be better for him to stay here. Brofin's introduction of his new creation was a stark contrast to his usual quiet self when he was crafting. Plus, Brofin would get even more excited if Angor complimented him, and he would tell Angor about his crafting ideas. These were exactly what Angor wanted to hear. Even though Brofin noticed Angor's flattery, he still couldn't help but feel happy. But when Brofin brought Angor to a small cubicle, he suddenly stopped talking. Ahem, I can't go in there. It's my unfinished experiment. He peeked inside and saw a giant tentacle hovering in the air, as well as a giant figure. The tentacle was different from the ones he saw before. It looked more like the tentacles of an octopus. I'm a little hungry. Let me take you out for a bite. Brofin closed the cubicle door and led Angor outside. This was Brofin's alchemy workshop, and Angor was the owner while Brofin was a guest. Angor shrugged and followed Brofin out of curiosity. Brofin led Angor out of the lab and down a winding path inside the iceberg. Angor saw many Moonfrost guards along the way. They were all doing their own things, but they all showed respect when they saw Angor and Brofen. After walking for a minute or two, Angor saw a bar with a rainbow-colored light at the entrance. Moonfrost Bar was written on the sign. Below the sign was a line of fine print, 007. Almost every frost wing has a Moonfrost Bar branch, Brofen whispered. Brofen lowered his head and whispered, because Miss Sennefer is behind Moonfrost Bar. She loves to drink, and she only drinks Frost Moon Bar's Frostfire Bentley. Brofen shrugged. I'm not interested in Frostfire Bentley anyway. I prefer plain black rum. With that, Brofen stepped into the bar with an excited look on his face. A moment later, he rubbed his temples to ease his headache. Brofen, who was sitting across from him, was quickly devouring cups of rum and roasted monster meat. Angor assumed that Brofen was just trying to change the topic. As a wizard, he had many ways to keep himself in peak condition, and eating was one of the most time-consuming ways to do so. Of course, the food of a gourmet wizard was a different story. But judging from Brofen's behavior, he was probably really hungry. Brofen ate like a hungry ghost. As Brofen continued eating, his handsome face began to swell up again. By the time Brofen muttered to himself that he was only half full, he had already reverted back to his fat form. Meanwhile, Angor only had a small plate of roasted meat. Angor put down his fork and knife when he saw Brofen still eating. Brofen's way of eating really made him want to choke. That's just how this guy is. He's so popular when he's doing alchemy, but he can't stop eating when he's free. Some witches in the Union used to like him a lot, but then… TSK. Let's not talk about it anymore. A cold female voice came from behind. Angor was surprised. When he entered the bar earlier, he didn't see anyone here except for a mortal chef. Even the waiters were puppets. Since when was there another woman here? Angor turned around and saw a white-haired woman with fiery eyes sitting at a table on the other side of the aisle. She was holding a glass of wine and sipping it elegantly. Angor was surprised to see the woman sitting next to him. Not long ago, he saw her at the top of an ice mountain. She was the famous Witch of the Wilds, Sennefer. Brofen told him that Sennefer liked to drink here, and Angor didn't think much of it. Angor didn't expect to see Sennefer in person here. Obviously, Sennefer was talking to Angor. Angor felt a little uneasy in front of such a powerful truthfinder wizard. Before he could think about how to respond, Brofen, who was sitting across from Sennefer, took the opportunity to talk back to her. Look at yourself. What's the difference between you and me? There were at least 30 empty wine bottles on Sennefer's table. Angor had to admit that Brofen was right. The bottles were small in size, but Angor could feel the ripples of space spreading out from them. Angor guessed that the bottles were specially made by alchemy, which gave them more storage space as if they were engraved with expansion runes. There were more than 30 empty wine bottles. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were buckets. Oh, wine barrels. Sennefer and Brofen were about the same. Well, at least I'm still in shape, Sennefer said. So what? It's just a vessel for storing energy. I can always find another body if I want, Brofen scoffed. Sennefer and Brofen went on bickering for a long time before Angor could say anything. By the time they were done eating and drinking, Angor had finished his meal. Come on, Angor. Let's go back to the lab. I'm full now. Let's continue. Brofen tried to drag Angor back to the lab. Are you still doing your experiment? Sennefer suddenly asked. Why yes, it's still there. Brofen frowned. Sennefer sneered. Then make sure you hide well. Those lunatics are always lurking around the Baikal River. You'll be in big trouble if they find you. Sennefer stepped past Brofen and headed for the door. Sennefer suddenly stopped and gave Angor a curious look. I heard that Brofen wouldn't have been able to fix it if it weren't for you. It's just a win-win situation, Lady Sennefer, Angor said politely. Flora once told me that you're always too humble. Just as I thought. Sennefer chuckled. I'll remember your contribution. If you run into any trouble, just come to me at the top of the mountain. Sennefer turned around and left. She disappeared into the dark corridor outside the door. Brofen rubbed his forehead when Sennefer's figure was completely gone. Damn it. Why did I have to run into Sennefer again? Forget about her. Let's go. Let's continue what we were doing just now. They arrived at a temple located in the depths of the starry sky. The glittering stars served as the background of the temple. Endless holy light meant eternal and undefeatable blessings. This was the Starliege Temple, the holy land sought by countless prophets. It was also the place where all important information was gathered and disseminated in the southern wizarding region. The Starliege Church had more than 30 halls, and each of the 18 permanent observers had a hall. At the top of the mountain was the Stargazing Hall of Lupui, which was constantly bathed in the power of endless starlight. At this time, outside the Stargazing Hall, an old and thin little old lady was leading a handsome young man with clear eyes through the starlight promenade, walking towards the Stargazing Hall. Today is the same as before. Speak less and observe more. How much you can comprehend will depend on yourself. An old voice came from the little old lady's mouth. The young man nodded knowingly. The little old lady turned her head and found that although the young man was responding to her, his eyes were looking into an unknown distance. His brows would furrow from time to time as if he had something on his mind. Her slightly cloudy eyes lowered slightly as she constructed a spell to connect to the river of fate in her mind space. After a while, her gaze turned away from the river of fate. She wanted to see what the young man was thinking, but strangely, all she saw was a blur. This kind of situation was extremely rare. What are you looking at? The little old lady was puzzled. No, nothing. The young man's voice was very special. The ending of his voice was slightly upturned. Even though he was speaking in an uneasy manner, there was a hint of affection in his voice. The little old lady did not ask any further. She only said softly, "You are someone who is favored by fate. You can see scenes outside of fate. However, scenes are just scenes. What you see might just be a meaningless fragment. There's no need to think too much about it. Moreover, if you use the favor of the heavens to pry into it for a long time, it won't do you any good." The young man fell silent as he recalled the scenes he saw before. The endless darkness, the world filled with flames and blood, the demon bound by the blood-colored chains, the white-robed young man laughing wildly. After a while, he said, "I understand." At this time, they had already arrived at the entrance of the Stargazing Hall. The little old lady paused. Let's go. The day when the stars converge is also the time when the flow of information interweaves. Today's stargazing might be useful. The two stepped into the Stargazing Hall. There were no decorations in the hall. Stepping into it was as if they were walking in a chaotic universe. In the endless darkness, the light of annihilation and rebirth guided them forward. Finally, they arrived at the main hall that was filled with starlight. In the center of the vortex of stars, there were 6 observers with their eyes closed. Behind the observer, there were already dozens of people silently sitting cross-legged. After arriving, they also chose a place to sit down. Today was the day when the stars converged. It happened once every 6 months. At this time, all the observers and prophets of the Stargazing Hall would gather together to explore the mysteries of the stars. This day was called the Stargazing Day. Many important pieces of information were discovered on the Stargazing Day. Some of the cultivators here didn't know how to observe the stars, but they were willing to come because they wanted to see if there was any important news on this day. Time slowly passed. When the stars were shining brightly in the sky, one of the people sitting near the center of the vortex opened his eyes. He looked at the people around him and whispered, "Let's begin." "Looks like there are only 6 observers this time," someone whispered. There were indeed 18 observers in the Stargazing Hall, but it didn't mean that they were always in the Stargazing Hall. It was rare for 18 observers to gather on the Stargazing Day. As the observer in the center nodded, the Stargazing Day began without any disturbance. When the Stargazing Day officially started, the entire hall was filled with stars, sometimes bright and sometimes dark, reflecting each other's brilliance. For an outsider, the scene in front of them might only be beautiful and dreamy. But in fact, it was full of mysteries. This was because a mysterious item, the mystery of the stars, had turned into a star chart of the future. The so-called Stargazing Day was to observe the star chart of the mystery of the stars and use it to see the future. Every observer, including the prophet wizards who came to study and the prophet apprentices who were granted permission, was immersed in the star chart. However, not everyone could see it. For example, most of the prophets here were brought here by prophets. They weren't strong enough to see any useful information. There were also some prophets who didn't have anything to do with the stars. They didn't know how to observe the stars, so they couldn't see anything. The only ones who actually got the information were the observers and a few others. Therefore, from a certain perspective, the mystery of the starlight could be considered a strategic tool. However, no organization would covet it because it was too obscure. Apart from the people of Starledge Church, not many people could use it. At first, the old lady was still observing the young man beside her. But by chance, she saw a ray of starlight being destroyed. She thought of something and fell into deep thought. The young man beside her was only a beginner apprentice. He didn't know how to observe the stars. It was reasonable to say that he couldn't see anything. However, the young man didn't tell anyone, not even his teacher. In fact, as long as he looked at the star chart seriously, some images would automatically appear in his mind. Although they were just static images, they were all images of the future. However, his strength was too low. He could only see one image in the flickering star map, and he was already exhausted. Therefore, choosing the right time to observe was the most important. Other diviners might calculate the coordinates of the focal points of the star chart to determine the best time to observe the situation. However, he didn't need to. There was always fog in his vision. For him, the fog had different depths. He could even erase the shallower fog and see the images hidden behind it. However, he couldn't see anything in the thick fog. He knew that there must be something important behind the thick fog, but he couldn't see it if he couldn't erase it. However, the mystery of the stars gave him a chance to erase the thick fog. As long as the fog was the thickest in his vision, it would be the best time to observe. Time passed by slowly. Suddenly, the star chart began to change violently. Most of the prophets who were immersed in observing the stars were ejected. Only 6 observers were still frowning as they continued to observe the star chart. After another 2 minutes, the star chart began to slow down. The young man's eyes lit up when he saw the endless fog in his vision. He knew it was time. He raised his head and began to observe the star chart with all his might. With the power of the star chart, he parted the thick fog and saw an image. The contents of the screen caused his pupils to widen abruptly. When he wanted to continue watching, he felt his blood boiling in his chest. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out blood. As he spat out blood, his vision was shrouded in fog again. The energy in his body was exhausted, and he collapsed on the ground. At this time, the star chart began to stabilize. The observers woke up one by one. When all the observers woke up, the star chart had completely disappeared. The last one to wake up was the master of the stargazing temple, Lupanai. He was also the current ruler of the stargazing temple. When Lupanai woke up, he was about to recall the image he saw before. However, he smelled a faint smell of blood. He looked back and saw a young man gasping for breath. There was blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He was kneeling on the ground. Beside him, a skinny little old lady was using a healing technique to treat the young man. Lupanai looked at the young man and thought of something. At this moment, beside Lupanai, a middle-aged man with a serious expression frowned and asked, "Maya, what's going on?" The little old lady, who had just finished casting the soothing spell, heard the sound next to her ears. She paused and explained, "Your Excellency Sura, my disciple may have been too reckless." She forced herself to observe the stars and suffered a backlash. The man called Sura was one of the observers from Stargazing Temple, also known as the Innocent Reader. The little old lady was Maya, who came all the way from Brood Cavern. Sura frowned and wanted to scold the woman. However, when he thought about Maya's identity and the will she represented, he decided not to say anything. If he doesn't follow the rules and overestimates himself again, he's not allowed to come here anymore. Maya did not like Sura's words, but she did not say anything since they were in someone else's territory. However, at this moment, Lupanai suddenly said, "Is it a backlash?" "I don't think so." "Do you mean?" Sura looked at Lupanai in confusion. "Doesn't the crown of stars mean that he might have seen something in the star map?" "His level is too low, so he coughed up blood." The speaker was a young man with a frivolous expression. "How is that possible?" Sura frowned. Nothing is impossible. The mystery of the stars is an item that requires inspiration. What if someone else just happened to capture a wisp of divine light? He paused for a second and continued in a frivolous tone, Sarah, there's a saying that those who can't hear music think those who dance are crazy. Tell me, am I right? Sarah's expression darkened. He closed the book in his hand and squinted at the young man. Are you mocking me, Ivan? Of course not. Ivan smiled. It sounded like he was admitting defeat, but there was a hint of provocation in his eyes. Ivan and Sarah's tit-for-tat caused the other diviners to look at each other. They were just talking about the young man who coughed up blood. Why were the two observers trying to sabotage each other? Noticing the tense atmosphere, Lupanai, who had been sizing up the young man who vomited blood, finally spoke again. Is it a backlash or a gain? Why don't we just ask him? Lupanai was one of the most powerful figures in the Starcrest temple. Ivan and Sarah had to give up. Everyone's attention returned to the young man. Under Maya's treatment, the young man looked much better. However, he was still lost in his own memories and didn't notice what was going on around him. Maya sighed in her heart and secretly poked the young man with her walking stick. He slowly came back to his senses. The moment his eyes cleared, he met Lupanai's gaze. Lupanai was an old man with white eyebrows. He wore a starry robe and a crown of stars. His face was old, but his eyes were not cloudy at all. They were bright and clear like a baby's. When they looked at each other, Lupanai could see the endless starlight shining in his eyes. What's your name? Lupanai's gentle voice reached the young man's ears. The young man hesitated for a moment and realized that Lupanai was asking him. Dodoro. My name is Dodoro. Dodoro? What an interesting name. Lupanai paused for a moment, and his eyes flickered. I can't see your past. It seems to be covered by a layer of fog. Why? Lupanai's words confused all the wizards present. Even the crowned star couldn't see this person's past. Everyone tried their best to find out more about Dodoro's past. However, just as Lupu had said, it was all a fog. This strange phenomenon caused an uproar at the scene. Ivan raised his eyebrows and continued in a frivolous tone, Sarah, can you see through his past? If you can't, aren't you overestimating yourself? Sarah glared back, but he didn't reply. Just as Ivan had said, he couldn't see the youth's past. He was a person full of mysteries. Perhaps his previous judgment had been wrong. Thinking of this, Sarah's face became even darker. I don't know. Everyone frowned at Dodoro's words. How could they not know about their past? Dodoro has lost his memory. He only learned how to speak 2 years ago. Maya spoke in a low voice. Maya's explanation made the others feel a little better. It's good that you don't know. Sometimes, I wish I didn't know anything. Then I wouldn't have so many troubles. Lupanai paused for a second and looked at Dodoro again. Did you see something? Did you vomit blood because of what you saw? Everyone looked at Dodoro and waited for his answer. Dodoro's pupils shrank as he saw the same scene again. Before he entered the stargazing hall, he had inexplicably seen a scene. In the scene, there was fire, blood, and a demon bound in chains. There was also a white-robed youth laughing insolently beside the demon. He didn't know what the scene meant, and he didn't even know what it meant. Previously, with the help of the star map of the mystery of the stars, he saw another scene. What he didn't expect was that this scene was the same as the one he saw before. There was still fire, blood, and darkness everywhere. However, behind the white-robed young man, there was a gigantic shadow. Dodoro could feel the boundless fear just by looking at the still image. The shadow's aura seemed to be able to pierce through time and space. It was a psychological blow to Dodoro. He couldn't see the shadow's face clearly, but the scales on its body, the bone wings on its back, the purple flames, and the giant weapon all pointed to the fact that it was a demon from the abyss. Or even worse, a demon from the abyss. Dodoro might be frightened by this, but he wasn't too shocked by it. What really made his scalp tingle wasn't the gigantic shadow. It was the person standing opposite the white-robed young man. Dodoro couldn't see the person's face clearly, but the green runes on the person's back were spreading out. It seems that you did see something? Lupanai's voice was like a thunderbolt that cut through the haze, waking Dodoro up from his thoughts. Dodoro didn't say anything, but his expression said it all. Ivan whistled. It seems that the Crown Star cultivator is right. He really did see something. He's not overestimating himself as some people say. Sarah ignored Ivan and stared at Dodoro. What did you see? Tell me. Dodoro still didn't answer. Sarah sneered. Did an apprentice think he couldn't do anything to him? When Sarah was about to cast a spell to teach Dodoro a lesson, Lupanai stopped him. Some things can be said, and some things can't be said. Have you forgotten the rule? He's just an apprentice. What kind of prophecy can he not say? Despite that, Sarah still didn't ask the question. It was true that many prophecies couldn't be said directly. Dodoro was just an apprentice, and he didn't see much. But who knew if this prophecy would lead to something bigger? If such a situation were to occur, the future would become unpredictable. It wouldn't just be a single person that would be harmed. All the prophets involved in this chain of information would be implicated as well. Let's put this matter aside for now. Let's talk about the conclusion. As soon as Lupanai finished speaking, all the magi present focused their attention. Many of them came to the stargazing day just for the conclusion. The conclusion was about the future that they saw after observing the stars. If someone could tell them something useful, it would be a great opportunity for them to get ahead of the others. For example, during one of the stargazing days, someone saw a strange crack in Roman's underground sewage system. Later, a wizard organization went to investigate and found a laboratory left behind by an ancient wizard. Also, 100 years ago, someone saw a blood-red light in the short graveyard plain. Not long after that, a large-scale war broke out in the short graveyard plain for a bottle of demon god's blood. That war became famous in the southern wizarding region. It was called the Demon Blood War. Because of this, the Stargazing Days summary meeting was an event that all the major sorcerer organizations paid close attention to. Lupanai looked around. Who's first? I'll do it. It was Sarah who spoke. He was writing something in a book, but he closed it when he heard Lupanai's question. You first. Lupanai nodded. The only ones who could get useful information from the stargazing mystery were the observers. Sarah continued, the information I got from the stargazing mystery was about the Parmajai Highlands. There will be a great opportunity for someone to obtain the information from the fusion of the two realms. Apart from that, I wanted to find the entrance and exit after the fusion of the two realms. Sarah paused for a moment, and the others pricked up their ears. The so-called entrance and exit was a tunnel that led to a subsidiary plane after the fusion of the two realms. The tunnel was different. For example, the entrance to Fairy World was a hole in an old tree. If someone could find the entrance and exit in advance, they would be able to take it first. Everyone looked at Sarah with keen eyes, waiting for him to continue. However, Sarah suddenly changed the topic. However, I didn't see the entrance and exit. Perhaps it's not in the Parmajai Highlands. Everyone looked disappointed. Maya was probably the most disappointed one. If the entrance and exit were in the Parmajai Highlands, Brood Cavern would have a great advantage. However, if the entrance and exit were not there, they would not be able to get the most benefits. As for the great opportunity Sarah mentioned, no one paid much attention to it since everyone already knew about it. What a load of crap. Ivan sneered at Sarah. Sarah raised an eyebrow. So your information must be valuable, huh? Ivan shrugged. Probably more valuable than yours. Before Lupanai could say anything, Ivan spoke up, let me do the second one. What I got from observing the stars this time is something that has been on my mind. Ivan looked at Sarah. It's about the mysterious item that was lost on Silver Palm Island last year. As soon as Ivan's voice fell, everyone present began to discuss in low voices. Ivan was one of the observers from Starliege Church, also known as the Wanderer of Balance. He did not have a good relationship with Sarah, but neither was he on bad terms. But now, the two of them had suddenly become enemies. Speaking of which, it was also because of that mysterious item that had disappeared. Back then, Ivan had helped Witch Summerdew lock onto that mysterious item. Sarah, on the other hand, was secretly helping God of Sea Flunza. Their different standpoints led to all kinds of conflicts later on, which was the reason why Ivan and Sarah didn't like each other. Now that Ivan suddenly mentioned the mysterious item that he had lost, It immediately attracted Sara's attention. They had used all kinds of methods to search for the item, but none of them worked. They only found that the item was located in an area where prophecies were blocked. Now that Ivan suddenly mentioned that he had something, Sara was shocked. Furthermore, while Sara was shocked, he was also very puzzled. Ivan knew the news, but he didn't hide it. Instead, he chose to reveal it. Why, Sara was not the only one who was curious about the item. It was said that the item had been missing for more than half a year without showing up at all. No wizard organization claimed responsibility for the item, which made everyone curious. After all, the item was considered a strategic mystery item. Under everyone's gaze, Ivan slowly spoke. Actually, ever since I couldn't find the whereabouts of that mysterious item no matter how hard I tried, I've thought of using the mystery of the stars to guide me to the location of that mysterious item. But I failed the last 2 stargazing days, and I've finally succeeded this time. Ivan's nonchalant expression was replaced with a hint of stubbornness. As the saying goes, if one never forgets something, there will be repercussions. Ivan's stubbornness, coupled with his psychological guidance, led him to finally find a clue with the help of the Star of Stars. However, this so-called clue actually made him confused. He tried to decipher it, but to no avail. He thought for a moment and decided to announce this clue to the public. Perhaps they would be able to benefit from it. I can't sense it clearly, but I've got a message. The item doesn't seem to be in the hands of humans. Ivan's words made the crowd look at each other. If it's not in the hands of humans, then it's in the hands of sea monsters? Some of them whispered. Although they did not go to Silver Palm Isle in person, they had already spread the news of the Isle of Silver Palm to the rest of the world. Apart from humans, there were only sea monsters there. Impossible. It's definitely a human. The one who spoke was Sara. Xianxia had already told him everything about the Isle of Silver Palm. First of all, the Leviathan had roared at the Isle of Silver Palm. Not only Xianxia, but many others also understood the meaning of the Leviathan's roar. This meant that there was a human who had entered the Isle of Darkness first. Later, Xianxia found a hidden dimensional fluctuation in the Isle of Darkness. When he went to search for it, he found an extremely hidden dimensional passage. When he wanted to use the passage to locate the coordinates on the other side, he found that the passage had already been destroyed. This also meant that there was a human who was proficient in the study of runes on the other side of the Isle of Darkness. All in all, the culprit was definitely a human. Ivan also understood what Sara was implying. He sneered. What if it's a monster that's proficient in shapeshifting? You all know the Leviathan's intelligence. It's possible that it's mistaken. The crowd followed Ivan's train of thought. It seemed to be a possibility, but how could they explain their inability to detect the Leviathan's location through prophecy? It was not unusual for a monster to know some runes. But it couldn't possibly have a prophecy-shielding force field, right? In response, Ivan shrugged and said, I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, I'll say whatever I see. Maybe the star chart of the mystery of the stars is wrong and deceived me. At this moment, Lupi suddenly said, actually, there's another possibility. The one who obtained the mystery item was still a human, but he placed it on a non-human. Ivan nodded. Indeed, it's possible. Then, if we can determine what kind of non-human is, and then investigate the human wizards related to it, the scope will be narrowed down. It was Sara who spoke. After he finished his sentence, everyone's attention returned to Ivan. If Ivan could determine the non-human species, it would indeed be easier to find. Ivan coldly glanced at Sara. He knew what Sara was trying to do. Sara wanted to use the other wizards to pressure him. But Ivan didn't mind since he had the intention to say it anyway. I don't know what kind of non-human it is, but I can sense a negative emotion filled with greed and madness. There's also a vague sense of darkness and dampness. Ivan's words were still vague, but it was enough to make people think. Greed and madness? Could it be a greedy demon? Someone guessed that if it was a greedy demon, then most summoners could summon it. Or a tyrannical demon? Everyone guessed for a long time and expanded the scope. The key is still the prophecy-shielding force field. The other guesses are just adding to the trouble. Lupi stopped everyone from guessing. Let's continue. Who's next? Sara and Ivan's information was in the category of it seems useful, but it's actually not that useful. Therefore, everyone was full of anticipation for the next person. Lupi looked around and set his eyes on a man with goat horns who was chained to his ankles. Shkel, did you find anything? The man with goat horns on his forehead opened his eyes. There was a clear lust in his eyes. Everyone who was glanced at by the man with goat horns, regardless of age or gender, trembled slightly, as if they were being molested. This handsome but lustful man was also one of the 6 observers at the scene. He was known as the hang disqualification Shkel. Shkel spread his hands. Don't ask me. You don't want to hear what I saw. Shkel didn't want to say anything, so Lupi could only look at the next person. Apart from him, there were 2 other observers. Lupi set his eyes on Gauss, who was wearing the eternal night robe. Gauss' eyes were a little dazed, as if he was thinking about something. Lupi was about to wake Gauss up when the person sitting opposite him in a tattered gray cloak suddenly said, "I'll do it." Lupi was stunned for a moment. Usually, this person wouldn't speak, but now he actually took the initiative to speak. Lupi nodded. "Okay, Arthos, you do it." Arthos raised his head, and everyone could faintly see the bony face under the cloak. This was Arthos, known as Chiang Mai's departed. He was also the most mysterious of all the observers. 2 things, one good and one bad. Arthos' voice carried the sharp sound of bones rubbing against each other. It was a little ear-piercing. Let me say this first. I vaguely feel that a great work that could change the current situation of the Magus world is gradually being born. A great work that could change the current situation of the Magus world? He actually had such a high evaluation? Everyone looked askance, their eyes filled with suspicion. Lupi nodded at this moment. Arthos is right. I also read it, but the specific situation is still a mystery. Even Lupi had confirmed it. This time, everyone put away their doubts and began to guess what this so-called great work was. Could it be that a master alchemist had made a new discovery? But even if it was the best work of a master alchemist, could it be called a great work that could change the current situation of the Magus world? It seemed to be a little lacking. To be able to change the current situation of the Magus world was something incredible. Perhaps the biggest news of today's stargazing day was this. If someone could seize the opportunity first, would they also be able to take a seat in this great work? While everyone was guessing, Arthos said another piece of news. Let's talk about the bad news. The shadow above our heads has begun to slowly spread. It won't be long before it completely covers us. After this sentence, Arthos lowered his head again, not giving any additional explanation. He closed his eyes and remained silent. However, the waves stirred up by these words were not small at all. The so-called shadow above their heads naturally led everyone to the shadow of the demon god. So, what Arthos meant was that after so many years of planning, Sir Monkey was finally ready to make his move. Although everyone knew that the demon god's shadow would descend sooner or later, when it truly covered their heads, the sense of danger still made them unconsciously feel frightened. For a moment, the atmosphere in the stargazing hall became somewhat gloomy. After a long time, Lupi broke the silence. Let's continue. Lupi turned around and looked at Gauss. Gauss also came back to his senses, but his eyes were still in a daze. The star map I saw overlapped with Arthos. I won't talk about it, Gauss said. Since Gauss didn't want to talk about it, Lupi was the only one left. Everyone looked at Lupi expectantly. Many times, Lupi was the one who provided the most valuable information during the stargazing day. Lupi's expression was solemn. In fact, compared to the demon god's shadow, the Evernight Kingdom and fairy world might bring a greater disaster. The stargazing day was over. Normally, everyone would be satisfied with the news they received this time. However, most of it was bad news, which cast a shadow over the stargazing day. Maya and Dodoro returned to their temporary residence. Dodoro was in a daze for the entire stargazing day, which made Maya a little worried. What did you see? Dodoro still didn't answer. Maya sighed. Sometimes, Dodoro's talent was beyond his level. What he saw wasn't as trivial as what Sarah told her. The greater the talent, the greater the price one had to pay. Maya wondered if Dodoro's mysterious past was also because of Dodoro's sacrifice. After all, Dodoro was probably a member of a race that was declared extinct long ago. Meanwhile, Dodora was still immersed in the image he saw. He felt like he missed something important. At the same time, inside the stargazing hall, two people were sitting opposite each other. One was Lupi, and the other was Gauss. Lupi frowned. Cassini? You mean to say that someone has been marked by the time thief again? Gauss nodded and told Lupi about what happened in Moxa Westland, as well as the information he received from Biffet. You think he's the one who was marked by the time thief? Actually, I'm pretty sure he's the one who was marked by the time thief. I tried to spy on him before, but I couldn't find anything. It's very likely that he made an alchemy item that can block prophecies. He's still an apprentice now. Not only can he make a product that can block prophecies, but he's also been targeted by the time thief. Lupanai narrowed his eyes. He's really amazing. Lupi paused a little. Actually, I've heard about him before. Not because of his alchemy skills, but because Anglo told me that he might know something about the Evernight Kingdom. The black fire was spreading across the cracked ground, and the weakening field was eating away at every bit of his vitality. His plump skin began to wither, and his vision became blurry. The only thing he could see was a giant shadow roaring madly. Purple flames filled with a strange power fell from the black figure's body. One of the flames landed in front of him. A burning sensation spread all over his body. Angor opened his eyes abruptly. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a fat face with an expression of shock and panic. Before Angor could figure out what was going on, he felt a burning sensation all over his body. He suddenly turned over and rolled off the metal operating table, knocking a bunch of experimental tools to the ground. He finally realized that he was lying on an operating table. There was a burning flame under the table, but it was slowly fading away. It was Brofin's finger that caused the fire to disappear. Angor stood up and looked at Brofin cautiously. He was lying on an operating table, and there was a fire under the table. The scattered lab tools all pointed to something. Brofin's eyes darted around as he hummed a little tune, as if it had nothing to do with him. However, he did not dare to look at Angor in the eyes. What are you doing? Angor stared at Brofin coldly. Brofin finally looked at Angor and shrugged. I didn't do anything. Then why am I here? The operating table? I saw you sleeping, so I found a place for you to stretch your legs. Isn't the operating table a bit more spacious? Brofin cleared his throat and spoke in a dry voice. Angor looked at the fire under the table. Brofin had already put out the fire, but the heat still lingered. Brofin did not wait for Angor's reply. It's a bit cold on the table, so I heated it up a bit so you can sleep better. You think I'll believe you? See for yourself if you don't believe me. Even your clothes are fine. I didn't do anything. Brofin continued to quibble, and his expression was full of self-righteousness. He was telling the truth. When he was about to do something, Angor suddenly woke up. His clothes were fine, and he did not feel anything wrong. Brofin was probably telling the truth. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that she had already done something that he hadn't noticed. No matter what, Brofin's actions were definitely not friendly. Angor did not say anything. His mind raced as he tried to recall what had happened. He remembered Brofin bringing him back to show off his alchemy creations. Angor tried to flatter Brofin as well, which made Brofin reveal a lot of useful information. Why did he fall asleep? When Brofin finished his introduction, he saw Brofin standing in front of the door of the mysterious cubicle again. Before heading to the Moonfrost pub, he saw a giant shadow inside a small room, as well as something that looked like an octopus tentacle. Its size was several times larger than the giant-eyed Cthulhu Naiphord outside. He thought Brofin was going to open the door and introduce the creature, but Brofin didn't. It's an experimental specimen I'm working on. I'm not done yet, so I won't introduce it. As the host, Angor did not mind at all. He wasn't that curious. However, when Brofin was about to leave, something strange happened inside the room. *T. Brofin exclaimed. The next second, a strange melody came out of the door. Before Angor could react, he already felt his eyelids drooping. Before he fell asleep, his last thought was, it's the sound of a flute. Then, he fell into a deep slumber. Next, he had a strange dream. In the dream, he was burned by fire, which woke him up. When Brofen saw Angor waking up, he quickly explained, "I didn't do anything. It's all a misunderstanding. I woke up just a little earlier than you did." Operating table, fire, experiment tools. Angor didn't believe it at all. But what could he do about it? Brofen was a wizard. As an apprentice, Angor was naturally inferior to other wizards. "Mr. Brofen, I'll be on my way." Angor wanted to ask why he fell asleep, but he preferred to leave Brofen's lab as soon as possible. Brofen hesitated. "Didn't you say you wanted to have an alchemy exchange?" "Maybe next time." Brofen sighed inwardly. He felt so wronged. He hadn't even started anything yet he hadn't gotten anything out of it. Not only had he failed to gain anything out of it, but he had also failed to gain anything out of it. Brofen hesitated and tried to think of a way to persuade Angor to stay. However, at this moment, a loud buzzing sound seemed to have passed through time and space and instantly reached their ears. "Shit." Brofen's brows furrowed, and his expression darkened. He turned around and ran back to the mysterious cubicle. At the same time, the strange rhythm came from the mysterious room again. Then, the strange sound of a flute came from the room again. Angor didn't dare to listen to it this time. He quickly turned around and ran for the door. He was still inside Brofen's alchemy workshop, which meant he was completely in Brofen's territory. For his own safety, he had to get out of here as soon as possible. Fortunately, Brofen didn't close the door of the workshop, and he didn't have time to care about Angor's whereabouts. Angor made it out safely. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he felt a familiar dizziness. The sound of the flute still affected him. He bit his tongue and tried to dispel his desire to sleep a little. He kept running out of the lab. When he was halfway there, the loud buzzing sound from before once again resounded through the sky. He didn't feel anything when he was in the workshop, but now that he was outside, he realized that the noise was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. But to his surprise, as the sound entered his ears, the dizziness in his head was greatly reduced. Next, he left the lab and ran along the path leading to the outside. He kept hearing the buzzing noise along the way, and he slowly realized that it was the sound of a bell. Also, the sound of the bell contained a majestic and holy aura. It was as if it represented the will of the world, which dispelled all negative evils. The bell chimed 13 times in total. By the 5th chime, Angor's dizziness was gone. When the bell stopped ringing, Angor was already on a platform halfway up the ice mountain. He had planned to fly directly to the top of the iceberg, but when he stood on the mountainside and looked out, he found that the frost wings had stopped flying. Instead, it was hovering above an island. Yes, an island. They weren't on land at all. Instead, they were in a place surrounded by water. The midday sun shone down on the surface of the water, reflecting the sunlight. The familiar salty sea breeze blew against his face. "Where's this place?" "The Baikal Sea," a woman's voice came from behind. Angor turned around and saw Madeline standing behind him. "What are you doing here, Lady Madeline?" Angor asked. Madeline didn't answer his question. "I sensed that you were running out of the iceberg in a hurry." "What's wrong? What happened?" Madeline gave Angor a cold glare. Since she promised Mr. Leon that she would protect Angor, it was only natural that she would pay more attention to Angor. Angor explained what happened in the alchemy workshop to Madeline. Madeline inspected Angor's body. "I don't think Brofen lied to you. There are no traces of external force on you. But from what you've said, Brofen might have wanted to kill you." Madeline sneered. "I see. Bioalchemists are all lunatics." Angor had a feeling that Madeline wasn't talking about Brofen. Instead, she was talking about someone else. "No matter what, you should stay away from Brofen," Madeline said. After what happened last time, Angor wasn't going to get himself killed again. Perhaps Brofen didn't want to hurt him at first, but sometimes, a wizard who only cared about personal benefits could change his mind so quickly that no one could tell what he was thinking. Many people were drinking and chatting with each other one second, but they changed their minds in the next second. Madeline was no exception. Angor and Madeline didn't have much of a relationship. Maybe she would sell Angor to someone else when the benefits were far beyond her expectations. With that in mind, Angor decided not to show off his new fame. At this moment, many figures flashed across the sky. The wizards on the ice mountain all left Frostwing. This is the region island of Baikal Sea, Madeline explained. It won't be long before we cross the border. We don't need to stay here anymore. Let's go. With that, Madeline took the lead and flew away. Angor followed her and landed on the beach of the region island. As soon as he landed, he felt a pair of eyes studying him from head to toe, not missing a single inch of his body. However, this feeling of being stared at did not last for long. Soon, the other party's gaze moved away. He looked around in confusion, trying to see who was looking at him. Don't bother. It's the Supreme Cult's scrutinizing eyes. Scrutinizing eye? Angor looked at Madeline with a puzzled look. Madeline's expression was a bit gloomy. Angor wasn't the only one who felt that way. Everyone, including Madeline herself, felt the same way. Cenifer was probably the only person on Frozen Wing who wasn't affected by the scrutinizing eye. No one would be comfortable with the feeling of being seen from head to toe. The entrance to the Sin Realm is inside an underwater volcano in the Baikal Sea. There are a lot of Supreme Cult members here, Madeline said. Madeline glanced at the sparkling ocean in the distance. Beneath the calm surface of the sea, there was an entrance to a subsidiary world. The entrance led to the Sin Realm, the main base of the Supreme Cult. The Supreme Cult's main mission is to suppress and expel all otherworldly creatures. The Domain Island is the hub between two worlds, so they won't let it go. Many wizards smuggle otherworldly slaves here, and they set up the scrutinizing eye to detect the presence of otherworldly creatures. Madeline suddenly recalled a rumor. I heard that Mr. Monkey chose your professor because the scrutinizing eye can't see inside the sorcerer's garden. Angor nodded. He did hear about this before. Also, he heard another rumor from Dave when he was in Brute Cavern. One of the reasons why Sunders did not reject Monkey's invitation was because Monkey forbade other organizations from destroying Brute Cavern when Sunders was building his sorcerer's garden. Of course, that wasn't the only reason why Sunders didn't reject Monkey's invitation. At this time, an old voice suddenly came from behind. It's not just the scrutinizing eye. The ringing of the bell was also done by the Supreme Cult. It's called Exorcism Chime. Angor looked back and saw Vifit. Vifit was leaning on a walking stick while a fat gerbil was clearing the way for him. Mr. Vifit. Angor quickly took a step back and looked at Vifit cautiously. According to Beals, Vifit already suspected that Angor was being tagged by the Time Thief. Being marked by the Time Thief was extremely important. The others who were marked were all official magi, so it was difficult for others to do anything to them. However, he was just an acolyte, so he had to be careful. Vifit noticed Angor's reaction, but he didn't change his expression at all. The exorcism chime doesn't do us any harm. In fact, it can drive away all evil. However, to creatures not from this world, it becomes a killing sound. Even weaker otherworld creatures can be killed after 13 exorcism sounds. Angor suddenly remembered how he escaped from Brofin's alchemy workshop. Brofin remembered that the reason he was able to leave so easily was that after the bell rang, something happened in the mysterious cubicle in the alchemy workshop, and Brofin had to deal with it. If what Vifit said was true, then the chime's bell could kill otherworldly creatures as Sunders. Didn't that mean that the creature in the mysterious compartment was an otherworldly creature? As he pondered, he heard a loud noise coming from afar. He looked back and saw a wizard being surrounded by a group of cleric armors. Behind the armored man, a middle-aged man in a prayer robe was muttering something in a low voice. Not long after, the sorcerer's earring began to shine. Angor was wondering what was going on when Vifit explained, someone brought an otherworldly creature with them. Angor glanced at Vifit but didn't say anything. Why do you look like you don't like me? Vifit asked. Of course not. Angor forced a smile. Of course not. Is it because of what Beal said? Vifit took a step closer, his eyes glinting. It's because of Casey. Madeline stepped forward and blocked Vifit's path. She spoke in a flat tone. Angor, come with me to the wizard market at Boundary Island. The Supreme Cult might be trying to stop us here, but this place is close to the Abyss Plane. You can find some good stuff there. With that, Madeline gave Vifit a meaningful look and turned to leave. Angor quickly followed her. Vifit only smiled and didn't follow them. He already received a message from Gauss, and he only came here to find out what was going on. Angor followed Madeline to the market on the island. However, they only took a few steps before they sensed a powerful energy shockwave coming from not far away. Watch out! Madeline quickly grabbed Angor's arm and lifted him 100 meters above the ground. As soon as they left, ripples of energy appeared on the ground. Sand and dust flew everywhere, and the ground caved in. Countless apprentices who failed to dodge the shockwave in time were seriously injured. Angor was surprised. This kind of energy shockwave was at least wizard level. As he expected, he quickly found the source of the shockwave. It came from the wizard who was surrounded by the armored men. He was fighting against the man in the prayer robe. Madeline looked at it for a moment and understood the cause and effect. Seeing Angor's curiosity, she explained, "The man in the prayer robe is the Black Bishop of the Supreme Cult." His scrutinizing eye detected the aura of an otherworldly creature in the wizard's space, so the bishop asked the wizard to open up his space. But it didn't work out. Angor nodded in agreement. If it were him, he would fight back too if someone tried to check his bracelet space. "But this won't last long," Madeline said. Before Angor could finish his question, the bishop quickly subdued the wizard and forced him to open his space bracelet. The bishop took out several trembling elves from his bracelet and crushed them into meat paste. Then, he left with a sneer. A Black Bishop of the Supreme Cult must be a Truthfinder wizard. "Ordinary wizards can't do anything against a Truthfinder wizard," Madeline said. Madeline looked down at the sorcerer's gloomy face and shook her head. "Looks like it hasn't been long since he became a sorcerer. Otherwise, he should know that no otherworldly creatures are allowed near the boundary island." Angor also looked at the wizard, but he didn't look as relaxed as Madeline. He looked at the pool of blood not far away. It was so red that he couldn't help but think of John. If John was discovered by the Supreme Cult, the consequences would be even worse. The Black Bishop didn't even need to do anything. The exorcism chant was more than enough to kill John. Angor couldn't help but feel sorry for John's death. As he wallowed in his own thoughts, several beams of light suddenly appeared behind him. Under the light, his skin was outlined with a golden edge. Angor hesitated for a moment and looked back. His frost wing was right behind him. Now, the wing was glowing brightly. It looked exactly the same as when the wizard was found to have an otherworldly creature in his space. At the same time, the black-robed bishop who had left earlier suddenly turned around and looked at Frostwing. "Moonfrost Union, I hope I can get something on you this time," the black-robed bishop muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he flew into the sky and headed straight for Frostwing, Brofin's alchemy workshop. Brofin was panting heavily while wiping the sweat off his forehead. It took him a while to regain his composure. "Thank God you're here. That guy would have gone crazy if you didn't help." Brofin sighed. "I was tricked and fell asleep by the guy inside. I didn't pay attention to the time. I didn't expect to find myself at the Domain Island as soon as I woke up. Then I heard the exorcism chant." "Didn't notice?" "What do you mean?" She humped coldly. "Why did I hear that you were trying to do something to Angor and forgot the time?" Brofin felt a little embarrassed. "We're both men. How could I do that?" "Is that so?" The figure standing by the door turned around, revealing a head of frosty hair and a pair of burning red eyes. It was Sennefer, the Witch of the Wilds. Sennefer slowly walked to the operating table and touched it. Angor's information was still on it. Brofin could only say awkwardly, "I haven't done anything yet." "Why did you go and provoke him for no reason?" "I'm warning you. If you hurt him in any way, neither Mr. Rain nor his teacher will let you get away with it." Brofin sighed. "I wasn't planning to do anything, but I noticed that his right hand was covered in a layer of illusion. I was curious to see what was underneath the illusion. Using my mana breaker eye, I saw that his right hand was twice as big as his left hand, and it was covered in a layer of strange green runes. It's strange. I think it contains some kind of strange power. Also, whenever I close my eyes, I can't remember what it looks like. At that time I was curious and wanted to cut off a little for research. I really didn't want to kill him. I'm not that stupid." "Brofin. Mentioned the green pattern on Angor's right hand because he hoped to pique Sennefer's interest. If Sennefer joined him, they might be able to cut off some of Angor's flesh. However, Sennefer wasn't interested in the so-called green pattern at all. Every wizard had a different field of expertise, which allowed them to create all kinds of secret spells. So far, more and more secret spells were being invented. You can't just learn everything you don't understand, right? You should consider whether your own system is suitable for you. Sennefer sneered. If you'd put your curiosity in other people's secrets, you might have become a truth-finder wizard by now. The reason why truth-finder wizards were called truth-finders was because they walked on their own path. Sennefer believed that Angor's green pattern was a secret spell that only Angor knew. If you have time to look at other people's paths, why don't you focus on your own path? Brofin was a bit frustrated by Sennefer's sarcasm. He was about to argue when Sennefer interrupted him. However, the Supreme Cult's scrutinizing eyes glanced at Frosty Wing. Next, the small compartment behind Sennefer released a blinding light. Brofin was surprised. Of course, he knew what was going on. The scrutinizing eyes must have sensed the intruder's presence. This place was so close to the Supreme Cult's headquarters that he wouldn't be able to take on a single person, let alone a bishop. Brofin looked at Sennefer with a panicked expression. Sennefer remained expressionless. I told you to hide yourself when you saw these lunatics. But you didn't listen. Now you're worried? I'll be careful next time. But if there's a next time... Brofin gave Sennefer a pitiful look. Sennefer remained silent for a moment. Just this once. The Supreme Sex Test on Frosty Wings was a perfect example of the Supreme Sex Test. The black-robed bishop brought a dozen of his followers to Frosty Wing but failed to find anything. The black-robed bishop had no choice but to admit defeat. He didn't expect the Witch of the Wilderness to be on Frozen Wing as well. Sennefer was one of the most powerful wizards in the southern wizarding region. Even though the bishop was now a truth-finder, he still couldn't defeat Sennefer. He had no choice but to go back in disappointment. Sennefer is better than the Supreme Cult, after all. But we have to look at it from a long-term perspective. The Supreme Cult is a tough nut to crack because they're protected by the world's consciousness. Sennefer's strength doesn't mean she's strong enough to challenge them. After this, the Supreme Cult will pay more attention to the Moonfrost Union in the future. Madeline sighed. After all, the Supreme Cult has justice in their hands. Madeline chuckled when she mentioned the word justice. Let's go check out the market. If you have anything you want to buy, you can use this chance to restock. It won't be easy to find a complete supply chain in the Abyss Plain. Madeline walked to the center of the island. Angor followed her. But halfway there, he suddenly looked back at Frosty Wing in the sky. The gigantic creature flapping its huge white wings carried a shining iceberg on its back. Under the afternoon sun, it looked crystal clear. Is that the one I saw in the alchemy workshop? Angor wondered. Regardless, he still remembered that if he had Sennefer's strength, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. In the wizarding world, strength was everything. The wizard market on the island was called Abyss Solace. The Deep Pool Bazaar was somewhat deserted. Almost all the shops were man-made houses, and when put together, they gave off a temporary feeling. In the past, the Frozen Abyss Bazaar was much more lively than most wizard bazaars. There were too many wizards who went to the Abyss to explore. Even if they couldn't bring back slaves from another world, they could still refine their bloodline and search for precious magical materials. Madeline recalled the time when she was still a member of the Celian family. She also went to the Abyss Plain to find a suitable bloodline. That was one of the most unforgettable memories in her life. But now, the Abyss Plain has changed. Not many people dare to go there at this time. That's why Abyss Solace Market is so quiet. Madeline explained while showing Angor around the market. They didn't buy anything. Since they knew they were going to the Abyss Plain, they already prepared their supplies when they were in Brute Cavern. Although this was a supply depot, it was not an exaggeration to say that the price was sky-high. In the end, Madeline bought a hooded dress. It was black in color and had fluorescent green patterns on it. It didn't look beautiful at all. Instead, it looked ferocious and torn. The green patterns are the blood of a high-tier skeletal winged demon, Madeline explained. I heard Leona gave you a bottle of concha flower perfume. This dress has the same meaning as your perfume. They are both used to expel demons. Madeline put on the hooded dress without hesitation. The dress didn't look like much, but it made Madeline look like the shadow of a demon from the abyss of hell. The green patterns on the black dress were faintly glowing and flowing. It was both disgusting and horrifying, but there was also a depraved beauty to it. Soon after Madeline put on the dress, a cold voice came from the sky and spread to every corner of the island. The portal is about to open. Those who want to go to the Abyss Plain, come to Abyss Cliff. As the voice fell, a shocking scene took place on the entire Domain Island. Almost everyone flew into the sky and headed to the cliff on the shady side of the Domain Island. Even the market they were in had people flying out of their houses. They're all going to the Abyss Plain? Angor asked in confusion. He even saw the witch who sold Madeline the dress flying toward the cliff. No. Madeline shook her head. Her voice suddenly became soft and slow. They're going to say goodbye. Madeline didn't explain what she meant. She glanced at Angor and said, "It's time for us to go." The two of them soared into the sky, basked in the warm sunlight, and rode on the sea breeze. Together with the others, they landed on the cliff platform. As soon as he landed on the platform, he looked around curiously. Apart from the laborers, everyone else from Frozen Wing was on the platform. However, compared to the sparse number of supernaturals on the platform, there were more of them flying in the air. According to Madeline, the people in the air were here to say goodbye. They were densely packed and filled the entire sky. No one spoke a word. It did not look like they were here to bid farewell. Instead, it felt like they were here to attend a funeral. Suddenly, a chubby grin appeared in front of Angor's eyes. The chubby Brofin walked up to him without him noticing. "What are you doing here, Brofin?" Madeline frowned at him. Brofin smiled innocently at Madeline's question. "I'm here to have a chat with Angor. Something happened, so I didn't treat you well." Brofin looked at Angor and complained, "You left so fast that I didn't have time to explain. If I didn't leave, I would have fallen asleep again. I don't know if someone would warm me up again." "Yes." Brofin answered in his mind. But on the surface, he said, "How could that be? I'm not stupid. Attacking you while you're on the frozen frost wing would be suicide. Plus, you're the one who helped us." Madeline snorted coldly, "You've been nagging for half a day without saying anything serious. Just tell me, are you here to apologize or to compensate me?" As a bloodline wizard, Madeline wasn't afraid of Brofin at all. If Brofin didn't do anything to Angor, Madeline might still respect him for the sake of the alchemist. But now, she didn't need to be polite anymore. "I didn't do anything. I don't need compensation." Brofin looked a little embarrassed. Angor wasn't confident enough to face Brofin. "Is that so?" Madeline asked Brofin on his behalf. "You know who's right and who's wrong." Madeline paused for a moment before continuing, "If you're not going to apologize or compensate, then why are you here?" Brofin hesitated. "I'm here to tell you that I need your help with an experiment." Madeline glanced at Angor and didn't want to overstep her boundaries. "I'm sorry. I've been focusing on making a breakthrough, so I don't have time." Even if he did have time, he wouldn't go to Brofin's alchemy workshop again. Who knew if the guy would try something funny again? Brofin left in disappointment. The experiment was already halfway done. If Angor could help, it could be completed much faster. Unfortunately, Angor didn't agree to help. Soon after Brofin left, Xianxia landed at the front of the cliff platform. Behind her was the sea and the cliff. Xianxia glanced at the apprentices who were standing nearby. "The Abyss Plain is not a pleasant place. I'll give you one last chance. If anyone wants to leave, you may do so now." The apprentices looked at each other, but no one dared to leave. Most of them volunteered to join the front line to fight for their lives. There was no way they would give up now. Since no one wants to give up, let's get ready to cross the plain. Xianxia didn't say anything else. She walked to the edge of the cliff and tapped it with a strange spell. A blurry shadow appeared on the other side of the cliff. This shadow was a little like a beginner's illusion, but it was also like a light screen with insufficient energy. It appeared with obvious blur. The shadow slowly revealed itself. Although it was still a little blurry, it could be seen that it was a woman who stood elegantly with her hands pressed against her belly button. The woman's face wasn't clear, but Jennifer could tell that she had long hair. She was wearing a simple, brown-gray dress that looked like an ancient nun's dress. "Good afternoon, Lavtina," Jennifer greeted her. The woman called Lavtina bowed to Jennifer. "Greetings, Miss Jennifer." Not only did she look old-fashioned, but she also bowed to Jennifer in an ancient way. Even the way she spoke and the way she paused was elegant. "Lavtina, how's the situation at the Cinder Rock?" Jennifer asked. "Not so good. The Scythe Blood Fiend led the Butcher, Poison Stinger, and the Bone Wizard to attack it 3 times already." "Scythe Blood Fiend? How did they find the rock?" Jennifer was puzzled. "An apprentice from Gravity Forest was captured by them. According to our speculations, he should be the one who leaked the location of the Earth Giant Rock," Raftina said. Jennifer furrowed her brows and glanced at the wizard in dark green robes behind her. A wizard from Gravity Forest also went to the Abyss Plane. His expression was a bit unnatural after hearing Lavtina's words. "Gravity Forest is just a hindrance," Jennifer snorted. "How long can the Cinder Rock last?" she asked again, while Gravity Forest's expression darkened. Even though the imminent disaster was right in front of her eyes, Lavutina's expression didn't seem to have any sense of urgency. She continued to speak in an elegant tone, "Less than half a day." Jennifer's expression darkened. "I see. Light up the beacon. I'm going to open the portal." "Understood." After she finished speaking, Lavutina's image suddenly disappeared. Jennifer turned to the others. "You heard it. There's going to be a tough battle at the Cinder Rock. I hope you can survive." Jennifer wasn't talking to a wizard. Instead, she was talking to an apprentice who was already regretting his decision. While listening to Jennifer, Angor began to recall the information he read about the Abyss Plane. Osmium Rock was one of the strongholds of the southern wizarding region in the Abyss Plane. According to the books he read, the city was built on top of a giant rock. It was well hidden and safe in the middle of the withered rock forest. Dave once went to the Abyss Plane and asked Hercules to protect him while he searched for the bloodline of an iron hedgehog. According to Dave, they lived in the Osmium Rock. Most of Dave's description of the Osmium Rock was in awe. It was hard for him to express his true feelings in words. He only said that it was a magnificent city, the pinnacle of wizarding architecture. Now Angor was curious about the Osmium Rock as well. But from what Jennifer and the woman called Raftina were talking about, it sounded like the Osmium Rock was about to fall. Madeline noticed Angor's frown. "The Scythe Blood Fiend is a half-blood demon. It's not even a beginner demon. It can't be that strong." In other words, Madeline's team should be safe enough to move to the Osmium Rock. However, Madeline wasn't too optimistic. "But now that the Cinder Rock has been discovered, even if we can protect it this time, there will be an endless stream of demons coming to attack us in the future. By then, the Cinder Rock will be destroyed. There are a lot of strongholds on the surface of the Abyss Plane. Can we move to another one?" Angor asked. "Yes, we can. But every stronghold in the Abyss Plane was built by us wizards over thousands of years. Giving up any one of them will be a great loss." Madeline shook her head. "Plus, they're all far away from each other. No one can tell what we'll run into on the way to another one." Of course, the apprentices were starting to regret their decision. But they didn't dare to leave now. Jennifer wasn't the only one looking at them. Thousands of mourners were also looking at them. Because of what happened to the Osmium Rock, the atmosphere became a little gloomy. The great city that stood for thousands of years was about to be plunged into darkness. Even those who hadn't been to the Abyss felt the same way. As a result, the only sorcerer from Gravity Forest and the dozens of sorcerer apprentices from Gravity Forest were treated with cold knives. If it weren't for the Gravity Forest apprentice who leaked the information, none of this would have happened. However, there was no such thing as luck and fate. Today, an apprentice from Gravity Forest had leaked the information. If it had been another wizard organization that had been caught, it might have leaked the information as well. It could only be said that Gravity Forest was just a coincidence. "Who's Lafutina?" After a long moment of silence, he asked Madeline in a low voice. She's the beacon that connects us to the abyss. As for her identity, Madeline shook her head. I don't know. Perhaps only the Moonfrost Union knows. Jennifer finally raised her head when the afternoon sun disappeared behind the thick clouds and the sky darkened. She had been casting her spell on the Otherworld beacon for a long time. Found it. As soon as he spoke, the sky changed color. An enormous force pierced through the boundaries of time and space and suddenly descended upon Ningyuan Cliff. Just a tiny bit of the force was enough to stir up a storm. Night and day changed in an instant. Tornadoes and heavy rain came from all directions, causing the trees around the cliff to rustle. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and the rain turned white. The sea churned, and huge waves surged to the sky. The waves even reached the height of the mountainside. It only took a few minutes for the sky to change from clear and peaceful to apocalyptic. It was so fast that Angor almost thought he was back at Devil's Water. Jennifer threw something in her hand toward the center of the storm. She was holding something in her hand. Boom, a huge turbid black and gray vortex appeared behind the cliff platform. As the vortex appeared, endless gusts of wind began to blow toward them. The strong wind force was comparable to a storm. Some of the acolytes were even sent flying if they were not careful. Jennifer's voice was loud and clear even in the midst of the roaring wind. The passage is open. Everyone, prepare to cross. Accompanying this voice was the low chant of the Moonfrost Guards. As more than 20 wizards chanted in unison, a transparent, hemispherical barrier appeared in front of the vortex. The crossing had begun. Mar, the captain of the Moonfrost Union Guards, was the first to fly into the vortex. As soon as he stepped over the barrier automatically expanded and covered him, preventing him from being harmed by the vortex. Mar then disappeared into the vortex. After Mar flew in, the second person flew up as well. They crossed the platform of the cliff and flew hundreds of meters into the air before finally entering the whirlpool. 1, 2, 3. More and more people began to fall into the vortex. Some of them rushed into the whirlpool without uttering a single word. Some of them flew into the whirlpool with complicated emotions in their eyes. Some of them seemed to be reminiscing, and some of them seemed to be regretful. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. This wasn't a simple expedition, after all. They were crossing into an unknown and dangerous world. Even wizards couldn't protect themselves in the abyss plane. If they weren't careful enough, they wouldn't even have a chance to return home. Their bodies were buried in a foreign land, and they couldn't even think about it. The atmosphere at the scene slowly became heavy. Madeline looked at Angor and said, "We should go as well. Don't worry, it won't be a fruitless journey." With that, Madeline gave him a bright smile and flew into the vortex like a gust of wind. Angor hesitated for a moment before following her. When he was about to leave the ground, his emotions became complicated. He was about to enter an unknown world. Would he be able to return safely like what Madeline said? Angor looked back at the group of people in the sky. He thought they were sending him off, but now, he finally understood what Madeline meant. Maybe they were sending him off, but maybe they were also sending him to his grave. Angor took a deep breath and looked at the portal. Come, let me see what the abyss that causes people to tremble in fear is like. His night speeder glowed with black and golden light as he dashed into the vortex. Behind the vortex is the abyss plane. He suddenly remembered something he saw on the hologram tablet. When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. Even if I go to the abyss plane, I will not fall into it. Maybe it was just a moment, or maybe it was an eternity. Angor opened his eyes when he felt his body getting heavier and smelled something like sulfur. Without the fishy smell of the ocean, without the coolness of the wind and rain, all he could feel was the strangely high temperature and the dust that flickered with flames in the hot wind. So this is the abyss plane? Angor felt as if he had arrived at an apocalyptic world. The sky was covered in a thick layer of smoke and dust. There was no sunlight at all. There was smoke everywhere, as well as fog that drifted out from the battlefield. The ground was scorched black, and the air was scorching hot. Angor sensed some dust coming from the distance. Angor reached out a hand and allowed the burning dust to fall onto his palm. It burned for a moment and turned into a pale, fine powder. Even the dust in the air was filled with killing intent. Any mortal who came here would be burned to ashes in an instant. So this is the abyss plane? Angor asked. This is the abyss plane. Madeline's firm voice came from behind. But the abyss plane is huge. It's not all scorched earth. There are also forests and snowy mountains. But Madeline looked up at the sky. There's one thing. You will never see the blue sky here. Your nose will always smell the smoke of war. Madeline recalled the years she spent in the abyss plane. There was no darkness in the sky, nor was there a clear day or night. It was always dark and gloomy. There was a certain degree of visibility, but it was as if there was a veil between the sky and the earth. Without the blue sky, this place is like an eternally fallen land with no hope. Madeline shrugged. Of course, maybe I never saw the blue sky. After all, I only explored the surface layer of the abyss plane and never went deeper. Maybe there's a blue sky there. While listening to Madeline's explanation, Angor began to imagine the abyss plane in his mind. His first impression of the abyss plane was that there was no hope. How do you feel? Madeline asked. Angor carefully sensed his body. My organs are a bit sluggish, and the energy around me is very restless. I can't absorb it, but other than that, I'm fine. That's normal. The consciousness of the abyss plane sees us as outsiders, so it's normal for you to feel sluggish. It's because you're being rejected. However, for Magi, their energy will quickly adapt to the environment here, and the feeling of rejection will disappear. Madeline continued, as for the energy around you, it's more suitable for abyss creatures to absorb. Wizards like us can do that, but it will take a long time. So, you need to be careful. Try to save energy in the abyss plane. Each meditation session will take longer than when you're in the wizarding world. This situation was a bit disadvantageous for elementalists and occultists. However, for bloodline wizards like Madeline, it wasn't a big deal. Bloodline magi were extremely powerful in close combat. Even if he didn't use magic, his physical strength alone was already very strong, not to mention the bloodline talent that would appear after the bloodline transplant. For example, Iron Hedgehog's bloodline talent gave him a strong defense, which was almost equivalent to an advanced mana barrier. Keely's Red Claw T bloodline improved her agility and reflexes, which allowed her to move so fast that she could turn into a blur. However, both of them were just ordinary bloodlines. One could only imagine how powerful an advanced bloodline would be. Angor also fused the projected bloodline talent into his body, but it wasn't very useful for now. As for bloodline talents? None. Alright, let's go. Madeline pointed at a group of people not far from them. Angor followed her finger and saw the supernaturals he met on Frozen Wing. In the center of the crowd were two women. One was Sennefer, who had long hair and fiery eyes, and the other was Lavtina, who Angor saw at Abyss Cliff. There was one more thing he needed to do before he went to see Lafutina. He reached his spirit feelers into his bracelet and saw Toby squatting in front of the soft larva's nest, looking bored. When he landed on the domain island, he had placed Toby in the bracelet to avoid any accidents during the time travel. Now that he was inside the abyss, it was time to let Toby out. With that in mind, Angor released Toby from the bracelet. When Toby returned to the outside world, he suddenly jumped into the air and flew around in circles before returning to Angor's hand with a joyful chirp. Looks like this little guy likes the abyss a lot. Madeline looked over and saw Toby fluttering its wings in Angor's hand. Toby's eyes were filled with joy. You like it here? Angor noticed Toby's excitement as well. Toby nodded vigorously, flapping his wings and chirping nonstop. Why does this place feel so friendly? Angor mumbled. He didn't know what Toby meant. Angor never expected Toby to feel so much pressure when he came to the abyss. Toby couldn't help but fly back into the sky again. It didn't look like Toby was joking. But why? Angor wondered. So your little friend came from the abyss? Madeline guessed. Nope, Angor denied. But he quickly realized something. Greya once told him that Toby was created from the organs of a legendary monster she found by chance. She added other ingredients into the creature, but the main body was still the organs of a legendary monster. Greya never told him where the legendary monster came from. Considering the current situation in the southern wizarding region, it was hard to find a legendary monster. Did the legendary monster come from the abyss? He didn't say it out loud. Instead, he kept it to himself. It didn't matter where the legendary monster came from. It was already dead. In a way, Toby was its successor. But Toby was also an independent and free individual who didn't need to care about its predecessor. By the time Toby returned to Angwar's shoulder, they had already arrived at the gathering point. Xianxia was talking to Lafutina with a frown. Back at the abyss cliff, Angwar couldn't see Lafutina clearly. But now, he could see her face clearly. Even though she was only wearing a brownish-gray woolen dress that looked like an ancient nun's dress, it still couldn't hide her innate elegance. She looked very delicate and pretty. Her long black hair fell behind her shoulders. Unfortunately, there was a white silk cloth wrapped around her eyebrows, covering her eyes. While Angwar was observing Lafutina, he heard people whispering around him. It seemed that several people went missing while crossing the abyss. That was why Xianxia was asking about Lafutina. There, of course, Locke said. Lafutina's eyes. However, there might be a problem with the coordinates. Perhaps they landed in another area. Lafutina said. Being lost in the abyss and traveling alone, even at the surface of the abyss, the chances of survival were extremely low. Xianxia frowned. They had just entered the abyss, and they were already losing people. Even if it was just a few apprentices, it was not a good sign to lose at the beginning. Let's pray for the lost apprentices. Let's hope they can find the base city. Xianxia shook her head. Let's go to the osmium rock first. As for your tasks, we'll decide when we get there. Xianxia gestured for Lafutina to lead the way. She gracefully bowed, turned her head, and slowly walked forward. Angwar was wondering how long it would take them to reach the osmium rock at this speed. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. The reason why Lafutina was walking slowly was because she was looking for a place with stable space. Not long after, Lafutina erected a space gate in a certain place. Behind the portal, they could see layers of mist. Lafutina led the way, and the others quickly followed. After passing through the spatial gate, they appeared in a gloomy and withered land. The ground beneath their feet was withered, and they were surrounded by a thick layer of mist. Moreover, they could vaguely see huge black shadows in the fog. The dark sky of the abyss had already greatly reduced the visibility. Coupled with the fog here and the huge black shadows around them, it made it seem as if they were in the middle of the night. As Angwar wondered, a blazing fireball suddenly broke through the mist and headed straight for them. Angwar could tell that the fireball wasn't big, but the energy it contained was too strong to be blocked. Fortunately, the fireball didn't move too fast, and they managed to dodge it in time. A huge explosion ensued, followed by a huge cloud of dust. Madeline snorted and said, "You're already dead. Why bother coming out of your grave?" Angwar did not know how to react. Madeline's voice echoed in his ears. "You're already dead. What's the point of coming out of your grave?" At the same time, a dark green thorn emerged from Madeline's hand and pulled something out of the mist. A hunched figure was dragged into the center of the group. It was a skeleton wearing a tattered robe and a pointy hat. In its skeletal hand, there was a short wooden staff with a fiery red bead on top of it. The bead was releasing the same energy as the previous fireball. "I didn't expect it to be just a skeleton. Why does it look like a human skeleton?" Angwar wondered. "It's a flame-bone wizard, a monster created by the Abyss Plane's corruption," Madeline said. Madeline said simply. The thorns that bound the skeleton suddenly shrunk, and the flaming bone wizard was crushed into pieces. Madeline picked up the short wooden staff and held the fiery red bead in her hand. "Too much energy." Madeline tossed the bead to Angwar. "It's useless to me. Have fun with it." The other wizards only glanced at it for a second before turning their heads away. However, the other apprentices were looking at Angwar with jealousy. That red bead could easily fetch several hundred magic crystals. To them, this was a huge sum of money. But now, Madeline just gave it away. How could they not hate Angwar? Angwar took the bead and used Narda's vision to examine it. It was a fire elemental gemstone that could be used for alchemy or as a one-time explosive. Once the energy inside was activated, it could be thrown out to cause a huge explosion. It's a broken flame stone. I heard you can combine them into a complete flame stone. But I think only the flame demon knows how to combine them. Madeline shrugged. The flame demon was as strong as a truthfinder wizard, so it was possible to kill it. However, it was impossible to learn how to combine flame stones from it. As such, a broken fire-relaying stone was of no use to Magi. The fire-relayer bone wizard was just a small interlude, but it indirectly proved that Lafutina's words were not wrong. The osmium rock was now in danger. As you can see, the flame bone wizard is here, which means there are more monsters up there. Even the blood fiend with the scythe is up there. I hope you can be more careful. It was Mar, the captain of the Moonfrost Guards. He turned to the other guards and said, "We'll go up and clear the way. We need to drive away the wizard-level monsters first." Clear the way? Angor was a little surprised. Was the path up there? Mar and the other guards had already leaped into the air and disappeared into the mist. "Let's go," Sennefer said and floated up as well. Those who could fly did the same. As for the acolytes who could not fly, they walked towards the fog. A gentle breeze cleared the mist in front of him. He finally realized that the shadows he saw earlier were actually countless giant rocks. There were so many of them that he couldn't even count them. He couldn't even see the top of the rocks. It was as if there were countless mountains here. "This is the giant rock forest of the withered land," Madeline said with a smile. "Shocking, right? Once you reach the top and see the osmium rock, I'm sure you'll be even more shocked." Madeline continued, "Let's go. I'll show you the miracle of wizardly architecture." Angor followed Madeline's lead and flew up as well. Angor noticed that the apprentice who couldn't fly was trying to climb the giant rock instead of going into the mist. Almost all of them knew Gecko spell, which allowed them to run on the rocks as fast as those who could fly. Looks like anyone who dares to come to the abyss plane is well prepared. Angor sighed. He didn't want to lose to the climbers either. Black and golden runes flashed under his feet, and he quickly increased his speed. The rocks were very tall. After half a minute of flying, Angor still couldn't see the mist. Along the way, Angor encountered several monsters that strayed from the group. These monsters weren't strong enough to be taken care of by the apprentices. Clearly, they were left behind for the other apprentices to practice their skills. He was planning to test the monster's strength as well. However, as soon as the monsters showed up, the apprentice's eyes began to turn green. Before Angor could do anything, the monsters were already beaten up by dozens of apprentices. Even if the magical creatures were much stronger than the apprentices of the same rank, they still couldn't win against the overwhelming numbers. Angor couldn't get any meat, so he gave up. Every now and then, the other apprentices were slowed down by the monsters that slipped past them. Angor's speed was boosted, but he still had to be careful with the mist above him. Half a minute later, Angor sensed the faint scent of blood coming from above. "Move back. The Scythe Blood Fiend's clone is coming." Madeline's panting voice reached Angor's ears. Angor followed Madeline's order and took a step back. But he heard Toby's voice as soon as he stepped back. Confused, he turned around and saw a hideous, fat face with two giant machetes pointed at him from behind. Angor was startled by the sudden appearance of the person. They were less than 1 meter away from each other. "Heh heh heh. I still need some ingredients for my human meat pie. Smells good. I'm going to chop you up." A strange, floating voice came from the bloody mouth of the person in front of Angor. At first, Angor thought it was Madeline's voice. But soon, he thought of Sunder's, Nausicaa, and even Grea's voice. It was hard to tell which one was the voice of Grea. He thought it was Madeline talking to him, but that was not the case. It was the monster with the strange voice who was trying to lure him. It was a fat man with a sawtooth machete in each hand. A giant iron pot was tied to his back, and his body was bound by black chains. His ears looked like a pig's and were as big as cattail leaf fans. They kept flapping as if they were wings, which allowed him to fly. As he spoke, his machetes were already swinging at Angor. They were too close to each other. It was too late for Angor to retreat. He calculated the machetes' trajectories in his mind. After dodging one of the machetes, Angor took the opportunity to kick the fat man's neck. When the man staggered, Angor did a somersault and moved several meters away. Now that he had the advantage of distance, he no longer had to worry. Madeline told him that the abyss would slow down his mana regeneration, so he had to learn to use it sparingly. When other apprentices ran into monsters, they usually swarmed at them, which consumed a lot of mana. In the dangerous abyss, it was very likely that they would run out of mana first and die from exhaustion. Therefore, Angor had to save his energy from the beginning. He quickly tried to think of a way to defeat his opponent with the least amount of energy. The speed of his thinking was extremely fast, and in a short period of time, a series of countermeasures came out. However, Toby's actions were even faster than his thoughts. Earlier, Toby couldn't do anything when Angor was in the fat man's attack range. Now that Angor was far enough away, Toby would not let him go. While he was calculating, Toby had already chopped off Fatty's ears with his claws. The fatty used to rely on his ears to fly. Now that he had lost his ears, panic appeared in his eyes. He screamed and fell down uncontrollably. Toby ran to Angor with a proud look on his face. "Fine. You're part of my force." Angor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He already had a plan in mind, but he didn't expect the battle to end so easily. The first opponent he encountered in the abyss had fallen down just like that. He probably didn't have a chance to live. "Fine, let's keep going." Angor couldn't go down to check if Toby was still alive. Even if Toby was still alive, he would probably be killed by other apprentices. He continued to fly upwards. Not long after, he suddenly felt a ray of light descending from above. Just as he was puzzled, he realized that he had unknowingly passed through the foggy area, and right above him, he could already see the top of the sky-shaking boulder. When he raised his head and looked up, his pupils shrank. What he saw was an architectural miracle that he couldn't describe with words. At the top of the giant rock, a magnificent building stood in the hazy sky. And it wasn't just this one rock. The top of a dozen other rocks nearby were all part of the building, connected by a floating sky bridge. Angor wanted to call it a city, but it didn't really look like one. In Angor's eyes, it was a building. Although this building had many rooms, many towers, and many suspended bridges that led to the various boulders, it was still a very small building. But they all shared the same style. It looked like a huge castle in the shape of a church, standing on top of the clouds. This is a miracle of wizardry architecture. Angor had seen many wonderful buildings before, including the floating mech city. But none of them could give him such a great shock. In the barren, withered, and perilous abyss, the adepts secretly built such a great stronghold to protect the humans who came to the abyss, and it lasted for thousands of years. Angor was touched by the gesture. This was the Cinder Rock. This was the great mega city. The entire building was emitting a faint golden light, which illuminated the hazy clouds. When one looked at it, they would think of the holy church that gave people hope. They could even faintly hear the chanting of nuns by their ears. In the world of despair, the Cinder Rock was supposed to give people hope and light. But now, the Cinder Rock was tainted by darkness and the flames of war. The entire area around the ash earth boulder was densely packed with abyssal monsters. They flew in the sky and fought with the guards in the ash earth boulder. Some of the monsters attacked the Cinder Rock from time to time, and many of the buildings were destroyed. Countless bricks, buildings, and statues fell from the clouds. It was a sad and despairing scene. Angor wasn't the only one. More and more apprentices flew out from the mist. Everyone became silent when they saw the cinnabar boulder in the crimson light. The Cinder Rock has stood for thousands of years, but the light still couldn't illuminate the abyss. It was useless to lament. Even if they could protect the Cinder Rock this time, it would still come to an end. He slowly rose into the air and landed beside Madeline's side. In front of them were the Moonfrost guards led by Mar. In front of them were a large number of abyss monsters. Angor saw a humanoid monster at the center of the horde, which was obviously several times bigger than before. All of the abyssal monsters were on guard around the humanoid monster. That's the blood demon with a scythe. It looks mighty, doesn't it? Madeline followed Angor's gaze and looked at the humanoid monster. But it's only a half-blood demon. It's the offspring of a demon and a native of the abyss. I don't mean to insult it. Demons always refer to half-blood demons as bastards. Half-blood demons weren't even elementary demons. Their strength was usually very low. Even so, no matter how weak a half-blood demon was, it still had the power of an adept. That was how powerful the abyss demons were. The standoff between the humans and the monsters didn't last long. Originally, the abyssal demons had the upper hand, but now that the Moonfrost guards had arrived in time, they instantly overtook the other side. Both sides had their own matters to attend to, so there was no room for negotiation. The battle ended quickly. Xianxia killed the scythe-wielding blood fiend in the blink of an eye with an unbelievably powerful sniper rifle. The blood demon didn't even have time to react before it was reduced to a pile of minced meat. Without a leader, it was only a matter of time before the rest of the monsters were wiped out. None of the remaining monsters were stronger than wizards. Therefore, the Moonfrost guards consciously left out some of the weaker ones to the other apprentices. Angor didn't have any experience fighting monsters from the abyss. Now, he had plenty of opportunities. After 6 hours of fighting, Angor gained a lot of combat experience. Of course, it wasn't about fighting style or awareness, which he already learned back in the wizarding world. It was about controlling one's strength precisely and using the least amount of energy to achieve the maximum effect. It meant that Angor had a good grasp of the rhythm of battle. Madeline raised an eyebrow at Angor when the battle was over. I thought students from the academies would start with a set of spells. Looks like I misunderstood you. You're Mr. Phantom's apprentice after all. It's normal for you to adapt so quickly. Angor still had 60% of his mana pool left. Throughout the entire battle, he had only used illusions when he was besieged by a large number of monsters. Other than that, he barely used any cantrips. At most, he used some level 0 cantrips to distract his enemies. Apart from that, he mostly used alchemy weapons. He wasn't as strong as the other bloodline apprentices, but he was an alchemist. Of course, he had his own weapons. Most of them were powered by magic crystals, which he didn't lack at all. He didn't use any cantrips, but he was still able to kill monsters faster and more efficiently than his peers. Madeline noticed that Angor was at least one of the top apprentices in terms of monster kills. If you can fuse with a suitable bloodline, perhaps your killing efficiency will increase even more. Madeline chuckled. We're in the Abyss Plane. There are countless monsters here. If you want, I can help you refine a bloodline. As for the price, how about a music box? Angor smiled and nodded at Madeline. He didn't mention that he already had a bloodline inside him. Madeline looked back at the shining osmium rock. She used to think that the rock was filled with hope and light. But now, it was filled with sadness. Let's go back. The Moonfrost Union will need some time to deal with this. Madeline shook her head. It's a shame that the osmium rock will never return to its former glory. Even though they had won the battle, no one was too happy. Instead, they flew toward the heavily damaged osmium rock with regret and sadness. After 3 days of fighting, the osmium rock was severely damaged. He could see collapsed buildings every once in a while. Even a few of the bridges that connected to the other heaven-shaking boulders were broken. Even so, he couldn't help but admire the City of Blessing as he reached the top of the osmium rock. Let's wait for Xianxia at the Overwatch Street, Madeline said. The Watchman Street was the former tavern street of the Black Earth Giant Rock. There were a large number of taverns and restaurants. However, after this battle, the Guardian Street was completely deserted. Almost all of it was in ruins. It looked even worse than the central sanctuary outside. Thousands of butchers with 2 knives came to the Overwatch Street. No one can stop them, said an apprentice who was recovering from his injuries. A sorcerer apprentice who was recuperating on the side of the road said, the butchers with dual blades are here to steal food and drink. Their bodies are big, so when they swing their blades, the surrounding buildings can't resist at all. It was precisely because of the large number of dual-blade butchers' attacks that the Guardian Street suffered more damage than other places. Butchers with 2 knives? Are they fat creatures that fly with their ears? Angor asked. Madeline nodded. Yes. They're monsters from the Abyss Plane. They look like humans, but their inner organs are completely different. Butchers with 2 knives love to cook and drink. Some half-blood demons like to keep them in captivity. No wonder they were carrying a big pot on their backs. They were also working as private cooks. Looks like we can't find a place to rest in the Overwatch Street. Madeline shook her head. Forget it. Let's just stay in the hut. Madeline found a flat area and released her hut. Just like before, Madeline and Angor each had a room. Let's rest here for a while. Sennifer will call us soon. Madeline went back to her own room. He returned to his room and prepared to meditate so that he could recover the mana he used earlier. In the abyss, a battle could happen at any time. Every single adept had to recover their mana reserves as quickly as possible. This was something that every single adept who ventured into the abyss must do. Just as Madeline said, Angor's meditation was much slower than in the wizarding world. Luckily, he didn't use up too much energy. He only spent half a day to recover to his peak state. When Angor opened his eyes, he saw Toby flying in through the window after taking a stroll outside. Toby had a satisfied expression on his face, as if he had done something that made him very happy. What's wrong? Did you find a beautiful bird outside? Toby rolled his eyes at Angor. After a while, he flapped his wings and showed Angor his loot. You went searching for bodies at the bottom of Giant Rock Forest? Angor was puzzled. Toby nodded. They fought against the monsters for several hours, and they did manage to loot some useful items. However, there were simply too many monsters, and most of them simply dropped to the ground after being killed. Angor didn't feel bad because most of the monsters were weaker than level 2 apprentices. They could only fight by instinct. Only flame bone wizards would occasionally drop broken flame stones, which were worth a little more. However, flame bone wizards were almost as strong as top-level apprentices, and they were usually killed by wizards. You're smart. What do you have? I'll give you some dried fish for it. Angor chuckled. Toby raised his head proudly. Just as he was about to take out the things that he had plundered, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't even returned the dried fish that he had promised earlier. He was probably going to owe Toby money again. Fine. I'll sell them for you once we leave the Abyss Plane. That way, you'll be able to find a small treasury for yourself. Toby nodded. That's fine. I'll sell them for you after we leave the Abyss Plane. Toby nodded happily when he heard that he could have his own personal treasury. If he had enough money, he could buy as many dried fishes as he wanted. While Toby was fantasizing about his future life, Angor decided to check something else. Could he connect to the Dream Wasteland in the Abyss Plane? Originally, he had intended to test this out as soon as he arrived in the Abyss. However, due to the burden of the previous war, as well as the other priorities, he only had time to deal with this problem now. He tried using Dreaming Kindle on himself. When his eyelids began to droop and his mind became muddled, he realized that something was wrong. In the past, when he used Dreaming Kindle, he would immediately sense the two powers of the Dream Wasteland, and a miniature image of the Dream Wasteland would appear in his mind. But this time, he couldn't feel anything. Angor had a depressing dream. He dreamt of the osmium boulder, but at this time, the boulder had lost its protection. Its former glory was gone and only ruins were left. There were no longer any humans inside, only strange-looking demons. The demons either occupied or destroyed the rock. At this time, a deep darkness appeared in the sky. With incomparable power, a flaming meteor fell from the sky, completely destroying the osmium boulder that was already in danger. The tower collapsed. Bricks and tiles fell like rain. The statue was shattered, and the stone head fell down from the temple. Tears of blood could be seen dripping from the eyes of the head. The glory was gone. Angor finally woke up. He knew that he just had a dream. But in this dream, he didn't exist. He was only watching the fall from a third-person point of view. That was a strange dream, Angor muttered to himself. He once heard of such a thing from Freud, premonition dreams. When a wizard's dream was connected to an unknown entity or frequency, he or she would be able to see the future. Such dreams were usually fragmented and illogical. Could it be that what he had before was a foreboding dream? Did he see the final destruction of the rock of osmium? Angor tried to clear his mind. I don't care if it's a premonition dream or not. The most important thing is, I used Dreaming Kindle. I fell asleep and dreamed, but I couldn't enter the dream wasteland. Not only could he not enter the dream wasteland, but he also couldn't sense the power of the dream wasteland. Is it because the abyss plane is a shielded area? Or maybe the dream wasteland can only be used in the wizarding world? Angor wasn't too surprised. If the dream wasteland could be used to travel between realms, it would be really scary. If word got out, Angor would probably be detained by the Moonfrost Union's expeditionary army. Angor wasn't surprised that he couldn't connect to the dream wasteland. But if he used the dream welk in the abyss plane, where would the items he obtained from the dream go? Angor had such an idea, but he didn't dare to do it right now. The dream welk wasn't worth much in the eyes of other wizards, but Angor knew how valuable it was. He didn't want to make it known to everyone. If someone was willing to pay 10 or 20,000 magic crystals for the dream welk, he wouldn't even have a chance to cry. He could always try it when he met Angor. With that in mind, he took out the Church of the Deceased from his bracelet. Torres never left the dream wasteland because he was working as a security officer in Foundation City. Now that Torres' soul was inside the Church of the Deceased, Angor couldn't connect to the dream wasteland, so he didn't know how Torres was doing. When Angor reached his spirit feelers into the church, he saw that Torres had taken off his helmet and was reading a book on his bed. Without his horned helmet, Torres's babyish features were revealed. It was a stark contrast to his rough temperament and hairy abs. Since Angor didn't try to hide his spirit feelers, Torres noticed him as soon as he entered the room. Torres quickly put on his helmet and mumbled, "Mr. Pat, please knock on the door before you come in. I can't see anyone without a helmet." Angor ignored Torres' mumbling and asked, "Did you leave Foundation City on your own accord?" At the mention of this, Torres said with some grievance, "I didn't leave on my own accord. About a day ago, I was fighting against a liar who claimed to be a legendary Grand Knight, and I got ejected out of the wasteland. That liar must be accusing me of cowardice. Maybe he's still spreading rumors about me in the city. Arg. I'm so pissed. I'm a great man who defeated Redbeard in one hit. How can I be looked down upon like this? Mr. Pat, send me in now. I'm going to fight him to the death." Angor didn't know what to say. "You fought Redbeard for 3 days and 3 nights. Why did you suddenly kill him in one hit? Could it be that you've read some weird novel again?" Angor didn't want to waste his time on an idiot like Torres. "I'm afraid I can't." "You can't go in for now." "Why?" "I'm a security officer, a sharp blade that keeps the city in check." Torres frowned. "Besides, my duel isn't over yet. I can't let my reputation be tarnished. At least let me go in and finish that fight." "I'm sorry. The server is under maintenance." Angor ignored Torres' cries and didn't say anything else. 10 minutes later, several novels dropped from the sky and landed on Torres' bedside table. Hopefully, Torres wouldn't mention Redbeard again after reading these novels. After all, Torres didn't just fight against Redbeard in these novels. There was also the legendary female pirate Pink Hair from the Black Pearl, the dragon-riding pirate Dragon Scale, and the floating pirate One-Legged Gold, who was hated by the sea. Angor put away the Church of the Deceased and took out a notebook to record Torres' information. Earlier, he checked Torres' spirit body and found that it wasn't damaged at all. This meant that Angor only kicked Torres out of Foundation City without harming him. This was a very useful piece of information. Sennefer's voice suddenly reached his ears as he was about to put away the letter and think about the dream wasteland for a bit longer. "Yes. All supply teams, gather at the Central Guard Hall." When he opened the door, he saw Madeline already waiting for him outside. "It seems the Moonfrost Union has come to a decision regarding the future of Cinder Rock. Let's go." "What's the result?" asked Angor. "What else? They'll either be sent back to the wizarding world, or they'll be transferred. However, this has nothing to do with us. Our mission is to go deep into the front lines, where the deeper and more dangerous abyss lies." Madeline shrugged. "I think Sennefer wants us to go there and tell us what to do next." Madeline was right. Sennefer had gathered all of them here to talk about the mission. Sennefer only told them when they would leave the Cinder Rock and their next destination, the Grey Lamination Zone, in 3 days. After that, Sennefer dismissed everyone. She didn't tell them what to do with the prisoners in Cinder Rock. The Central Guard Hall was the center of the entire Osmium Rock, and it was also the tallest building. On their way out of the central guardhouse, Madeline led him to a door that led to a terrace. Madeline was planning to fly back to the Watcher Street from the balcony, but when he looked down at the city from the top of the giant rock and saw the golden light that illuminated the clouds, he suddenly stopped. Before this, I had a dream. Madeline didn't ask why Angor brought up the topic. Instead, she waited for him to continue. I dreamt about this place. Angor looked around the cinder rock. In his dream, he didn't see anything luxurious. Instead, he saw strange demons lurking around the place. He told Madeline about his dream. In the end, he saw the cinder rock being destroyed by a meteor that came out of nowhere. Is this a premonition? Angor asked. Yes. Madeline shrugged. I don't know. Maybe you're thinking about something, and that's why you dreamt of it. Or rather, this city was letting out its final cry, and you just happened to catch it. Premonition dreams were unpredictable. Madeline wasn't an expert in dreams, so she couldn't tell Angor the truth. Besides, it didn't matter whether it was a premonition or not. To Madeline and Angor, they were nothing more than passers-by. Don't think too much. Let's go. Instead of flying back to Watcher Street, he parted ways with Madeline halfway and landed outside the central police station. I want to see the city, he told Madeline. All right. If that's really a premonition dream, we won't be able to see Cinder Rock for long. Step by step, he observed the great wizard city and the cinder rock that was about to be abandoned. Every step he took felt like he was stepping on history itself. Everything would fade away, but history would remember its glory and glory's glory. And now, he was witnessing the final moments of this glorious city's history. Half a day later, Angor returned to the Watcher Street. When he pushed open the door of his hut, he heard someone calling him. Is that you, Angor? Angor turned around and saw Madeline sitting in front of the window, reading a book. Her long green hair fluttered in the wind, revealing her fair neck. Lady Madeline, Angor greeted her politely. It's really you. Madeline raised an eyebrow. You changed your appearance and hid your aura. I thought you were a thief. Angor was a little surprised. He cancelled his disguise and revealed his real face. I was invited by some wizards outside, so I had to change my appearance. Good for you. Do you know how many people came looking for you just now? Especially that annoying mewing. You had to chase him away. Madeline's ears itched whenever she thought about mewing from Rest Torch Academy. She had been hearing too many useless things. Angor felt a little embarrassed since he was the one who disturbed Madeline. It's fine. It's not a bad thing. Madeline waved a hand. After a short pause, Madeline asked, So, what do you think after walking around the cinder rock? Angor considered for a moment. It's my first time here, so I can only say that it's a pity. But if I have a chance to write my own wizard's travel book, I'll probably include this place. Many wizards liked to write their own travel books, which became a trend after Master Fineworder's death. If it's your travel book, I'll collect it and read it. Madeline raised an eyebrow. Angor chuckled. He was just joking. If he really wanted to write his own travel book, he would have to live for a long, long time before he could write down his past. But could he really live that long? It was still a question mark. Angor spent the next 3 days well. He went to the forest of giant rocks and explored the area around it. The energy level in the Abyss Plain was much higher than in the southern region. Even in the withered forest, Angor found many materials that contained energy. He examined them and found that some of them could be used as substitutes for certain magic materials in the wizarding world. However, the energy contained in them was very compatible with the energy of the Abyss Plane, which made them extremely unstable. Angor detonated them several times during his examination. Once, he even blew a big hole in Madeline's hut. Since then, Madeline would kick him out every time he tried to do alchemy tests. He couldn't help but miss Brofan's alchemy workshop. If he could have an alchemy workshop like this, he could do alchemy research whenever he wanted. When the 3-day time limit was up, Angor stepped out of his study. He now understood why the Abyss Plane was filled with many high-energy materials. However, most of them weren't listed as alchemy materials because they were too difficult to process and too unstable. Angor had collected a lot of materials, but only a small part of them could be used. Even if he could, it was because he handled them well. Other alchemists would probably explode too. There are many usable materials in the Abyss Plain. But if they grow near a foothold city, they'll be harvested right away. They won't leave them for you, Madeline commented. Angor sighed. He thought he got a great bargain, but it seemed he underestimated how greedy wizards were. As Madeline said, he wouldn't have a chance to find high-quality materials near a foothold city. However, it's not easy for you to deal with these useless materials to the point where they can be used. You can make a fortune by dealing with these useless materials. Madeline also praised Angor's ability to deal with materials. Of course, if Angor spent all his time on alchemy, he would earn at least 100 times more magic crystals. It was the fourth night after they arrived at the abyss that they bid farewell to the osmium rock. There was no difference between night and day in the Abyss Plain. Angor finally learned about Moonfrost Moon's arrangement for the people on the Cinder Rock. Half of the Moonfrost guards took thousands of people to another foothold city, Street of Immortals, which was tens of thousands of kilometers away. At first, he didn't think the distance was too far. Earlier, Lafutina could open a portal and teleport them to the other side. Later, he learned from Madeline that the space in the Abyss Plain was extremely unstable, and few wizards dared to use plain passageways here. They didn't even dare to fly too fast, because there were many dangers in the air, and they had to avoid dangerous areas. As for why Lafutina could open a portal, it was because Giant Rock Forest and the Charred Land both had stable spatial energy. This was why they chose the Charred Land as their starting point. This time, leaving the osmium rock, they only had a small ice wing as a means of transportation. However, most of the people on the ice wing were apprentices who didn't have any flying vehicles. Those who had flying vehicles didn't need to squeeze onto the ice wing. Angor didn't need Madeline's reminder. He took out his gondola and followed the Moonfrost guards into the distance. Angor turned around and looked at the rock that was getting farther and farther away. At this time, the osmium rock stood quietly in the clouds, its golden light still shining. It was like a gentle god, using its last bit of strength to protect the detainee above. Unfortunately, it wouldn't last long. Once all the people on the Street of Immortals were gone, the giant rock of osmium would lose its light and fall into eternal darkness. Perhaps it was a sign of respect for the miracle of wizarding architecture, or perhaps it was a final farewell. After leaving the giant rock of osmium, Angor's gondola became the center of attention. Among all the strange flying vehicles, gondola was much better than all of them, both in terms of appearance and speed. As a result, no matter where they went, people would stare at them in awe. Many wizards who doubted Angor's alchemy skills when they first learned that gondola was Angor's handiwork were now completely convinced. No rumors were as convincing as seeing it with their own eyes. Maybe after you leave the abyss, your title will be upgraded from Music Box Warlock to Vehicle Master, Madeline joked as she looked at the onlookers around her. Angor didn't know what to say. Many people were curious about gondola, but only a few actually approached it to ask about it. They were in the Abyss Plain, after all, and there was always danger. Even if they were curious, they could always wait until they reached a safe place. Once they left the withered forest, the supply team's speed began to slow down. There were still guards patrolling the area around the forest, so most of the danger had been eliminated. But once they left the forest, there would be more danger waiting for them. After leaving the forest, they arrived at an area with chaotic spatial energy. After carefully crossing the area, they arrived at the Sacrificial Mountain. The Sacrificial Mountain Ridge was a barren mountain range with dry cracks as far as the eyes could see. However, the mountain was filled with deathly still energy. While he was still wondering what was going on, they saw a large number of altars in the mountains. The altars were filled with white bones, which were the source of the deathly stillness. When they flew over the altars, the skeletons suddenly moved. They lifted their skulls, revealing their dark eye sockets that glowed with ghostly flames. It was as if the aura of a living person had disturbed the slumbering skeletons. The skeletons raised their weapons and tried to attack the people in the air. However, they were too far away. Only some of the skeletons with bows could pose a threat. However, most of the arrows fell before they could reach the supply team. These altars were built by the natives of the Abyss Plain. Some tribes worship demons and sacrifice their people to them. These skeletons are only a part of it. There are more of them. Madeline's words were soon confirmed. When they entered the sacrificial mountain, the skeletons were no longer limited to the altars. They could be seen everywhere. The deathly stillness and dark energy filled every corner. When the supply team passed by, the skeletons would come back to life one after another, which made them feel suffocated. It took them nearly 2 hours to get out of the sacrificial mountain. However, even after leaving the mountain, the suffocating feeling did not dissipate. Instead, it only grew heavier as they worried about the unknown path ahead. 7 hours after leaving the osmium rock, they were attacked by a flock of death-heralding bone birds. The endless flock of death-heralding bone birds covered the already gloomy sky in a black mass. They were violent and fearless, and they were much faster than flying vehicles. There was no way to escape. They had to face them head-on. Flocks of death-heralding bone birds plummeted from the sky under the wide-ranging spell techniques. However, their dead companions did not make them feel any fear at all. Instead, they became more and more courageous as they fought. Furthermore, more and more death-heralding bone birds attacked from all directions. The endless battles had caused most of the apprentices to feel a lack of energy, and their emotions were also gradually collapsing. The battle time was 1 hour. A total of 3 apprentices fell, and over 100,000 death-heralding bone birds died. Even though the battle was over, Angor was still thinking about how the death-heralding skeletal birds died valiantly. One by one, they were replaced by another. It looked like a rain of bones was falling in front of their eyes. In reality, this rain of bones only lasted for an hour. However, it had almost turned into a nightmare that would forever remain in everyone's memories. Madeline saw Angor's frightened expression and said, "It's not a big deal if we can deal with it. In the abyss, there are more things that cannot be solved." "Like what?" asked Angor. "For example." Before Madeline could answer, Sennefer's voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Everyone, stop moving." Sennefer's tone was very urgent. Everyone was surprised. They all tried to figure out what Sennefer meant. Madeline also looked at Sennefer, wondering what was going on. Suddenly, Madeline's eyes widened. "You're asking me what I can't solve? For example, this place." In front of Sennefer were rows of buildings that stretched from the waist to the top of the mountain. Each of them was large and majestic, as if they were ancient temples that had survived the baptism of countless years. "This is one of the branches of the demon monastery," Madeline explained. The main branch of the monastery was located in the 3rd layer of the abyss, but its branches were scattered all over the surface layer. The so-called demon monastery was just a place where natives or half-demons worshipped demons. Normally, there were no demons at all. The reason why the Moonfrost guards took this route was because the demon monastery was safer than the other routes and they wouldn't take a long detour. However, what he did not expect was that this monastery, which usually did not have demons, actually emitted the aura of a demon. Moreover, this demon aura soared into the sky. It was definitely not an ordinary demon. As Madeline spoke, a tall demon with a pair of black bony wings, a pair of goat horns, and a curly tail slowly rose from the center of the monastery. "That's a goat demon," Madeline said in a serious tone. "A goat demon is a mid-tier demon. It's as strong as a Truthfinder wizard. Miss Sennefer should be able to deal with it. But, because of their cunning and deceitful nature, they're the favorite subordinates of big demons. If there's a big demon behind this one, we'll be dead if it makes a move." Sennefer's urgent voice reached everyone's ears again. "I'll drag this goat demon away while the rest of you break through the monastery and meet up with us at the frozen ruins." As soon as Sennefer finished, the goat demon cackled and lunged at them while chanting something in the demon language. The demonic language triggered a miraculous chain reaction. Formless ripples, along with powerful dark energy, eroded everyone. Once they were corroded, there was no way to save them. Sennefer waved her hand and punched out with the power of ice and fire. It seemed to have broken through the barrier of time and space and stopped the dark energy. Everyone behind Sennefer sighed in relief. The goat fiend finally noticed Sennefer's presence. It put away its playful expression and looked at Sennefer with a serious expression. Sennefer didn't give it a chance to see what was going on. She snorted and charged at the demonic goat. She started a melee with it. At the same time, the goat demon's intimidating aura was broken. Everyone who had been trembling under the pressure recovered a little. Now's the time. Run! Mar shouted. He was the first to rush out. Everyone finally realized what was going on and followed him. The goat demon also noticed that the others were trying to break out of the encirclement. It wanted to stop them, but it couldn't because of Sennefer's ferocious attacks. Angor pushed Gondola's speed to the limit. At the same time, he signaled Toby to transform into a griffin and escape if anything went wrong. Even though they were still several kilometers away from the goat fiend, Angor could still feel the intensity of the battle between two truth seekers. The goat demon was barely able to defend itself against Sennefer's powerful attacks. If Xianxia didn't come with them, they would have been defeated already. After getting past the goat demon, they began to break out of the demon monastery. There were also 2 half-blood demons and spellcasters inside the monastery. They were strong, but they were only wizards at best. There were more than 20 wizards on the scene, and they easily crushed them. Half an hour later, they finally broke through the monastery and arrived at the next area, Frigid Ruins. There was a relatively safe underground cave in the Frigid Ruins. They didn't plan to rest here, but since Xianxia wasn't back yet, they had no choice. There aren't any monsters in the Frigid Ruins, so we thought it's a safe area. But then we realized that the Frigid Ruins are dangerous as well, and they're even more mysterious and dangerous. So far, we haven't really explored them yet. Mar explained the dangers of the Frigid Ruins to the others. He didn't go into detail about them, but it was obvious that he was afraid of them. Just as Mar said, they flew around the ancient cold ruins for half a day and didn't see any monsters. As they moved forward, they also saw some vegetation on the ground. The trees here weren't flourishing, but at least there were some greenery. Soon, they stopped in front of a well-hidden cave. The relatively safe area is inside. Everyone, keep up. Mar led the way. The path inside the cave seemed to lead them deeper into the ground. About 5 minutes later, they arrived at a relatively large underground cavern. The cavern was flat and spacious. There were several extinguished fires around, indicating that someone had been here before. We'll stay here and wait for Lady Xianxia to come back, Mar said. Remember, don't wander around alone. With that, Mar lit a fire and began discussing the next step of the plan with the rest of the Moonfrost guards. Angor and Madeline also lit a fire nearby and sat down with their legs crossed. That's not a good sign, Madeline said as she frowned. Madeline frowned and murmured to herself, usually, the shepherds only wander around the 3rd level. There are only small demons on the 1st level. Did something happen on the 3rd level? Angor was still feeling uneasy. This trip was even more terrifying than the trip to Devil's Water. More importantly, the abyss was too oppressive for them to handle. When the pressure reached a certain level, it would turn into despair. Angor looked at the other apprentices and saw some of them already showing signs of losing their minds. His first impression of the abyss was that it was hopeless. Now, Angor added a second impression to the label, endless depression. Inside the bonfire, the twigs and leaves crackled as they burned. The light from the fire illuminated the dark underground cavern. Everyone's face flickered in and out of focus. Most of them were busy meditating so that they could recover their mana. After a long time, when everyone had slightly recovered, low rustling sounds began to spread among the crowd. Xianxia was still nowhere to be seen, and they began to whisper among themselves. Can Lady Xianxia defeat the goat demon? She should be fine if it's just a goat demon. But it's been half a day. Why isn't Lady Xianxia back yet? It had been too long, and they were starting to worry. But since it was the apprentices who were discussing the matter, Mar decided to give them some peace of mind. The goat demons can be strong or weak. I think the one you just killed is as strong as a level 1 Truthfinder wizard. With the help of the abyss, it's very likely that Miss Xianxia won't be able to defeat it. Mar paused for a moment before he continued, it's not easy to kill a goat demon. I think Miss Xianxia is trying to find a way to get rid of the goat demon. She should be fine. Mar's confident tone calmed the apprentices down a little. Angor was starting to understand what Madeline meant. The abyss plane was too unpredictable, which made it difficult to move Stronghold City. Just imagine if the internees of the Cinder Rock encountered something like the sheep demon on their way to the Street of the Immortals. Perhaps only 1% of the thousands of apprentices would be lucky enough to survive. The atmosphere in the cave was silent and oppressive. Just as the silence was about to continue, it was finally broken by a frost moon guard guarding the entrance. It was an elemental wizard. He suddenly set up an armor of rock around himself. Puzzled, he probed the entrance of the passageway. After a while, he removed his armor. The apprentices were puzzled by his action. "What's wrong, Cage?" Mar asked. "Nothing. I just heard a strange noise. Later, I used my spiritual power to investigate and found that it was the wind outside. The wind poured into the cave and made that sound." Although Cage had explained his actions, the apprentices present had been suppressing their emotions for too long, and this sudden outburst had broken the peace they had maintained on the surface. Some began to complain, some cursed, and some even shed tears. Apprentices were more worried about their future than wizards, which was why Mar couldn't stop them even if he wanted to. The wizards, on the other hand, were still chatting with their colleagues. Angor felt more and more depressed when he sensed the negative emotions in the cavern. Madeline, who was sitting on the other side of the fire, spoke up, "You're holding your emotions too much. Why don't you vent them out? Mind control is the foundation of mind illusion. Even if you really need to vent your emotions, there are many ways to do so," said Angor calmly. "Like what?" "Like sleeping, chatting, reading books, or listening to musicals." "There's no musical here." "Oh, I almost forgot. You're a music box sorcerer." Madeline raised her eyebrows. "What? You're going to play some music?" "I don't need to do that yet. Besides, music won't do anything except worsen the fear." Angor looked around the dark underground cavern. They could only see a limited part of the cavern. Anything that they couldn't see would cause them to imagine something horrible. If another piece of music was added at this moment, and it would definitely echo due to the cramped space, it would probably be even scarier. "Fine. If music won't do, I'll talk to you." Madeline chuckled. "You've been frowning. Do you have any questions? I heard from Captain Mar that there's an unspeakable danger lurking in the frozen ruins." "Where did that come from?" Madeline shrugged. "I don't know. I came here many times when I was still an apprentice, and I didn't run into any danger. I still remember that someone from the Moonfrost Alliance did suggest this place as a candidate for a foothold city, but something seemed to have happened, and the matter was left unsettled. As for what happened, you'll have to ask someone from Moonfrost Union." Angor only asked out of curiosity. He wasn't going to ask someone from Moonfrost Union for something so trivial. Besides, he wasn't familiar with the place. "When we were flying here, I noticed that the environment here is much better than the outside. But I don't see any buildings here. Where is this frigid ruin?" Angor changed the topic. "I don't know," Madeline said. Madeline recalled the time when she was roaming the abyss. "Speaking of which, when I roamed the ancient cold ruins, I didn't find any so-called ruins, so I asked someone about it. But no one knows." "Then how did the name Frigid Ruins come to be?" Angor was curious. "I heard that a long time ago, a half-blood demon said that this place was called the Ancient Cold Ruins. It was a holy land of the Aboriginals of the Abyss during the Ancient Cold Era. The Ancient Cold Era was a division of the Aboriginals of the Abyss into the Ancient Cold Era. Later, the ancient wizards learned from other abyssal natives that the half-blood demon wasn't lying. This place was called Frozen Ruins, so the name was changed. Maybe there really was a hidden ruin here. It was just that no one had discovered it yet." "Based on what you've said, half-blood demons can communicate?" "Many of them can. But you have to be strong enough to do so," Madeline said. Madeline paused for a moment before continuing, "However, demons are all cunning. None of them will side with humans. But there are a few half-blood demons who are close to humans. For example, the Street of Immortals was built with the help of some half-blood demons. Half-blood demons were the hybrids of abyssal natives and demons. They were hated by both abyssal natives and demons. Therefore, some of the half-blood demons began to lean towards the humans in their difficult circumstances. But they were only a small minority." Next, Angor and Madeline talked about demons, abyss plane, and other base cities in different worlds. When the third batch of twigs was added to the fire, they finally heard some noises coming from outside the cave. Frost Moon's guards first put on a vigilant posture. It was not until the shadow of Frost Moon's fiery eyes appeared in the catacombs that everyone was slightly relieved. It was Xianxia. "Are you all right, Miss Xianxia?" Mar asked worriedly. Xianxia shook her head. "I used too much mana. I'll be fine after some meditation." Mar asked, "What happened to the sheep demon?" Xianxia's eyes flashed with anger. "With the help of the Abyss Plane, it's not as strong as I am, but it's not far from me. Plus, the Abyss Plane is its home ground. I'll get killed if I stay here for too long. So I had to find a way to get rid of it. But it wouldn't let me go, so I had to take a detour." "A detour?" Mar tried to recall the area around the demon monastery. There was only one way to get rid of the sheep demon. Mar's eyes flashed with suspicion. "Miss, you couldn't have gone," Xianxia nodded helplessly. "I went to the Ice Valley to get rid of it." When Xianxia mentioned the Ice Valley, all the wizards except the apprentices frowned. The name of Icy Gorge was known to all magi who had been in the abyss. That place was an absolute forbidden area, not only because there was an eccentric abyssal dragon there, but also because of the curse of the Ice Gorge. Anyone who stepped into the Ice Valley would be cursed. No one knew where the curse came from. Once a person was cursed, it would not be easy to remove the curse. The curse? Mar hesitated and looked at Xianxia worriedly. Xianxia opened her right shoulder and revealed a strange white emblem on her shoulder. This emblem looked very artistic. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to disregard the extremely dense curse power. Xianxia pulled up her clothes and said, "This is the curse of frost chaos. I can't use the power of ice until it's removed." Xianxia's words made the wizards frown even harder. Everyone knew that the reason Xianxia was so powerful was that she could control two opposing powers at the same time, frost and fire. Now that her frost energy was suppressed, her fire energy could no longer be balanced. Xianxia's power had been greatly reduced. If they were to run into something like the Goatmen again, they would be at a great disadvantage. After Xianxia's return, the atmosphere became tense again. Madeline also told him something about the curse. "Is there really no way to get rid of it?" Angor frowned. "It's going to be hard to get rid of this curse. It's comparable to a rank 3 Truthfinder wizard's curse. Either we go to the Abyssal Dragon or a rank 3 Truthfinder wizard. I'm afraid the only rank 3 Truthfinder wizard in the Abyss right now is Sir Monkey." Madeline's face was filled with worry. "Abyss Dragon?" Angor was surprised. "There's an Abyss Dragon in the Ice Valley. Part of the curse was created by the Abyss Dragon, so it's almost impossible to get rid of the curse. The only thing we can do now is take one step at a time and see how things go. Let's pray that we don't run into any more sheep demons." While Xianxia was meditating, the others could only wait in silence. No one spoke a word. The only sound that could be heard was the crackling of the bonfire. Angor looked back at everyone in the cave. Everyone, including the wizards, was wearing a serious expression. They might be at the top of the pyramid in the southern wizarding region, but they were only at the bottom of the Abyss Plane. There were plenty of creatures stronger than them in the Abyss Plane. Angor finally realized how terrifying the Abyss Plane really was. The silence lasted for a long time. They didn't want to disturb Xianxia's meditation. However, one of the apprentices suddenly screamed out of nowhere. "What's going on?" "Ah! Shut up! Get out of my way!" It was a skinny young apprentice wearing an old, purple robe. His face was twisted as he covered his ears with his hands, shaking his head and yelling hysterically. His shout was too ear-piercing, attracting the attention of everyone present. Mar stepped forward angrily and grabbed his collar, lifting him into the air. The terrifying man looked at him threateningly. "Shut up!" The acolyte didn't seem to be in a clear state of mind until Mar lifted him up and suffocated him with his collar. Only then did he snap out of it. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was given a fright. Moreover, facing Mar's pressure, he began to tremble. "Put him down, Mar." A cold voice came from behind. Mar turned around and saw Xianxia standing behind him without him noticing. "Did he wake you up, Miss Xianxia?" Mar tossed the apprentice aside and asked in a concerned tone. I'm fine. I'm almost healed when he woke me up. We'll be on our way. Sennefer glanced at the apprentice Mar had tossed to the ground. At this moment, the apprentice was still trembling with fear. However, his hands were still covering his ears as he repeatedly muttered, "Don't say any more, what's wrong?" Sennefer raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" The young apprentice trembled, unable to utter a single word. Mar frowned and looked at the other apprentices. "Do any of you know what happened to him?" The apprentices looked at each other. After a while, a middle-aged man who was wearing the same wizard robe as the young apprentice raised his hand and said, "Sir, it seems like Guzha is suffering from hysteria because of the stress." "Hysteria? What do you mean?" Sennefer looked at him. The middle-aged man stuttered and told Sennefer about what he saw. The apprentice named Xianxia came from the nocturnal forest. He was forced to join a frontline mission because someone set him up. He had always been a coward. He would keep everything he encountered to the bottom of his heart. After coming to the abyss, he had been through so many battles. Perhaps it was because he had accumulated too much pressure that he was hallucinating. He asked me if I heard anything before. I didn't hear anything, so I asked him what was going on. He didn't say anything at first, but after a while, he stammered that someone had been whispering in his ear, calling him to a place. Later, he even said that he saw the person who called him, waiting for him there. Sennefer gave Mar a thoughtful look. She exchanged a look with Mar. "I see." Sennefer nodded and looked at the middle-aged man. "You, keep an eye on him. Don't let him out of your sight." Sennefer's tone was so casual that the middle-aged man didn't catch the underlying meaning. He thought that Sennefer was worried that Xianxia would yell again. "I'll keep an eye on him." Sennefer didn't say anything. Instead, she sighed and looked at the others. "We're not far from the gray lamination zone. Let's get there in 10 hours. After Sennefer finished speaking, the team followed the Moonfrost guards out of the cavern one by one. Angor was the last one to leave. He kept looking at Xianxia curiously. Most people thought that Xianxia was talking nonsense. Angor also thought that Xianxia was under too much pressure and lost control of himself. Sennefer and Mar were looking at him strangely. "I think there's something wrong with Xianxia," Madeline said. Apart from Madeline, Angor also noticed that some wizards were also looking at Xianxia curiously. Clearly, they also noticed something strange. Angor followed Madeline's gaze and looked at Xianxia curiously. Xianxia didn't seem to be in a bad mood. Together with the other apprentices, he extinguished the bonfire and walked towards the tunnel. Beside him was the middle-aged man from before, who was talking to him about something. However, it didn't last long. Angor kept looking at Xianxia as they walked out of the cave, but Xianxia was gone in the blink of an eye. Angor narrowed his eyes and looked again. Indeed, Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. The middle-aged man next to him didn't notice anything strange and was still talking. Angor looked at Madeline and the other wizards and saw that they were all looking at Xianxia in confusion. Obviously, this apprentice called Xianxia had suddenly disappeared, and even they did not notice any clues. "That's why Sennefer told his friends to keep an eye on him," Lucien said. "She already knew this was going to happen," Madeline said. "Maybe this is the danger of the frozen ruins?" Madeline also told him that she had been keeping an eye on Xianxia. Xianxia's disappearance came without any warning. There were no spatial ripples or energy ripples. Xianxia simply vanished into thin air. Madeline even went to the place where Xianxia disappeared and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. When everyone came out of the dark tunnel, the middle-aged man shouted in surprise, "Lady Sennefer, Xianxia is gone." Sennefer only nodded and didn't say anything. "Should I go back and look for him?" The middle-aged man stuttered. "Don't bother. You won't find him." Sennefer shook her head and gave him a cold look. Angor didn't know where Xianxia went. Sennefer gave an ambiguous answer. "Maybe it's just as he said. Someone called him away." Sennefer's words sent chills down everyone's spines. A living person had disappeared right in front of them, and the reason was unknown. How could they not be terrified? Is this the real danger of the frigid ruins? Angor wondered. That's not all. A smooth male voice came from the side. He turned around and saw Brofin standing beside him with a big smile. You mean there's something else? Madeline looked at Brofin. Brofin nodded. What is it? Madeline asked. Brofin decided to keep them in suspense. I can share the secret with you, but, do you mind giving me a ride? A moment later, Angor's gondola was joined by Brofin, who was as fat as a ball. Angor was still wary of Brofin. He was planning to stay away from him, but Brofin didn't seem to be a threat. Don't worry. Brofin won't do anything to you as long as I'm here, Madeline whispered to Angor. Since Madeline asked, Angor couldn't refuse. As soon as Brofin boarded the gondola, he immediately began to study it. He muttered to himself as if he wanted to study it thoroughly. This astral veil. Huh? That's the special effect of the wavy shell, isn't it? Lucky me. Brofin's eyes lit up when he saw the gondola in the forest of giant rocks. However, he didn't have the chance because of Madeline's presence. Now that he finally had the chance, Brofin had to study it thoroughly. Alchemy enchantment wasn't the same as Brofin's. He couldn't replicate a gondola at best. In the end, he could only shake his head in disappointment. Now that we're done, let's talk about the main topic, Madeline said. Madeline was now sitting on the same side as Angor, while Brofin sat across from them. The main reason was that Brofin was too big, and he took up 2 seats by himself. You want to know about the frigid ruins, right? Actually, the sudden disappearance of that little acolyte named Xianxia is one of the dangers. Brofin frowned. 100 years ago, when the Moonfrost Union decided to build a base here, they noticed something was wrong. Some people have mysteriously disappeared here, and the reason is just like what Xianxia said. They felt that someone was calling out to them. Since only a few people went missing, no one was alerted at first. Until the Walker of Sin City disappeared as well. Madeline was shocked. Walker of Sin City? You mean Puzio? Brofin nodded, a trace of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Yes, Puzio also disappeared here. That genius truthfinder wizard from 100 years ago. Madeline muttered, no wonder Puzio never showed up in the last 100 years. Puzio's disappearance made the people of the Union pay more attention to this place. They checked the records and found that thousands of people had disappeared in the past 1,000 years. Among them, there were even 2 official magi who were suspected to have disappeared in this place. From then on, the voices of building strongholds in the ancient cold ruins slowly died down. Losing a truthfinder wizard for no reason is a big deal for the Union. Someone came to investigate, but they found nothing. Later on, even Sir Monchi came to explore this place. What else? Madeline asked. Brofin shrugged. Mr. Monkey told us that we can't build a base city here. He also gave an order that we can pass through here, but we can't stay here for long. As for what Mr. Monkey found, he didn't tell us. Many people tried to explore this place, but they didn't find anything. Madeline frowned. That's what you meant. Isn't it the same as before? It's the same as not saying anything. Of course it's not that. There's something else that Xianxia's friend mentioned. Brofin paused for a moment. You mean hallucinations caused by hysteria, sir? Angor asked in a low voice. Xianxia said he only heard someone calling his name. But later, Xianxia said that he saw the person who called him. If Sennefer knew what Xianxia was thinking, she would have asked him who he saw. But Sennefer didn't say anything, which meant the Moonfrost Union knew who was calling his name. Brofin nodded. That's right. We called Xianxia's condition an irreversible mark. We've done some research on these people, and we found that they can't escape their fate of disappearing forever. And these marked people all saw the person who called them before they disappeared. According to our research, the person they saw before disappearing was someone wearing a black raven cloak. According to the locals of the abyss, this person is called Crando, the guide of death from the bottomless abyss. In other words, he's the god of death they worship. The bottomless abyss refers to the inner parts of the abyss, which we don't dare to go there yet. Crando, on the other hand, is probably a follower of a demon god who wields the power of death. Brofin took out a bottle of black rum from his storage space and gulped it down in large gulps. Madeline couldn't believe what she was hearing. You're saying this frozen ruin might have something to do with a demon god from the abyss? Brofen shrugged. Who knows? Anyway, it's dangerous there. If Mr. Monkey told us not to stay here, he must have his reasons. Is there really a ruin there? Angor couldn't help but ask. Brofen gave Angor a thoughtful look. Maybe. But you better keep your curiosity to yourself. Knowing more isn't always a good thing. In fact, these things were not particularly secret, but the reason why Xianxia wanted to hide it was because she was worried that some extraordinary people would be too curious. Although curiosity was a necessary virtue for a magus, it was important to remember to act within one's capabilities. Curiosity could not only kill the cat, but it could also kill a group of cats. Since it concerned the bottomless abyss and the demon god, it was definitely not a small matter. They didn't continue to ask about the ancient cold ruins, but instead talked about other things, as if the previous topic had never been discussed. He didn't say it out loud, but he was already worried about the frigid ruin. At the same time, he was also filled with respect for the predecessors who were able to establish stronghold cities in the abyss, which was fraught with danger. Madeline and Brofen talked about everything under the sun. Occasionally, they would mention some secrets and rumors, which really opened Angor's eyes. However, when they flew out of the ancient cold ruins, their mood began to drop. For some unknown reason, almost no monsters would go to the ancient cold ruins. But once they left the ruins, it was hard to say what would happen next. After traveling for a while, Madeline suddenly asked, if the shepherds are already at the surface, does that mean the Moonfrost Union has started something big? Brofen didn't know what to say. I'm just a researcher. I don't know about that. Brofen shrugged. Humph, Madeline snorted. She didn't believe him, but at the same time, she was mocking him. However, Brofen's expression didn't change. He didn't feel offended at all. Instead, he smiled and said, it doesn't matter to you whether there is a big movement or not. Your purpose in coming to the abyss isn't here anyway. Madeline stared at Brofen for a moment, and the two decided not to continue the conversation. Everyone was on edge along the way. Xianxia wasn't as strong as she used to be. If they ran into something as strong as the shepherds, they wouldn't stand a chance. Fortunately, they didn't run into any trouble from the ancient cold ruins until they reached the gray lamination zone. There were some small monsters that tried to invade, but they were all small fry. Even a group of apprentices was able to get rid of them. Brofen sighed in relief when they reached the gray lamination zone. That's what I expected. We've been working on this route for hundreds of years. The shepherds were just an accident. The previous 6 supply teams didn't run into any trouble from the surface to the front line, and they were all led by ordinary wizards. Now that Xianxia was here, something unexpected happened. Is this the law of conservation of luck? Brofen muttered to himself. You have to bear the consequences of your power. Xianxia is too strong, and the shepherds were attracted. Now that Xianxia is weakened, our journey is much smoother. Brofen's explanation was completely ignored by Angor and Madeline. Now, he was more concerned about what the gray lamination zone looked like. According to the information he read, the abyss plane was divided into 2 layers, the outer layer and the inner layer. The outer layer was also known as the outer layer, where monsters and natives lived. As for the inner layer, very few people ever set foot there. The front line they were going to was the outer layer, which was close to the inner layer. Angor also learned that one of the ways to cross the layers was to go through the gray lamination zone. However, he only learned one thing from the book. He had to see it with his own eyes to know the truth. As soon as they entered the gray lamination zone, Angor sensed that the space energy around them was extremely active. Normally speaking, this kind of energy would cause a disturbance in the material world. However, the spatial energy here was very strange. Although you could feel its activity, it seemed to be bound by something, preventing it from becoming a runaway horse and causing spatial cracks to appear due to instability. The most important thing was the plants growing on the surface. There were even more plants here than in the ancient cold ruins, and they were all growing quite well. If they were in a place with unstable space, they wouldn't be able to find any plants. A space-manipulating wizard should be able to find something useful here, Angor mumbled to himself. Not really. A space manipulator would have to analyze the space energy first. The space energy here is everywhere, but you can't analyze it because it's restrained by the interlayer gate. Only a high-tier space manipulating wizard would be able to forcefully analyze it. But the gate will be completely destroyed, Madeline explained. Angor felt a little embarrassed. He thought too much about it. Angor calmed himself down and asked, "So the portal is where we go to the second level of Abyss Plane?" "Not the second layer, but the third layer," Madeline said. "The surface layer of the Abyss Plane is huge, almost as big as the southern wizardry region. There are many ways to get to the inner layer, and there are other ways to get to the second layer. The interlayer gate here leads us directly to the third layer." Madeline suddenly pointed at a mountain range in front of them. "We should be able to see the interlayer gate once we get over there." Before they reached the top of the mountain, Angor already sensed a powerful aura coming from the other side of the mountain range. This aura was very similar to the world consciousness of the wizarding world. That's where the space energy came from. When they reached the top of the mountain, Angor looked down and was surprised. He thought that the door of crossing levels was just a decoration. Although it was called a door, it was actually something else. In the end, he was a little surprised. This level crossing door was really a door. The gate was about 10 meters tall and stood in the middle of a valley covered in clouds. The gate was completely black. Angor couldn't tell what material it was made of, but it felt smooth and bony. There were carvings of all kinds of strange monsters on the gate, such as natives worshipping fire, gargoyles crouching with their eyes closed, and abyss dragons. Most importantly, there was a single eye shrouded in black mist at the top of the gate, which was looking at the world around it. "So this is the interlayer gate," Madeline said with a sigh. No matter how many times she looked at the door, she couldn't help but be awed by its immense power. Angor was also shocked by the gate. But he was more curious about it. Why is this door standing here? Who put it up? It feels like the world's consciousness. Did the Abyss Plane's consciousness set this up? Many questions popped up in his mind. Madeline replied, "I don't know why this gate is here. But according to some information, it shouldn't be the world's consciousness. It should be an ancient demon from the Abyss Plane. The eye on the gate is the mark of that ancient demon." "That's right." Brofin stepped forward and added, "There are more than one interlayer gates outside the Abyss Plane. All of them have the mark of the ancient demon. So we'll be under his watch when we enter the gate?" "No, because this ancient demon god has already disappeared in the passage of time. 1,000 years ago, a legendary sorcerer had completely destroyed one of the level crossing doors, and this ancient demon god did not do anything about it. Therefore, the wizard concluded that the demon must have disappeared long ago. However, it didn't mean that the demon was dead. Maybe it just fell asleep due to exhaustion, or maybe it left due to disappointment. Of course, there was also the possibility that it couldn't withstand the erosion of time. The aura of the ancient demon god had finally dissipated. The only thing that could be felt was that the will and mighty power left on the level crossing door still existed in the world. "The rest of you, stay here. Guards, open the door with me." Sennefer's voice reached everyone's ears. Open the door referred to pushing open the portal. To open the portal, one had to reach a certain level of strength. According to some research, the portal was actually a form of protection provided by the ancient demon. To open the portal, one had to be at least as strong as the third level of the abyss. Otherwise, entering the third level would be suicide. Before Sennefer was cursed, she could easily open the portal on her own. But now, she needed the help of the guards, which meant that she was seriously weakened. When the door was revealed, Angor peeked behind the door curiously. Unfortunately, there was no new world behind the door. Instead, it was covered by a gray wall of fog. Angor couldn't see what was behind the door, but he was still thinking about it. Because the abyss had a number of levels, he originally thought that the structure of the abyss was an infinitely extending basement-like structure. Crossing levels was jumping from one ladder to another, and the way it was expressed might be something like entering a natural chasm. But he didn't expect that the way to cross levels would be through a door. Was the space behind the door a mirror or a parallel plane? Or was it a stairway to heaven? Or was the door a portal? "You look confused." Madeline noticed Angor's frown. "Is it like the 3 layers of space in Fairy World?" Angor asked. "Yes, it's like the 3 layers of space in Fairy World. No, it's not. Fairy World is divided into 3 levels, but the structure and size of each level are limited by the surface world. But the Abyss is different. The structure of each level isn't limited by anything. You can think of each level as its own world. These worlds are arranged according to some strict rules. They're connected, but also independent. Madeline didn't know much about the structure of the Abyss, so she just shared the guesses of the wizarding world since ancient times. As he pondered, the door was pushed open to a certain width. Moreover, when the guards let go of the door was slowly closed by a mysterious force. Before the door closes, everyone, keep up. The cross-layer door closed very quickly, and no one dared to delay. One by one, they entered the fog door. He stopped thinking and drove his gondola into the grey mist. They shuttled through the fog wall for half a minute before they finally saw the scenery outside, a boundless snowfield. The boundless wilderness was all white. The heavy snow blocked their vision, and the cold air entered their nostrils. All they could hear was the whistling of the wind. This is the 3rd level of the Abyss? He carefully sensed the energy around him and found that it was indeed more violent than before, which meant it would be harder for wizards to recover their mana. As for other places, he didn't notice anything different. The sky was still dark, and the air was still heavy. The wind coming from the cold blades was just like before. The Moonfrost guards didn't stop. They were still leading the way. It took them more than an hour to reach the snowfield. They were still in the middle of the snowfield, but this time, they arrived at a shelter, the Winter Palace of Nilting. It was an abandoned temple that stood in the middle of the snowstorm. It had a strange style. The outer walls were carved with all kinds of ferocious monsters. Even the statue guarding the entrance was a gargoyle with a pair of wings on its back. Judging from this, Angor could tell that the temple worshipped an evil god before it was abandoned. Once inside, the cold air was blocked outside, and a warm aura filled the place. The Winter Palace of Nilting is an important stop for the Moonfrost Union. Now that we're here, we'll head to our respective outposts according to the quest, Madeline explained. So we'll go our separate ways from here? Angor asked. Madeline nodded and put on a serious look. That's right. The next part of the journey is going to be the most dangerous. Madeline paused for a second and changed the topic. Didn't Leona leave you a bottle of Xianxia flower perfume? You can use it once we're out of here. Xianxia arranged for everyone to rest in the Winter Palace while she left with a few guards. Miss Xianxia is going to contact the Phantom Beasts. She'll take you to your mission locations in a bit. Mar gathered the remaining guards in the room and said, Miss Xianxia went to contact the Phantom Beasts. She'll take you to your mission locations later. After pausing for a moment, Mar took out a form and said, there are 8 frontline locations for the supplies this time. They are the Twin Towers near Machine Gate, Port Kodo near the Dark Vortex, the Cliff Shelter in the Cave of Latent Evil, and the Overwatch Base at the edge of Fringe Forest. Mar began to categorize the tasks assigned to the apprentices so that they could be sent to different locations to carry out construction work. As for the wizards, Mar didn't really care. Since they came to the front line of the Abyss Plane, they must have their own plans. Mar didn't need to worry about them. With that done, everyone went to rest and waited for the Phantom Beasts to arrive. He also used this time to gain a general understanding of each outpost. They were all located near the entrances to the inner layers of the Abyss Plane. The one he was heading to was the Overwatch Base. According to Brofin, the Overwatch Base was the most dangerous of all. Going through the Fringe Forest to the inner layer of the Abyss Plane would lead one to the Blackwater Zone, where there was a demon castle. If demons from the demon castle wanted to enter the outer layer of the Abyss Plane, the Fringe Forest would be their first choice. The Overwatch Base is the most dangerous outpost, but it's also home to the most Truthfinder wizards. Phantom Master, Eventide, and Frost Mirror are all there. Brofin paused for a moment. Xianxia will be there as well, if nothing unexpected happens. We'll be able to handle the situation. Xianxia is going to the Overwatch Base? Isn't she going to ask Mr. Monkey to remove the curse? Madeline wondered. Brofin sighed. It's not that Xianxia doesn't want to go. Mr. Monkey went to the inner layer of the Abyss Plane several years ago. He's the only one who can contact us. Madeline didn't expect this. She always thought that monkey would stay at the Moonfrost Union's headquarters. But what about Cenifer's curse? We'll have to wait until we return to the wizarding world and find someone to help us. But even if we want to go back, we'll have to wait for the energy tide to pass before we can cross over again. While Brofin was pondering, a loud noise came from outside the Winter Palace, accompanied by the screech of an eagle. Brofin's eyes flashed with realization when he heard the eagle's cry. As expected, Garrosh is the first to arrive. Mar's voice reached everyone's ears. Garrosh is here. Those who are heading to the cliff shelter, get ready. Angor followed the others to the entrance of the Winter Palace and saw the phantom beast called Garrosh. It was a gigantic divine eagle that could blot out the sun. It had a white crown on its head and looked like a servant of the ice goddess in the wind and snow. It descended from the sky, kicking up a large amount of snow and dust. The back of this condor was extremely wide, and there was even a windproof fortress built on it. One of the Frost Moon guards who had left earlier opened the door at the entrance of the fortress and motioned for the people who had gone to the cliff shelter to hurry up. More than 50 apprentices and 6 wizards stepped onto the eagle's back. With an eagle's cry, Garrosh spread his wings and flew into the sky. Garrosh left as quickly as it came. Before Angor could react, the eagle had already turned into a black dot and disappeared into the snow. Not long after Garrosh left, the ground began to tremble. A red-horned scorpion even bigger than Garrosh roared at the sky and flew toward them. Rocamadan is here too, Brofin said. Brofin said calmly. Just like Garrosh, Rocamadan was also a phantom beast that carried the apprentices to the outpost. It was headed to the outpost near the machinery gate, where the outpost was located. As time passed, all kinds of terrifying and huge phantasmal beasts appeared and carried the people in the Winter Palace away. As the number of people dwindled, the originally noisy Winter Palace became quiet once more. Madeline turned around to look at Brofin, who was still lamenting about the previous illusion beast. Mar left already. Why are you still here? Brofin asked with disdain. Brofin chuckled. Didn't I tell you that I'm going to the Overwatch base as well? What are you going to do there? Madeline frowned. Brofin was a skilled wizard, and Moonfrost had always treated him like a treasure. Why would he go to the most dangerous place in the Overwatch bastion? Take a guess? Brofin grinned. Madeline's eyes turned cold as if she had thought of something. Her voice suddenly turned cold. You. Did you go because of her? Brofin shrugged and didn't say anything. Madeline already knew what Brofin was trying to do. She thought about Brofin's profession and the woman's hobbies. Madeline glared at Brofin even more fiercely. Do whatever you want. I'm not going to stop you, Brofin said. That better be the case. Madeline gave Brofin a cold stare and said no more. Angor didn't know why the atmosphere between Madeline and Brofin became so tense, but he didn't bother to find out. Instead, he looked at the other side of the palace gate. Not only Brofin, but Vivit was also there. Was Vivit going to the Overwatch base as well? The snow was getting heavier, and the visibility was getting worse. At this moment, a dazzling colorful light suddenly flashed in the distance. The colorful light was sometimes high and sometimes low. Along with the crisp sound of footsteps, it was getting closer and closer. Angor was shocked when he saw the uninvited guest in the snow. This was also an illusory beast, but this illusory beast was one size bigger than the largest single-horned red scorpion Rocamadan he had seen before. This illusory beast was in the shape of an elk. Between the elk's intertwined horns, there was a colorful mist floating in the air. Through the mist, Angor could see the image of a city. That's the largest phantom beast in the Union, the giant deer spirit of the City of Illusion, Cassimy, Brofin explained. Are we going to ride it? Angor asked. Before Brofin could reply, a Moonfrost guard walked out of the mist between the two horns of Kashimi. Those who were going to Sky Island, board the Fantasy City. Following the order, a large number of people began to fly into the sky. This was the largest crowd Angor had ever seen. Almost all of the apprentices began to move. Brofin said, the Sky Island above the inverted waterfalls is currently the largest, most hidden, and safest front line. The Moonfrost Union's headquarters is there as well. If that's the case, you should leave with them, Madeline said in a cold tone. Brofin didn't respond. Cassimy is here. So Dokabel is the last one. That's right, it's lazy. Dokabel is a phantom beast heading to the Overwatch base? Angor wondered. Brofin nodded. Dokabel is the strongest of all the phantom beasts in captivity. But it's always lazy. It always takes 3 or 4 days to complete a day's journey. Fortunately, Xianxia is the one controlling it this time. She should be more diligent. After the apprentices boarded Cassimi, the wizards followed suit. Every time, the number of people who went to Sky Island was the highest. After all, it was the safest place. After Kasi Somi left with light steps, only a few people were left at the entrance of the Winter Palace. Including Angor, there were only a dozen apprentices left. Brofin, Madeline, and Vifit was the only wizard left. Under the guidance of the fat gerbil, Vifit walked to them with a crooked body and a walking stick. Since there were only 3 wizards left in the party, Vifit's didn't mind. However, he couldn't help but sigh in his mind. Brofin and Vifit, the 2 most important wizards in the supply team, were both going to the Overwatch base. Vifit, Brofit's voice, Vifit, yours is? Vifit lowered his eyes. My goal is the inner layer of the abyss. I can go anywhere. You want to go to the inner layer? Then why did you choose the Overwatch base? Which outpost isn't safer than this place? Brofin was confused. There was no such thing as safe in the abyss, but the Fringe Forest was right next to Demon City, which meant it was much more dangerous than other places. Well, I have my reasons for choosing the Overwatch base. Vifit narrowed his eyes and glanced at Angor for a second. Angor. Vifit paused for a second. Angor looked up at Vifit. Vifit quickly changed the topic. Mr. Phantom is also at the Overwatch base. Last time, I tried to ask Angor about the Evernight Kingdom, but he refused. So I had to ask Mr. Phantom. The Evernight Kingdom is already spreading to the Richland Kingdom, and Moxa Westland can't just stand by and watch. The Evernight Kingdom? Brofin looked at Vifit and Angor in confusion. He had a feeling that Vifit was hiding something from him. But he didn't ask for more details. He went to the Overwatch base because he wanted to find Mr. Phantom, but he also had other reasons. Just like Xianxia and Madeline, both of them had their own reasons for going to the Overwatch base. As long as they didn't interfere with each other's business, Brofin didn't need to look into it. 2 hours after Cassimi left, the snowstorm finally stopped, and the ground began to tremble. At the same time, a series of muffled noises came from afar. Dokabel is finally here. Brofin sensed the familiar footsteps and sighed. They had to wait for another 5 minutes before they finally saw a giant shadow at the edge of the snowfield. He was curious about Dokabel's appearance, but before he could focus on the shape of the shadow, he heard something buzzing in his ears. I know, I'm already at my limit. Please don't rush me. The buzzing noise was accompanied by the clear sound of a bell. You call that speeding up? Listen to it yourself. How low is the frequency of the bell? Xianxia's angry voice overpowered the buzzing noise. As he wondered, he heard the bells ringing faster. Before, they sounded like a gentle breeze, but now they were clear and pleasant to the ears. But now, the frequency of the bell was completely different. It sounded like a storm was blowing at it. Xianxia sounded even angrier. I told you to speed up, not to blow at the bell. Anyway, the bell is ringing faster now. The buzzing noise came again. As the shadow approached, Angor finally saw what Dokabel looked like. It was a giant white bear with the size of a snowy mountain. There was an ice church on the bear's back, and a bell on the steeple of the church was swinging in the wind. At this moment, White Bear raised his head and blew at the bell on the steeple. Xianxia was standing at the entrance of the church, pointing at the bear's head and cursing. Finally, he realized that it was this white bear that was fighting Xianxia. Dokabel was Xianxia's pet. Finally, we're at the Winter Palace. The white bear looked relieved. It laid down on the ground and kicked up a cloud of snow. Great! Time to rest. Don't even think about resting. Xianxia scolded. She turned to the other apprentices. Only those who are going to the Overwatch base are left. Good. Everyone, get on. We're leaving now. Hurry up, or Dokabel will take at least 2 or 3 days to wake up, Brofin said as he quickly flew up to the church behind the white bear. Before Angor could get a better look at Dokabel, Madeline had already dragged him to the entrance of the church. When the last apprentice stepped onto the bear's back, Sennefer's voice came again. "If you dare to sleep, I'll break your door." Sennefer's voice was accompanied by a fiery aura. Dokabel's eyelids were half closed. It wanted to take a nap, but Sennefer's anger made it tremble. After hesitating for a while, it stood up again. Unwillingly, Dokabel began to walk toward the depths of the snowfield. "Run. If you can't reach the border forest in 2 days, I'll let you have a taste of fire and ice." Sennefer's threat made Dokabel whimper. If it were anyone else, Dokabel would have walked at its own pace. But this time, Sennefer was the one in charge of the supply team. More importantly, Sennefer was going to the Overwatch base. Dokabel kept crying along the way. Meanwhile, on Dokabel's back, Angor followed Madeline's instructions and applied some Xianxia flower fragrance on his body. The fragrance of Xianxia flower fragrance couldn't be detected by one's sense of smell. It was like drinking water. In fact, this was very normal. Although the word fragrance was in the word, many alchemy fragrances had no smell at all. They didn't only affect one's sense of smell. Instead, they affected one's mind. It was just like the Salomon perfume that many witches sought after. While the external scent was important, what it truly affected was the other party's spiritual senses, not their sense of smell. The Xianxia flower fragrance was the same. Angor couldn't smell it himself, but it could affect any monster or demon that approached him. After applying the Xianxia flower fragrance on his body, Angor entered the church. There weren't many people who went to the Overwatch base, so the church made of ice and snow was quite spacious. Still, Angor could feel the tension in the air as soon as he stepped inside. "If we follow this route, we'll pass by the Silent Coast after leaving the snowfield." But Dokabel said something happened to the Silent Coast when it came here from the border forest. "Normally, there aren't many monsters around, but there are still some. But this time, we didn't see any of them." It was Sennefer who spoke. She was standing in the center of the church while the others gathered around her. "Why are there no monsters around? Did someone clean them up?" Dokabel didn't find any signs of fighting. "It's very likely that the monsters left on their own accord." Sennefer paused for a moment before she continued, "The monsters left on their own accord, either because of the geography of the area, or something even more powerful has arrived at the Silent Coast. Let's take the worst-case scenario into consideration. We need to be careful when we pass by the Silent Coast," Madeline said. "If that's the case, can we take a different route?" Madeline asked. "There are 3 options. First, we can turn around and go through the ruins. This route will take us at least 2 weeks. The longer we wait, the more unpredictable the situation will become. Second, we can keep going through the Silent Dead Sea. There's no way we'll be able to cross the Silent Dead Sea. The other is the branch of the demon monastery. Since they were walking through the ruins, it didn't matter if it took a long time. But even so, there was no guarantee that they would be safe. Instead, the longer they waited, the more unpredictable the situation would become. As for the Silent Coast, it was only a guess whether they would run into any danger. Besides, Dokabel didn't run into any danger last time. When did Dokabel pass by the Silent Coast? Brofin suddenly asked. 2 weeks ago, Sennefer said. Everyone was speechless. Indeed, the Overwatch base was very far away from the Winter Palace. A mortal might not be able to get there even if they walked for a year. However, for a phantasmal beast like Dokabel, a week was more than enough to travel from the Overwatch bastion to the Winter Palace of Neil Ting via the Silent Coast route. And yet, it only took Dokabel 2 weeks to travel from the Silent Coast to the Winter Palace. How lazy could it be? 2 weeks? Even if a powerful figure did come, they would have left already, Brofin said. Brofin continued, "There's no way that a powerhouse would choose to stay in the remote and barren Silent Coast. The powerful figure in the 3rd level of the abyss is most likely a demon. If it's a demon, it wouldn't stay at the Silent Coast. It would probably go to the demon monastery on the other side of the Silent Coast," Biffy added. Sennefer had the same idea. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. It was better to bring up the potential danger ahead of time rather than trying to figure out how to deal with it in the nick of time. After some discussion, the group decided to continue on the silent coast. If they did run into a powerful figure, Brofin could just inject the boiling blood he extracted from Bichimos into Dokabel's body and make it go berserk for a short time. With all of its attributes increased, Dokabel would be faster than a Truthfinder wizard. It should be able to escape. After making the decision, the group sped up. However, Dokabel wanted to rest all the time. For it, hard work would lead to fat loss, and laziness would lead to fat gain. Still, no matter how much it wanted to gain weight, it had no choice but to give in under Sennefer's violent urging. On the snowy plains, their journey was very smooth. However, when they were about to leave the snowy plains, they encountered a snow wind demoness. After passing through the snowy plains, there was a continuous mountain range. The place where they met the snow wind demoness was in the narrow crevice between two snowy mountains. Accompanied by the howling wind, a banshee with the lower half of her body wrapped in wind and snow blocked the only path. Her entire body was emitting the power of frost. The sky was dark all year round, making it impossible to see her face clearly. Her hair fluttered in the wind. For a moment, everyone thought they were looking at another Sennefer. Should we continue? A buzzing sound came from Dokabel's mouth. She looks quite powerful. Why don't we find a place to rest first and wait for her to leave before we go? Keep going, Sennefer ordered, her face expressionless. Kill her. She hasn't made a move yet, so why waste her energy? Doji Bill continued. She didn't do anything. But don't tell me you can't sense her malice? Sennefer asked impatiently. Dokabel stopped talking. Compared to humans, it was much more sensitive to emotions. Even from afar, it could sense the dense evil intent of the banshee. This kind of evil intent was not uncommon among abyssal demons. For example, the supreme cult in the wizarding world used justice as their trump card to expel and kill all foreign creatures who tried to sneak into the abyss. They were backed by the will of the abyss. Similarly, the will of the abyss was also hostile to invaders like the wizards who tried to steal from the abyss. And this display of hostility was why the vast majority of demonic creatures in the abyss were filled with malice towards outsiders. How about this? You can do it after I get there. Dokabel was still bargaining. Killing a snowwind demoness shouldn't be too difficult for it, but every bit of energy it wasted would reduce its weight. It wasn't worth it. Keep talking and I'll throw you into the sea when we reach the silent coast. Sennefer's voice came out from between her teeth. She was at the end of her patience. Of course, Dokabel knew how dangerous the silent Dead Sea was. It shuddered and stopped arguing with Sennefer. Instead, it dashed forward and decided to use sprint to kill the banshee in one strike. As Dokabel moved, the bells on top of the church began to jingle. Dokabel's lazy aura instantly turned serious as it locked onto the banshee's location. Angor was also outside the church. He carefully observed Dokabel as it approached the banshee. The banshee's lower body was made of wind and snow, while her upper body was humanoid. Her hair was covered with a pair of curved horns, and her eyes were filled with malice. In a flash of white light, a large amount of ice shards appeared around Dokabel and shot at the banshee. Ah! The demoness uttered an indescribable cry. The ice fragments fell on her body, but they disappeared without a trace. They didn't cause any harm to her. Dokabel leaped up and aimed at the banshee with its giant paw. It was so fast that the banshee couldn't dodge in time and was crushed into pieces. However, the fragments turned into mist and soon were formed into the shape of a banshee beside Dokabel. The banshee let out a strange laugh. A blizzard came and blocked everyone's sight. Angor frowned and tried to figure out what just happened. Suddenly, he sensed that something was wrong. A cold, murderous aura hidden in the snow suddenly appeared behind him. In everyone's eyes, the banshee arrived with the wind. She suddenly showed up and pointed at Angor with a ferocious expression on her face. The banshee changed her target to Angor because Angor was too obvious. Among all the wizards on Dokabel's back, Angor was the weakest one. Since she could not defeat Dokabel in a short time, and the other wizards were not easy to deal with, the banshee decided to kill the weakest one first before deciding whether to run or fight. She picked Angor as her target. The banshee's stealth ability even fooled Sennefer and allowed her to appear behind Angor. watch out. Madeline dashed to Angor's side. However, Madeline was too slow. The banshee's sharp nails were about to pierce into Angor's body with the wind swirling around them. Before anyone could react, Angor suddenly disappeared and reappeared on the other side of the church. At the same time, a raging fire appeared where he was standing. The fire was weak, much weaker than the banshee's frost, so it quickly disappeared. However, the banshee's action caught everyone's attention. Not only did Angor dodge the attack, but he also launched a counterattack. Could they do the same if they were in Angor's shoes? Brofin asked himself. If he were in Angor's shoes, he would probably use his bloodline to protect himself. However, he couldn't dodge the attack perfectly. Angor moved so fast that only Sennefer could see what happened. Even Sennefer couldn't understand what Angor did in that split second. Soul ejection, sequence of gravity, fire ignition, and soul return. Sennefer quickly made up her mind. It wasn't a secret that Angor had the sequence of gravity. When his music box was sold at a whopping price of 200,000 magic crystals, the magazine already found out about him. People even guessed that Angor could only use the sequence of gravity after ejecting his soul. However, it wasn't easy to use cantrips while ejecting one's soul. It wouldn't be strange if Angor was a wizard since he or she could learn Soul Link, which was a common soul manipulator spell that most wizards would learn. But he was only an apprentice who could only learn about cantrips. How could he learn Soul Link? Sennefer couldn't figure it out. She clearly saw that Angor didn't use any tools. He was using his own power to do so. Could it be that there was a way to use elemental magic without using the path of Soul Link? As Sennefer pondered, Madeline's attack had already reached the banshee's back. If the snow demoness had escaped before, it would have been fine. However, now that she had been targeted by an official magus, it would be difficult for her to escape. With a flash of red light, the burning thorns restrained the banshee. Under the scorching heat of the fire, the banshee did not even last 10 seconds before she dissipated into the air. Madeline finally came to Angor's side with a puzzled look. She wanted to ask how Angor managed to escape from the banshee, but when she saw the curious looks from the others, she changed the topic. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Madeline nodded and didn't ask anything else. Brofin and the others were a little disappointed, but they didn't really want to ask Angor for more details. "See? You guys took care of her quickly." "You didn't even need me," Dokabel said. "First time I've ever seen you use ice on an elemental creature made of wind and snow." Sennefer's mocking voice reached Dokabel's ears. "At the same time, you're the only one who can do something as stupid as using physical attacks against elemental creatures." Dokabel pouted. "I've never seen an elemental creature before." Angor was a little surprised when he heard Sennefer and Dokabel's conversation. The banshee was an elemental creature. He had seen elemental spirits created by wizards before, but this was the first time he saw an elemental creature born in nature. The mention of elemental creatures reminded him of the map he saw in the Shannon Palace. "Are elemental creatures rare?" Angor asked curiously. "Not exactly. There are many elemental creatures in the wizarding world. Wizards can even raise elemental spirits in a special way and turn them into elemental creatures. But it takes a long time to do so. However, naturally born elemental creatures are indeed relatively rare, because these elemental creatures can only be born when they meet special environmental requirements and some harsh restrictions." Angor nodded. It was almost the same as what he had learned. But that was not what he wanted to know. "Is there a world that only has elemental creatures?" Angor asked casually. "A world with pure elemental creatures? I've never heard of such a thing. But the general plane hasn't been explored yet, so maybe." Madeline chuckled. "But if such a world is discovered, most wizards will go crazy over it." "Crazy? Why?" Angor was surprised. "There's a strange relationship between wizards and elemental creatures." As Madeline explained, Angor began to understand what elemental creatures meant to wizards. First of all, having an elemental creature could help a wizard with his or her elemental training. Apart from a few rare cases, most wizards would dabble in elemental spells. Studying elemental creatures would also shorten the time needed for cross-discipline training. Second, elemental creatures could also be used as mediums to cast elemental spells. As long as the elemental creature's energy was not depleted in one go, it would slowly recover after some time. Also, elemental creatures could be quite powerful if they were properly trained. They could even be used as helpers. When you become a wizard, you can start cultivating elemental creatures. If you can capture a naturally born elemental creature, you can save a lot of time. Madeline also compared natural elemental creatures with nurtured ones. Both had their advantages and disadvantages. In terms of support, there was no difference between the two. However, nurturing elemental creatures took too much time and magic materials. Still, nurturing an elemental creature could be done according to one's will. Naturally born elemental creatures were not easy to tame. Besides, elemental creatures were rare in nature. It was not easy to find one that suited one's needs. Of course, if it's a world where only elemental creatures exist, then it's much easier to find a suitable elemental creature. Wizards will naturally go crazy over this. After listening to Madeline's explanation, Angor realized something. He had seen Bogula's fire element spirit before, and he guessed that Bogula was trying to cultivate it into an elemental creature. However, he still had a doubt, since elemental creatures are so hard to come by, why did you kill that snow wind witch? The elementium energy in the abyss is too explosive and difficult to control. It may not be of much use to an adept. Furthermore, that evil intent that seemed to materialize just now has already shown that it is very difficult to tame, so there is no need to keep it alive. Madeline gave Angor a puzzled look. So you're interested in elemental creatures? This is the first time I've met you. I am indeed a little interested. Although elemental creatures are rare, it's not like they don't exist. The next time we encounter elemental creatures like the Snow Witch, I can help you catch them. Angor quickly shook his head. He only said that because he thought of the tidal realm, not because he really wanted to capture elemental creatures. Since Angor refused, Madeline didn't insist. She still preferred to cultivate elemental creatures on her own. Dokabel continued to chatter, and the group returned to the Frost Church. Angor felt a little relieved after listening to Madeline's explanation. It seemed that no one else knew about the tidal realm. If the tidal plane was discovered, it would be just as Madeline had said. Most adepts would go crazy over it. It seemed he had to keep it a secret for now. Still, he wasn't sure if the tidal realm was really behind the small door of the Shannon Royal Palace. All of his deductions were based on the incomplete map that the magic painter-sorcerer had drawn. He would have to wait until he found out what was behind the door and decide if he should reveal the secret to the public. 2 hours later, Dokabel passed through layers upon layers of mountains and finally arrived at the intersection of the mountains and seas. They could already see the Silent Sea from afar. The sky above the silent Dead Sea was enveloped by a strange aura. Even if they didn't go into the sea, they could still feel the terrifying aura that made them want to avoid it. Through the window of the church, Angor also saw the lifeless ocean that looked like a Dead Sea. According to some legends, a demon god from the deepest parts of the Dead Sea once perished here. Later, Mr. Monkey came to investigate and confirmed that it was just a legend. However, he also told Angor that there was a great danger lurking beneath the sea. Not only were there many powerful monsters, some of which were even stronger than him. However, those monsters usually lived in the sea and wouldn't come to land. Even if they did, they wouldn't pose as much of a threat to wizards in the sea. Anyway, as long as one didn't go into the sea, the Silent Coast should be safe. However, was the Silent Coast really safe now? Angor shifted his gaze from the dark sea to the nearby coast. The so-called coast wasn't a beach. Instead, it was a barren mountain range on top of a cliff. There were only a few strange rocks and barely any plants. Angor couldn't see further because of the undulating mountain range. But when he looked closer, he saw nothing. Normally, there would be monsters near the sea after leaving the snow mountain range. But now, as Dokabel said, there's not a single one. Diffit's expression was solemn. He had to be cautious when dealing with the abnormal situation in this area. Let's keep moving forward. Just be on your guard. Sennefer glanced at Brofin. You too. If anything happens, tell Dokabel to go berserk. Dokabel finally set foot on the path of the Silent Coast while everyone was solemnly dealing with the situation. Perhaps Dokabel sensed the Strange atmosphere, so it didn't need Xianxia to tell it to hurry up. Instead, it picked up its pace. Not only that, it also purposely lowered its footsteps to avoid attracting the attention of those hiding in the dark. Dokabel's sudden change in behavior caused the apprentices in the church to become even more nervous. Time passed, and Dokabel picked up its pace. Nothing happened so far, but the pressure on everyone's mind didn't lessen at all. They still needed half a day to get out of the silent coast. In this state of high tension, some of the apprentices began to feel suspicious just from the slightest movement of the grass. I think I heard something. Like a heartbeat. But it's so loud. One of the apprentices trembled. Brofen looked back and chuckled. That's your heartbeat, don't you? Why do I feel the wind getting weaker? Why is it so quiet? Because I closed the window, Angor said. There were quite a few apprentices who were scared of themselves. It was almost like an emotional infection, which caused them to experience auditory and visual hallucinations. Brofen shook his head. He looked at the apprentices and then back at Angor, which was a stark contrast. I don't even know where I've gone after living for so many years. I can't even compare to a teenager. Brofen shook his head inwardly. It was no wonder that they had been stuck at the abyss for so many years, unable to make any progress. Did you hear that? Brofen thought the apprentice was being paranoid again and was about to scold him. However, when he turned around, he saw that it was Xianxia who was frowning. Xianxia didn't look like she was faking it. She wouldn't scare them like this. What's that? Vifit tapped his walking stick on the ground and released a strange energy. The ears of the fat gerbil under his feet instantly grew several times bigger. The gerbil's ears twitched, and so did Vifit's. Yes. Someone's. Vifit tried to find the right words but didn't know how to describe it. The sound was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. It sounded like someone was praying, but it also sounded like a chant. But it didn't seem to be expressed in words. Brofen listened attentively. After a while, he frowned. I think I hear birds. Ahem. That's Angor's familiar, Vifit reminded him. Brofen looked back and saw Angor talking to the bird named Toby in a low voice. Brofen didn't know what to say. Toby told me that someone's singing. Angor looked at the others. Singing? Brofen was confused. To be precise, it's humming. Yeah. It's a hum. Vifit finally realized what was going on. He didn't know how to describe the hum until Angor mentioned it. Xianxia nodded. Hum. But I don't think there's any energy fluctuation. No matter what it is, if there's a hum, it means there's life here. We either have to find it or avoid it, Brofen said. As Dokabel moved forward, the hum grew louder. Looks like we're heading for that hum. It won't be easy to avoid it. Maybe it already found us. Who's humming? What's the song about? No one knew for sure. As the humming sound became clearer, Dokabel slowed down. Every step it took was very cautious. Angor also heard the song, which sounded a little sentimental. If Angor ignored the depressing atmosphere in the church and tried to listen to the humming without subjectivity, he would find that the humming was quite beautiful. It made his heart itch a little. But under the surface of preparation, there was an unsettled sadness. Angor might not be a musician himself, but as a descendant of a noble family, he had to learn how to appreciate music. The sorrow hidden beneath the love, Angor muttered. What was the song trying to express? It sounded like it was remembering someone. While Angor was still trying to figure out what the humming meant, Dokabel had already reached a stone tablet. Strange. I didn't see this tablet when I came here. Dokabel lowered its voice and spoke to the people in the church. Everyone looked at the tablet. The shape of the tablet wasn't regular. It looked like a piece of broken rock. However, Dokabel called it a tablet because there was an inscription on it. The inscriptions were written in a language he had never seen before. But for some reason, just looking at the strange lines of the inscriptions, Angor felt a strong sense of sadness, as well as a tinge of unwillingness. It's Abyss language, Madeline whispered. There were 3 languages known to wizards on the surface of the Abyss: Demon language, Ancient Demon language, and Abyss language. As their names suggested, Demon language and Ancient Demon language were both demons' languages. However, ancient demon language was more elegant and powerful. Only a few demons with ancient heritages could understand it. The abyssal language was an even more widespread language, similar to the common language of the sorcerer world. Normally, it was used by the natives of the abyss, but most demons and magical creatures could understand the abyssal language. The inscription says, "The resting place of the Undying Brigade." When Madeline read it aloud, everyone looked at each other. Is it the Undying Brigade? Brofin frowned. I don't know, but rumor has it that after the Undying Squadron went on an expedition, they never returned. Could this be the resting place of the expeditionary army? Diffit was surprised. As they discussed, Angor began to understand what was going on. Immortal Street was the settlement city where the detainees of the Cinder Rock would eventually be transferred to. It was actually built by humans, half-blood demons, and some abyssal natives. The reason why it was named Immortal Street was because the Aboriginals wanted to pay tribute to their most powerful army, the Immortal Brigade. According to the inscriptions here, the resting place of the Undying Squadron was here. But why was there no inscriptions here before? Did someone erect the inscription here not long ago? Could the person who erected the monument be the one who hummed the song? Shall we go forward or circle around? Brofin asked. Even if we take a detour, where can we go? The members of the Undying Squadron were all half-blooded demons. If someone is paying respects to them, their strength shouldn't be too strong. Sennefer paused for a moment. After all, we owe the half-blooded demons a favor when we built Immortal Street. Let's go inside and take a look. If what the inscription says is true, we should bring the remains of the Undying Squadron back to Immortal Street. No one objected to Sennefer's decision. Dokabel began to move forward, but Sennefer also ordered it not to run. It was really the resting place of the Undead Brigade. Running would disturb their sleep. Besides, running would only anger the person who erected the monument. Dokabel continued forward for a while. Suddenly, the sky outside turned dark. Sennefer pushed open the door of the church and walked outside. The light outside was incomparably dim, as if it was night time. In the abyss, it was difficult to distinguish between day and night. There was no distinction between black and white. It was always drowsy. But now, the sky was completely dark, as if it was a moonless night. Sennefer's expression was gloomy. I think we've entered an alternate dimension. Even the rampaging elements were much quieter in the darkness. This was clearly different from when they were on the Silent Coast. Dokabel followed Sennefer's order and retreated, but it still didn't leave the darkness. If we can't get out, let's keep moving, Sennefer said. Let's go to the humming. Although they had come to this strange place, the sky had changed, the environment had changed, and even the activity of the elements had changed. However, there was one thing that didn't change, the humming. It was still echoing in their ears, and it was even clearer. Dokabel walked in the direction of the humming for half a minute. The group standing in front of the church's door saw something strange. A large number of tombstones and sarcophagi were in front of them. Brofin frowned. Is this the graveyard of the Undying Squadron? It doesn't matter. The humming is right in front of us. Let's go check it out. Dokabel kept moving forward. As they entered the graveyard, they also saw some inscriptions on the tombstones. The symbols on the tombstones basically confirmed that the Undying Squadron was the expeditionary army worshipped by the Aboriginals of the Abyss. Even so, they didn't touch the sarcophagi. Instead, they decided to meet the hummer first. After a while, Dokabel stopped. Everyone looked at each other in confusion when they saw a brightly lit room in front of them. There was a brightly lit room in the depths of the graveyard. It didn't seem strange. Perhaps it was where the gravekeeper lived. But this room was very different. It wasn't just a room. It was a bar. There was no sign, but the wooden bars and the cloth that was brightly illuminated by the lights inside indicated that this was a bar. There was also a large word written in abyssal on the cloth, liquor. Below the cloth, they saw some tables and chairs, as well as a bar counter. The breeze in the cemetery blew gently, causing the cloth to sway up and down. Through the gap between the shaking, they could even see a pair of pale hands with painted nails on the bar counter, mixing drinks with great rhythm. The humming they had heard earlier was coming from the bar. Everyone had different expressions, but they were all confused. Why was there a bar here? Could it be that this bar was a place to treat ghosts to drinks in this desolate cemetery? Who are they trying to fool? Xianxia jumped off Dokabel and walked towards the bar without hesitation. But before she could get close, she heard a dull sound of stones grinding against each other. She turned around and saw a sarcophagus being pushed open. She frowned and looked over. A hand reached out and grabbed the edge of the sarcophagus. The hand was covered by armor, so she couldn't see what was inside. With a sharp metallic sound, a humanoid figure stood up from the sarcophagus. It was a fully armored knight with a broadsword on his back. However, the armor was old and the broadsword was broken in half. There were also signs of corrosion on it. As soon as the knight appeared, not only Xianxia, but also the others were ready to fight. But something unexpected happened. The knight didn't care about the tense atmosphere and simply walked into the bar with his boots. When Knight walked into the bar and lifted the curtain, everyone could vaguely see a woman with a graceful figure behind the bar counter. The humming stopped for a moment, as if someone was trying to entertain the knight. Is he really treating a ghost to a drink? Angor was also outside the church. He could not help but wonder. Xianxia snorted and walked into the bar without hesitation. She was still cursing Lucien in her mind. However, when she tried to step inside, a gentle barrier of light suddenly appeared at the entrance of the bar and knocked her away. Xianxia was sent flying, but the force didn't do her any harm. She adjusted her posture in the air and landed on the ground steadily. As soon as she landed, Xianxia's eyes flashed with anger. She raised her fists and swung them at the bar. However, as soon as the flames touched the barrier, they were repelled. Xianxia used the same amount of force as she cast the spell, and the barrier gave her the same amount of force. Fortunately, Xianxia was only testing the waters. Otherwise, she would have been injured by the recoil of the force. It seemed that the bar in the graveyard wasn't going to entertain Xianxia. Xianxia looked inside the bar with a hint of fear in her eyes. She didn't feel anything when she tried the barrier the first time. But the second time, she sensed something was wrong. That light wall faintly emitted a terrifying aura. This aura was incomparably powerful. Even if she wasn't cursed, she still couldn't be compared to that aura. Perhaps only Sir Monchi could compare. In other words, the one who set up the barrier was at least a level 3 truthfinder. Xianxia didn't know whether the man was in the bar or not, but she knew she couldn't act recklessly. If something went wrong, she wouldn't even have enough time to construct a plain passageway. Xianxia's expression changed. She turned to the bartender and said, "I was just craving for alcohol. Forgive me for my rudeness." After Xianxia apologized, the bar became quiet again. However, the humming stopped. She continued, "I wonder if I can go in and have a drink." As soon as Xianxia's voice trailed off, the people in the bar finally responded. "Humans?" It was a voice that made everyone's scalp go numb. It was soft and alluring. It was as beautiful and melodious as flowing out of the best musical instrument. More importantly, Xianxia was speaking in Abyss language, while the people in the bar spoke in the common tongue. Were they humans? Xianxia quickly changed her language. "Yes, we're humans. And we're allies of the Undying Brigade." The people on Dokabel's back looked at each other with serious expressions. They knew that Xianxia's attitude had placed herself in a disadvantageous position. Xianxia believed that the enemy was far stronger than her. If that was the case, they had to be careful. Moreover, it was clear that the Dark Night graveyard was the territory of that expert. It was difficult for them to guess what the other party was thinking. "If anything happens, I'll open the plain passageway by force. Come with me," Madeline spoke to Angor using voice transmission. Angor nodded with a serious look. Madeline was preparing for the worst by opening a plain passageway in the Abyss Plane, where space was unstable. On the other hand, after Xianxia introduced herself, a low chuckle came from the bar that would make most men's blood boil. "It's been 1,000 years since the last Grave Knight died. Since when did the Undying Brigade have a human ally?" Xianxia wasn't sure who this person was. She didn't know who he was and why he spoke in the common tongue. The Undying Brigade went on an expedition, but the relatives of the Grave Knights didn't go with them. They stayed on the surface and waited for their return. After so many years, a new settlement was born. We have a friendly alliance with this settlement. Since there was a stone tablet outside the bar that said this place was the resting place of the Undying Brigade, Xianxia didn't think so. Xianxia could only assume that the person she was talking to in the bar was a friend of the Undying Brigade. I see. The voice in the bar was still emotionless. But that's the work of the Undying Brigade. What does it have to do with the Undying Brigade? We want to bring the remains of the Undying Brigade back to give our allies an explanation. Explanation? If you want the remains, why don't you talk to them personally? She asked with an emotionless smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the cemetery suddenly changed. The quiet energy that he had felt before was slowly becoming strange. Dokabel suddenly spoke in a low voice. Something is moving under the ground. No, it's bones. They're coming out of the ground. Brofen looked around with a serious expression. A large number of skeletons in ragged clothes crawled out of the ground. The entire cemetery was instantly surrounded by piles of bones. At a glance, it looked like a sea of bones. But that wasn't the end of it. One coffin after another was pushed open, and the knights sleeping in the coffins were awakened. Their eyes glowed with blood-red light, and they stood up one by one. So these are the bones of the Undying Brigade? Could these knights be the elites of the Undead Brigade? The Grave Knights? Brofen asked in surprise. If you have the time to investigate their identities, why don't you think about how to deal with them? Madeline snorted. The Undying Brigade, which had disappeared for thousands of years, was awakened from their long slumber. The first thing they did when they woke up was to glare at all the humans present. Fighting was inevitable. Sir, what is the meaning of this? Xianxia raised her voice and asked the man in the bar. Aren't you going to take their bones away? Aren't you going to ask for their opinion first? A humming voice came from the bar. The humming before was a sad and seductive one. His humming now was obviously filled with a murderous aura. The humming went around the army of skeletons. The eyes of the Undying Brigade were filled with hatred for the living. In a bar that no one could see, behind the bar, an enchanting woman with dark red lips was humming. After she finished humming, she said in an extremely low voice, "What a pity, what I hate the most is humans. You lured them to the land of rest just to kill them?" The armored knight sitting in front of the bar drank the clear yellow liquid in his glass in one gulp. I didn't lure them here. They came to me on their own. Her red lips moved. The power of the resting ground is leaking out. I thought it was the demons from the monastery, but it's the humans. The knight was silent for a moment. They're not lying. Our descendants might have allied with the humans. So what? Since when did half-blood demons have a groundless sense of responsibility for their descendants, just like humans? Plus, I don't have any descendants. The battle was about to begin. A large number of skeletons rushed towards Xianxia and Dokabel with all kinds of weapons in their hands. They're not that strong, but there are too many of them. Could it be that they were all summoned by the person in the bar? Madeline immediately understood the situation. Our safety is not a problem, but if we are careless, the apprentices might. I'll protect the Frost Church. If we have to, I'll let the apprentices into my alchemy workshop. Brofen stepped forward. Madeline and Vifit nodded and flew out. They formed a triangular barrier with Xianxia and attacked the skeletons coming from different directions. Don't hold back. Xianxia gave everyone a meaningful glance. Their biggest enemy wasn't the skeletons, but the man in the bar. The skeletons weren't that strong, so they posed no threat to the wizards. However, there were simply too many of them. Plus, the skeletons had the ability to regenerate, which made it difficult for them to kill them. However, there were still some skeletons that managed to slip through the triangular defense line. These skeletons were kicked away by Dokabel at first. Later, Angor set up an illusion and guided the skeletons to move around in circles. Brofen thought he would have to do it himself, but it seemed that Angor's illusion was the most effective one. Since they couldn't kill them, they might as well trap them. However, there was a limit to the number of skeletons he could trap. Every strike from the skeletons contained energy ripples. If there were too many of them, Angor would not be able to keep up with the consumption rate even if he kept replenishing his illusion nodes. It seemed that this inexplicable battle was about to reach a stalemate. The armored knights finally joined the fray. As soon as the armored knight appeared on the battlefield, the skeleton soldiers naturally retreated to the side, just like how they did when they were alive, leaving the battlefield open for the armored knight to fight. These knights were all powerful half-blood demons when they were alive. They might have lost some of their power after death, but most of them were still as strong as wizards. Against at least 15 adept-level combatants, even if they could barely handle it, they would have to give it their all. It wasn't a good idea to go all out against these skeletons. Let's retreat and find a way out. Xianxia only stayed here because she wanted to see what the man in the bar would do. She wanted to talk to the man in the bar, but it seemed that the man wasn't going to give her any chance. There was no point in wasting time here. They didn't attack the skeletons because they wanted to observe the situation. Now that they had nowhere to run, they didn't hesitate. However, as soon as they left the graveyard, a light barrier appeared in front of them. It was exactly the same as the one outside the bar. No matter what they did, they couldn't break it. Instead, they were the ones who got hurt. Xianxia's expression turned gloomy. She had been hoping that the person who set up the barrier wasn't in the bar, but now she knew that the person who set it up wasn't in the bar. Otherwise, with the other party's strength, there was no need for him to use so many tricks to kill them. Now that she saw the light barrier behind her, she was sure of it. The man who was stronger than her was probably in the bar. And it was probably the woman who talked to her before. So she's determined not to let us leave. Madeline looked at Xianxia. What should we do now? Should we open a plain passageway? Xianxia's expression darkened. Opening a plain passageway was the last option. In the abyss, no one could guarantee that they would be able to leave the plain passageway safely. Plain passageways might be an opportunity, but even wizards couldn't survive if they were in danger. Xianxia didn't answer Madeline's question directly. Instead, she told her speculation. There's a powerful being in there? But if she wants to kill us, she doesn't have to go through all this trouble, does she? Brofin asked. Maybe she's just toying with us. Everyone remained silent. The graveyard knights were right in front of them, and they couldn't break through the light barrier behind them. There was also a powerful being looking down at them from above. It looked like there was only one way out left. Should we open a plain passageway and take a gamble? Xianxia sighed. I don't think there's anything else we can do now. Before Xianxia could finish her sentence, a voice interrupted her. Wait. It was Angor, who was standing behind Madeline. He was looking up with a strange expression. No one dared to criticize Angor. Thanks to Angor's identity as an alchemist, they didn't. Wait. Angor shouted because they were in a very dangerous situation. Opening a plain passageway was too risky, and he might not be able to make it out alive. So, he thought of another way. Back when he was still immortal, he met Toby on the Redbud. Toby gave him a cup of morning dew and gave him a golden card. Later, he traded the card for a creation dish at Grea's Barbie's restaurant, which he never used until now. It was Section Ephemera. Section Ephemera was a miraculous item created by Grea, which could open a passage between two different worlds. There were 3 restrictions to using the Section Ephemera. First, the Section Ephemera could only open up a one-time two-way channel. Second, the use of the Section Ephemera had to be in a stable plane. Third, the user needed to know the coordinates of the other world. These 3 conditions could all be met under the current circumstances. For example, stable plane. Wizards who used a plain passageway in Abyss Plane might encounter an unstable space and die, but that was only possible when traveling through a plain passageway. If he only wanted to open a passage between 2 worlds, he already met the requirement of stable plane. There was also the problem of otherworldly coordinates. One of the reasons why he never used Section Ephemera was because he was too weak to know the coordinates. Now that there were so many wizards around, locating the coordinates was a piece of cake. Now that his life was in danger, Angor decided to tell them about the Section Ephemera. Hold on. However, just as he extended his mental power into the bracelet and was about to take out the Section Ephemera, he discovered something strange. Inside his bracelet, there was something that was flashing with a faint red light. That was why Angor's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Madeline frowned when she saw Angor's strange expression. Xianxia also gave him a cold stare. If you have something to say, say it now. Don't waste our time. Angor hesitated. Instead of taking out the section ephemera, he took out the glowing item and placed it on his palm. Everyone looked at it. It was a drop of blood that had condensed into a bead. It was as scarlet as a flame and as bright as colored glass. Moreover, it exuded a strong aura of truth. Xianxia sensed something familiar from the drop of blood. That's... Xianxia's eyes widened. Sunder's blood? Angor nodded. Yes, I just noticed that the blood left by my professor started to glow. I've never seen it before. Xianxia gave Angor a thoughtful look when she saw the red glow of the blood. He's using his blood to locate you. Xianxia paused for a moment and continued, people say that Sunders is a cold-hearted man. Now, it seems that there's still room for discussion. Sunders was also in the third level of the abyss, which meant he was trying to get closer to Angor. Angor was surprised. If Xianxia was right, there was a level 3 truthfinder in the bar, which meant Sunders wouldn't be able to do anything. Sunders might even lose one of his men. Xianxia shook her head and said, that's right. Madeline saw Angor's confusion and said, if Mr. Phantom comes, we might have a chance to escape. As long as Sunders approached Angor, he would be able to communicate with Angor through his blood. When that happened, Sunders could easily find the coordinates of the stable space outside and coordinate with them to perform a short-distance space jump. This way, they would be able to avoid the risk of unstable space energy and escape from this sealed space. Let's not open a plain passageway for now. It won't take long for Sunders to get here. Xianxia's expression softened a little. She didn't want to use a plain passageway unless it was absolutely necessary. I didn't think things would turn out this way. Brofin gave Angor a curious look. No one expected that their last hope of escape would come from an apprentice. Before Brofin could say anything else, they heard another pair of iron boots stomping on the ground. The Grave Knight finally caught up with them. If that's the case, let's buy some time. Madeline's eyes glinted coldly. She reached out her hands and released countless green thorns that took root in the ground. When the first group of Grave Knights arrived, the thorns rose from the ground and formed a green wall around them. Diffit nodded. As long as the people in the bar don't do anything, these Grave Knights won't do us any harm. But would the people in the bar really not do anything? This was the only thing they couldn't be sure of. As a safety precaution, he left Brofin on Dokabel's back to protect Angor and the other apprentices, as well as to prepare a plain passageway for them. If the man in the bar tried to attack them, Brofin would open a plain passageway right away. Meanwhile, Xianxia and the other apprentices were still defending. Meanwhile, Angor was still holding on to the shiny blood essence on Dokabel's back. Time flew by. When someone got tired, Brofin would take their place. Just like that, 2 hours passed. They didn't really want to fight, so they could only defend and buy time. However, they still managed to defeat several Grave Knights. When the 10th Grave Knight was dragged into the ground by the thorns, the door of the bar in the center of the graveyard was suddenly pushed open. Although the battle was in full swing, the sound of the door being pushed open attracted everyone's attention. Brofin frowned and quickly took out the materials he needed to create a plain passageway. However, when he saw who it was, he sighed in relief. It wasn't the woman in the bar. It was the armored knight who climbed out of the coffin first. He looked much thinner than the other Grave Knights, and there was no red light flashing under his helmet. He looked just like an ordinary knight. He slowly approached the center of the battlefield. Xianxia and the other apprentices didn't pay much attention to him at first. However, as soon as they saw him, the other Grave Knights and skeletons all backed away. All of them held their swords in both hands and made a knight salute. Clearly, this knight had a higher rank than the other knights. Only then did everyone stop looking down on him. He walked to the center of the battlefield and faced Xianxia and the other apprentices. Unlike the other knights, he didn't attack right away. Instead, he stood still and spoke in the common tongue. The Undying Brigade may be buried in a foreign land, but we chose to go on an expedition, and we chose to die here. We are not humans, and we don't have the custom of dying here. It's our honor to be buried here. The voice belonged to a man. He didn't speak the common tongue very well, but he was the second person they could talk to in the graveyard. Clearly, he was responding to Sennefer's order to take the skeletons away. Sennefer said, "Maybe I didn't use the right words, but I don't think I deserve this." "There's nothing wrong with you." After the knight finished speaking, he slowly raised his right hand over his shoulder and grasped the hilt of the greatsword on his back. "However, it's a pity that she doesn't have a good impression of humans. So, I can only ask you to accompany us in our eternal rest." As soon as the word eternal sleep was uttered, the knight pulled out his greatsword and slashed forward. Sennefer's power instantly increased from none to Truthfinder. It was a powerful attack, but Sennefer was strong enough to dodge it. However, if she did, Dokabel would have to take the brunt of the attack. Dokabel and the other apprentices wouldn't be able to escape. Sennefer had no choice but to use her own body as a shield. Fire runes appeared on her body. Although Sennefer's power was greatly reduced due to the curse, she was still a Truthfinder. With her bloodline ability, it wasn't hard for her to dodge the attack. However, any battle was a continuous attack. It was impossible to exchange one move for the others. Sennefer's HP was still fluctuating when the knight followed up with another attack. Wizard, Truthfinder, Level 1 Truthfinder, Level 2 Truthfinder. The knight kept getting stronger and stronger until he reached Level 2 Truthfinder. For the first time, Sennefer was knocked away by the relentless barrage of attacks. Madeline and Vifit couldn't interfere in a Truthfinder battle. They could only watch Sennefer worriedly from the side. Sennefer stood up again. Her expression was cold and gloomy. At the same time, her body began to expand. A pair of giant wings emerged from her back. An extra eye appeared between her eyebrows. Her hands turned into scythes. Every time she flapped her wings, a gust of wind would be stirred up. Compared to Sennefer, the scrawny knight looked more like a human. Sennefer, on the other hand, looked like a terrifying demon from the abyss. Now that Sennefer was getting serious, the battle entered a new phase. Meanwhile, on Dokabel's back, Angor, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, finally heard a reply. "Angor?" A familiar, hoarse voice reached Angor's ears through the blood. It was just a simple question, but Angor couldn't help but feel excited. When Brofen looked at him, Angor nodded to him and tried to calm his emotions. "It's me, Professor." After a while, the voice came again. "Why did you come to the abyss?" Angor could sense the anger in Sunder's tone. The abyss plane was already showing signs of danger, and Angor chose to come to the front line at a time like this? Not long ago, Sumesh was sent away. Now, another troublemaker showed up before he could do anything about it. Sumesh could at least protect himself in the abyss plane. Angor, on the other hand, was simply asking for death. Angor quickly changed the topic. "I came to the abyss plane to talk to you, Professor." "Ahem. Let's talk about that later. Actually, something happened on our side." "Something happened? What happened?" Sunders was already at Silent Coast, but he was still some distance away from Angor's position. "I don't know. I'll ask Mr. Brofen to tell you." "Brofen?" Sunders was surprised. Was he talking about the follower of Black Sugar who wanted to resurrect Evil God? But why was Angor working with such a dangerous person? Sunders heard an unfamiliar male voice coming from the other end of the line. "Mr. Phantom, I'm Brofen, an alchemist from Moonfrost Union." Brofen briefly introduced himself and explained the situation in the graveyard when Sunders' voice turned cold. Sunders remained silent for a while. "You said there's a place of rest inside?" "Yes, a grave knight told me so." Brofen continued, "Sennefer wants Mr. Phantom to find a stable space outside. Then we can build a bridge from the inside to the outside." "What about the shops in the Land of Repose?" Sunders cut him off. "It's a small wooden house with lights on. There's no door, but there's a door. There's a word written in abyss language on the cloth above the door." Brofen's brows furrowed as he described the bar. "Mr. Phantom, the space warp, what's the name of the owner of the bar?" Again, Sunders interrupted him. Angor noticed that Brofen was getting impatient, so he quickly asked, "Professor, you're talking about the woman in the bar?" "She didn't tell us her name, but the knight who's fighting Sennefer said she hates humans." Sanders fell into silence again. "Professor, what do you think of Lady Sennefer's suggestion?" Brofen frowned. "Don't worry about that. Take care of yourself. I'll be right there. With that, Sunders hung up. The red light on the blood essence gradually dissipated. Brofen rubbed his temples. We haven't even come up with a countermeasure, and it's already over? Angor also felt helpless. Madeline and Vifit were now back on Dokabel's back. At the moment, Sennefer and the knights were engaged in a fierce battle. The other knights and skeletons were merely watching from the sidelines. If they stayed in the center of the battle, they would only be a hindrance to Sennefer. They also noticed that Angor had already contacted Sunders, which was why they returned to ask about it. What's wrong? Madeline looked at Brofen in confusion. Did something happen to Mr. Phantom? Nothing happened. It's just. Brofen shook his head and explained his conversation with his professor. Madeline was also puzzled. According to what she heard, Sunders wasn't a wizard who fought like this. At this time, Vifit said, His Excellency Phantom Fiend asked about the woman in the resting ground and the bar. I guess he knows something? Vifit's words made everyone ponder. Angor had the same suspicion before. When they were not sure whether the woman was the owner of the bar, the professor already pointed it out. Something was not right. Maybe he knew about this place, but they never heard of the Land of Repose before. While they were still wondering, the battle was still going on. After activating her bloodline form, Sennefer's power skyrocketed again. She was cursed to be as strong as a level 1 Truthfinder wizard at best. However, even Truthfinders were weaker than other Truthfinders. Bloodline wizards were the strongest among their peers. After activating her bloodline form, Sennefer's power was now comparable to a level 2 Truthfinder. Sennefer's knight was a level 2 Truthfinder, but they seemed to be on par with each other. However, as time went by, Sennefer began to show signs of fatigue. While in her bloodline form, she consumed twice as much energy as before, which she couldn't replenish in the Abyss Plane. The Longsword Knight, on the other hand, remained at the same level all the time. Since he wasn't affected by the Abyss Plane's shackles, he had a better chance of winning. A while later, Sennefer's body was covered in blood. She was running out of energy. Sennefer looked back at Dokabel and asked Brofen with a questioning look, How's Sunders doing? Brofen didn't know how to answer. In the end, he could only smile bitterly. Sennefer didn't know what Brofen meant, but she was already thinking of a plan to retreat. I knew it's stupid to put all my hope on someone else. Sennefer no longer wanted to fight the knight head-on. Instead, she began to circle around the area while secretly telling Brofen to activate a plane passageway. Brofen sighed. He thought he had a chance to escape, but now, it seemed he had lost hope. Brofen had no choice but to follow Sennefer's instructions. When Brofen was about to cast another spell, he received another message from Sennefer. Release. Krele? Brofen shook his head. No. It'll cause a lot of trouble. Sennefer sneered. I'm not the kind of person who likes to be taken advantage of. Release it. If we can get out of here alive, I'll ask Mr. Monkey to give you a living tentacle of an ancient evil god. Brofen hesitated. If we die here, Krele will disappear along with the alchemy workshop. It's better to release it now. Brofen finally made up his mind. He took a deep breath and summoned a door in front of him. However, before he could step through the door, a beam of light pierced through the darkness and illuminated the quiet graveyard. Brofen stopped in his tracks and looked up at the source of the light. A crack appeared in the sky, and through the crack, one could vaguely see the hazy sky outside. While everyone was wondering where the crack came from, a figure leaped into the graveyard. The figure landed gracefully on top of a tombstone. The long-awaited night is indeed a resting place for the dead. A deep and hoarse voice reached everyone's ears. Sennefer's pupils shrank when she saw who it was. He was wearing a black gentleman's suit with a pure white lining and a pair of exquisite boots. His signature cane and blood-red cloak were also visible. Even though half of his face was deliberately covered by the brim of the hat, his attire alone was enough to reveal the identity of the visitor. The famous god of war in the southern wizarding region. Phantom Master Sunders. He could have been waiting for us outside. Why did he come in here? Brofen shook his head and sighed. Angor, who was standing beside Brofen, was also confused. But when he saw the familiar face, he relaxed a little. What's going on? Why are you here? Sennefer looked up and frowned. Didn't Angor tell you what's going on here? Sunders took off his hat, revealing his gray-green short curly hair and his handsome, mature face. Instead of answering Sennefer's question, he glanced at the frost church on the back of the giant white bear. Angor was standing at the entrance of the church. Sunders sighed in his mind and looked at Sennefer again. Why am I here? Sunders stepped down from the tombstone and walked to the center of the graveyard. How could I miss this chance? The legendary resting place? Everyone, including Sennefer, was puzzled. Sennefer was about to ask when Sunders arrived at the center of the graveyard. He looked at the tavern not far away, which was still lit up with a strange light. He took another step forward and was stopped by a broken greatsword. It was none other than the knight with the greatsword who fought Sennefer earlier. A low voice came from under the knight's helmet. It is the boss's wish to exterminate the humans here. Since there's one more, you shall join the rest of the adventurers in eternal rest. A powerful force, accompanied by a cold light, burst forth from the giant's sword. Watch out! Sennefer couldn't help but exclaim. After the previous battle, she knew that even though the sword was broken, it was still as powerful as a top-tier alchemy weapon. Combined with the knight's own strength, it could even tear space apart. Sunders looked at the greatsword in front of him and used his black cane to push it away. The giant sword was casually tossed to the side. That enormous power was bound to the tip of the cane. With a light tap on the ground, the power was transmitted through the earth. Instead, the skeletal army was dragged into the underground fissure. Dust flew everywhere. One hit was all it took. I heard the resting place has its own rules. The resurrected witch will never refuse any customers. Sunders walked to the entrance of the tavern. Am I right? Balalaika. When Sennefer was still trying to figure out what Sunders meant, the woman in the bar finally responded. There are rules. But I'm not sure if you're a guest. Her beautiful voice surprised Sunders for a second. However, he quickly adjusted himself. Then, he stretched out his finger and gently rubbed it. A little bit of fine dust leaked out from his fingertips. As soon as the sand touched the ground, it was blown away by a gust of wind toward the cliff in the distance. There was still a long distance between the cliff and the graveyard. If someone were to look at the edge of the cliff, they would see a graceful figure slowly appearing. She reached out her hand and collected the dust from Sunders' grave. The quality is not bad. Looks like it's from the Jiao Jilin on the 6th floor. Heh, it's quite daring. She muttered in a low voice and threw the sand down the cliff. Below the cliff was an endless sea. The water was calm, but when the sand touched the ground, it stirred up tiny waves. Looking at the tiny wolf head, the woman's eyes flashed with nostalgia and she softly hummed a little tune. At first, the tune sounded gentle and affectionate, but after careful exploration, one would discover that there was still a faint trace of melancholy in the bright and beautiful tune, which could not be dispelled nor forgotten. The melodious tune not only soothed the splashes of the waves, but also spread to the cemetery. Huh? That's the woman humming? But why does she sound like she's not in the bar? Madeline frowned. Compared to the humming, I'm more curious about what Your Excellency Phantom Demon said before. Also, what did the woman in the bar mean by right? Vifit's eyes flashed. More importantly, the Phantom Demon Pavilion seems to have taken the initiative to come here. Brofen voiced his suspicions. Sunders was here to save Angor, of course. But to save Angor, he only needed to work with them from the inside. There was no need for him to enter the place. Sunders was not only here to save Angor, but he also had a request. From their conversation, they mentioned business and guest. What did Sunders come to the resting ground to do? Wait a minute. Now, most people had doubts in their hearts. However, there were only a few people who actually listened to the tune. On the other hand, the skeleton army and the grave knights were seriously listening to the humming. They even slowly returned underground along with the humming. White bones burrowed into the ground and continued to sleep. The grave knight returned to the coffin and rested. When the humming came to an end, the entire cemetery returned to the silence and emptiness that it had been when they first entered. Only the rubble on the ground and the large number of cracks on the ground proved that a fierce battle had taken place here not long ago. Although the humming had stopped, the melody was still echoing in the cemetery. When everything returned to normal, the woman at the edge of the cliff took one last deep look at the calm sea before her figure gradually disappeared. At the same time, everyone heard voices coming from the bar again. "The deal is done. Come in." This time, the voice was less frivolous and more gloomy. Sunders put his hat on his chest and bowed slightly. Then, he stepped into the bar. The barrier of light that blocked Sennefer's path didn't appear this time. Sennefer hesitated and tried to follow Sunders, only to find that she was still blocked by the barrier. Sennefer's expression darkened. She humped and returned to Dokabel's back. When she reached the entrance of the Frost Church, she heard Brofen muttering to himself, "The deal is done? When did Mr. Phantom make a deal with her? It must be the sand from before." Sennefer was standing behind Sunders, so she could clearly see the dust flowing out of his fingertips. "Sand? Did he just make a deal with the woman in the bar?" Sennefer humphed. "Wait until Sunders comes out. We'll know the answer soon enough." The lights in the bar were dim, and the people outside had no idea what was going on inside. However, they could smell the faint aroma of alcohol from time to time, which prevented Sennefer from meditating. About 10 minutes later, the curtain covering the bar was lifted. Sunders put on his hat again and walked out of the bar. After leaving the bar, Sunders turned around and bowed to the door. "Thank you for your hospitality." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of high heels stepping on the floor came from the bar. Everyone looked at the source of the sound. A pair of slender and fair legs, as well as exquisite red high heels, were exposed under the cloth. Then, a hand with painted nails reached out from the cloth and slowly lifted it up. Everyone's eyes simultaneously reflected the face of the woman leaning against the door of the bar. They were looking forward to seeing her face because of her beautiful voice. But when they looked at her face, they realized that she wasn't exactly beautiful. Wavy hair, narrow eyes, thick lips, and a small red mole on one side of her lips. She wasn't stunningly beautiful. At first glance, she looked ordinary. But after looking at her for a long time, people began to notice her unique charm. It wasn't because of her face. Instead, it was because of other details. For example, her graceful figure, her bright red dress fluttering in the wind, and her messy hair, as well as her casual yet enchanting posture when she leaned against the door. Even the long-handled tobacco pipe lying in her palm had a flirtatious look to it as she puffed out smoke. She wasn't beautiful, but she was extremely charming. "I heard that Balalaika is more charming than a succubus." "Now I see that it's true," Sunders praised. The woman called Balalaika chuckled. "I accept your compliment. But it's useless. Next time, we'll follow the rules." "Of course. What's the deal you're talking about?" Sennefer's cold voice suddenly interrupted. Sunders glanced at Sennefer but didn't answer. Balalaika took a deep puff from her pipe and exhaled a thin layer of white smoke. Her face was faintly discernible in the smoke. "As a person who abides by the rules, I will not reveal the details of the transaction." After speaking righteously, he changed the topic. "Of course, if you want to make a deal with me and want to ask about the details of the deal, I can tell you." Sunders' expression didn't change at all. Sennefer continued, "So you're talking about information, Mr. Sunders?" Balalaika didn't answer. It all depended on what the other party wanted. "What do I have to pay, Mr. Sunders?" Sennefer asked. "Sand of Resurrection." "Sand of Resurrection?" Sennefer was surprised. She had never heard of such a material before. Was it the sand Sunders gave her? Was that why this woman called Balalaika wanted to make a deal with Sunders? "If you don't have Sand of Resurrection, but you have something I'm interested in, I can still make a deal with you." Perhaps Balalaika liked these humans a lot more after the deal with Sunders. "Something you're interested in? For example?" Something flashed in Balalaika's eyes. Sennefer felt a chill down her spine as if someone was looking at her from head to toe. Even the things she hid in her personal space were exposed to the eyes of the intruder. Sennefer looked at Balalaika cautiously. "What did you do?" Balalaika clicked her tongue. "You said you wanted to show me something I'm interested in, didn't you? Too bad. You have two things I'm interested in, but I don't think they belong to you." Sennefer's eyes flashed with surprise. She did have two of the most valuable items on her, but they were given to her by Monkey for the time being. Balalaika shook her head in disappointment. Suddenly, she looked behind Senifer and saw something behind her. However, Balalaika saw him coming out of nowhere. Balalaika grinned and pointed a finger at Angor. You have something I'm interested in. Do you want to make a deal with me? Everyone looked at Angor in shock. Sunder's eyes darkened. He has something you need? Balalaika raised an eyebrow. Yes. And more than one. More than one? Senifer also looked at Angor. It was understandable that Balalaika was interested in the two items Mr. Monkey gave her. But what about Angor? Did he have something similar? For example? Sunder's voice suddenly turned cold. His right hand is not bad, Balalaika said with a hint of inexplicable meaning. Everyone's attention was on Angor's right hand. Despite the illusion, anyone who tried to look carefully would still notice the change in Angor's hand. It was slightly bigger than his left hand, and there were faint green runes floating on it. But they didn't see anything wrong with it. But since Balalaika pointed it out, there had to be something else. Senifer remembered Brofin saying he wanted to study Angor's right hand, which Senifer didn't like. Now it seemed that Angor's right hand was really something special. Brofin looked disappointed. Now that Sunders was here, it would be difficult for him to study Angor's right hand again. Sunders was also surprised by the change in the graveyard. A year ago, Angor's right hand was the only thing that changed. Why was his right forearm different now? Did Angor see that person in the nightmare realm again during this time? Was that why Angor came to the Abyss Plane? Balalaika continued, also, I'm interested in that thing on his chest. Something on my chest? Angor immediately thought of the alien eye. No one had ever noticed the alien eye's peculiarity. Even Rain hadn't noticed it when he'd first met him. Could Balalaika have discovered the secret of the alien eye? Balalaika continued, it looks familiar. Is it from the Abyss Plane? The alien eye came from the Abyss Plane? Wasn't it from another universe? As he wondered, he noticed that everyone was looking at his chest. Or, to be more precise, the pocket on his chest. A small head popped out of his chest pocket and looked around curiously. You mean Toby came from the Abyss Plane? Balalaika brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. So it's called Toby? I don't know if it's from the Abyss Plane. But I feel something familiar about its body. Is it the descendant of an old friend of mine? Balalaika looked up and stared at Angor. What do you say? Give me your right hand, or that little guy called Toby, and I'll grant you your wish. Balalaika exhaled a cloud of smoke. Even if you want to, become a wizard right away? I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as Balalaika finished speaking, everyone looked at Angor. Especially the apprentices in the Frost Church. They all looked at Angor with jealousy and greed in their eyes. This was their lifelong dream. But for Angor, it was nothing but a multiple-choice question. How could they not be jealous? Even Madeline and the other apprentices were quietly waiting for Angor's decision. Angor didn't think too much about it. He sighed in relief. He was worried that Balalaika was talking about the alien eye. So she was talking about Toby. Out of instinct, Angor stroked Toby's head. Toby turned around and chirped. Toby turned back to Angor, and it sounded like he was being wronged. Don't worry. I don't have the right to decide who you belong to. He never thought about using Toby as a bargaining chip. Besides, he didn't think Balalaika's wizard power was good for him. Just like the great demon god of the abyss, the crown clown, its creed was, you have to give what you get. A pie falling from the sky was either a trap or poisonous. As for his right hand, he wouldn't change it. Before discovering the dream wasteland, Angor had always been cautious about his right hand. Sunders even suggested to him that he could cut it off and transplant it again. Angor had given it some thought, which meant he was not that reluctant to part with his right hand. But now, his right hand was related to obtaining the authority of the wilderness of dreams. Even if he was still wary of his right hand, he was not willing to exchange it. He rejected Balalaika's suggestion without hesitation. For now, I don't want to chop off my right hand, and I won't treat Toby as a commodity. Balalaika raised an eyebrow. She didn't force Angor's decision. If you ever want to trade, you can come find me at the resting place. With that, Balalaika turned around and returned to the bar while humming an unknown song. Everyone looked at Angor again. Angor was only an apprentice, yet he was able to refuse Balalaika's offer. Any other apprentice in the Frost Church would probably be willing to trade for Toby's right hand. They might even be willing to give up their souls. Sennefer gave Angor a thoughtful look but didn't ask anything. Madeline put a hand on Angor's shoulder. She didn't understand Angor's decision, but since Sunders didn't say anything, she didn't need to ask. Brofen nodded. I was right. No one knew if he was talking about Angor's right hand or Angor himself. Diffit gave him a mysterious smile and stepped aside with his walking stick. While Angor was still in a daze, he heard footsteps coming from behind him. He looked up and saw Sunders descending from the sky and landing in front of him along with a gentle breeze. Professor. Angor tried to say something, but Sunders only humped and quickly shut his mouth. Sunders didn't ask why Angor came to the Abyss Plane. Instead, he looked at Sennefer. Prepare to leave. She has opened the exit to the resting place. I'm curious. What's the deal you're talking about? Sennefer stared at Sunders. Interesting information, that's all. If you want to know, my boss already told me that you can find the Sand of Resurrection and trade with her. Sennefer wanted to ask more about the Sand of Resurrection, the woman's identity, and the resting place. However, this wasn't the time for her to ask. How do we get out of here? Sennefer asked the most urgent question. Go forward. Walk through the night and you'll find the exit. Walk through the night? Sennefer didn't understand what Sunders was trying to say, but she still pointed in a certain direction. Let's get out of here first, Sennefer said. After he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew past. Other than a cloud of dust, there was no other movement. Sennefer frowned. Dokabel, it's time to go. The only answer she got was an earth-shattering snore. At some point in time, Dokabel had actually fallen asleep on the ground. They were so focused on the sudden turn of events that they didn't notice Dokabel's condition. Sennefer clenched her fists so hard that her veins bulged on her forehead. The fire around her body even matched the frequency of Dokabel's snoring. Damn it! Just as Sennefer was about to punch Dokabel, Brofen rushed to her side and grabbed her arm. Relax, relax. You're going to kill it. Let me do it. Brofen managed to get Sennefer to let go of him. He then used his spirit energy to pierce Dokabel's head. Dokabel immediately jumped up from the ground in pain. With tears in her eyes, Dokabel finally walked in the direction Brofen had pointed out. They walked past a large number of tombs and closed coffins, but there was no movement at all. They also passed by a bar in the center of the graveyard. Dokabel's footsteps caused the curtains of the bar to flutter. Inside, they saw Balalaika sitting lazily on a lounge chair with a strange triangular string instrument in her hand. Her slender fingers gently plucked the strings, and a beautiful yet mournful melody echoed in the air. Balalaika didn't stop them. She kept plucking the strings as if she was trying to tell them something. They left the graveyard without being stopped by the barrier of light. Soon, they saw the wilderness ahead. When they passed by a cliff, they saw an unknown, boundless sea. Dokabel didn't stop. They kept moving forward. They didn't see the exit, but they did notice something strange. The darkness of the night was slowly fading away. It was as if a ladle of clear water had been added to a thick pool of ink, and the ink was gradually dyed. Isn't the abyss supposed to have no day or night? Why is there night here? Sunders turned around and saw Angor carefully moving closer to him. Angor did not change much after a year. However, he had lost some of his childishness and gained some maturity in his eyes. The abyss doesn't have night. There is an alternation between day and night in the deepest parts of the abyss, Sunders explained. As for the night here, it's not the same as the night we see now. Just like that sea. It's not the same as the one we see now. Sunders looked at the sea under the cliff. His eyes flickered as if he saw something else through the quiet water. Angor was relieved that Sunders was willing to answer his questions. He thought Sunders was going to beat him up when he saw the cold look on Sunders' face. So you're saying that the night and the sea are fake? Angor asked. While Angor was asking, the others also listened carefully. They also wanted to know what was going on. Sunders shook his head. It's not fake. It's just that it doesn't exist in the present. This night was the longest night before the fall of the old gods. Sunders' voice gradually became softer. After the fall of the gods, the darkness of night disappeared into the deepest parts of the abyss. This place is the only place where the night and the people of that time remain. The fall of the gods was a large-scale extinction of the abyss demons in ancient times. No one knew how it happened, but there were traces of the fall of the gods in many places. Some wizards even found their destinies in these ruins. What Sunders told them was obviously a secret. Mr. Phantom, are you saying that the woman in the bar, Balalaika, is someone who existed before the fall of the gods? Brofin asked. Sunders looked at Brofin with a cold expression. No. Brofin nodded. Then who is she? It was Sennefer who asked. There was a hint of anger in her eyes. Clearly, she was still angry about Balalaika's sudden attack. You can think of her as a peddler. You can buy information about the deeper parts of the abyss and some special items from her. As for why she's staying in her resting place, she's just trying to awaken a sleeping soul. Awaken a sleeping soul? Sennefer seemed to have thought of something. The Sand of Resurrection? Sunders nodded. He didn't know who he was going to awaken. But according to the person who told him about this, the soul belonged to someone who existed before the fall of the gods. I want to know what she has to do with the Undying Brigade. If she's a peddler, why did she attack us after we entered the bar? And why did she change her attitude after that? Sennefer didn't get an answer right away. Because, at this moment, the night dispersed. They already noticed that the darkness was slowly disappearing. As they moved further away from the graveyard, Dokabel's casual step allowed them to cross the distance between day and night. Now, they could no longer see the darkness. When they looked back, they could no longer see the land of eternal rest. Instead, they saw the vast Dead Sea. They left? They left. After confirming that they had left the resting place, everyone present, especially the apprentices of the Frost Cathedral, heaved a sigh of relief. The graveyard that was shrouded in darkness was like a nightmare to them. Now, they had finally woken up from that dream. Don't celebrate too early. The dangers outside might be even greater than the land of eternal rest. You mentioned that there are no living creatures on the coast. It's not because of the land of eternal rest. A demon crawled out from the inner layer and went to the monastery. Now that the land of eternal rest has reappeared, the demon will definitely go there. So, get ready for a fight. At the end of the mountain path, a group of strange-looking monsters suddenly rose to the sky. As Sunders said, the outside world was much more dangerous than the land of eternal rest. The battle lasted for 2 hours. In the end, a winter troll over 10 meters tall showed up. It was the same demon that went to the demon monastery. The winter troll was as strong as Sennefer before she was cursed. Fortunately, Sunders came to help. The winter troll was sure that it couldn't defeat Sunders, and it would take a long time to kill the other apprentices. Since it didn't want to delay its journey to the land of eternal rest, it ordered the apprentices to leave. In the end, although no one died in the battle, 3 apprentices had their limbs broken or missing. The group of sorcerers was also covered in wounds. Their injuries were worse than when they were in the land of eternal rest. So, you thought that Greatsword Knight used all his strength when fighting you? Sunders glanced at Sennefer. He's been maintaining his power level at the same level as you, and he didn't attack anyone else during the battle. It's not that he doesn't dare, it's that he doesn't want to. Greatsword Knight was the highest commander of the Undying Brigade. When he learned that Sennefer was not lying and that she was in cahoots with the descendants of the Undying Brigade, he made up his mind. The only reason he was still fighting Sennefer was because of Balalaika. Back then, he had brought the remains of the Undying Squadron to the Land of Rest to look for Balalaika. With the condition of protecting the Land of Rest forever, he had turned the Undying Squadron into a true Undying Squadron. Balalaika hated humans, so he did not dare to disobey her. His original plan was to stall for time until Balalaika grew tired of him and banish Sennefer and the others from the place of rest. Who would have thought that Sunders would come and make a deal with Balalaika? Didn't you ask why Balalaika changed her attitude? That's because she's a businesswoman. She's doing business for profit. Opening a shop is her main job. You're the first batch of customers who came to the land of rest after it was reopened, yet you didn't get anything from it. You're the ones she hates. But Balalaika obeyed the rules of the land of rest and did not do it herself. Otherwise, Sennefer would have turned into a new corpse in the graveyard before Sunders arrived. Sunders' visit to the land of rest indicated that he was on Sennefer's side and that he had made a deal with Balalaika. Naturally, Balalaika's attitude changed after the deal was made. Half a day later, they left Silent Coast without a hitch. For the rest of the journey, they would occasionally encounter demons blocking their way, and even demons would appear. But with Sunders' help, they were no longer a problem. 2 days later, they finally arrived at Wailing Plain, where they could already see the fringe forest at the end of the horizon. During these 2 days, Sunders told Sennefer some secrets about the land of rest and Balalaika. For example, Balalaika, also known as the Resurrected Witch, was a native of the Abyss Plane who became as powerful as a demon by chance. For some reason, she came to the land of rest to revive a certain soul. Since the soul was very important to her, Balalaika did not dare to leave the land of rest for even a second. However, she needed a large amount of sand of resurrection to revive the soul, so she decided to open a bar in the land of rest that specialized in trading. Since she started her business, Balalaika set a series of rules for herself. For example, she would not kill anyone in the land of rest. However, this rule led to some problems in the land of rest. According to rumors, the problem was caused by a human, which was why Balalaika hated humans so much. Later, the Immortal Brigade happened to come to the land of rest, so Balalaika took advantage of the situation and turned them into the guards of the bar. Outside the fringe forest and the Overwatch base, a large number of apprentices were busy working on the construction of the front line. All kinds of defensive measures were erected under their cantrips. If a mortal were to come here, they would definitely not be able to imagine that such a huge steel fortress was actually built in just half a year. Furthermore, it was still continuing to expand. There was a blurry shadow at the entrance of the fortress, which prevented people from seeing what was inside. However, they could sense the obvious ripples of illusions coming from the shadow. Sigh. A short and fat apprentice stood on top of a tower under construction and looked at the shadow with a sigh. What's wrong? A braided child who looked like a toddler asked in confusion. The fat apprentice pointed at the shadow. Look. Oh, you mean Mr. Eventide? The braided child looked at the shadow with admiration. Mr. Eventide is so smart. He knows the true meaning of being a supervisor. If he uses his naked eyes to look at the workers, he can't guarantee that someone will slack off in his blind spot. But if he casts a shadow around himself, others won't know where Mr. Eventide is looking. This way, he won't dare to slack off, and he can save mana. After the braided child finished speaking, he said proudly, I'm right, aren't I? You're also worried that Mr. Eventide is looking at us? The fat apprentice looked at the braided child as if he was looking at an idiot. I think you might need to check your head. Then, the fat apprentice looked at the lazy apprentices around him and said, and your eyesight. The apprentice patted the young man in a white robe on the other side of him and said, Babota, why don't you explain it to him? I feel like I'm losing my IQ if I talk to him. Babota shrugged and gently stroked the braided child's head. Actually, when Mr. Eventide is supervising, all of us can slack off, because he doesn't pay attention to us at all. The braided child was shocked. Then what is he doing now? I heard someone say that Mr. Eventide is playing games? The fat apprentice said. Playing games? The braided child obviously did not understand what the word meant. The fat apprentice pointed at Babota. I don't know. But I remember that Mr. Eventide got stuck last time and had to call Babota over to solve it. Babota nodded. Yes. Mr. Eventide is playing an illusion game. According to him, it's called Monument Valley. Illusion game? Monument Valley? What is it? Babota looked at the gate of the stronghold and sighed. It's a very interesting game. Interesting? In what way was it interesting? Both the fat apprentice and the braided child were curious. Although the fat apprentice knew what Mr. Eventide was doing, he never knew the content of the game. Now that the player Babota revealed something, they quickly seized the opportunity and asked. This game is actually played by a little girl named Ada. Babota suddenly paused mid-sentence. What's wrong with Ada? The braided child asked. Babota did not answer. He pointed at the critical forest in the distance. It's coming. Everyone looked over and saw a huge white bear that looked like a snowy mountain walking towards the fortress step by step in the critical forest. There was not a single apprentice here who did not recognize the white bear. When they first came to the Overwatch base, they were also carried by the white bear. Dokabel? The news of Dokabel's arrival spread across the stronghold almost instantly. Dokabel's arrival meant that there would be new laborers coming. At the same time, it also meant that there would be more people to share their work, making it easier for them. Therefore, when they saw Dokabel, all the apprentices were very happy. The fat apprentice looked at the apprentices swarming toward the stronghold gate and said to Babota, "Let's go. If we can be appointed as instructors for the new apprentices, we'll have a much easier time in the next few days." After becoming instructors, they would teach the new apprentices how to adapt to life in the stronghold and distribute their work scope. It was a piece of cake for them, who worked hard every day to build the stronghold. Babota did not want to go. Or rather, he did not want to face the wizards from Moonfrost Union. However, the short and fat apprentice did not think too much about it. He grabbed Babota with one hand and the braided child with the other and dragged them to the entrance of the fortress without saying a word. The noise at the gate finally alerted Cantor, who was still immersed in the game. "What's with the noise? Can't you see I'm studying?" Cantor exited the illusion in a huff. He finally managed to sneak into Sunder's room and borrow Monument Loop. He was going to clear the game today, but he got stuck again. Not only did he get stuck, but he also heard a lot of noise outside. Did these bastards really think he did not know that they were slacking off? I was being considerate and turned a blind eye. But now you dare to disturb my study? Cantor left the illusion and decided to teach these bastards an unforgettable lesson. He would also find Babota to give him some pointers while he was at it. Yes, it was just on the way. Cantor didn't really care about Dokabel's arrival. However, when he saw the group of people on Dokabel's back, he was quite surprised. Why was Sunders on Dokabel's back as well? Did he run out of the house just to pick up Dokabel? Cantor saw Sunders talking to an apprentice in a low voice. An apprentice? Cantor had never seen Sunders being so nice to any apprentice, except for the one he always liked to show off. Cantor suddenly realized something. Could it really be Angor? Cantor couldn't help but use his bloodline talent. His eyes suddenly became brighter, like the eyes of an eagle. Sunders noticed Cantor's blatant stare. Sunders looked at the old man who was squatting in a small corner near the entrance of the fortress. He looked down and saw something familiar. Isn't that Mr. Cantor? Angor followed Sunders' gaze. Huh? That thing in his hand looks familiar. It looks like Monument Loop, Sunders said in a cold tone. Is it really Monument Loop? Back then, Sunders claimed that he wanted to help Angor analyze the illusion and asked him to craft the Monument Loop. But Angor knew what was really going on. Angor wasn't surprised to see Cantor holding Monument Loop in his hand. Did Sunders use it to show off again? What's the point of showing off? I didn't lock the door when I noticed the blood reaction in the abyss plane. Cantor must have gone in to steal it himself. Angor sneered. That's right. I didn't lock the door. Is that so? Angor looked at Sunders doubtfully. Sunders humped in disdain. However, Angor could see the uneasiness in his eyes. I'm going to do something about Monument Valley as well, Angor muttered to himself with a regretful look. Ahem, is that so? That's great. After you refine it, I'll help you check if your illusion has improved during this period. Sunders paused and cleared his throat. But don't make too many of these distracting toys. Angor curled his lips in his mind, but on the surface, he nodded. I see. On the other side, Cantor realized something when he saw the apprentice. It really was Angor. Why would Mr. Rain let an alchemist like Sunders come to the Abyss Plane? Besides, the situation in the Abyss Plane was getting tense. Angor wasn't even qualified to serve as cannon fodder. Cantor was a little doubtful and worried, but in the next second, he seemed to have thought of something. I remember Sunders mentioned that Steel Loop is Angor's creation. Cantor's eyes lit up. You've been hiding it from me. Now that Angor is here, I can ask him to make me a steel loop. Thinking of this, Cantor couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, I wonder if I can make a private order. It would be even better if Ada, the owner of Monument Valley, was replaced by Mike Keeley. While Cantor was fantasizing in his heart, a few people suddenly appeared beside him. He turned around and saw Babota and his friends. Cantor liked Babota a lot. Firstly, the man was from Brute Cavern, and secondly, Babota was quite clever when it came to solving puzzles. Why are you here? Cantor realized that they were here for Dokabel as well. Are you here to fight for the position of instructor? Babota didn't say anything. The fat apprentice beside him nodded repeatedly. Yes, sir. Can we do it for you? We'll make sure to get these newbies on the right track as soon as possible. As soon as possible? Cantor looked at the apprentice with interest. I'm sure you'll make it to the end of the day. The short and fat apprentice chuckled. How could that be? If we delay until the deadline, it must be because the new apprentices are too stupid. We have to rack our brains to teach them so that they can understand. Cantor snorted. I know very well what you're thinking. But I don't mind letting you take a break for a few days. The fat apprentice's eyes brightened up. While Cantor was busy arranging the instructors, the bells on Dokabel's back were getting closer and closer. The person on Dokabel's back was now visible to everyone. Babota immediately saw the woman with frosty hair and fiery eyes. She was leaning against the roof of the church lazily, which made Babota's heart race. She was the Witch of Wasteland, Senifer. The Witch of Wasteland was finally here. Her appearance meant that the person would soon arrive at the Overwatch base. Once that person showed up, the war would begin. At that time, his chance would also come. Babota's eyes flickered with madness. He subconsciously grabbed the blood-red chain around his body. Babota? What's wrong? The fat apprentice looked at Babota in confusion. The list is here. Mr. Cantor wants us to check it out. It took Babota a while to realize that Dokabel had already stopped at the entrance of the base, and the apprentices were coming down one by one. They already had the list. Cantor had promised to let them become instructors, so they needed to check the information with the apprentices who had accepted the frontline mission. I understand. I'll go now. Babota sighed. He didn't want to draw attention to himself, but if he had refused to become an instructor, he would have attracted even more attention. Babota had no choice but to follow. Only 16 apprentices came this time. The short and fat apprentice complained to Babota. It would have been better if there were more. The location of the Overwatch base determines the number of apprentices coming here, Babota replied. Babota gave a simple reply and stood beside Dokabel, ready to check all the apprentices who had just arrived. Since there were only 3 of them, it didn't take long for them to check. However, when the short and fat apprentice was about to take them to the fortress to familiarize themselves with the environment, the braided child suddenly pointed at Dokabel's back and said, "There's another apprentice over there. Doesn't he need to register?" Another apprentice? Babota looked over, and his pupils shrank when he saw who it was. It's him? Babota frowned. Angor had shown up here. You know him, Babota? Babota nodded. He's Mr. Phantom's student. Since he's not on the list, I don't think he accepted any frontline mission. Leave him be. Take these apprentices to the Overwatch base first. With that, Babota led the way to the Overwatch base without saying anything else. However, there was a gloomy look in his eyes as he tightened his grip on the chains around his body. I hope there won't be any more unforeseen events. It's best if you behave. Angor didn't know that one of his former clients was here. He was now standing behind Sunders and watching the argument between Sunders and Cantor. The main reason for the dispute was the Monument of Strange Rings. You snuck into my room and stole it, and now you're asking Angor to make it for you? Sunders sneered. That's 2 different things. There's no logic at all. Cantor said angrily. There's no room for negotiation. No means no. I'm not asking you to make it for me. Cantor glared at Sunders. Then he changed his expression and spoke to Angor in a gentle tone. Angor, Keeley didn't say anything when she came back from the purification garden, but I can see that she likes you. If you accept my request, I'll put in a good word for you when I see her next time. What does this have to do with Keeley? Cantor's tone was frivolous, but Angor didn't want to reject Cantor's request. Angor looked back helplessly. He wanted to hear what Sunders had to say. I told you no. You're busy with a new project, and you don't have time to help Cantor. New project? What new project? Why didn't he know about it? Sunders raised an eyebrow. You said it yourself. I said I'll help you review your illusion. Now Angor understood why Sunders didn't want him to help Cantor, because he wanted Angor to work on the next version of Monument Valley first. Mr. Cantor, I came to the Abyss Plane because I have something important to ask my professor. Also, I need to focus on leveling up first. As for alchemy, I'll leave it to you after that. Cantor finally realized that Angor had already reached the final barrier. When he left Lilith's house, Keely hadn't even reached the edge of the small barrier. How did Angor train in such a short time? Why was there such a huge gap? Cantor sighed. He couldn't refute Angor's words. The first barrier was the most important part of a wizard's journey. Angor had put all his focus on breaking the barrier, and Cantor didn't want to distract him. Cantor nodded helplessly. Then, can you lend me the monument loop for a while? I'm almost there. I can't rest until I get through. Sunders chuckled. It's been almost a year, and you still haven't done it? You didn't lend it to me that many times in the past year. You're always hiding it from me like it's some kind of treasure. Sunders cleared his throat and interrupted Cantor. Just take it if you want. Don't block my way. I have other things to do. Oh right, I'll only lend it to you for half a month. Don't forget to return it to me after that. Sunders and Angor left the area. Sennefer looked at the Overwatch base and wondered if it was the right choice for her to come here. Sennefer turned around and looked at Brofen, who was standing next to Madeline. Sennefer knew they were after the same person. However, one of them wanted to learn from Angor, while the other wanted revenge. Sennefer knew how reckless Angor was, so she couldn't do anything about it. But Madeline was from Brood Cavern, so Sennefer decided to tell Sunders not to interfere. Let's put your plan aside for now. Come with me to see Samantha. Sennefer turned to Madeline. I won't interfere with your business, Madeline. But I hope you don't cause any trouble in the Overwatch base. You know how hard it is to maintain peace here. Madeline sneered. You make it sound like it's not easy. But it's your Moonfrost Union that's causing trouble in the Abyss Plane. Sennefer grinned. So what? Mr. Rain is also waiting for an answer. If Monkey could become a legendary, Sennefer believed that Rain would do the same. Therefore, who was right and who was wrong, it all depended on whether one could obtain the greatest benefits. Madeline snorted and stopped arguing with Sennefer. She flew back to the Overwatch base. Sennefer was about to leave with Brofen when she noticed that Vifit was standing nearby. Vifit seemed to be thinking about something. Vifit grinned. I'm not a troublemaker. I won't stay in the base for too long. I'm going to the inner layer. Sennefer frowned. The Abyss Plane is changing. You better be careful. Sennefer and Brofen left Dokabel together with Vifit, who also left with a mysterious smile. After Dokabel saw that everyone had left, it shook its butt and walked into the critical forest. It was so tired these 2 days that it needed to find a safe place to rest. Angor followed behind Sunders as they walked through the Overwatch base. The interior of the fortress was filled with reinforced concrete buildings. At first glance, it looked a little postmodern. However, he did not have time to pay attention to his surroundings. He could feel the chilling aura coming from Sunders. Soon, they arrived at Sunders' room. After passing through the living room, he was led to Neville's study. As soon as he sat down, Sunders gave Angor a cold glare. Sizing him up from head to toe, a cold gust of wind blew. Before you ask any questions, tell me what happened to your right hand. Sunders focused on Angor's right forearm. Through the illusion, he could clearly see the change in Angor's arm. I met him again when I was working on something, Angor said vaguely. Of course, Sunders knew who he was. It was the man from the Nightmare Realm. He already guessed the answer when he saw Angor earlier. However, Angor mentioned that he was working on something in an ambiguous manner before meeting him. Heh. Working on something? Sunders rubbed his temples. Every time Angor did something, something terrible would happen. For example, Angor almost touched upon a mystery item. Another example was the manifestation of a mystery item that Sunders did not dare to mention to anyone. He had a feeling that what Angor was going to say next would cause a huge uproar in the city. Ahem, don't tell me that you have something to do with the Devil's Sea area that was so popular some time ago? Sunders carefully recalled what happened in the past year and believed that Angor had something to do with it. Devil's Water? Which one are you talking about? Angor looked at Sunders in confusion. From his tone, could it be that there were many more? Sunders' heart sank. He even began to think about how to help Angor clean up the mess. The incident at Silver Palm Isle. I heard someone entered the place and took away the mystery item. Don't tell me you're the one who did it? Sunders looked at Angor with a questioning look. Angor chuckled awkwardly. If it was me, I wouldn't have returned to Fey Continent in one piece and come to the Abyss Plane to see you, Professor. It made sense. Song of the Deep and Funza's power should be able to keep an eye on Angor. Besides, according to the information he received, the person who took away the mystery item had yet to show up. That person must be very good at hiding. It shouldn't be Angor. With this in mind, Sunders sighed in relief. But the next second, Sunders almost coughed up blood. Angor stammered, I didn't take the mystery item, but I did enter the dark space at Silver Palm Isle, you. Sunders pointed at Angor and did not know what to say. He felt like there was something stuck in his chest that he could not release. As expected, he did not expect Angor to do something ordinary. Sunders really wanted to take back his first impression of Angor at Barbie's restaurant. Angor was an academician with a kind and orderly personality who could easily be categorized as mediocre. Mediocre? Usually, Angor did not do anything. But when he did, he would do something even more terrifying than what happened to Sumesh and Flora. Sunders had been keeping his cool for hundreds of years, but every time he lost his cool, it was because of Angor. Sunders took a deep breath and suppressed his urge to leave. So this is what you're doing? Angor blinked his eyes and shook his head. Shaking his head? Sunders grabbed the arm of his chair and clenched it hard. The wooden armrest was crushed into sawdust by him. Angor's doing was not the same thing as what happened at Silver Palm Isle. It seemed Angor was still accumulating power for his ultimate move. Sunders kept quiet and did not dare to ask what Angor was trying to do. He decided to deal with them one by one. First, what happened at Silver Palm Isle? What's going on at Silver Palm Island? Sunders asked with a serious expression. It really has nothing to do with me, Angor said innocently. But before he could explain, the environment around him changed. The cramped study room was changed into another study room, but this one was in the open air. It was Sunders' gravity garden. Sunders had already set up some security measures so that no one outside could hear their conversation. However, if any prophets turned their attention to the garden, there was no guarantee that their conversation would not be leaked. As a precaution, Sunders brought Angor into the gravity garden. Go on, Sunders said as he returned to his desk. It's just a coincidence. It all started when I saw a strange ship in the mist at Devil's Water. Angor told Sunders everything that happened after he set sail. Especially the prophecy recorded in the logbook. Angor pointed out every single detail he had. For example, the Sea of Flowers, Island Spirit, Tree of Wishes, and so on. These descriptions were only for the foreshadowing. The appearance of these prophecies aroused his curiosity, and so, through various clues and the records in the logbook, he found the well of Shelley Garden. Out of curiosity, he saw a teleportation array at the bottom of the well and went to check it out, which led to everything that happened later. Of course, he didn't forget to explain, Professor, you asked me to finish my research on the irreversibility of undead and souls. When I found Tora's soul in the dark dimension, I captured it and turned it into a soul. It's a pity that Tora's lost his ability to teleport after turning into a soul. Maybe it's because of that mystery item. Sunders remained expressionless. I didn't take anything from the dark dimension except for Tora's. I have nothing to do with the loss of the item. Sunders sighed in relief when he saw that Angor was telling the truth. Sunders couldn't help but sigh at Angor's fate. A series of coincidences led to such an outcome. The teleportation array at the bottom of the well was completely unprotected. It stayed in the mortal world for thousands of years without being discovered by other wizards, including truth-finders. Yet Angor found it. A series of coincidences became inevitable. Maybe it was the prophecy of the mystery item called Law of Causality? Don't tell anyone that you went to that place. Sunders sighed, but he didn't forget to remind Angor. Sunders felt. It was a pity. After all, it was a mystery item called Law of Causality that never appeared in the mortal world. But it didn't matter. Besides, Angor wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being discovered by Song of the Deep anyway. You said you turned Torres back into a soul, and he's still with you? Angor nodded. He took out the Church of the Deceased from his bracelet and let Torres out. Torres was reading a novel about how Angor conquered the endless seas with great interest. Suddenly, the surrounding environment changed, but it was a little confusing. When he saw Angor, he sighed in relief. Torres rushed to Angor's side and asked in a pitiful voice, "Mr. Pat, when can I go to Foundation City? My duel isn't over yet." "My reputation." "You already have a bad reputation," Angor suggested. "How about this? Next time you go in, take off your helmet. I'm sure your opponent won't bother you again." "Why?" Torres was surprised. "Because one of the 8 tenets of a knight is that bullying a child is wrong," Angor explained in a serious tone. Before Torres could ask further, a cold and hoarse voice came from behind. "You brought him out of that dark place?" "Yes." Angor nodded. Sunders inspected Torres from head to toe. "His soul energy is very pure. Even though it hasn't been polished, it's still as strong as a level 2 apprentice's. If a soul wizard found out about this, Torres would be one of the best servants available. He used to be an undead creature. But after Prelude to Rebirth, he became a soul. Here's my record." Angor took out a notebook containing Torres' experiment report and handed it to Sunders. Sunders didn't take it. He already knew how an undead creature turned into an undead creature. The only reason he was curious about Torres was because he was the first person to use the mystery item. According to Angor, the mystery item was Lucas' skull. Lucas' logbook proved that the skull helped Angor realize some of Lucas' lies. However, it didn't mean Lucas was the one who used the skull. At most, the skull was just a container in which it was born. Torres was the one who used the skull after it became an independent mystery item. That was why Sunders was curious about Torres. Next, Sunders asked Torres several questions about Lucas' skull. He learned a lot of more detailed information. "You're looking for Lucas' skull too, Professor?" Angor asked as he saw the serious look on Sunders' face. "The others can't find it because they don't have enough information. Since we have a lot of information and a soul that is deeply connected to the skull, we might be able to find it. When Maya comes back from Brilliance Plane, I'll take you to Brute Cavern. You can give it a try then." Of course, Sunders was interested in a mystery item that could be considered a strategic weapon. It might take him several hundred years to realize his karma, but that was nothing compared to the long lifespan of a wizard. What did Torres mean by going to Foundation City for a duel? Sunders suddenly asked another question. "What did you mean by that?" Sunders already felt strange when he heard about it. According to Torres' words, Sunders believed that Angor could take him to a place called Foundation City whenever he wanted, which made Sunders curious. "If we're talking about Origin City, it's actually something that I've been tinkering with." Sunders quickly stopped talking. "You mean, this matter is also related to the change in your right hand?" He considered for a moment and nodded. The Dream Wasteland had something to do with that person, so he didn't say anything. Sunders rubbed his temples. Foundation City? Foundation City? Did he go to a place called First Heart City in the Nightmare Realm again? If Angor didn't go to the Nightmare Realm, he wouldn't have run into Shava in the first place. "Alright, I'll ask you one question." Sunders looked at Angor with a serious expression. "Which do you think will have a bigger impact on the future, compared to the incident at Silver Palm Isle? Which one will have a bigger impact?" Angor thought for a moment and combined the information he got from Freud. "The incident at Silver Palm Isle will have a bigger impact." "You mean it'll have a bigger impact in the future?" Angor didn't think it was a good idea. There were too many things he hadn't learned about the Dream Wasteland yet, and he needed more time to figure it out. "Alright, we'll talk about it later. Now, tell me, why did you come to the Abyss Plane? I came to the Abyss Plane because... Angor hesitated for a moment before he finally spoke, because of my teacher's condition. Sunders raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect Angor to come to the Abyss Plane because of this. Back at Barbie's restaurant, Sunders promised to help Angor if Angor couldn't save his teacher's life. You want me to help you save him? Sunders asked. Sunders couldn't help but sigh in his mind. Saving people, revenge, hunting. Isn't that great? Sigh. I hope Angor will only experience such mundane things in the future. Otherwise, I'm going to get a heart attack. I'm here because I hope you can save him, Professor. But I think he's not an ordinary person. Angor spoke up before Sunders could finish his thought. Not an ordinary person? Sunders' eyebrows twitched. He had a bad feeling about this. He's from another world, Angor said. Sunders suddenly wanted to tell Angor to shut up. He had a feeling that Angor was going to reveal some shocking secret in the next second. Angor continued, back at Barbie's restaurant, Mara told me that John was a human when he examined him. John came from another world, and he's also a human. Sunders' words were like a bolt of lightning on a sunny day. A human from another world? If this was exposed, he would not only offend the supreme cult, but also overturn the entire wizarding world's understanding of human beings. Sunders pursed his lips and tried his best to calm himself down. He thought Angor's story was a roller coaster ride with ups and downs. But in fact, it was a roller coaster that hung in the sky with no way to get down. Sunders sighed deeply. There were rumors saying that he had taken in a student who was easy to deal with. As a matter of fact, among all of his apprentices, Angor was the most troublesome one. Do you know how big of an impact this matter will have if it is exposed? A little. It won't cause too much trouble for war-oriented wizards like me. However, for the stubborn adepts of the academies and the Carabits, this is enough to drive them mad. For the second time today, Sunders spoke with the same tone and expression. You must never tell anyone about this. But, some wizards already know about it. Sunders was speechless. He suddenly had the urge to wash his hands of this matter. Angor told Sunders everything that happened after he returned to Pat Manor. This time, he didn't go too far. He mainly told Sunders about the Wyss and Eureka's attitude toward him, as well as John's current condition. Sunders felt a headache coming on. Angor didn't know that an otherworldly human was involved in Goemon's secret artifact. However, Sunders didn't seem to care much about Goemon's secret artifact. In fact, he even wanted to treat it as normal. After all, compared to the other things Angor brought to him, Goemon's secret artifact was nothing. I don't know if I can save John. But I'll try my best. It wasn't just because Sunders was Angor's teacher. As a wizard, Sunders couldn't just ignore such a valuable otherworldly human. As for the Wyss and Eureka, from what you've told me, they're more concerned about their own affairs. But that's not always the case. I'll talk to them when I see them. Angor sighed in relief when he heard Sunders' agreement. His main purpose in coming to the Abyss Plane was to talk about John. Now that Sunders agreed to help him, his trip was worth it. Angor was about to talk about the dream wasteland when Sunders suddenly stopped him. Hold on. Someone's looking for me. Sunders sighed in relief when he sensed Angor's presence outside. Sunders took Angor out of the gravity garden and asked him to stay in his study for a while before leaving the area. It was Cantor. I just received news that Demon Castle is under martial law. Sennifer wants to see you. Sunders frowned. Why did Demon City go into lockdown? Did that person choose this path? It's hard to say, but Sennifer's presence here is a sign that something's about to happen. Perhaps, the Overwatch stronghold could be the front line of the war. She referred to the descendant of a demon god. According to a prophecy, a descendant of a demon god would pass through 3 levels. Monkey's goal was to hunt down this descendant. However, it was hard to tell which passage the descendant would come out from, which was why there were 8 front lines in the Abyss Plane. Now that Demon Castle was under martial law, it was extremely rare to see such a situation. It was very likely that someone important had arrived. Such an important figure was either a rare demon or a noble serving under a demon god. Sunders didn't know what to do. Why did it have to happen now? Just now, Samantha received the news and went to the inner level to find out more information. Xianxia summoned all the strongest fighters in the stronghold. I'll be right there. By the way, where's Eastern Sea Lion now? Why do you want to know? Cantor frowned. What? Are you going to help Madeline? Cantor knew Madeline's goal as soon as he saw her name on the list. The incident of Dong Hai's massacre was still widely known in the southern wizarding region. Madeline was the only survivor of the tragedy. She must have come to the Overwatch base to get what she wanted. Cantor spoke in a serious tone. I suggest you stay out of this. Madeline might be careful if you don't get involved. But if you do, both Madeline and Dong Hai will go all out. What do you think Madeline can do to Dong Hai if I don't get involved? Dong Hai was stronger than Madeline in terms of power level, and she was already a Truthfinder wizard. Compared to Cantor, Dong Hai was much stronger. Madeline had no chance against Dong Hai. Are you sure you want to get involved? Cantor frowned. Don't worry. I won't get involved. But Madeline is a member of Brute Cavern. I have to make sure she doesn't get killed. Apart from that, Sunders had to keep Dong Hai away from Angor as much as possible. Dong Hai was a level 2 Truthfinder wizard, one of the most powerful wizards in the southern wizarding region. However, there was almost no limit to her jealousy, from the legends to the mortals. Some of her jealousy was completely unjustified. Sunders even suspected that Dong Hai was only interested in killing. Dong Hai was also known as a grafting maniac. She had to take precautions to prevent Angor from being replaced by an animal when he woke up. As long as you know what you're doing. Cantor paused for a moment. As for Dong Hai, she's not in the Overwatch base right now. I heard she's looking for new demon materials. Dong Hai's absence was good news for Sunders. Let's go find Xianxia first. An hour later, Sunders walked out of the meeting hall with a frown. Xianxia didn't mention anything during the meeting, but it was highly likely that the demon god's descendant was the cause of Demon City's lockdown. Xianxia also brought another piece of news. The martial law in Demon City was unprecedented and even involved the entire Blackwater Valley. Now, the Blackwater Valley below the critical forest was filled with demons of all sizes. There were still some wizards trapped there. While Samantha went to the Demon City to gather information, she also had to rescue those who were trapped. From the looks of it, the situation is indeed grim. I didn't expect that we might actually hit the jackpot. Of the 8 front lines, why did we choose the Overwatch Bastion? Cantor sighed. Sunders frowned. Actually, I don't think the demon's descendant will do that. Why? Cantor was confused. Sunders didn't answer. Instead, he recalled the conversation he had with Balalaika in the Land of Repose. The information he traded with the Awakened, which was related to the demon god's aura. According to Balalaika, the demon god's descendant was Sunders. However, it was only a guess. Sunders and Cantor were about to go their separate ways when they reached an intersection. However, at this moment, Cantor suddenly looked in another direction. What's wrong? Asked Sunders. Something's not right. Cantor frowned. Not right? Sunders followed Cantor's gaze and saw his temporary residence. He didn't see anything strange from afar. Only the leaves of the floating star tree in front of the gate were swaying. It seemed the wind was picking up. Time returned to a while ago. Angor didn't know what to do after Sunders left, so he decided to take a stroll around the area. Then he noticed that there was no sign of anyone within several hundred meters of Sunders' house. Or rather, there weren't many people in the entire Overwatch base. Most of the apprentices were busy building defensive structures outside the gate. As for Magi, even in a place like this, they had their own territories. As the strongest wizard in the entire Overwatch base, Sunders naturally had a large territory under his control. After making sure no one was around, an idea popped up in his mind. Angor tried to enter the Dream Wasteland using Awakened Dream when he first arrived at the Abyss Plane, but it didn't work. Back then, he assumed that the Dream Wasteland didn't reach the Abyss Plane. Then, he began to wonder if the Dream Whelk would drag something into the Dream Realm if he used it here. The reason why he had this idea was because he knew that ever since he started using the Dream Whelk, he had never dragged anything into the real Dream Realm. The first time he used the dream whelk was when he was at the Silver Heron Palace. Back then, he used the whelk to drag a table into his dream, which almost got him into trouble with Sliv. It was only a small matter back then, and he soon forgot about it. Later, when he discovered the dream wasteland and learned more about it, he realized that the table that the Silver Heron Palace pulled into his dream was actually in the dream wasteland. Next, he asked Freud about what he learned from using the dream whelk. According to Freud, whenever he used the dream whelk to drag something into his dream, he would end up in the dream realm instead of the dream wasteland. Angor already had a vague idea of what was going on. Maybe the dream whelk had something to do with the creation of the dream wasteland? It was even possible that he used nightmare energy to activate the dream whelk, which then created an interlayer between the nightmare realm and the dream realm. And that interlayer was the dream wasteland. Of course, this was only a guess. When he first discovered the interlayer, the dream wasteland was already born. He couldn't confirm it. Now that he was in the abyss plane, he couldn't sense the dream wasteland here. So, he decided to do a little experiment to verify his theory. He planned to use the dream whelk to drag something into his dream. Luckily, there was no one around, and the geometric lock could suppress the mystery aura. It wouldn't matter even if someone found out. This was Sunder's residence, and Sunders had a mystery item. With that in mind, Angor began his experiment. First, he had to choose a test subject and drag it into his dream. Angor looked around and decided to use the big bookshelf in his study as his test subject. He carefully took out the geometric lock and the dream whelk and activated them at the same time. They suppressed the mystery aura and dragged the bookshelf into his dream. He didn't think his little trick would cause any trouble. Little did he know that Cantor's sharp intuition had noticed it. Not only that, but a great being suddenly opened its eyes in a bottomless abyss filled with eternal darkness. Traces of a dream? Angor heard the creature muttering in a low voice. I can't see it. Something is hiding it. Never mind. The abyss plane and the dream realm are fine. The creature's voice slowly faded away, and its starry eyes slowly closed in the darkness. After dragging the bookshelf into his dream, Angor tried to use Dream Enchanter again. However, before he could begin his experiment, he heard a series of footsteps outside the door. Angor was startled. He quickly took out his notebook and pretended to write something down. Sunders and Cantor soon entered the room. They did not stop until they arrived at the study. Both Cantor and Sunders sensed something strange as soon as they stepped inside. Angor lifted his head from his desk and put on an innocent, confused look. Professor, you're back? Good afternoon, Mr. Cantor. Cantor didn't know why, but when he saw Angor's fake expression and the strange atmosphere in the study, as well as Cantor's intuition, Sunders' heart skipped a beat. Did Angor do something else during his 1-hour meeting? You didn't do anything, did you? Angor quickly shook his head. Nothing. I'm just recording an experiment. Sunders didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Cantor wasn't paying attention to their conversation. Instead, he carefully sensed the aura in the study. For some reason, he felt that the feeling before was a little strange. After thinking about it, Cantor's eyes flashed with light. Level 1 spell, Delusion Break. Using the traces left behind by Cantor, he could look back at the truth. A moment later, Cantor suddenly asked, Huh? Where's the mystery energy? Mystery energy? Sunders also began to check carefully. A moment later, he gave Angor a curious look. Angor felt pressured when two Truthfinder wizards were staring at him at the same time. He hesitated for a moment and admitted, I was experimenting with a mystery item. Both Cantor and Sunders took the dream whelk and checked it carefully. Cantor understood Angor's feelings. According to rumors, Angor once approached the level of mystery, so it was normal for him to want to study mystery items. However, mystery items were not easy to find. They were always expensive, and it was not wise to use them for research. But the dream whelk of the Moonlight Coast, which was widely known as a useless mystery item, was perfect for studying mystery energy. Cantor put a hand on Angor's shoulder. I hope you can create a mystery item one day. When the time comes, it won't be a problem even if Keely marries you. Angor frowned. What the hell was Cantor thinking? Cantor then turned to Sunders. I'll leave you to it. I'm the supervisor today, so I'll keep an eye on things outside. After Cantor left, Angor and Sunders were left alone in the study. Sunders looked at Angor's innocent expression and sneered. Tell me. What were you doing? Studying the dream whelk? I don't believe you. End of chapter 989. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.